Chapter 81, Undisguised Hatred. Huang Wanqing knew very well that Huang Xing was worried about negative news about the Huang family appearing on trending topics. This will indeed bring a lot of trouble to the Huang family's current situation. However, right now, everyone's attention is focused on Qin Yu and Wen Chang. Huang Xing, or rather the elders in his family, wouldn't care about such trivial matters. The thought of Gu Yan occupying the spot next to Lin Xiaoran filled Huang Wanqing with hatred. In her opinion, only Ning Chen was worthy of Lin Xiaoran, and only Lin Xiaoran was worthy of Ning Chen. Gu Yan was dealing with his work, thinking about how to retaliate against Huang Wanqing. Suddenly, the light in front of me was blocked by a figure. He looked up and saw Lin Xiaoye standing there with a gentle smile on her face. She patted his shoulder lightly, signaling him to follow her. Gu Yan hurriedly got up and followed Lin Xiaoye into her office. She was completely unaware of how unpleasant the expression on the face of the assistant standing next to Lin Xiaoye was. "Sister Xiaoye, is there something you need?" Gu Yan thought she had some work to assign him. Lin Xiaoye frowned, looking at him with a hint of worry in her eyes. "Don't go to the Lin family's place for a while, whether it's the old house or the house where Mom lives." Gu Yan was stunned for a moment. Although he hadn't originally planned to go back, Lin Xiaoye's words must mean something had happened. Before he could even ask, Lin Xiaoye continued, "Mom was furious last night. If you run into her outside, try to avoid her." Hearing this, Gu Yan was no longer curious. Anyway, Wang Lin doesn't like him, and she's disliked him for a long time. Moreover, Wang Lin is a person who cares about her reputation. At the very least, she wouldn't cause a scene at the Lin group. She absolutely cannot accept someone making a scene and losing face in their own business. Gu Yan nodded in agreement. He didn't want to see Wang Lin either. Seeing that Gu Yan agreed, Lin Xiaoye seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, and her expression softened a lot. "How have you been staying at the Jiangnan villa lately? Is it inconvenient for you to live there by yourself? Should I find 2 servants to go and take care of you? You have a sensitive stomach, so at least you'll have a hot meal when you get home." "No need, I can manage on my own. I can just make something simple." If there are other people at home, he feels uncomfortable. Lin Xiaoye sighed and didn't try to persuade her any further. The Ning family is having a party tonight, and Xiaoran will probably be there, but she probably won't be taking you. The Ning family hates him to the core. If they take him along, there will probably be bloodshed on the spot. Tonight's party at the Ning family is to announce Ning Chen's status as the future heir of the Ning family, and it's estimated that many celebrities will attend. Many celebrities from the fields of music and opera will also be attending. After all, Ning Chen had already gained considerable fame in China after achieving some success abroad. After returning to China, I naturally got to know many big names in the music industry. It's said that people from higher up might come too. After all, he was the first person to hold a solo piano recital tour abroad, and this title can be considered as bringing glory to the country. It seems that Ning Chen really did become a top pianist because of that one piano piece. Gu Yan felt annoyed. Everyone in the elite circle fawned over Ning Chen, fearing that he might be harmed in any way. If I were to talk about that piano piece now, no one would believe me. Instead, it will become another laughingstock in the industry. Taking a deep breath, Gu Yan lowered her eyelashes. "Sister Xiaoye, is there anything else?" Lin Xiaoye took out a box from the side and handed it over. "This was prepared for you before. I originally wanted to congratulate you on finding a job, which is a new beginning. No matter what, your sister will support you whatever decision you make." "Thank you, Sister Xiaoye." Since things had come to this point, Gu Yan didn't refuse anymore. Anyway, he's not completely penniless now. If the gift is very expensive, he can afford to return it. He took the gift and went outside, not opening it until lunchtime when he found a secluded spot. It's a watch, specifically made for couples. He liked this brand even before he married Lin Xiaoran. At the time, the brand was still relatively niche and the price wasn't expensive. He wanted to buy it to wear matching couple outfits with Lin Xiaoran. Later nothing came of it. This brand is no longer considered niche. It has transformed from accessible luxury to high-end luxury, taking a premium approach, and its prices have increased several times over. A single watch can cost at least 100,000 yuan. Unexpectedly, several years later, Lin Xiaoye, as his older sister, still remembered these things and even gave him the men's version of one of them. Gu Yan almost never carried anything on his hands. Even the wedding ring that she had always worn as a treasure was recently returned to Lin Xiaoran along with the divorce agreement. Sister Xiaoye is still as thoughtful as ever. A watch would be the perfect gift for a man who has just found a new job. He put the watch on his wrist and turned to leave the tea room. However, they bumped into Lin Xiaoye's assistant, Zhao Yongqi, at the door. Zhao Yongqi has a rather rugged appearance. When people look at him and see the watch on his wrist, their pupils suddenly shrink. Gu Yan could clearly see that his breathing had become much more rapid, and the veins on his hands were bulging. There seemed to be a hint of hatred in his eyes as he looked at himself. The hatred grew increasingly intense, making no attempt to conceal it. Zhao Yongqi didn't say anything, but left with a gloomy face. Upon arriving at Lin Xiaoye's office, Zhao Yongqi could no longer contain himself. President Lin. What's wrong? The watch you asked me to buy the other day, was it a gift for Gu Yan? He followed Lin Xiaoye has been by Gu Yan's side for several years, but she has never seen him and has no idea what the relationship between the two is. Lin Xiaoye kept her head down, looking at the documents in her hands, her tone as gentle as ever. I don't think I need to explain these things to my assistant, do I? Zhao Yongqi is also very handsome and has a strong personality. They are always very sharp and assertive during business negotiations. Although it might make many business partners uncomfortable, it can compensate for Lin Xiaoye's gentle nature in public. And he was indeed very capable when working for Lin Xiaoye. He was always able to secure many projects that seemed unlikely to succeed. Many partners who were initially adamant about not signing eventually compromised because of him. No one knows exactly what methods or approaches were used. Lin Xiaoye suddenly pointed to a bag next to her and said, "Come with me to a social event later. I am going to the Ning family's house tonight, so you don't need to come with me." She always brought Zhao Yongqi with her for business engagements. However, Zhao Yongqi has always been excluded when it comes to matters within the industry. Zhao Yongqi was infatuated with Lin Xiaoye. Lin Xiaoye is gentle, stunningly beautiful, yet resilient. However, she also seemed very cold. 82, Chapter 82. At the very least, let's wait until they're divorced. Zhao Yongqi took a deep breath, opened the bag, and saw that it contained a suit. He went to the lounge to change his clothes, which fit him perfectly and made him look very dignified and handsome. Zhao Yongqi has a very strong physique, which makes him especially attractive when he wears a suit. Many women at the negotiating table are unconsciously attracted to him. This is what he is most proud of. No one would fail to praise him for this. In addition, his status as Lin Xiaoye's assistant is a captivating aura that many people would want to conquer or climb up to. Zhao Yongqi could probably guess some of Lin Xiaoye's thoughts. But as long as her body remains unchanged for 100 years, I can still be her assistant. He let out a soft sigh. The thought of Gu Yan, who had just joined the company, made Zhao Yongqi feel a tightness in her chest, but she didn't dare to ask him. Lin Xiaoye asked him to buy a matching couple's watch. Gu Yan was wearing the men's version on his wrist, so where did the women's version go? He glanced at Lin Xiaoye's wrist instinctively, but didn't see the watch. He didn't see it, so he assumed Lin Xiaoye had given the women's watch to someone else. He slowly walked to Lin Xiaoye's side and bowed slightly. "President Lin, I'm ready." Lin Xiaoye looked up at him. She suddenly stood up and reached out to straighten his collar. "Go downstairs and wait for me." After saying that, she sat back down. Zhao Yongqi was instantly satisfied. Wearing a watch, Gu Yan walked down the corridor toward her workstation. As I passed by the tea room, I was suddenly pulled inside by a slender arm. Upon smelling a familiar scent, Gu Yan knew who it was. After regaining her balance, Lin Xiaoran looked over, but her gaze fell on the watch that had appeared on the wrist that was being pulled, and her eyes looked somewhat strange. "Newly bought? What's wrong? Go ask for leave and come with me." "No, I have to go to work." Gu Yan refused decisively. But Lin Xiaoran never allowed him to refuse. She grabbed his wrist, ready to drag him away. Gu Yan flung Lin Xiaoran's hand away. "Lin Xiaoran, what exactly do you want? I'll take you to see a doctor, aren't you malnourished? Guyan found it amusing and said with a sneer, it's working hours now, and you want me to take leave for this? Anyone could do those jobs. Do you really think Lin Xiaoye brought you here to work? Otherwise what? Guyan, I've told you before, stay away from her, she's not a good person. Guyan couldn't help but close his eyes, take a deep breath, and then open them to look at Lin Xiaoran. At least, Sister Xiaoye has never said a bad word about you in front of me. On the contrary, you're always so petty and narrow-minded. Do you think everyone is a bad person? In your eyes, there isn't a single good person in this world, is there? Lin Xiaoran snorted coldly, raised her right hand, and held a watch in her palm. It was the very same piece that Gu Yan had just put on his wrist. Come with me. Gu Yan's face darkened. He didn't know when Lin Xiaoran took off the watch. Now, it's clear she's threatening me. But there was really nothing I could do. This watch is a gift that Sister Xiaoye just gave me. He would feel guilty if he lost it after it hadn't even been in his possession for half a day. Gritting his teeth in anger, he followed Lin Xiaoran to the underground parking garage and got into the car. Lin Xiaoran gripped the steering wheel tightly, remaining silent, her eyes filled with gloom. The words petty and narrow-minded were like a steel knife, stabbing straight into her heart. They rushed to the hospital, got out of the car, opened the door, grabbed Guyan's wrist, and dragged him into the hospital. Guyan shook off her hand again. As a man, being dragged like that in the street is somewhat shameful. Lin Xiaoran turned to look at Guyan, her brows furrowed. This doctor is hard to get an appointment with, so you'd better hurry up. If you dare to run away, you should know the consequences. Guyan gritted his teeth. It's just malnutrition, why bother finding a doctor who's so hard to get an appointment with? He followed her into the hospital with his head down. He never expected to run into Huang Wancheng and Huang Xing here. He really doesn't want to see those two people right now. He hated Huang Wancheng and had just swindled a large sum of money from Huang Xing. Huang Wanqing was there with tears streaming down her face, her hands seemingly injured and bandaged. She hired online trolls to spread rumors that Qinyu had passed away, and the online public opinion shifted. When she saw Wen Chang being questioned, Huang Wanqing finally felt relieved and accidentally broke the cup in her hand. The glass shards cut my hand, and I bled quite a bit. Brother, what did the doctor say? Is my hand okay? Just a second ago, Huang Wanqing was talking to Huang Xing with a wronged expression on her face. The next second, upon seeing Gu Yan, she instantly stood up, her expression changing drastically. Pointing at Gu Yan with her other finger, she cursed, "It's you, you bitch." At this moment, Gu Yan and Lin Xiaoran had walked to a few meters away from Huang Wanqing. Hearing her curse like that, he replied without hesitation. "Don't worry, I'm not as shameless as you." Hearing this, Huang Wanqing's eyes turned red with anger, and she raised her hand to slap Gu Yan. But Gu Yan was faster, picking up a pen from the nurse's station and holding it up. Huang Wanqing slapped the pen tip directly, cried out in pain, and squatted down, clutching her hand. Gu Yan has now learned what it means to strike first. Although Huang Wanqing is a woman, it was inappropriate for me to hit her. But that doesn't mean he has to stand there and wait for Huang Wanqing to hit him. Huang Wanqing was in so much pain that tears streamed down her face. After a long while, she looked at him with a mixture of resentment and disbelief. "Gu Yan, I'm going to kill you," he shouted as he charged toward Gu Yan. Huang Xing stopped her directly. Gu Yan looked at Huang Wanqing with a cold smile. "Fine, if you're going to kill me, then do it quickly and decisively. Don't just talk the talk." Gu Yan had been putting up with Huang Wanqing for a long time, and now that he had a chance to say something to her, he naturally wouldn't let it go. Lin Xiaoran grabbed his arm and hooked her other arm around him, her voice low and muffled. "It seems like secretly laughing. Alright, haven't you had enough?" Recently, Gu Yan's emotions have been easily agitated. Lin Xiaoran felt that he might have been holding it in for too long and too intensely. They dragged the person into the examination room and closed the door. Huang Wanqing's cursing outside did not stop. "Brother, why are you stopping me? Didn't you see he actually dared to fight back? He even poked my hand with a pen. No one has ever dared to bully me like this before. Have to teach him a lesson. I have to make this trash know what's what." Huang Wanqing was panting heavily with anger. Her slap not only missed Gu Yan's face, but was also punctured by the tip of the pen. Originally, only one hand hurt, but now both hands hurt terribly. Huang Xing frowned as he looked at her. Alright, your hand injury isn't serious, I'll take you home. You're not allowed to leave the house for the next month. Brother! Huang Wanqing was so aggrieved that tears streamed down her face. Although Huang Xing was usually serious and aloof, he still doted on his cousin. Seeing her like this, his tone softened. Let's wait a bit longer at least, let's wait until they're divorced. Upon hearing this, Huang Wanqing's eyes lit up, and she pursed her lips and slowly nodded. 83, Chapter 83. Husband, come home early. Huang Wanqing obediently left. Huang Xing stood there and waited for a while longer. I could faintly hear Lin Xiaoran's voice from inside the clinic. You're pretty good now, your mouth's nimble and your hands movements are quick too. Should I give you a certificate? Weren't you malnourished? This looks perfectly normal. And your hands, I don't see anything wrong with them, right? How about I sign you up for a class so you can learn a trade, like crafts or something? Gu Yan was embarrassed by her sarcastic remarks, his face turning red and then pale. Huang Xing, standing outside the door, raised an eyebrow. He hadn't had much contact with Lin Xiaoran in the past, but he remembered that Lin Xiaoran was always rather arrogant and lazy when she was with people in their circle. Although he can be quite ruthless at times. But I've never seen anyone like this before, looking so irritating. However, he only heard that much before turning around and leaving. A moment later, the doctor came in. It took a long time and a lot of effort to get Gu Yan to finish the examination. Gu Yan was a little confused. We're just here to check on malnutrition, why do we need to do so many unnecessary tests? The doctor looked at the report in his hand without saying anything. Lin Xiaoran couldn't help but ask first, is there any major problem? It's nothing, just malnutrition. I guess he wasn't very healthy when he was young, which left him with a lot of health problems. He needs to take good care of his health in the future, otherwise other symptoms may appear. Gu Yan and Lin Xiaoran were already teenagers when they met. Lin Xiaoran never asked him what kind of life he had lived before. But at that time, he didn't look like a teenage boy, he was rather short and so thin he looked like skin and bones. There was a bright light in his eyes that made people unable to resist being captivated by his gaze. I reckon he must have had a very difficult time in the past, which is why he developed this condition. She felt both upset and heartbroken. For more than a decade afterward, she took great care of him. Gu Yenya has finally grown taller and is no longer so thin and weak. Later, with starting her own business and returning to the Lin family, she was too busy with one thing after another, so she couldn't remind him to eat all the time. He also liked to experiment, and no matter the weather, he always liked to find things he liked and buy them for her. Because of a casual remark I made, someone cooked a meal for me for over a month straight in the dead of winter and delivered it to me by bus and on foot. Use your own body heat to keep warm. When the food arrived in front of her, it was hot, but her body was frozen. During her poorest period, in order to ease the burden, Gu Yan took on several part-time jobs and even considered giving up her dream and stopping playing the piano. Although she scolded him and brought him to his senses, Gu Yan was still too much of a troublemaker. No matter who does this, their health won't be very good. And what's wrong with his hand? The doctor suddenly asked. I've been injured, Gu Yan spoke first, before Lin Xiaoran could answer. The doctor glanced at him curiously, then at Lin Xiaoran, and said nothing more. Is there a problem? Lin Xiaoran asked, somewhat worried. She made an appointment with this doctor today mainly to have Gu Yan check how his hand is now. It's not a big problem, I think it's more psychological. As the two walked out of the clinic, Lin Xiaoran suddenly said, I'll take you home first. She had to go to the Ning family's house that night and didn't have time to keep him company. Gu Yan didn't speak. Once they were in the car, Lin Xiaoran suddenly spoke, her expression serious and earnest. I promoted your sister-in-law to supervisor, and the order was given less than half an hour ago. Don't go against me at this crucial moment and make me angry. Gu Yan was stunned for a moment, and before he could say anything, Lin Zhe called. Gu Yan lowered his head, moved inside to make room for her, and pressed the answer button. Elder brother. Cheyenne, your sister-in-law just received a call saying she got a promotion. She called to invite you over for dinner tonight to thank you. Can you come? I'll cook for you tonight and make your favorite dishes. Gu Yan did not refuse. Anyway, he had nothing else to do that night. Lin Xiaoran crossed her arms and said in an unfriendly tone, your sister-in-law is no good. If you really care about your friend, you'd better advise him to get a divorce as soon as possible. Then why don't you divorce me? Gu Yan's words left Lin Xiaoran speechless. Who dares to compare themselves to me? A hint of displeasure flashed in Lin Xiaoran's eyes. What's the difference? Aren't we all human? Does one have an extra head or an extra arm? Gu Yan, if you're not thinking straight, I'll take you back right now to get your head checked. Lin Xiaoran couldn't help but reach out and grab his wrist, making a move to pull him out of the car. Gu Yan grabbed the door handle and refused to get out of the car. Lin Xiaoran, can you stop being so childish? To outsiders, Lin Xiaoran has always been unapproachable. It is an existence that countless people can only dream of but never reach. But now, he's wearing a suit, standing next to the car, looking angry and fierce, as if he's about to drag the person out of the car. He doesn't look like the person who commands the business world and looks down on everyone else at all. Suddenly, a cough came from the side. The atmosphere instantly fell silent. Zhao Yuyan never expected to run into them here. She was surrounded by many people, all of whom were her close girlfriends, who were supporting Miss Su as they stood behind her. Mr. Lin, what a coincidence, I brought my friend over to take a look. When Miss Su saw the two of them, especially Lin Xiaoran, her face turned deathly pale, but she still managed a very strained smile. He nodded and smiled. Gu Yan already knew that Zhao Yuyan and Lin Xiaoran's relationship was not as strained as it had been at the beginning. As for why, he had already overheard it in the private room. As for why Miss Su looked so weak, he had no idea. Lin Xiaoran nodded and released her grip on Gu Yan's wrist. He then got into the car, closed the door, and the movements were very smooth and fluid. Lin Xiaoran crossed her arms, leaned back, and looked somewhat depressed. I'll take you to Lin Zai's house now. I'll have Yi Qing pick you up later. Gu Yan looked out the window without saying a word. Lin Xiaoran picked up a packaging bag from the side and handed it to him. This is what she asked Yi Qing to prepare last time. That old folder is too difficult to repair, so I bought you a new gift as compensation. Gu Yan did not answer. Lin Xiaoran frowned, wanting to say something, but in the end she placed the packaging bag next to him. Then his eyes unconsciously glanced at Gu Yan's wrist. The new gift she asked Yi Qing to prepare was also a watch. Gu Yan waved the gift away, and the gift bag lay in the middle of the back sofa. The sky blue packaging bag was very eye-catching. Lin Xiaoran was so angry that she had a headache. When the car came into view of Lin Zai's building, Gu Yan opened the car door and drove off almost without looking back. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind him, overlapping with the voice of the girl from many years ago in his memory. Honey, come home early. 84, Chapter 84. Let's just pretend she's talking nonsense. Gu Yan felt a strange pang of sadness mixed with some grievances. After stopping, he tried his best to take another step forward. He didn't want to stop, didn't want to turn around and look at Lin Xiaoran. I didn't want her to see me in such a disheveled state. Lin Xiaoran waited until he walked into the residential area and disappeared from sight before instructing Yi Qing to drive away. She needed to change her clothes before going to the Ning family's house. After all, today is a big day for Ningchen. Many big names from both the business and music industries will come here. Gu Yan took the elevator, arrived at Lin Zai's door, and rang the doorbell. But the voices coming from inside the door were not those of Lin Zai and his wife, but that of Lin Zai's mother-in-law. Is she really ruined by men? How come she still can't get pregnant after all this time? Could he really be useless? What bad luck! The mother-in-law opened the door while cursing. Upon seeing Gu Yan, his previously gloomy expression softened considerably. You're Su Ting's husband? My name is Gu Yan. Lin Zai was busy in the kitchen all by himself. The kitchens in the old houses are not big, only a few square meters. Lin Zai, wearing an apron around his waist, was busy looking after the two stoves, but his face was full of joy. Cheyenne, please go sit in the living room first. Ivy washed all the fruit, so have some to eat first. I've prepared a lot of your favorite dishes for dinner. As he spoke, he picked up the ribs in front of him and showed them to Gu Yanliang. His favorite dish used to be braised pork ribs, and Lindsay always remembered it. Gu Yan pursed her lips and came to the kitchen door. Brother, let me help you. After saying that, he walked towards the kitchen. No need, this kitchen isn't very well ventilated, and the smell of cooking oil is too strong, it'll just make you feel suffocated. Gu Yan ignored him and stubbornly insisted on going in. But Lindsay's mother-in-law pulled him out directly. Oh, you're a distinguished guest, someone of high status. You're not the kind of person to go to such an unlucky place. Besides, it's too crowded here. These tasks should be done by Lindsay, so don't bother joining in, just sit down and relax. After saying that, he picked up a bag of fruit from the side. Oh, right, here are some oranges, have some. Previously, Lindsay had given his mother-in-law several hundred yuan so that she could buy some fruit while he was preparing food at home. At the very least, I should buy some cherries or something. But they only bought a few bananas, a few apples, and a few oranges. She only spent a fraction of the several hundred yuan, the rest went into her own pocket. The bananas I bought were all blackened, and the apple leaves were full of wormholes. Before putting the washed fruit on the table, you have to use a fruit knife to cut off any damaged parts. The mother-in-law thought Gu Yan was handsome and had fair skin. The thought that he was the husband of the company boss prompted her to pull him to the living room sofa, feigning a kind expression as she asked, "Your name is Gu Yan, right? You're really handsome, but I heard you're going to get a divorce from your wife. Don't be foolish, rich people are very shrewd. If you really get divorced, the assets won't be divided in half like in the TV dramas. You might not even get a penny. Act impulsively." Gu Yan pulled his hand back and shifted his position to the side. Let's just pretend she's talking nonsense. It smells pretty bad, I need to hide from it. Suddenly, a crisp cracking sound came from the kitchen. The mother-in-law immediately turned around and started yelling at him. Damn it, how many things have you broken? These dishes and chopsticks are so expensive now. You really are useless, you don't know how to manage a household, and you can't even do this simple chore. I bet Ting Ting hasn't been promoted all these years because of you, what bad luck. Gu Yan's expression darkened. He watched as Lindsay was already half squatting on the ground, because the kitchen space was too small, and he had to kneel on one knee, frantically picking up the broken pieces of tile. Each movement made Gu Yan's heart clench. It's too easy to get cut. He hurriedly got up and went to the kitchen door. Elder brother. Before he could finish speaking, his mother-in-law behind him continued to berate him. You can't even cook properly. What good is it of you to marry into the family? Is this how you serve my daughter? Useless. Lindsay has always had a gentle temperament since childhood. Gu Yan had never seen him get angry. Even as his mother-in-law scolded him, he still said softly, Mom, please don't come in yet. I haven't finished getting ready. I don't want you to get hurt. Now you care about me, what good is it? If you could do your job properly, would you need to worry about these things? You can't even do the work properly, and you can't even have a baby. How did our family end up with such a useless man like you? Sooner or later, my daughter will kick you out of the house and divorce you. Is this never going to end? Gu Yan finally couldn't hold back any longer and pulled Lindsay up from the ground. He glared at his mother-in-law, whose face was somewhat dazed. Have you said enough? Doesn't my brother work? He works so hard, and then he still has to do all the housework after work. Is that reasonable? What gives you the right to complain about how he does it? If you can't stand it, then do it yourself. After saying that, Gu Yan pulled Lindsay outside, saying, Brother, let's go out to eat today. Lindsay was somewhat frightened. He found it hard to believe that Gu Yan would say such a thing. Compared to before, it's like a completely different person. His eyes couldn't help but glance at his mother-in-law, whose face was extremely pale, and he quickly said, Mom, Ting Ting won't be home for another hour or so. I still have 7 or 8 dishes to finish cooking, and time is tight. Why don't you and Cheyenne go to the living room and watch TV for a while, and don't come to the kitchen, okay? Elder brother. Gu Yan felt a sense of disappointment and frustration. He somewhat resented Lindsay's lack of resistance. Or rather, it's about passively accepting one's fate. Alright, Cheyenne, I'm fine, you can go out now, otherwise your sister-in-law will come back. There's so much food to cook, I prepared so many of your favorite dishes tonight, it would be a waste not to make it. Gu Yan was furious, but there was nothing she could do. Feeling frustrated, I took a deep breath and sat down on the sofa in the living room. My mother-in-law has always been the undisputed boss in this family. This was the first time I'd been criticized like this, and I felt really uncomfortable. My expression was quite unpleasant. She wanted to retaliate, solidify her position, and maintain her authority. However, she was somewhat hesitant to speak harshly to Guyen. In the end, he could only awkwardly return to his room alone and slam the door shut. The atmosphere inside the house was unusually eerie. Even though the aroma of food filled the entire house, the atmosphere was still somewhat cold. After an unknown amount of time, the door was open from the outside. Su Ting had just opened the door and hadn't even stepped inside when she shouted, "Honey, is Shayan here yet?" Before Lin Zhe could answer, Su Ting saw Gu Yan sitting on the living room sofa. Her smile grew even brighter and more solicitous as she quickly changed her shoes and jogged over. "Shayan, you're here so early, come on in. Have a seat. I bought some steamed buns on my way here. They're from the place you used to love when you came here. Try them and see if they taste any different. Have a little something to tide you over." 85, Chapter 85, A person's life is like trash, uncared for and uneducated. Gu Yan disliked her overly attentive manner and did not respond. At this moment, Lin Zhe came out of the kitchen carrying dishes. His forehead was covered in sweat and some oil, making him look rather unclean. "The food is ready. Mom is in her room. Call her out to eat with us." Su Ting nodded, went to the room to hand the person over, and then the mother and daughter went to the restaurant to sit down. Instead, Gu Yan helped Lin Zhe bring all the dishes to the table. Inside the restaurant, my mother-in-law still seemed quite unhappy. Su Ting tried to coax him. "Alright, Mom, why are you angry with him? His wife is the company boss. He can just say a few words to her, even if it's just mentioning my name, and I'll still have a chance to get a promotion and a raise for him. It's just a matter of a word. He doesn't even need to say anything. Just letting his subordinates know that I have this connection will give them a lot of preferential treatment in the future." Upon hearing this, the mother-in-law's expression softened considerably. But he still snorted and said, "This brat doesn't know how to respect his elders at all. He has no manners and dares to talk to me so rudely." Alright, they're just having a meal and they'll be leaving soon. You could have just pretended for a little while. The mother-in-law didn't say anything more, but nodded reluctantly with her arms crossed. The two spoke in very low voices, afraid that Gu Yan or Lin Zhe would hear them. The dishes on the table were all delicious and visually appealing, and most of them were Gu Yan's favorites. It's clear that Lin Zhe put a lot of thought and effort into it. "Shayan, try this soup. Didn't you used to love fish soup the most? I specially bought fresh crushing carp and stewed it with tofu. I also specially bought a clay pot. People say that this clay pot is very suitable for stewing soup. Try it and see if you like it." The fish soup, milky white in color, was placed in front of him, its aroma filling the air. Faced with Lin Zhe's expectant gaze, he couldn't refuse. He lowered his head, took a sip, and a look of joy flashed across his face. "It tastes good." Hearing this answer, Su Ting seemed a little proud and quickly said, "As long as it tastes good. That clay pot was expensive. It cost 900 yuan. I would never have been willing to spend so much money on a clay pot before." Lin Zhe looked somewhat embarrassed. He put a few other dishes on Gu Yan's plate, wanting to quickly change the subject, and asked, "How have things been between you and Lin Xiaoran lately?" The sound stopped abruptly there. He suddenly realized that it might not be appropriate to bring up the matter between Gu Yan and Lin Xiaoran in the open. Especially in front of his wife and mother-in-law. She changed the subject, saying, "Well, now that I have a job, that's a good thing. I can't just sit back and do nothing while someone in my family is earning money. At least I can earn some living expenses and pocket money." Hearing this, the mother-in-law seemed to have finally found an opportunity to interject. He sneered, "With the little money you earn, you can barely pay the property management fees for your home. With your education, you'll have a hard time finding an office job, and you'll only earn hard-earned money. You can't even do heavy physical labor, so you don't earn much even if you do it. If you ask me, you'd better stay home and take care of your health, honestly prepare for pregnancy, and stop wasting time by having a baby sooner." Back then, Gu Yan was supported by Lin Xiaoran to go to university, and he could freely choose the major he liked. Even though he only came into contact with the piano after his life with Lin Xiaoran had just started to improve. Compared to others, he had more than a decade less of study time, which was at most a fraction of the time others spent studying together. But with Lin Xiaoran around and him having talent, there's naturally nothing to worry about. That period was a wonderful memory for Guyen. There is not a trace of bitterness in my memories. Lin Zhe was adopted at a very young age. However, he was forced to drop out of school after only completing his first year of high school. He set up a stall at the night market and worked as a waiter at a bar, and by chance, he met Su Ting. Lin Zhe was very handsome and the most eye-catching one among the bar staff. Su Ting graduated from a prestigious university. Her parents divorced when she was young, and her mother raised her single-handedly. The mother-in-law doted on this daughter, fearing that she might suffer even the slightest hardship. From childhood to adulthood, she has never had to do any housework. She finally raised a child who graduated from a prestigious university, which is enough for her to brag about back in her hometown for 8 to 10 years. After Su Ting graduated, her mother sold all the family's assets and bought this small old house in the old city, which was only a few dozen square meters in size. Su Ting's mother has basically relied on Su Ting to send her money to make a living over the years. Lin Zhe didn't dare to speak at all when he heard these reprimands, let alone refute them. She could only keep her head down and keep putting food on Guyen's plate. Guyen felt a tightness in her throat. Even though the food was delicious, he just couldn't swallow it. This meal made him feel annoyed. Su Ting was unusually attentive. "Xiaoyan, your brother's job is quite tiring and he doesn't earn much money. IDE tried to persuade him to just stay home and rest, do some housework, and take care of the elderly. If that doesn't work, I can ask someone to help him find another job, but he just won't listen and insists on earning money on his own. Why don't you help me and persuade him? I got a promotion this time, and my salary is enough to support him." Seeing the smug look on Su Ting's face, Guyen took a deep breath. Suddenly, he asked in a deep voice, "Sister-in-law, how much is your salary after your promotion?" "After tax, it's about 18,000. 18,000, after deducting over 3,000 for social insurance and housing fund, less than 15,000 is left. The monthly mortgage is 6,000, you give your mother 2,000 for living expenses, and the car loan is still over 3,000. You alone, you only have less than 4,000 yuan left each month. Are you planning to support my brother with that? Feed him steamed buns and pickled vegetables every day? Even a dog on the street would eat better than that, don't you have any idea how expensive things are in Beijing, and you still want to have a child? After having a child, you'll be on basic pay for almost another year, right? With your meager savings, can you survive that long? Don't tell me that when your child grows up, you'll be posting online, first toast to yourself. Your parents were so poor they couldn't even afford food, yet they still had a child." Su Ting's face was extremely pale. Su's mother could not bear to see her daughter suffer such injustice. He suddenly stood up and slammed his hand on the dining table in front of him. With a loud crash, many plates on the table rattled and vibrated. "What are you? You think I don't know? You're just someone's kept gigolo. Maybe they don't even like you. They just threw you around to watch the house while they're already spending the night with other gigolos. Who knows? One day they might kick you out if you don't behave. You and Lin Zhe are both the same kind of trash. Garbage. I wonder what dirty things you've done in the past. You're just a bunch of trash who were born but not raised or educated." 86, Chapter 86. The only problem is that we're missing a divorce certificate. Before his mother-in-law could finish scolding him, Lin Zhe suddenly stood up and forcefully overturned the dining table. The old house couldn't fit too much furniture, so the dining table was naturally neither big nor heavy. Lin Zhe's hard-earned meal was all spilled on the ground. A series of crackling sounds rang out, and the atmosphere instantly froze into a cold, hard silence. Lin Zhe was breathing rapidly, his eyes were red-rimmed, and his hands were clenched into fists. Looking at the horrific scene on the ground, he tried his best to keep his voice calm. "Have you cursed enough?" When the mother-in-law realized what was happening, she hurriedly covered her chest, gasped for breath, and almost fainted from anger. Su Ting quickly stepped forward to help her up, patting her back to help her catch her breath. Honey, why are you arguing with Mom? Haven't I already told you that she suffered a lot to raise me? Can't you be a little more understanding of the older generation?" Lin Zhe didn't respond, but just grabbed Guyan's arm and walked out. Seeing Lin Zhe's attitude, Su Ting's face darkened. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she shouted, "What kind of attitude is this? It's just that I cooked a meal, and you're putting on airs. Lin Zhe, you've disappointed me so much. What right do you have to throw a tantrum here?" Lin Zhe led Guyan downstairs. "Xiaoyan, you should go back now." Lin Zhe's face looked somewhat pale. "Brother, what's your bank account number? I have some money now. I'll transfer some to you. The two had relied on each other to survive since childhood, so Gu Yan naturally couldn't bear to see Lin Zhe living such a difficult life. No need, I'm not that short of money if you have money, just save it. I know you and Lin Xiaoran haven't made up yet. There will probably be many expenses in the future. I am sorry to have troubled you with your sister-in-law's situation this time. Brother, if it doesn't work out, let's get a divorce, Gu Yan said seriously. Lin Zhe smiled, patted his shoulder gently, and sighed softly. Alright, it's not like I have no feelings for your sister-in-law. I still love her very much. How could I possibly get a divorce? Before I married her, I already knew what kind of person her mother was. I can just bear with it. It's just that I don't want them to talk nonsense in front of you, and I especially don't want to hear them scolding you. You should go home now. I didn't manage to entertain you well today. Lin Zhe didn't finish speaking, but Gu Yan could see the look of guilt on his face. Lin Zhe lowered his head and took out all the cash he had in his pocket. Some were whole, some were small. After roughly counting them, but not quite figuring out exactly how many there were, they were put back together and directly handed to Gu Yan. Take this money, and don't tell me you don't need it. If you do need it, go out and have a nice meal, your sister-in-law said. Lin Xiaoran is seeing someone else, and she doesn't usually spend money on you. Xiaoyan, be good to yourself, don't always make yourself suffer. Gu Yan felt a pang of sadness. Most likely, they stayed here for a day before. Lin Zhe could see his predicament and torment at the time. Taking a deep breath, he stuffed the money back into Lin Zhe's hand. He absolutely refused to accept the money. Those odds and ends, though seemingly a lot, only amounted to a few hundred yuan in total, with small change making up a large proportion of it. It goes without saying that that's all the money Lin Zhe has at his disposal right now. Brother, I'll be going now. Lin Zhe watched Gu Yan get into the car and leave before waving goodbye. He turned and looked at the street. The streetlights in the old town are not working well, they flicker and the light is not very bright. Just a few streets away is a bustling, brightly lit street. But here, it was as if all the darkness of the entire city had gathered, slowly devouring him. Lin Zhe stood there, his cuffs still stained with oil. Looking around, he suddenly felt that everything seemed strangely familiar. It was just like more than 10 years ago when he grabbed Gu Yan and ran out of the orphanage gate, saying, "Let's run, let's go to the big city. They all say that we can make money in the big city, and then we can support ourselves." But brother, going to the big city costs money, right? We don't have any money. It's okay, I used to know an older woman, and every time I did work for her, she would give me some change. I've saved up enough for both of our train tickets. Let's run, Xiaoyan. If we don't run, we'll really get beaten to death. Two thin, bony figures leaned on each other as they ran toward a future that no one knew whether it would be good or bad. Just as Lin Zhe had said to Gu Yan back then. If we don't run, we're really going to get beaten to death. As Gu Yan sat in the car, looking out the window, he suddenly felt that life now was somewhat similar to what it used to be. It seemed that neither of them had ever escaped that cage. This cage, which used to be called an orphanage, is now called that home in name only. The car stopped at Jiangnan Villa, and Gu Yan got out and walked into the villa. I had just turned on the light when my phone rang. A message from Ning Chen. The banquet tonight was magnificent. It's such a pity you couldn't come, otherwise, you could have met those big names in the music field that you've always wanted to meet. By the way, the Grand Theater you've always dreamed of hosting a solo recital contacted me today, saying they'd like to invite me to give a recital there. I've also been invited to become an honorary professor at several music conservatories. Gu Yan, I really want to thank you, and I also want to thank Lin Xiaoran properly. Without you too, I wouldn't have achieved what I have today. You absolutely must come to the next celebration banquet. Below the text are several photos. Besides the photos of Ning Chen with several big names in the music industry, the most eye-catching one is him playing the piano while looking at Lin Xiaoran in the crowd. Coincidentally, their clothes also seemed to be matching couple outfits, and they looked very well matched. This photo is very well taken. Although there are many people in the photo, everyone who sees the photo will notice Ning Chen and Lin Xiaoran. It's as if the two of them are the protagonists of this world, the so-called prince and princess, while everyone else is just a supporting character. Without Gu Yan present, everything seemed to have a great atmosphere. Unfortunately, in this world, between the prince and the princess, there is also the vicious and insidious male supporting character, Gu Yan.
Gu Yan opened Ning Chen's moments, and as he expected, it had already been updated. Many people are sending their blessings to Ning Chen. The first young person to be invited by the Grand Theater, Brother Chen is amazing. Brother Chen's piano playing was so beautiful, but I always felt that Brother Chen and Sister Xiaoran looked even more beautiful together tonight. They looked so perfect together. Exactly, when are they going to have a baby? Didn't you see the way their eyes were locked when they looked at each other? I wonder how good looking their child will be. I feel like it's almost time. The only problem is that I'm missing a divorce certificate. 87, Chapter 87. She's already a mistress. What kind of open and aboveboard act is she trying to have? Back when Lin Xiaoran returned to the Lin family, she would almost always take Gu Yan with her when she went out, and she would also introduce Gu Yan to the people she had met in the circle. Therefore, the two of them have many mutual friends. Gu Yan rarely posts anything, so many people have almost forgotten about his existence. Some people simply consider him dead. He looked at the dozen or so people below offering their blessings and found it all laughable. After giving it a like, I also left a comment. People in the comments section, don't talk nonsense. Lin Xiaoran hasn't divorced me yet. If the two of us had any relationship before we got the divorce certificate, then Ning Chen would be the other woman. What kind of other woman would be so blatant and undisguised? After posting this comment, Gu Yan felt much better. In any case, he was recognized by the powerful and wealthy circles in Kyoto as a sinister and vicious male supporting character. He might as well play the role well and not disappoint these people again. Afterwards, Gu Yan put down his phone and took a shower. Therefore, Ning Chen's reply was not seen. The clothes were all arranged by the elders. Ning Chen's friends in Kyoto's elite circles all spoke out in her defense. Some people even sent Gu Yan private messages and started cursing at him. Huang Wanqing, you bitch, you just had to cause trouble today, didn't you? I think you're just jealous that only Brother Chen can stand openly next to Sister Xiaoran. Yan Shang, just live for 2 more days. In the day of the divorce, I'll make you understand what it means to wish you were dead. XX, how could Sister Xiaoran possibly fall for trash like you? Ugh, disgusting. One after another, people kept coming to curse him. By the time Gu Yan finished showering and came out, more than a dozen people were already sending him private messages cursing him. Seeing these insults, his expression didn't change. Instead, he opened the chat box and replied to each one. Why should I be jealous of her? She's already a mistress, and she's still acting all high and mighty. She really has no shame at all. The first one. Don't worry, I'll live a long life, and I value my life. I'll definitely outlive you and I'll be happier than you. The second one. She was able to fall for me and marry me instead of Ning Chen. Doesn't that mean Ning Chen is inferior to me? Also, who are you? I don't even have a nickname for you. Are you some nobody who's usually invisible, but is deliberately trying to get attention at this time? The third one. After rebuking them one by one, Gu Yan breathed a sigh of relief. I put my phone aside, lay down, and prepared to sleep. But as soon as he closed his eyes, he sat up again. I turned on the light, picked up my phone, and started scrolling through the photo album. Ning Chen kept provoking him, so why should he just let it go? He needs to find a way to make Ning Chen even more unhappy. After searching for a long time, I finally found my wedding photos that I took with Lin Xiaoran a long time ago. I used this photo as the caption and posted it on my WeChat moments. We've been married for over 3 years. Although it's not our anniversary, I'm so happy today that we'll celebrate it as if it were. If we're going to go crazy, let's go crazy together. Nobody's going to feel good about it. After posting on WeChat moments, Gu Yan felt completely relieved. She tossed her phone aside and fell asleep with a smile on her face. On the other side, Ning Chen had just returned home when she saw this post on her WeChat moments. Her face turned deathly pale, devoid of any color. Gritting his teeth, he clenched his fists and couldn't help but pound the wall in front of him several times. Gu Yan is completely different now than before. Completely unlike his previous cowardly self, he actually dared to post something like this on his WeChat moments today. Ning Chen was breathing rapidly, her eyes were bloodshot, and her body was trembling with anger. Tonight, he is the center of attention. He is a rising star in everyone's eyes. Business tycoons and renowned figures in the music industry all came to congratulate him. Thinking of this, he breathed a slight sigh of relief.
He turned his head to look at the trophies and souvenirs displayed in the cabinet next to him. These are all representative and authoritative awards he received abroad. Thinking of this, I took out the trophies, took a picture of them, and then posted it on my WeChat moments. The future is promising, let's keep moving forward. In the eyes of those who support Ning Chen, his actions demonstrate his great vision. After all, Guyan's WeChat moments are just filled with posts about love and romance. In their eyes, it was just a petty squabble, something that couldn't be considered refined. Ning Chen, however, did not argue with Guyan about this matter. Instead, she took out the international trophy she had won and expressed her hopes for a better future. This back and forth made the difference between the two seem quite significant. However, Guyan didn't see this post on his WeChat moments, he had already fallen asleep. On the other side, after attending the Ning family's banquet, Lin Xiaoran sent some of the elders and seniors back home. I also need to exchange a few pleasantries with some business partners. At this moment, her eyes held an undeniable weariness. Her outfit today wasn't as flamboyant as some people in the entertainment industry, it was relatively simple, but among this group, she was still the most eye-catching and attention-grabbing one. After exchanging pleasantries with these people for a while, I suddenly saw Lin Xiaoye come out from inside with several elders. The two sisters are now evenly matched within the Lin group. No one has a significant advantage, whether it's the projects they have, the power to influence the narrative, or the people who are willing to support them. Lin Xiaoran originally had some advantages. But since the Longting technology incident, the balance between the two sides has become stable again. Lin Xiaoye had already arrived beside Lin Xiaoran and nodded to the people around her call. One of the business partners following behind Lin Xiaoye suddenly asked, "Hey, what time is it? Does anyone have a watch?" Lin Xiaoye smiled gently, "I brought it." Then, he raised his hand to check the time and said something to the person. The business partner expressed his gratitude and then said, "Mr. Lin, this watch is quite nice." "Thank you, this was a gift from someone, and I quite like this style." As the conversation unfolded, several people who wanted to have more interaction with the Lin family also gathered around. "Oh, I recognize this brand, it's very nice. It seems Mr. Lin's friend has excellent taste. This watch would suit Mr. Lin very well. These look like matching watches for couples, don't they? Could it be that Ms. Lin has a boyfriend?" The group chatted back and forth. Lin Xiaoye merely echoed her sentiments without admitting anything. But the watch on her wrist was always on display for everyone to see. Lin Xiaoran couldn't help but glance at the style of the watch. With just one glance, her eyes were filled with gloom. 88, Chapter 88, it's no use looking at it, I won't do it tonight. Lin Xiaoye smiled gently, without saying anything. Seeing her like this, the other business partners around her seemed to realize that they had overstepped their bounds. It's really inappropriate to inquire about the love life of the Lin group's heiress. The group changed the subject, chatted casually for a few more minutes, and then made an excuse to leave. Lin Xiaoye stopped showing off her watch, lowered her arm, and took a few steps forward as if nothing had happened. She walked past Lin Xiaoran to greet her friends in the industry. When Lin Xiaoran got back into the car, her gaze remained fixed on the scenery outside the window. Lin Xiaoye is very popular in the industry. He was a rising star in Kyoto's elite circles for nearly 30 years, and was admired by many for over a decade or two. Some of their connections and resources are already firmly established and securely held in their hands. She maintained a gentle smile and politely greeted everyone around her. Not only her peers, but also occasionally some elders would gently pat her arm with a look of satisfaction on their faces. To put it bluntly, Lin Xiaoye is better at handling things than Lin Xiaoran. They are more likely to demonstrate the proper conduct and interpersonal skills expected of a head of household. Compared to Lin Xiaoye, Lin Xiaoran, who rose from the bottom up and succeeded step by defeating one opponent after another, appears much more ruthless. She is somewhat arrogant when she is with others. She is quite different from Lin Xiaoye's gentle and magnanimous nature. Of course, Lin Xiaoran also had the right to be arrogant. Even without the Lin family's backing, she has the right to be arrogant. Therefore, many people do not think that Lin Xiaoran's arrogance is wrong, on the contrary, they are subconsciously overwhelmed by her powerful aura.
Lin Xiaoran slowly withdrew her gaze, her brows furrowed, seemingly troubled.
Drive.
He Cheng stepped on the gas, and the car sped away. Lin Xiaoye kept an eye on this sight out of the corner of her eye. After confirming that Lin Xiaoran had left, the gentle smile on his face gradually disappeared. A hint of coldness crept into his eyes.
As Lin Xiaoran sat in the car, her emotions surged even more intensely. That feeling of unease lingered in her mind, refusing to dissipate. Back at the villa, they realized that Gu Yan was not there. I felt even more annoyed. To Jiangnan Villa, he got in the car and told He Qing to continue driving. The car soon stopped at Jiangnan Villa.
Lin Xiaoran got out of the car and went to the front of the villa to enter the password.
First mistake. Lin Xiaoran frowned.
The password is no longer Gu Yan's birthday. It's clear that Gu Yan changed the password after the last time.
A surge of inexplicable anger welled up inside Lin Xiaoran, and she typed in her birthday. It's still not right. The date the two got married. The day we officially became a couple. The first time they rented a house, the day they officially started living together. All the important dates she could think of at first were wrong.
After 5 incorrect attempts, the combination lock cannot be used again for a short period of time. Lin Xiaoran frowned and took out her phone to call Gu Yan directly.
It was already late at night. Gu Yan was sleeping soundly.
In my hazy state, I seemed to hear a cell phone ringing. He thought he was dreaming, so he turned over and ignored it. But the phone kept ringing, which finally made him more alert.
I got up, picked up my phone, and glanced at it. He was still a little annoyed when he saw the incoming call notification.
This was the most restful night's sleep he'd had in days.
Gu Yan pressed the answer button, her tone indifferent. What time is it? What do you want? Hearing Gu Yanza's name, Lin Xiaoran became even angrier.
After he got out of the car, he told He Qing to drive away and he would come back to pick her up the next morning.
Alone, standing at the villa's entrance in the middle of the night, with the cool breeze blowing, Gu Yan finally answered the phone after making calls for more than 20 minutes. And that's the attitude I got when I answered the phone.
Open the door. Lin Xiaoran's tone was icy, her hands clenched into fists, as if suppressing the anger in her heart. She had taken off her suit jacket and thrown it on the ground, then sat down on it without a care for her image. Just moments ago, he was the one who stood out at the party, radiating brilliance. Now, however, he was locked out, sitting on the dark floor, his expensive suit slumped beneath him, his hair disheveled by the wind. Gu Yan frowned, took a deep breath, hung up the phone, tossed it aside, closed his eyes, and continued to sleep. But the next second, the phone rang again. Gu Yan didn't even look at it this time. He hung up the phone again, turned off his phone, threw it away, and went to sleep.
The movements were very fluid.
However, before he could fall asleep, he vaguely heard a rustling sound coming from the balcony of the living room on the first floor. After the incident where the glass was smashed last time, Gu Yan felt a pang of anxiety and quickly got up.
It's not that I'm afraid the glass will be deliberately smashed.
It's the feeling of being watched from the shadows, not knowing when someone might strike you. That's what makes people uneasy.
I got up and went to the living room, turned on the light, and then went to the balcony.
A figure stood outside the balcony and, upon seeing Gu Yan appear, knocked forcefully on the balcony door. Lin Xiaoran's expression was not good, and Gu Yan could clearly see that she was in a bad mood and was full of anger. The villa's yard is not large, and the wall is not high, so it is not difficult to climb over the wall into the yard. But Lin Xiaoran still looked somewhat disheveled at this moment.
Gu Yan sighed softly and opened the balcony door anyway.
If Lin Xiaoran really stayed outside all night and got sick, that would be a big problem. Seeing that the lock on the balcony door was open, Lin Xiaoran reached out and opened the door, striding inside. He grabbed Gu Yan's wrist. After confirming that the watch on his wrist was the same model, he simply took it off. Turn around and opened the balcony door. He threw the watch with all his might.
Gu Yan didn't even realize what was happening, let alone try to stop it.
But after Lin Xiaoran finished doing all this, she ignored him. Instead, they went into the master bedroom's bathroom, where the sound of water soon came from inside. Having waited outside for so long, Lin Xiaoran was shivering from the cold.
I took a hot shower. When she came out, she was only wearing a scarf. Lin Xiaoran's pajamas are not here. However, how could a scarf possibly conceal her figure? Two mountain peaks stood tall, showing signs of breaking through the seal. Below that is a flat plain, followed by a round altar. Beyond the round altar were two straight, long, and shapely legs. Especially after a shower, the sight of wet hair adds a unique allure. Even though I've seen it many times and tried it many times. But Gu Yan couldn't help but look up at it. Lin Xiaoran noticed his gaze, narrowed her eyes, and sneered, "Is it that good? It's no use looking at it, we're not doing it tonight." 89, Chapter 89. Have you considered this matter? When a person is shameless enough, she will not feel ashamed. On the contrary, those around them feel ashamed and even somewhat powerless. That's exactly how Gu Yan feels right now. Even though he criticized a lot of people tonight. However, Lin Xiaoran always managed to leave him defenseless with just one sentence. It's not the kind of argument where you can't win an argument with someone else. Rather, he simply didn't know what to say in response. Anything he said would make him feel ashamed and angry. The final result was that they were left speechless. Ill. Gu Yan rolled her eyes, turned around, covered herself with the blanket, and prepared to go to sleep. Lin Xiaoran stepped forward, lifted a corner of the blanket, and lay down. "Don't touch me," Gu Yan said coldly. Lin Xiaoran froze. But she immediately burrowed into Gu Yan's arms. She buried her head in his chest. "You won't let me touch you, then who else can I touch?" Gu Yan sneered inwardly. He didn't believe that Lin Xiaoran hadn't touched Ningchen all these years. Ningchen's WeChat moments are full of photos with Lin Xiaoran. He guessed that if bed photos weren't something that shouldn't be posted on social media, Ningchen would probably have already filled his social media with bed photos of him and Lin Xiaoran. Thinking about this, Gu Yan suddenly felt nauseous. His eyes were filled with disgust as he looked at Lin Xiaoran. He pulled his arm away, turned around, and separated himself from Lin Xiaoran by a distance. He then lay down in the corner of the bed, not giving Lin Xiaoran another chance to snuggle into his arms. Lin Xiaoran did not expect Gu Yan to react so strongly. Seeing Gu Yan curled up into a ball, occupying only a small space on the double bed, as if afraid he would have any contact with her, Lin Xiaoran felt an indescribable sadness. A surge of resentment welled up inside me. He took a deep breath and stared at Gu Yan with an unfriendly look. Is it really worth it, just for that old, broken watch? The two people looked at each other in the darkness. Gu Yan gritted his teeth, those are mine. Lin Xiaoran scoffed, what, are you calculating things with me so clearly now? I've said I wanted a divorce, so it's better to be clear about things. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoran's aura of hostility spiraled out of control and spread wildly. Gu Yan could almost feel that the surrounding air pressure had changed. Fine, since you want to settle accounts with me, let's settle this 3 times over. Lin Xiaoran narrowed her eyes, her tone extremely cold. Then you should do the math over the past few years. You've eaten my food, lived in my house, and I bought you all the clothes from the furniture and appliances to the daily necessities in the villa. What wasn't earned by me, have you ever done the math? Gu Yan's face turned deathly pale instantly. It's true that someone who doesn't earn money has virtually no say in their own home. This is probably why Lin Zhe, even though he doesn't earn much money each month, still insists on having a job. Over the years, he has been caught up in the emotional turmoil with Lin Xiaoran and has not gone out to work at all. So now, when Lin Xiaoran says these things, Gu Yan really can't refute them. She simply nodded. You're right, this score should be settled, but, over these years of marriage, haven't I, as a son-in-law who married into the family, done things that have pleased you? Lin Xiaoran laughed. So you mean to say that these are things you should actually receive? Gu Yan didn't want to be so shameless, but he still nodded in agreement. Isn't that right? Over the past few years, he has been obsequious and overly cautious in everything he does. They were afraid of upsetting anyone in the Lin family. He was even afraid of upsetting the servants. Lin Xiaoran wanted him to obediently be a caged bird and be locked in the villa. But I see how beautiful the blue sky and white clouds are every day, and enjoy the blue sky with others.
To put it bluntly, he, the son-in-law who moved in with his wife's family, was nothing more than a pet she kept in a cage. Even seeing him is extremely difficult.
Lin Xiaoran's face had darkened considerably. Gu Yan had never seen her face look so bad before. For a moment, I felt a little uneasy.
Lin Xiaoran remained silent for a long time. Gradually, the hostility surrounding her disappeared. Her tone softened considerably. Stop making a scene, okay? I know you're upset because I haven't spent much time with you these past few years.
Gu Yan felt as if someone was choking him. The emotions inside me were churning and brewing, and they were about to explode. He was absolutely fed up with Lin Xiaoran's behavior.
Every time I try to have a proper talk with her, she either uses words to make herself emotionally collapse, shouting and making a scene like a madwoman. Alternatively, they might put on a deeply affectionate act, blocking out all the things they want to say, as if it were all the other person's fault for being immature. He really didn't want to act like a madman anymore, making a scene, nor did he want to have all his voices silenced, forced to be that immature, temperamental, and unreasonable person. He slowly lay down, closed his eyes, and stopped speaking. Since he can't do anything about Lin Xiaoran in this regard for the time being, then let's just do nothing at all. No matter what she does, I won't make a scene or try to negotiate with her. But Gu Yan's appearance made Lin Xiaoran feel that he had compromised. She lay back down on the bed, snuggled into Gu Yan's arms, put his arm around her waist and hugged him, a smile curving her lips.
The next morning, Gu Yan got up very early.
In her drowsy state, Lin Xiaoran still wanted to hug him and let him stay with her and sleep a little longer.
Gu Yan dodged her hand. After washing up, I hurriedly went out.
Gu Yan was a little late this morning because of the taxi he took. I am also thinking about whether to buy a cheaper car for commuting. He has some savings now, so buying a cheaper car would be more convenient. After sitting down in the office, Gu Yan thought about going to a used car dealership at noon to take a look. Then, he picked up his phone and started browsing Weibo.
The popularity of Qin Yu remains very high. And because he hasn't responded, many fans are starting to panic.
The number of trending topics has not decreased but increased, and the popularity seems to be getting higher and higher. Just as he was hesitating about whether to post something, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking the light. Immediately afterwards, a huge pile of documents was slammed onto the table in front of him.
Gu Yan looked up and saw Zhao Yongqi.
Zhao Yongqi's expression seemed calm, but there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. Organize these documents and hand them to me before noon.
This is Gu Yan's job.
Even though the workload was a bit heavy, he didn't say anything and quickly organized the materials. The surrounding colleagues couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Their faces more or less carried an air of watching a good show or gloating.
90, Chapter 90, stiff as an ice sculpture. Unfortunately, the two didn't get to argue. Zhao Yongqi threw the documents at Gu Yan and left. The disappointment in the eyes of his colleagues was obvious. Gu Yan was focused on her work when, after some time, a young man appeared at the office door, wearing a 5-star hotel uniform. Is Mr. Gu Yan here? Gu Yan looked up, somewhat confused. That's me.
The waiter approached him carrying a large food container, a somewhat formulaic smile on his face.
Hello Mr. Gu, this is the lunch that Ms. Lin has reserved for you. It was almost lunchtime anyway.
My colleagues were exhausted and hungry after a busy morning.
Now, seeing the exquisite lunchbox, everyone's attention was drawn back to Gu Yan. Many people couldn't help but whisper among themselves.
Several gossip fodder stories in a single day instantly made Gu Yan the focus of everyone's attention. Gu Yan was originally wondering whether or not to try to build a good relationship with these colleagues. After all, this was his second time working, and he wasn't very familiar with some of the rules of the workplace. But now, his colleagues are looking at him strangely. The waiter smiled at him and said, Mr. Gu, please enjoy your meal from now on. I will be your personal delivery driver and will come over at this time every day. If you have any special requests for lunch, please feel free to contact me. The waiter placed a business card down with both hands. Gu Yan looked at the business card, his expression somewhat cold. Lin Xiaoran's move made him an outlier.
They became the kind of people these colleagues would subconsciously avoid. He suddenly remembered what Lin Xiaoran had said to Zhao Yuyan earlier. He needs to experience some hardship so he can understand the difficulties of working outside and how lucky he is to be a full-time stay-at-home husband. Lin Xiaoran always managed to break his emotions in a very simple way. His actions effectively ended any possibility of further interaction or contact between him and his colleagues. Gu Yan took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He is no longer the Gu Yan who used to just sit alone in the empty villa, feeling helpless and on the verge of going crazy. He was already used to the passive-aggressive attitude. It's just that before, Lin Xiaoran used to give him the silent treatment, but now Lin Xiaoran is having her colleagues give him the silent treatment. If he continues to be as anxious and insecure as before, he will despise himself. These people were just his colleagues. He doesn't need to mistreat himself for these people. Open the lunchbox and take out all the food piece by piece, placing it on the table in front of you. Lin Xiaoran has excellent taste. The restaurants she chooses all serve dishes that are visually appealing, fragrant, and delicious, and also have nourishing effects, all of which are things he loves to eat. He had no intention of throwing these away. Having experienced hunger as a child, he disliked wasting food. He ate it little by little, and didn't even think about sharing the leftovers with others. Judging from how his colleagues currently view him, if he were to actually speak up, he would only be met with ridicule. It would make them feel that they are looked down upon, that they can't afford to eat and can only eat what they have left over. I decided to pack everything up and take the rest home after get off work. After tidying up, I continued organizing the documents on the table. Suddenly, I heard several people talking about each other without any attempt to hide it. TSK, I wonder whose young master is out here experiencing life. Even Yangqi, who has been with President Lin for so many years, has never seen such luxurious treatment. Who says otherwise? He has to have 800 people serving him when he eats a meal. Isn't that going too far? What, you're envious? If you are, go get plastic surgery, make yourself look better, and learn how to hook up with a rich woman. You can do it too. After they finished speaking, they burst into laughter. These people, both men and women, all had a good relationship with Zhao Yangqi. He could even be described as an admirer of Zhao Yangqi. Gu Yan's expression remained calm as he continued organizing the documents. If you want to hook up with a rich woman, plastic surgery won't work. Do you think rich women are stupid? They won't like a bunch of modified versions of themselves, of course. With your kind of ugly faces, even if you got plastic surgery, no one would want you. None of them expected Gu Yan to actually retort, and their faces instantly turned ashen. Bullying is always directed at people who are weak-willed. When you stand up and fight back, the bully will back down and even try to avoid you. Suddenly, Gu Yan paused in his movements. He could feel a burning gaze on him, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. Looking up, he saw Zhao Yangqi standing not far away, watching him. Zhao Yangqi has a rather rugged appearance, with sharp features and a strong presence, giving people a very aggressive feeling. At this moment, his gaze toward was full of scrutiny and dissatisfaction. Gu Yan only glanced at him before knowing that she couldn't get along with this person. After finishing organizing the documents in his hand, before his lunch break was over, Gu Yan opened Weibo and started browsing again. The discussion about whether Qin Yu was actually dead has become increasingly heated. Gu Yan hesitated, wondering whether he should post something to prove it. However, the thought of publishing her work made Gu Yan feel a little flustered. He has never shown his face on Weibo. Moreover, several years have passed, and even if I show my profile, many people might not recognize me. Not only might they fail to clarify the facts, but they might also be misled into believing that Qin Yu is truly dead and that they are a stand-in hired by Wen Cheng to impersonate Qin Yu. If you want everyone to believe that you are really not dead, then we need to release a piece of his work, a piece he played on the piano. Only by demonstrating his former piano skills can he convince everyone. This clarifies the fact that Qin Yu did not die. But he can no longer play the piano. He got up and walked out of the office, heading to the break room. Take out a tea bag and put it in a cup. Turn on the hot water and let it slowly flow into the cup to steep the tea leaves. It was just past the halfway point of lunch break, and there weren't many people around.
Gu Yan stretched out his hands and placed them on the table in front of him, trying to pretend that the table was a piano and attempting to play it. But his fingers were stiff, and his body trembled slightly as he made the gesture of playing the piano. Cold sweat gradually broke out on my back, and my hands felt stiff as ice sculptures, stuck in a terrible state. A sneer suddenly came from behind him, and Gu Yan hurriedly turned around, his face showing some shame. Lin Xiaoran was standing at the door of the tea room, leaning against the side with her arms crossed.
Why are you here? Gu Yan's expression was not good.
Lin Xiaoran, who was smiling, suddenly changed her expression, walked over quickly, and pulled Gu Yan aside. The hot water behind him was already bubbling up, almost overflowing and dripping onto Gu Yan's legs.
Lin Xiaoran quickly turned off the hot water. You weren't burned, were you? 91, Chapter 91, He was once loved by many. She breathed a slight sigh of relief after noticing that there was no water on Gu Yan's body. Then, I used a heat-resistant pad to pour out some of the hot water that was about to overflow from the cup, then closed the lid and wiped the water droplets off the outside of the cup. Everything she did was so natural and smooth, it was clear she had done a lot of caring for people before. She handed the blanket to Gu Yan, her eyes full of mockery, before answering Gu Yan's question. If I hadn't come, wouldn't I have missed seeing how clumsy you were just now? Lin Xiaoran couldn't help but chuckle, her mood seemingly very bright. Your hands look like chicken claws. Gu Yan's face instantly darkened, and he stared at Lin Xiaoran with a fierce look in his eyes. Even though Gu Yan was much taller than Lin Xiaoran, he still didn't have much of an advantage in the face of Lin Xiaoran's imposing presence. Lin Xiaoran instantly grabbed his collar and pulled him down. Gu Yan reached out to stop her and tell her to let go. But his hands were still stiff and weak. Gu Yan always felt that his hands were no longer able to play the piano. But this was the first time he had ever known that simply imagining himself playing the piano could elicit such a reaction. Lin Xiaoran noticed something was wrong with Gu Yan's hand and couldn't help but ask, "What happened to your hand? Did you burn it?" Gu Yan snorted coldly, and taking advantage of Lin Xiaoran letting go of his hand, he picked up his water glass and walked out. It has nothing to do with you. Lin Xiaoran stood there stunned for a moment, then slowly followed, "Was that on purpose? I remember you're very dexterous with your hands, even if you were injured, it wouldn't be like that." She took Gu Yan for a medical checkup last time to see how his hands were doing. According to the doctor, there shouldn't be any major problems. Gu Yan stopped in his tracks, unsure of what to say. Lin Xiaoran stepped forward and hugged his waist from behind. "Is it because of that piano piece from before? Are you still angry about it, honey? There's no need to worry about something so small." Gu Yan suddenly turned around and pushed Lin Xiaoran away. His hands were still trembling, and his whole body was shaking, so he didn't use much strength, only managing to push Lin Xiaoran away about half a meter. Fortunately, there was no one near the tea room at the time, and no one saw what happened. Gu Yan looked at Lin Xiaoran, whose eyes were red and whose expression was gloomy. Lin Xiaoran frowned, remained silent for a moment, and then turned and left without saying anything. Watching Lin Xiaoran leave, Gu Yan seemed to lose some strength again. He leaned against the wall and slowly walked back to his workstation after a long time. Raising her hands and looking at her 10 fingers that were still trembling slightly, Gu Yan felt as if tears were streaming down her face. I wiped them away but found no tears. Perhaps he had cried all his tears out, but his heart was still bleeding. He still remembered that Ning Meng had invited him to a piano recital that day. Gu Yan had always had a very good impression of this person. Like Sister Xiaoye, Ning Meng is a very gentle person. She also loves the piano and is even an honorary alumna of the Kyoto Conservatory of Music. Everyone in Kyoto's elite circles knows that Ning Meng's hobby is playing the piano. Ning Chen's later decision to learn piano was also influenced by Ning Meng. However, Gu Yan did not choose Kyoto Conservatory of Music in order to be closer to Lin Xiaoran, but instead went to the same school as Lin Xiaoran. Therefore, he has never had any private contact with Ning Meng. Even so, the lecture buildings for the music department and the finance department are far apart, and their majors are completely unrelated. Lin Xiaoran was busy with her studies and her business, so she didn't have much free time, making it difficult for the two of them to meet. Of course, Gu Yan still frequently saw news about Lin Xiaoran while he was in school. It's either about what achievements she's made, or who has confessed their love to her in a high-profile manner. It was around that time that Ning Meng contacted him, and he didn't refuse. He had heard Lin Xiaoran say that the Ning family had a good relationship with her and had helped him a lot in the business world. The two had met privately a few times, but it wasn't just the two of them meeting alone. He had a good impression of Ning Meng. He could tell that she genuinely loved the piano and was indeed quite skilled at it. Later, he still didn't know what had happened with the car accident and the kidnapping. For the next year, he frequently had nightmares. He dreamt that Ning Meng's face was covered in blood, and she used pliers to clamp his 10 fingers and break his bones one by one. Later, he was unable to play the piano anymore. Even after going to the hospital and finding the best doctors for treatment. The doctor even told him that his finger had healed completely. But he himself became afraid of playing the piano. Lin Xiaoran said his hands looked like chicken claws, but perhaps she was just joking. But he was once a beloved pianist, a piano prodigy envied by many in the music industry. Slowly lowering his head, Gu Yan's bitterness spread across his face. He finally snapped out of his daze after the phone rang for a long time. When he answered the phone, it was the used car dealership he had contacted that morning. He plans to buy himself a car so he won't have to take a taxi everywhere. It's too inconvenient to get a taxi where he lives now. The used car dealership is nearby, it only takes about 10 minutes by taxi to get there. After calming myself down, I went downstairs to hail a taxi. I had just arrived at the gate when I unexpectedly ran into Miss Su. She's Zhao Yuyan's best friend. He was standing in the lobby of the Ling Group's office building, looking haggard. Gu Yan thought for a moment, but did not go up to greet him. He wasn't familiar with this Miss Su, including their encounter at the hospital. They had only met 3 or 4 times in total. This time, however, he seemed even weaker than before. Upon seeing Gu Yan, Miss Su came over and offered her assistance. Mr. Gu. Miss Su, what brings you here? Gu Yan replied. Yu Yan is looking for someone, I'll wait for her here. How has Mr. Gu been lately? It's alright this time. Miss Su's attitude towards him had changed drastically compared to before, and Gu Yan guessed that she must have found out about his relationship with Lin Xiaoran. That's good, Mr. Gu, you don't need to worry. The Wang family member has already been expelled from the country and will not disturb your life in the future. Gu Yan nodded and said goodbye before walking out. He didn't really care what Wang Yifan became. He did hate him before. But later I realized that I was actually somewhat similar to him. She's a crazy person who loves but can't bear the loss of her love, and throws tantrums. Perhaps only those who have experienced loving, possessing, and then being powerless to change their loss can truly understand the devastating feeling of that loss. For Wang Yifan, being engaged to Zhao Yuyan was already a great achievement. Thinking about all this, Gu Yan decided not to argue with him anymore. Moreover, he had previously heard from Lin Xiaoran that she had promised Zhao Yuyan that she would deal with Wang Yifan, this troublesome person. Based on Gu Yan's understanding of Lin Xiaoran, he should have already avenged himself. Miss Su looked at Gu Yan's departing figure as if she wanted to say something, but she opened her mouth and couldn't say anything. 92, Chapter 92. Is her love something to be flaunted? I took a taxi to the used car dealership and met with the salesperson. This area is full of car dealerships, including used car shops and 4S stores of major brands. It's a street that has formed an industry chain. All he wanted to see was a car worth a few $100,000. There are many options available at this price point in the used car market. The salesperson led him around, introducing the products and services. Gu Yan has some knowledge about cars. However, with so many choices, he had to read through everything before making a decision. Suddenly, his gaze fell on a sports car. He recognized the brand. It must be a newly released model, and it was very expensive. Is this car also yours? Gu Yan couldn't help but ask. As soon as he finished speaking, a soft chuckle rippled through the crowd. The salesperson looked slightly embarrassed and explained softly, this car belongs to the 4S store next door. It's just temporarily parked here. It seems like there are a lot of people there today. They're having a rather private, small car show. Gu Yan nodded. He also found it strange at first. This sports car is a new model, it was just released not long ago, so there shouldn't be any used ones available. The group of people who had been mocking them earlier slowly walked over, their faces filled with disdain and sarcasm. What a bump can stay away from me and my Carrie feel disgusted just being close to you. Exactly, do you even know what kind of car this is? It's a brand new model that just came out, you dare ask if you can even afford it? The group consisted of young men in their early 20s, who immediately launched into a tirade of mockery at Guyen. Suddenly, another set of footsteps approached, and the group quickly shut their mouths. Guyen, are you here to buy a car too? Ning Chen looked very surprised and led the group behind him to him. Wherever Ning Chen goes, she is always the center of attention. The people following behind were either daughters or sons of certain families in the industry, or children of music moguls or rising stars. Guyen's expression changed slightly, but he didn't say anything. It was Ning Chen's companion who spoke first. Brother Chen, didn't you keep an eye on those cars just now? Yes, didn't Xiaoran say you could choose whatever you wanted and not worry about the price? No, let Sister Xiaoran come and help Brother Chen choose in person. Sister Xiaoran is so good to Brother Chen, she gave away a car worth millions without batting an eye. Ning Chen smiled at the group, her expression gentle. I did take a liking to a white one, but she said white isn't quite right for my current status, so I'll look around some more. As he said this, his eyes kept lingering on Guyen. Occasionally glancing at the name of the used car dealership behind Guyen, the smile on his face held a deeper meaning. Soon, the group of wealthy young men drove up in their luxury cars. Ning Chen also sat in the driver's seat of her car, opened the window and looked at Guyen. Guyen, if you're thinking of buying a car, I know someone who can help you get some advice? Ning Chen's tone sounded like she was concerned about Guyen. But the people around him made no attempt to hide their disgust for Guyen. Brother Chen, stop messing around. Sister Xiaoran hates him the most, how could she possibly give him money to buy a car? Exactly, without Sister Xiaoran, where would a country bumpkin like him buy a car? Yeah, I didn't even recognize this newly launched. Carrie felt embarrassed standing next to it. Alright, let's not say that. Guyen stood outside the car, looking at these people, and found it all laughable. Ning Chen, do you think you'll be asked to write new piano pieces in the future? What are you going to do then, or are you planning to live off one piece for the rest of your life? There were other people in the car, and they were all somewhat bewildered. Guyen, what do you mean by that? Ning Chen's expression turned cold, and her gaze towards Guyen became somewhat sinister. Guyen, don't you know, Xiaoran will always help me. These words were like a poison needle, piercing straight into Guyen's heart. The deadly poison in the needle spread instantly, filling the entire heart. Guyen was in so much pain that she couldn't speak and could barely stand. The salesperson didn't dare to speak until Ning Chen and the others had all left. Mr. Gu, these people are all rich and powerful, we can't afford to offend them. You should try to avoid contact with them in the future. They are from a completely different world from us. The salesperson meant well, so Guyen didn't say anything. After much deliberation, I chose a car that was readily available. The salesperson helped me with the paperwork and registration in the afternoon, and I was able to pick it up right after get off work that evening. The salesperson handed one of the keys to Guyen. Mr. Gu, congratulations, you're now a car owner. Your future looks bright. Thanks. He put away his keys and contract and had just stepped out of the dealership when a McLaren 750S Spider pulled up in front of him. Ning Chen sat in the car, and he was the only one in the car at that moment. He simply gave up on pretending. Xiaoran gave me this new car as a gift to celebrate me becoming the heir to the Ning family. It's my first time driving a sports car like this, so I'm a little unfamiliar with it. Hope it didn't scare you? The smile on his face was fake. For some reason, Guyen felt that he could see a bit of Ning Meng's shadow in him. Ning Chen sighed and gently rubbed his hands on the steering wheel. The last time Xiaoran took me to eat at that hot pot restaurant on the pedestrian street, she told me that she would never go back to that place in her life, saying that her memories there were too unbearable. Ning Chen paused for a moment, his smile becoming even more playful. Guyen, do you know, no woman likes to live a hard life as long as she succeeds and lives a comfortable life. She will never miss the hardships she once endured. Only you are foolish enough to think that those past experiences were beautiful. Sharon had long since thrown away those unpleasant things. She threw them away the moment she took me to the pedestrian street. If you really have some ability and some say in her affairs, then make her hurry up and sign the divorce agreement and get the divorce done with me. Gu Yan crossed his arms, his expression was very calm, and his tone revealed no emotion. The more insecure a person is, the more they want to show off in front of others. If Lin Xiaoran really gave you a sense of security, why would you be waiting for me here alone, just to show off your new car to me? Ning Chen, you come from a prominent family, can't you be a little more magnanimous? Ning Chen's face instantly turned ashen, and she sneered through gritted teeth, I have no confidence. Then what confidence do you have? You don't actually think Lin Xiaoran still loves you, do you? Gu Yan, if you really think that way, I can only say that you are more ridiculous than I imagined. Does it matter whether she still loves me or not? Is her love something to brag about, or do you think it's something to be proud of? There was a time when he desperately wanted an answer, to know why Lin Xiaoran had stopped loving him. But now, he doesn't care anymore. What's the point of loving or not loving? It's better to go out and have a nice meal yourself. At least it's something you eat, so it's yours to eat. 93, Chapter 93, Clarification. Ning Chen sat in the car, looking at Gu Yan, and suddenly laughed. I'm going to the Lin families for dinner tonight. Grandpa and Auntie said they want to celebrate for me and have prepared a gift for me. Won't take up any more of your time. Goodbye. Gu Yan stood there watching Ning Chen drive away in his newly purchased McLaren. He also took a taxi to the company. I received photos from Huang Wanqing before I even got to the company building. Did you see that? Sister Xiaoran just bought it for Brother Chen. It cost over 5 million yuan. I heard you went to buy a car today too. I think it was only a little over 10,000 yuan. I guess that's all the savings you've accumulated over the years, right? It's not even enough to cover the tax for this car. Huang Wanqing was like a dog that Ning Chen used to bite people. Once her master gained power or benefited from it, she straightened her back and bared her fangs. Gu Yan, you just wait. This isn't over between us yet. Not just you, but also Wencheng. None of you are getting away. Huang Wanqing had never suffered such a great loss before. This was the first time anyone had dared to fight back. And it really hurt when the pen tip pricked my palm. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He took his phone and contacted the company he had previously worked with, and then bought hundreds of thousands of online trolls. She wanted the whole world to know that Qin Yu was dead. The hype had started to die down, but it suddenly exploded again. Several more trending topics appeared on Weibo. Upon seeing this, Gu Yan closed his eyes, held his breath, and after a while took a deep breath. Qin Yu sent a message to Huang Xing using her account. Mr. Huang, it seems your sister has no intention of letting this matter end here. If you don't stop her and allow her to escalate the situation, I will be forced to retaliate. After all, it was your sister who broke our agreement first. Huang Xing was in a meeting at the time. After seeing the message, he went online to check and roughly understood what was going on. He raised his hand to rub his temples and then called Huang Wanqing. Didn't I tell you to stay home and reflect on your actions? What are you doing here causing trouble? Huang Wanqing felt wronged, her eyes reddening. Brother, I'm just so angry, I can't swallow this. The Qin Yu is definitely dead. It was Wencheng impersonating her. I bet this idea came from that damned Gu Yan. He just wanted to drag me down with him and make everyone curse me. I can't stand it. Huang Xing knew that his younger sister had been pampered and spoiled since she was a child. No one ever dared to scold her. Not to mention this time, he was criticized by so many people. People online hurl insults at each other, and Huang Wanqing must have suffered a great injustice. Huang Xing took a deep breath, recalling the record of the last transfer, his eyes turning somewhat gloomy. Don't involve the family. He didn't want to deal with it anymore. As long as the Huang family isn't involved and the current critical situation in the family isn't affected, let her make a scene as she pleases. Upon hearing this, Huang Wanqing's eyes lit up instantly, and she stood up immediately. Don't worry, brother, I will definitely expose this bitch's true colors. I will let everyone know the truth. The Huang family has not had an easy time in recent years, and Huang Xing happens to be an outstanding person. He must shoulder the responsibility for the future of the Huang family. Huang Wanqing, on the other hand, didn't have as much pressure and enjoyed the love and pampering of her family. It's fair to say that she was always spoiled at home. Thinking of this, Huang Xing sighed softly. He doesn't want to worry about too much right now, he just wants to take care of what's on his mind first. More than half an hour later, the online trolls that Huang Wanqing had hired were fully mobilized. The online buzz is growing stronger. After seeing that Huang Xing did not reply, Gu Yan did not send any more messages. When I got off work and returned to Jiangnan Biayuan, I bought a stand on the roadside. There was a piano in the Jiangnan villa, but it had always been covered up. Hold your phone behind or to the side of your body. He used to record and release videos in the same way. There were no professional cameras, let alone professional audio recording equipment. Many fans even considered crowdfunding to get him a more professional set of equipment for filming and recording. Or simply pay him to record all the piano pieces he can play using professional equipment, especially the ones he composed himself. However, Gu Yan rejected all of these offers. At that time, he had just returned to the Lin family with Lin Xiaoran. There were too many things to do and he was too busy, which made him extremely stressed. Moreover, he was also worried that he would be discovered. At that time, he was unsure of the Lin family's attitude towards him, so he could only adhere to the principle of doing less to avoid making mistakes. Therefore, even Lin Xiaoran did not know that Qinyu was him. In addition to posting his work, he used to frequently interact and chat with fans in the comments section. Sometimes fans would post videos of themselves playing the piano on Weibo, or send him private messages. He will also provide very careful guidance and discussion. At that time, he gained a lot of popularity. However, the moment I pressed the record button and sat down at the piano, my back was soaked with cold sweat, my lips turned white, and my face was completely bloodless. He took a deep breath, took out a piece of chewing gum from his pocket, and put it in his mouth, trying to calm himself down. A person sat there, trying for a long time, but couldn't play a single syllable. In the end, he gave up. Turn off phone recording. I took a screenshot that showed part of his profile and posted it on my Weibo account. He still can't play the piano. That's the only way we can try to clarify the facts. The new work was released and instantly garnered thousands of comments and likes. Countless fans began leaving frantic comments below. It's Qinyu, no doubt. It's him, he's still alive. I remember that profile, it's him. He's fine, what's being said online is all false, who's spreading these rumors? Although his profile looks a little different than before, and he's become much thinner, I remember his hands, it's his. That's great, he's really okay, his outfit is a brand new one that just came out this year. I just bought the same one yesterday for over 300 yuan, so he's definitely fine. The internet is just spreading rumors. Gu Yan himself never expected that just one photo would convince so many fans that he was really still alive. After finally receiving reassurance, these fans' long-suppressed emotions finally erupted. Huang Wanqing spent hundreds of thousands or even millions of yuan hiring online trolls, but they were actually outmaneuvered by these fans. You're dead, your whole family is dead, may your whole family suffer a terrible death. Qinyu is alive and well, what are you all thinking, constantly cursing him to die, you all deserve to die. Qinyu hasn't shown up for so many years, and she looks so thin, it's all because of the rumors spread by you bunch, I curse you all, those bastards who say Qinyu is dead are not far from their own deaths. 94, Chapter 94, Gu Yan must die this time. Qinyu has a large number of active fans, more than many celebrities. This is all thanks to him spending entire nights replying to fans' comments in the comments section. These fans have a deep affection for Qinyu. In addition, he disappeared for so many years and only recently reappeared. As a result, people maliciously spread rumors about me. These fans were already holding back their anger. Now that it has been confirmed that he is still alive, he has unleashed unprecedented power, catching those online trolls completely off guard. Finally, they simply gave in and started deleting all the comments they had previously posted. However, they were still a step too slow. Fans have already identified the companies behind these online trolls. This is a small company that has caused quite a few problems in the past. This time, they've been completely exposed. Even the boss's Weibo account and phone number were exposed.
The number of comments on the Weibo post increased by hundreds of thousands in a short period of time.
Everyone was criticizing him.
Furthermore, after criticizing them, they also circled the relevant departments and asked them to deal with this online troll company. To put it bluntly, online trolls operate on the fringes of the law.
Spreading rumors is illegal.
Therefore, these online troll companies are usually based overseas.
The boss is also overseas.
Otherwise, if you get caught, not only will you lose your money, but you'll also end up in jail.
At that time, the owner of the online trolling company was overseas and didn't seem to care much about the online abuse.
Instead, he posted on his own Weibo account. He claimed that he made millions from this one deal by taking advantage of a sucker.
Seeing this, netizens became even more furious.
It's not just because Chinyu was the subject of rumors, but also because these online trolls made so much money just by spreading rumors. However, it was this statement from the online marketing boss that made the fans realize the crux of the problem.
Who is this person who can afford to spend so much money and has recently had some grudges with Chinyu? That's so hard to guess. Isn't the only possibility that it's the eldest daughter of the Huang family? As a result, these fans shifted their focus. The online trolls' insults are useless, but can't they insult Huang Wanqing? Huang Wanqing was initially very angry and wanted to teach this online marketing company a lesson.
But to everyone's surprise, some fans actually found the address of the villa where she lived. They ran straight to her building and threw stones, smashing all the windows. Furthermore, the cars in her garage were also damaged. Rotten eggs, canned herring, stinky tofu juice, all sorts of foul-smelling substances were dripped onto the car's window cracks and vents.
These fans were quickly subdued by the Huang family's bodyguards. Huang Wanqing was furious.
Smelling the stench and seeing the broken glass, I felt so wrong that I burst into tears.
Seeing her cry, the fans actually smiled. Serves you right, who told you to be so vicious, this is the retribution you deserve.
Huang Wanqing's face flushed red with anger, her body trembling slightly. Pointing at the fans, she shouted, "Send them all to the police station, I'll make sure they rot in jail, I'll hire the best lawyers and get them all severely punished."
But those fans didn't seem to care at all. Who are you trying to scare? I'm a law student at most, this is considered disorderly conduct, but we have no intention of breaking and entering at most, we'll be detained, it won't go down to jail. That's right, even if you have the money to send us to jail, there will be many more fans who will stand up and take you down, your retribution isn't over yet.
Looking at these people, Huang Wanqing felt that they had all gone mad. Ignoring these people, she went home, changed her clothes, and took several showers to wash away the stench she had picked up from the car. Sitting in her room, looking at the broken window, Huang Wanqing grew angrier and angrier, finding it increasingly difficult to swallow her anger. Her eyes were bloodshot as she stared intently at Guyan's profile picture on her phone, her hatred almost overflowing.
All of this is because of Guyan. If it weren't for Guyan, how could she have endured such injustice?
He gritted his teeth and kept biting until his mouth turned bloody and he tasted a bit of fishy flavor. He took out his phone and called Ningchen to find out where Lin Xiaoran was today. At this moment, Lin Xiaoran was at their usual club, with Ningchen with her, to celebrate Ningchen getting a new car. Ningchen smiled and raised a glass of wine. "Xiaoran, thank you for the carry, really like it." Lin Xiaoran picked up her wine glass and clinked it against hers, but didn't drink it. He sat there lazily, seemingly lost in thought, somewhat absent-minded. However, she has always been like this in public. Guyan still didn't return to the villa tonight. He even pushed her this morning and yelled at her. This made Lin Xiaoran feel somewhat unhappy. Feeling somewhat irritated, he got up, picked up a cigarette and lighter from next to his phone on the table in front of him, and walked out.
"I'm going out for a bit." Not long after, Huang Wanqing arrived as well. He greeted everyone present.
Huang Xing frowned slightly when he saw his sister there, but said nothing. Although he confined his younger sister to the house, forbidding her from leaving for a month. However, he also knew that his sister and Ningchen had a very good relationship.
And since he was here today, he didn't go up and say anything.
Huang Wanqing sat down next to Ningchen and her eyes lit up when she saw Lin Xiaoran's phone lying there.
When no one was looking, I picked up my phone. She and Lin Xiaoran used the same brand and model of phone, so no one noticed that she was using Lin Xiaoran's phone. She also knew Lin Xiaoran's phone password. Ning Chen had accidentally let it slip to her once. She hurriedly sent a message to Gu Yan on her phone. Tonight at 9 o'clock, go to the Ling Group building to sign the divorce agreement. After sending the message, he quickly deleted it and secretly put the phone back. Her message came at a very opportune time. During this period, Gu Yan kept urging Lin Xiaoran to sign the divorce agreement. Although he was somewhat surprised when he received the message. After all, Lin Xiaoran had been dragging her feet on this matter for a while. She even said many times that she would never agree to divorce him. He was a little unaccustomed to the sudden ease with which he had acted today. But he didn't really suspect anything. After all, the address given to him in the message was downstairs from the Lin Group building. He glanced at the time, got up, went out, and drove his newly bought car to the Lin Group. Let's just assume he's working overtime tonight. I had just stepped out the door when my phone rang again. Wen Chang? Gu Yan, are you free tonight? My new movie is about to start filming, and I'd like to ask you for your opinion. Gu Yan didn't think too much about it. I need to go downstairs at the Lin Group building. Why don't you come find me here, senior? I'll just sign some documents and leave. Okay, see you in a bit. At this moment, Huang Wanqing picked up her phone again and sent a message. Her eyes were filled with malice. She's going to make Gu Yan pay the price. Anyway, Lin Xiaoran no longer loves Gu Yan, and she is the daughter of the Huang family and Ning Chen's good friend. Even if something is eventually found out, she won't be punished. But Gu Yan must die this time. 95, Chapter 95. Xiaoran is drunk. I'll pass on your message. Huang Wanqing's eyes were filled with excitement. In the entire circle of powerful and influential people in Kyoto, no one liked Gu Yan. If he were to die, people in the industry would probably be overjoyed. Meanwhile, Gu Yan drove up to the Lin Group building. As soon as I stopped the car, I saw Wenqing's figure. Wen Chang arrived a little faster than him. After getting off the car, I came to Wenqing's side. Wen Chang, when did you arrive? Before Wen Chang could even respond after exchanging greetings, several burly men wielding batons rushed out from the shadows not far away. At first, Gu Yan just found it strange that someone would be carrying a baton when they went out, and didn't think that these people's appearance had anything to do with him. However, when these people rushed to his side, raised their batons and swung them at him without saying a word, Gu Yan's heart tightened. He hurriedly raised his hand to try and block it. However, the men hit him too hard and knocked him to the ground. These people are ruthless, and some even have murder on their hands. Wen Chang's eyes widened instantly, and he froze on the spot. This sudden scene was truly terrifying. Gu Yan and Wen Chang didn't even have time to react. By the time Wen Chang realized what was happening, Gu Yan was already lying on the ground. He rushed forward and threw himself on Gu Yan. Shou Yan. Gu Yan felt dizzy. Several of the blows from the baton had hit him on the head. I'm feeling dizzy right now, and it's already quite an achievement that I can hold on and not faint. These thugs didn't actually know what Gu Yan looked like. I only know the address. I need to stay here and keep watch. They were also told the brand and model of the car Gu Yan drove. The exact license plate number is not clear. Both of them are here now, and one of them is putting up a rather fierce resistance. A fierce glint flashed in their eyes. How about we take them all? One of them asked in a low voice. We only gave money to one person. The leader made his point clear in just one sentence. Upon hearing these words, Wen Chang seemed to realize something and hurriedly shouted, What are you trying to do? I am Gu Yan. Gu Yan was in complete darkness. He tried to open his mouth to say something, but he couldn't make a sound. The excruciating pain in his head, the waves of dizziness as if he were floating on the sea, and the constant flow of blood from his forehead caused him to curl up involuntarily, his consciousness teetering on the edge of dissipation. The thug's eyes lit up when they heard Wen Chang's words. All right, that's the one we've been looking for, take him away. The group ignored Gu Yan, who was in a semi-conscious state. They lifted Wencheng up, covered his head with a hood, and dragged him into the car. Guyan watched helplessly as Wencheng was taken away by those thugs. A feeling of helplessness and despair welled up inside me. This feeling was all too familiar to him. He had experienced a similar kidnapping before. Feeling utterly weak, I forced myself to suppress my fear and used all my strength to pick up my phone from the ground beside me. With trembling hands, he tried to crack the code. After struggling for a long time, I finally managed to open my phone and find the call page. It took several tries to finally press the call button, and he called Lin Xiaoran. However, the person who answered the phone was not Lin Xiaoran, but Ning Chen. Guyan, why are you calling all of a sudden? Ning Chen's tone was very gentle and calm, as if he were Lin Xiaoran's husband. Xiaoran has had a bit too much to drink. If you have anything to say, you can tell me first, and I'll pass it on to her. Upon hearing this, Guyan's fingertips trembled as she hung up the phone. Then, he lay down on the ground, and his body began to twitch involuntarily a few times. At this moment, Lin Xiaoran walked in from outside the private room, her face looking rather pale. She unexpectedly ran into a former college classmate. One of them was her former teacher. Yanyu Jiangnan is a membership-based establishment. Not many people come here to spend money. Meeting former university classmates and teachers was a first for me. The teacher then asked her, Xiaoran, what happened to the boy who was always by your side back then? You two should be married by now, right? The school's anniversary celebration is coming up soon, and the school is planning to invite you back to participate. Why don't you bring him back for us to see? You did quite a few outrageous things back then. A few words were enough to stir up a myriad of thoughts in Lin Xiaoran. She did do a lot of ridiculous things during her college years. Rather than calling it absurd, it's more accurate to say that she was completely unaware of the consequences at that time, doing everything based solely on her own whims. Of course, she's pretty much the same now. Now, however, she is a well-known business genius and the daughter of the Lin family. They already have the right to be so willful. When she went to university, she became a prominent figure as soon as she enrolled. Initially, it was because of her outstanding looks and figure. On the first day of freshman registration, I received many confessions of love. Although no one knew about her family's financial situation, she never told anyone. But the school beauty, top of her class, and arrogant. She was surrounded by a galaxy of accolades. Wherever she went, she became the center of attention. She gets photographed everywhere she goes, and the school's confession wall even has an article with her photo pinned to the top. If anyone wants to post a confession about her, they should comment there. In just 1 year of freshman year, there were tens of thousands of comments. During her freshman year, Lin Xiaoran was very busy every day. Besides studying, I worked to earn money. So much so that many wealthy male students who wanted to date her offered many enviable conditions. He sponsored her to study at a prestigious university abroad free of charge. In addition to providing her with all her tuition and living expenses for 4 years of university, they were also willing to give her an extra hundreds of thousands of yuan in bonuses each year. Some people are even willing to invest 7 figures in her startup. But Lin Xiaoran refused them all and completed her professional course exams as quickly as possible. Then used the remaining time to work part-time jobs, leveraging the prestige of the prestigious university to find highly specialized and lucrative opportunities. On average, one can earn between 10,000 and 20,000 yuan a month. Everyone thought her family was very poor. It's rare to see her wearing designer brands. Most of them are clothes with no particular brand. Fortunately, she is beautiful, so any clothes she wears will suit her. It's already quite impressive for a college student to earn 10,000 to 20,000 yuan a month. Moreover, Lin Xiaoran is also very smart. In my sophomore year, I used my savings to start a business. In just 1 year of college, he earned hundreds of thousands of yuan through his first business venture. At that time, many people thought that she would not be so focused on making money for the time being. Many people think that Lin Xiaoran should consider dating, and that they should have a chance. But Lin Xiaoran told others, I have to earn money. There's someone in the family who's learning piano, and the expenses are too high. I can't bear to see him suffer with Mei has to have what others have. 96, Chapter 96, Is he kind? Lin Xiaoran's every move is watched by the entire school. These remarks quickly became known to all teachers and students in the school. Everyone assumed she had a boyfriend. And this boyfriend depends on her for a living. But she never admitted that the man was her boyfriend. Later, a mentor wanted to introduce her to her son, a young talent who had already made a name for himself in the business world. But Lin Xiaoran decisively rejected him. This caused some unpleasantness at the school at the time. Later, the girl she mentioned who studied piano came to Peking University. The two are just not on the same campus. But he could summon Lin Xiaoran away with just one phone call. Whether it's attending a professional class, a meeting, or some important event. Lin Xiaoran's teacher and some of her business partners were so angry they were jumping up and down. There are many more absurd things like this. Kyoto University's anniversary is coming soon. Lin Xiaoran started her business in her sophomore year of college and became a rising star in the business world before she even graduated. Even now, stories about her continue to circulate within Kyoto University. In addition, she occasionally contacts her former teachers because of work, so if she goes back this time, she will definitely be teased. Thinking about this, Lin Xiaoran felt a little annoyed. As I picked up my phone to leave, I heard Ning Chen's voice behind me. Xiaoran, are you leaving? Perfect timing, I have an appointment with a therapist, let's go together. Good. Upon hearing Ning Chen's words, the others in the private room gathered around to comfort him. Brother Chen, it's okay, try to think positively, everything will be alright. Yes, you must take care of yourself. Brother Chen, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Sister Meng is a lucky person, she will definitely get better. Ning Chen smiled and gently patted Lin Xiaoran's arm. Let's go. The two got into the car, and Lin Xiaoran picked up her phone to take a look. She didn't know when it started, but Gu Yan stopped sending her messages. When the two had just gotten married, Gu Yan sent messages very frequently. Whenever something happens, whether it's good or bad, I want to share it with her. They eat delicious food and complain about what they find unpalatable. But most of the questions were about where she was, when she was going home, and whether she wanted to go home. She didn't reply to a single one. But just last night, Gu Yan posted on her WeChat moments, and it was still the wedding photos the two of them had taken. She liked the post. But he didn't. Ning Chen sat in the passenger seat, watching Lin Xiaoran throw her phone aside in frustration, a dark glint in his eyes. Are you in a bad mood? No, I'll take you there first. Ning Chen didn't say anything more, but hit his right hand, clenched it tightly until his fingers turned white and trembled slightly. The car arrived at the psychologist's clinic quickly. In the first few years after he went abroad, he would also take time to come over. Lin Xiaoran would always be with him. Each time, Ning Chen chose the right time. It's either Gu Yan's birthday, their wedding anniversary, or a festival like Qixi Festival when they come to see a psychologist. Because Lin Xiaoran will definitely accompany him to see a psychologist. Ning Chen's complexion improved slightly. If he were Gu Yan, he probably would have had an emotional breakdown long ago, right? But Gu Yan seems to have changed a bit lately. Ning Chen felt uneasy, but he didn't show it in front of Lin Xiaoran, maintaining his outward gentleness. Ning Chen opened the car door and got out. I'll go in first. Lin Xiaoran seemed somewhat absent-minded. There were already some clues when I was driving. Ning Chen walked into the clinic. This psychologist's clinic is very private and only sees special clients. In other words, they only cater to wealthy people. Therefore, as long as you make an appointment in advance, you can come for a medical visit at any time. Even though it's already night, there are still people waiting for Ning Chen here. Inside the clinic, a woman with an ordinary appearance stood up and ran over with a look of surprise on her face. She opened her arms and hugged Ning Chen. Brother Chen, I thought you weren't coming tonight. This is Ning Chen's psychologist. It was he who diagnosed her with severe depression. Ning Chen gently pushed her away, sat down beside her, and smiled warmly. How could that be? Didn't I make plans with you? Besides, today is your birthday as a friend, I had to come see you no matter how busy I am. I can't let that slip by, right? Fang Ying was deeply moved when she heard this. I rushed to the refrigerator, took the cake out, and put it on the table. I've been waiting for you, but I heard you've been very busy lately, so I thought you wouldn't come. Brother Chen, wait a moment, let me cut the cake. Since Ning Meng's accident, Ning Chen has been diagnosed with severe depression. But no one knew that this psychologist was good friends with Ning Chen. Or rather, he was Ning Chen's most devout admirer. It is said that Ning Chen sponsored the blood transfusion that the other party was able to complete successfully back then. Ning Chen is very good at making use of all available resources around her. He doesn't have to step forward or take the lead in anything. He only needs to express his thoughts, and someone will naturally help him do things and achieve his desired goal. Therefore, the authenticity of this severe depression is self-evident. However, this diagnosis report is a rope that Ning Chen can use to blackmail the Lin family. With just a rope, the Lin family was able to transform all their guilt, especially towards Ning Meng, into love and pampering for Ning Chen. Ning Chen maintained her smile, but suddenly let out a long sigh. Her expression seemingly it feels much more natural now. I didn't expect that after all this effort, Gu Yan would still be so persistent. I thought he would have given up and developed depression long ago. Fang Ying showed no surprise at Ning Chen's words. Instead, he calmly cut the cake, saying, "It's okay, brother Chen. Lin Xiaoran still cares about you. We'll take it slow." Xiaoying, thank goodness I have you, otherwise, I wouldn't dare say these things to anyone else, for fear that they would think I have a malicious heart and am not a good person. Nonsense, the vicious one is that bitch Gu Yan. She's the one who doesn't deserve to be with Lin Xiaoran. Back when Lin Xiaoran was going through her toughest time, it was you, brother Chen, who helped her, otherwise, how could she have achieved what she has today? At this point, Fang Ying's originally angry expression turned into one of gratitude. Brother Chen, you've always been a very kind person. If it weren't for your financial support, I wouldn't have been able to complete my studies. I don't know how to thank you enough. A smile flickered across Ning Chen's eyes. However, there was a hint of mockery in that smile. Is he kind? He himself couldn't say for sure. However, he was certain that the person who funded Fang Ying was not himself, but someone else entirely. 97, Chapter 97, Should we notify his family? At that time, someone did indeed transfer a sum of money to Fang Ying, and it wasn't a small amount, it was several 100,000 yuan. I don't know who it was, but they disappeared without a trace after sending the money. Absolutely a sucker. Now, all the credit goes to Ning Chen. After completing her studies, Fang Ying opened this psychological clinic, and all her clients were wealthy people. To put it bluntly, there are no poor people who can afford to go to a mental health clinic. Because the poor can't afford medical treatment, let alone mental illness. After that, Fang Ying and Ning Chen became good friends. The two ate cake together and chatted for a while before Ning Chen prepared to leave. Before leaving, Fang Ying didn't forget to give him a couple of words of advice. Brother Chen, don't worry, my reputation has grown a lot recently, and many people from powerful families are making appointments with me. I'll see if I can find someone who can help you. You will definitely be with Lin Xiaoran, and I will always support you. Upon hearing this, Ning Chen put on a touched expression. He gave Fang Ying a gentle hug, his eyes filled with tenderness. Xiaoying, thank you, you are my best friend. Downstairs at the Lin Group building, when Zhao Yuyan stopped her car by the roadside, got out of her car, and stood there, seemingly hesitating about something. Suddenly, I saw someone huddled in the shadows of a corner, seemingly unconscious. She took out her phone and turned on the flashlight to look at herself. In an instant, her expression changed drastically. Gu Yan? She ran over quickly, and just as she crouched down to check on Gu Yan's condition, a car suddenly stopped behind her. Lin Xiaoye got out of the car. Approaching Gu Yan, she looked at him and raised an eyebrow slightly. A faint hint of gloom suddenly flashed across her normally gentle face. The corners of her mouth curved slightly, but the smile quickly disappeared. He hurriedly squatted down to check on Gu Yan's condition.
Shoyan?
Gu Yan was covered in sweat, and the bloodstains on his face had dried. His health was already poor, suffering from malnutrition for many years. During this period, we suffered several more setbacks. This time, he bled even more, having been struck hard on the head. At this point, there wasn't a trace of color left on his face. His vision was a little blurry, but he could vaguely see Zhao Yuyan's figure. He tried to open his mouth, and it took almost all the strength in his body to make a sound.
Wenwen Chang has been kidnapped. Help me call the police.
Police. He never expected Zhao Yuyan to get involved in such a thing. After all, this matter has nothing to do with Zhao Yuyan, and she doesn't need to get involved in this mess. All I need is to help him call the police.
No matter what, when Chang is a public figure, as long as he reports it to the police, this kidnapping incident will definitely be taken seriously.
This was one of the few ways he could quickly find Wencheng's whereabouts.
Gu Yan's whole body seemed to be soaked in sweat.
After struggling to finish saying those words, the dizziness returned to my head. Even lying on the ground, he felt as dizzy as if he were adrift at sea. I felt nauseous, and even more so, I felt a sense of powerlessness, as if I couldn't control my body. Seeing this, Lin Xiaoye hurriedly found someone to lift him into the car. Zhao Yuyan was stunned when she heard the name Wen Chang. But she quickly realized what was happening. This name belongs to the illegitimate son of the Wen family who has been generating a lot of buzz online recently.
For a moment, Zhao Yuyan stood there, somewhat at a loss. She didn't know what to do. Or is it that we can do nothing at all? She didn't really want to get involved in this mess.
But looking at Gu Yan's current state, it seems that Wen Chang, who was captured, will suffer an even more tragic fate. Zhao Yuyan believed that she still had some conscience. It's impossible to just stand by and watch someone fall into a terrible vortex of danger and do nothing.
Taking a deep breath, she went to Gu Yan's side and asked softly, "Who kidnapped him?" Gu Yan's vision blurred, and he was so dizzy that he couldn't open his mouth or speak. While feeling anxious, I also felt an endless sense of powerlessness. Pain and despair. Lin Xiaoye had no choice but to give a brief explanation to her bodyguard. Take people to the hospital first, then have someone check the surveillance footage to see what happened and bring Wencheng back. The bodyguard in the lead hurriedly went out to make a phone call. Zhao Yuyan, however, felt a bit awkward here. To put it bluntly, before she even met Gu Yan, she had a pretty good relationship with the Lin family. The Zhao family can be considered a partner of the Lin family. At that time, she was considered a member of Lin Xiaoye's faction. In a sense, she was following in Lin Xiaoye's footsteps to work on projects. Lin Xiaoran wanted to compete with her for the same project. In a sense, it can also be considered a struggle between factions. She was just a pawn who lost the game. But later, Lin Xiaoran found her. However, Lin Xiaoye never gave her or the Zhao family any new resources or projects again. Lin Xiaoran promised her more projects and resources, and also helped her resolve the Wang family's troubles. She naturally chose to stand on Lin Xiaoran's side. The Zhao family has become an ally for Lin Xiaoran. This doesn't count as betrayal. After all, she and the Zhao family were only cooperating with Lin Xiaoye back then. However, Lin Xiaoran has a much broader perspective than Lin Xiaoye. At most, her relationship with the Zhao family was simply a change of allegiance. But now, she has no choice but to stay here. It wasn't because of Gu Yan's request to him just now. It's not that she's leaving now, but that she'd be leaving the seriously injured Gu Yan alone in Lin Xiaoye's care. Zhao Yuyan knew very well that Lin Xiaoran's feelings for Gu Yan were not as the rumors suggested. Staying here is awkward, but it has more advantages than disadvantages. The car quickly arrived at the hospital, and several bodyguards carried Gu Yan inside. This hospital is also owned by the Lin family. Get a doctor to take a look. He has a wound on his head, he must have been hit hard, Lin Xiaoye instructed a nurse. The nurse hurriedly ran to find the doctor. Gu Yan was still gripping his phone tightly. This His action was no longer under his control, it was unconscious. His fingertips were white, and his whole body was still trembling. The pain during the wound cleaning and stitching helped him regain some consciousness and reduce his dizziness.
Sister Xiaoye.
Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoye quickly lowered her head and whispered, "How are you? Are you feeling better?"
Sister Xiaoye, those people were originally targeting me when Chang shouted that he was Gu Yan, and that's why he was arrested. I am worried something will happen to him. Please, can you help me find him? Gu Yan felt very uneasy. Lin Xiaoye nodded in agreement, turned around and gave instructions to her bodyguard, and then asked the nurse to take Gu Yan to continue his examination and treatment. Zhao Yuyan, who was standing to the side, thought for a moment and suddenly asked, "Should we inform his family?"
98, Chapter 98, Let's torture him and then kill him. Upon hearing this, Gu Yan's eyes suddenly narrowed.
Should we notify his family? Gu Yan is well aware of what Wen Chang has been going through over the years.
Being disliked at home and used as a dumping ground for the family's bad emotions.
His father would beat and scold him when he was unhappy.
Even if the things that upset him had absolutely nothing to do with Wen Chang. Even if they were upset outside, they would suppress their anger and vent it on Wencheng when they got home. His stepmother always disliked him.
They wanted to bully him anytime, anywhere.
When he was in school, he didn't have a penny for living expenses apart from the free lunch at the school cafeteria. He didn't even have money for breakfast and dinner. Even going to school requires walking, or it depends on whether his younger brother is in a good mood and willing to give him a ride. After entering university, he turned his already pitifully small room into a storage room.
Every time I go back, I can only find a corner to sleep on the floor.
In the 3-story villa, he owned very few things.
He didn't even have his own toothbrush and towel.
His younger brother was even worse. Insults were commonplace, and physical assaults occurred frequently.
Gu Yan didn't even know if this could be considered a family. Do these people even deserve to be called family?
However, even though Wen Chang has severed ties with his family, this is something that
Gu Yan still didn't know whether or not to tell them. Ultimately, they are people related by blood. What if they can change their ways?
Gu Yan took out his phone and handed it to Zhao Yuyan. It contained Wen Heng's contact information.
Could you please make a phone call for me? His current condition is not suitable for making this call. Zhao Yuyan took the phone, nodded, and then left the ward.
A short while later, Lin Xiaoye returned from outside.
Gu Yan hurriedly asked, "Have you found them?"
Lin Xiaoye made a phone call, then shook her head at him. "Not yet, but the surveillance footage shows them heading towards the suburbs. We should be able to find their exact location within an hour at most. Don't worry, we'll definitely find them." Gu Yan pursed her lips and struggled to get out of bed and sit up.
"Sister Xiaoye, could you take me there?"
The blood on his face had not yet been cleaned off, making him look somewhat frightening. Lin Xiaoye looked at him, pondered for a while, and nodded after a strange emotion flashed across her eyes.
"All right."
They had someone help Gu Yan up, and asked gently, "How are you feeling? Does your head still hurt? Are you dizzy? Don't push yourself if you can't." Gu Yan waved his hand gently, his steps somewhat slow.
"It's all right, Sister Xiaoye, I'm much better now."
After getting into the car downstairs, Zhao Yuyan happened to finish her phone call and came over. After handing the phone to Gu Yan, he got into the car. "I don't have anything to do here, so I'll stay with you. Maybe I can be of some help."
Gu Yan nodded, and Lin Xiaoye didn't say anything. "By the way, President Lin has been calling you. Do you want to answer him?"
Zhao Yuyan suddenly asked, her tone somewhat tentative. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Yan's phone screen lit up. My phone kept vibrating. The caller ID showed it was Lin Xiaoran calling.
But Gu Yan didn't answer. He hung up the phone immediately. He didn't want to answer. But after hanging up, Lin Xiaoran called back.
I hung up again and again, and the phone rang repeatedly. Both of them seemed quite persistent.
Finally, Gu Yan couldn't hold back any longer.
After hanging up the phone again, he immediately turned off his mobile phone. Then he leaned back gently, closed his eyes, and tried to regain his strength. Upon seeing this, Lin Xiaoye raised an eyebrow slightly, then quickly returned to normal, saying nothing. Zhao Yuyan, on the other hand, frowned slightly but said nothing. The atmosphere inside the car gradually became heavy, and no one uttered a single word. A short while later, Lin Xiaoye's phone rang. But she only glanced at it before hanging up. At this moment, Lin Xiaoran was at the Jiangnan villa. It was already past 10 p.m. It's so late, and Gu Yan still hasn't gone home. At first, the call was still in progress. Then the calls kept getting disconnected, and he wouldn't answer a single one. In the end, I simply shut it down. It's neither in a villa in Jiangnan nor in my own home. Where else could he go? After seeing that her call to Lin Xiaoye had also been hung up, Lin Xiaoran's face turned completely gloomy. He had someone check Lin Xiaoye's current location, then gathered several of his bodyguards, and they sped off in their car to get there. Less than half an hour later, the car Gu Yan was in stopped in front of an abandoned factory in the suburbs. This used to be a small processing plant. Later, due to certain policies, they had to relocate to another place. Because of some pollution, this place cannot be used for other purposes for the time being and can only be abandoned temporarily. Lin Xiaoye's men have already captured those thugs. The thugs turned pale the moment they saw the luxury car parked on the side of the road. Luxury cars worth tens of millions. This means they have offended someone they cannot afford to offend, and should not offend. Hastily trying to distance himself and plead for mercy, he said, "It has nothing to do with us, someone gave us 3 million to capture Gu Yan, they wanted us to torture him and kill him." Gu Yan was still somewhat weak and his steps were unsteady. Zhao Yuyan, who was standing nearby, reached out and helped him up. "Where is the person you captured?" The leader of the thugs fell silent, and the rest of his men started shoving each other. Gu Yan gritted her teeth, didn't look at them, and staggered into the factory. Lin Xiaoye and Zhao Yuyan followed. The factory was pitch black, and there were not many things on the ground. The pit was shallow and filled with foul-smelling sewage. The surrounding area also reeked of iron and a stench that made people want to vomit. Wencheng lay there quietly. His entire body was covered in blood, and there were signs of swelling everywhere, clearly indicating that he had suffered extremely severe beatings and torture. His right calf was now folded in a bizarre shape. Gu Yan collapsed to the ground. He couldn't even imagine what kind of torment Wencheng had suffered in the previous hour or so. He lay there motionless, his fate unknown. Gu Yan tried to get up to see if he was still breathing. But his body had absolutely no strength left. He couldn't get up. I didn't dare get up to look. He was afraid that the answer he would receive would be the one he least wanted. The surroundings were pitch black, filthy, and terrifying. It was like a terrifying sacrificial site, where human lives were sacrificed. Wencheng is like the sacrificial offering used in the ritual. "Shesh, still breathing!" Zhao Yuyan suddenly exclaimed. Gu Yan seemed to suddenly have a surge of strength, and she scrambled over to Wencheng's side, gently placing her finger on the tip of his nose. The faint breathing was gradually weakening. But there was still a sliver of breath left. Gu Yan's voice had become hoarse. At some point he tried hard to shout, but his voice was weak, revealing only his anxiety and panic. Quick, save people, save people." 99, Chapter 99, We didn't intend to kill him. He's still alive. Several bodyguards behind Lin Xiaoye rushed forward and carefully lifted Wencheng into the car and sent him to the hospital. Lin Xiaoye gently helped Gu Yan up. "Shayan, don't worry, everything will be fine." Anyone could see that Lin Xiaoye was just trying to comfort him. Wencheng's injuries were too severe. "My whole body was so swollen that I was almost unrecognizable." His entire body was covered in blood, his calves were bent at an eerie angle, and each wound was extremely frightening on its own. "It's a miracle that he's still breathing and hasn't died yet." Gu Yan slowly walked towards the few thugs who had been restrained. When a person is extremely sad or angry, their emotions are not readily apparent. Like an emotionless robot, unable to speak or show any expression. He walked step by step toward the thugs. The calmer Gu Yan appeared, the more frightened the thugs became, and they hurriedly kowtowed and begged for mercy.
We were very gentle, we don't know how he died, we didn't want him to, it's really not our fault. Gu Yan understood. It wasn't that they didn't intend to kill him, but when Cheng's apparent exhalation rather than inhalation just now led them to believe he was already dead. If they hadn't arrived quickly enough. If it had been any later, when Cheng might have truly lost all its vitality. Gu Yan found it laughable, he didn't even know why he could still laugh now. But he just laughed. He laughed so hard he was shaking. Immediately afterwards, the corners of her eyes became a little moist. A smiling face was streaked with tears. It looked somewhat incongruous, and even a little frightening. At this moment, the thugs' weapons were still lying nearby. Several steel pipes, electric batons, and even a few knives. Gu Yan slowly turned around, picked up a steel pipe, and walked up to the leader of the thugs. At this moment, the expression on his face had vanished, replaced by a chilling calm. You mean you went easy on me, but you almost beat someone to death, now, I want to go easy on you too, and I want to know if you'll die. Upon hearing Gu Yan's words, the leader of the thugs immediately realized what was going on. He's not dead, please, let us go, he's not dead, we didn't kill him. The thugs behind him echoed his sentiments. At this critical moment, they reacted faster than anyone else. But Gu Yan didn't care about their reactions. He only wanted revenge. He raised the steel pipe, gestured towards the leader's head, then lifted it high and slammed it down with all his might. If that hits, the person will likely be crippled or killed. But Gu Yan's wrist was suddenly grabbed. He turned his head to look over. Lin Xiaoran arrived without him noticing, and her bodyguards stopped him. The moment Gu Yan saw Lin Xiaoran, his eyes turned cold. Lin Xiaoran looked around and saw Wen Cheng being put into a karshi, then turned to Gu Yan and asked in a cold voice, "What's going on?" Gu Yan ignored her, simply pulling his hand out of the bodyguard's grasp and preparing to smash the steel pipe down again. Seeing this, Lin Xiaoran glared at her bodyguards. Several bodyguards rushed forward and stopped Gu Yan again, this time snatching the steel pipe from his hands. Lin Xiaoran slowly walked up to Gu Yan, reached out and gently touched Gu Yan's cheek, and whispered, "What exactly happened?" Her tone was calm, but out of the corner of her eye, she glanced at the men kneeling on the ground, a hint of ruthlessness in her eyes. Gu Yan pushed Lin Xiaoran's hand away, and the emotion in his eyes made Lin Xiaoran feel a little uncomfortable. She couldn't quite articulate what kind of emotions she had perceived. Disgust? Hatred? Or perhaps utterly disappointed? It's possible that all of these emotions are present. Gu Yan didn't say anything more. He knew he was no match for Lin Xiaoran's bodyguards. There's no chance of making a move in front of these people. Seeing that Gu Yan was silent, Lin Xiaoran pursed her lips, reached out and grabbed Gu Yan's wrist, forcefully pulling him into the car. Gu Yan, who was already very weak, had no ability to resist at all. He let her pull him into the car and lock him inside. Lin Xiaoran returned to the scene, looked at Zhao Yuyan, and asked with a frown, "What exactly happened?" Zhao Yuyan opened her mouth, but suddenly didn't know where to begin. She didn't actually understand the matter very well. He simply pointed directly at the thugs kneeling on the ground and said, "These guys kidnapped someone and are now seriously injured. It's hard to say whether they can save their lives." Lin Xiaoran turned her head to look at the thugs, with several bodyguards standing behind them. "You guys, explain it clearly." One of the bodyguards behind him casually poked the heads of the men with the steel pipe he had just snatched from Gu Yan. The kneeling men couldn't help but tremble. They knew Lin Xiaoran. They'd made quite a splash in Kyoto these past few years. She is a renowned business genius, one of the future heirs of the Lin family, and a famously beautiful female CEO. Many people have seen her in financial news. I just accepted this one commission. It's only a few million, how could it be related to someone with a net worth of tens or hundreds of billions, and possibly hundreds of billions in the future? Naturally, none of them dared to reveal the truth. He just kept kowtowing, saying, "It's just someone hired someone to teach Gu Yan a lesson, that's all, we don't know anything else." Hire someone to teach Gu Yan a lesson? Lin Xiaoran's face instantly darkened.
Zhao Yuyan, who was standing to the side, suddenly spoke up. That's not right, you just said that someone paid you to kill Gu Yanbu yet? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoran's eyes instantly turned icy cold. Looking at these people, he sneered, someone ordered you to kill Gu Yan? The leader of the thugs knew that it was pointless for them to argue now, so he could only sheepishly whisper. Yes, that man said his name was Gu Yan, so we took him away. Who knew he was so stubborn? No matter how much we made him beg for mercy, he wouldn't listen, so we hit him a little too hard, but we didn't mean to kill him. He's still alive, he's still breathing. Even a fool could see that Wen Cheng's injuries were not due to being hit too hard. That was truly torture to the point of death, aimed at killing people. These people had no intention of letting him live at all. Moreover, these people are all professional thugs who take money to kill but do nothing. How could that be? Lin Xiaoran lit a cigarette and waved. Several bodyguards behind them stepped forward and surrounded the group. You guys go all out to remember, we don't intend to kill them, we just want to torture them. 100, Chapter 100 to him, my existence is a mistake. After giving the instructions, Lin Xiaoran turned to look at Lin Xiaoye. Big sister, you're quite quick. Lin Xiaoye has always given people the impression of being very gentle and kind. She smiled and said, Xiaoyan called me. Don't think you should be questioning me. Instead, you should be asking him why he didn't call you. A ruthless glint flashed in Lin Xiaoran's eyes. His barely contained anger was directed at Lin Xiaoye. Lin Xiaoran's face was as gloomy as ice, as if it could freeze someone into an ice sculpture, and she looked coldly at Lin Xiaoye. You'd better not go too far. Am I being unreasonable? If you push me too far, you can try to see the consequences. Xiaoran, I feel like you haven't made Xiaoyan feel safe enough, Lin Xiaoye said as she slowly walked up to Lin Xiaoran. Hasn't Xiaoyan said he wants a divorce from you many times? He has no feelings for you anymore. He doesn't love you anymore. Why do you have to make yourself so miserable? You are a chosen one, aren't you? The next second, Lin Xiaoran slapped her across the face. Lin Xiaoye's cheeks instantly swelled up, and a trace of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. Gu Yan, sitting in the car, widened his eyes upon seeing this scene. He yanked hard on the car door, and when he couldn't open it, he pounded on the car window. He Qing was worried that he would smash the car window and hurt her, so she had no choice but to open the car door. Gu Yan hurriedly got out of the car. Although his legs were still a little weak, he still jogged over to Lin Xiaoran. He used his body to shield Lin Xiaoye and pushed Lin Xiaoran. Lin Xiaoran did not dodge. Gu Yan's push wasn't very strong. But the push still made her stumble. However, for her, it was more than just a momentary stumble. It felt more like being shot. First came confusion and bewilderment, followed by intense pain. At this moment, Gu Yan turned to look at Lin Xiaoye, his expression full of worry. Sister Xiaoye, are you all right? Lin Xiaoye shook her head and gently patted his shoulder. I'm fine. Gu Yan looked at the obvious redness and swelling on her face and took a deep breath. He turned to look at Lin Xiaoran, a hint of hatred flashing in his eyes. This sudden surge of hatred left Lin Xiaoran somewhat at a loss. This feeling of hatred was even more painful for her than the excruciating heart pain she had just experienced from being pushed. Her hands clenched involuntarily, and her breathing became slightly rapid. She never imagined that one day Gu Yan would look at her with such eyes. Lin Xiaoran, are you crazy? What are you trying to do? Lin Xiaoran suddenly smiled. She took 2 steps forward, about to say something, but Gu Yan's next words stopped her in her tracks. Why did I ever marry you? I should have married Sister Xiaoye. I was going to be a live-in son-in-law anyway. If I had married into the family and followed Sister Xiaoye, things wouldn't have turned out like this. After he shouted this, the scene suddenly fell silent. Lin Xiaoran felt as if something had crushed her ear. Heavy and sharp. It hurt her terribly, a pain that went straight to her heart. An uncontrollable rage surged around her. But Lin Xiaoran quickly calmed down. He stepped forward and snatched Gu Yan, who had fallen into a coma due to emotional distress and physical weakness, from Lin Xiaoye's hands. Lin Xiaoye took out a tissue and gently wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. She raised an eyebrow and said, "It seems he really doesn't love you anymore." Lin Xiaoran didn't say anything, but struggled to carry Gu Yan's body to the car. This time, she didn't ask anyone for help, she carried Gu Yan on her own with great difficulty. After putting Gu Yan into the car, he turned to Yi Ching and gave her some instructions. Clean up the scene, take Zhao Yuyan with you, and take over the hospital. Okay, Mr. Lin. Yi Ching didn't dare to speak loudly at all. The atmosphere at the scene was so terrifying that she had to be careful, lest she be caught in the crossfire. Lin Xiaoran drove herself to the hospital. While the nurse went to call the doctor, she examined Gu Yan's head. After confirming that the injured area had been bandaged and there was no sign of further bleeding, I breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, the doctor arrived and examined the patient carefully. Mr. Lin, please rest assured Mr. Gu is fine, his previous external injuries have already been treated. He was probably too weak right now, and the emotional fluctuations were too intense, which is why he fell into a coma. As long as he can rest and avoid too many emotional fluctuations, he will be fine. Otherwise, vomiting blood is a minor issue. It can easily damage the body's foundation and make recovery difficult. Lin Xiaoran nodded and waved the doctor away. Sitting beside the hospital bed, his clothes were wrinkled and stained. He looked quite disheveled. She took out a cigarette and was about to light it. But before he could even take out his lighter, he remembered something and threw the cigarette to the ground. He glanced down at the stains on his clothes. She suddenly realized that she always looked rather disheveled whenever she came to the hospital with Gu Yan. In the past, she would not have liked being in such a sorry state. But right now, she doesn't have the mind to think about that much. Her mind was in a mess, with only Gu Yan's words, which he had just shouted at her, playing on repeat in her head like a broken record. With each cycle, her heart ached as if it had been shot. Not long after, Yi Ching also arrived. Mr. Lin, the situation at the scene has been resolved. Lin Xiaoran nodded without saying anything. He turned his head to look at Zhao Yuyan beside him. Zhao Yuyan noticed Lin Xiaoran's gaze and offered an explanation. I was on my way to Lin's group today to discuss cooperation on a new project, and I just happened to run into them. Lin Xiaoran nodded. She knowing that Zhao Yuyan recently wanted to secure a project cooperation with the Lin group, it was quite normal for her to visit the Lin group's senior executives who were still at get-off work. A sudden silence fell over the scene. Feeling uneasy, Yi Ching spoke up, President Lin, I'll go check on the situation in Wencheng first. After saying that, she left, leaving behind only Lin Xiaoran, Zhao Yuyan, and the unconscious Gu Yan. Zhao Yuyan is now unsure whether she should leave. Judging from the fact that Lin Xiaoran had specifically asked Yi Ching to take her along, she seemed to be in a very troublesome situation. It's a complicated situation where she can't just leave whenever she wants. Suddenly, Lin Xiaoran spoke up, tell me, does he get angry no matter what I do now? It's like, as long as I'm alive and breathing, it's a mistake in his eyes? Zhao Yuyan was stunned for a moment, her mind going blank. She never expected that someone like Lin Xiaoran would say such a thing. He said it to her, someone he wasn't very familiar with. This feeling was somewhat eerie to her. But it wouldn't be good not to respond. She tried to change the subject, saying, how is Mr. Gu? How is he now? What did the doctor say? Chapter 101 is about Huang Wanqing, the daughter of the Huang family. After a moment of silence, Lin Xiaoran said, your body is weak and your emotions are fluctuating greatly. You need to rest and avoid stimulating your emotions. Hearing Lin Xiaoran's words, Zhao Yuyan seemed to understand why the other party had said those words just now. Now it seems that Lin Xiaoran is just as she originally guessed. She truly hated Gu Yan to the extreme, just as others described. The relationship between the two seems to be quite delicate. Otherwise, she wouldn't have reacted this way after hearing Gu Yan say those words to her. This is Lin Xiaoran, Kyoto's most sought-after business genius, a prodigy. Both in appearance and ability, they are impeccable. At this moment, Lin Xiaoran seemed to have regained her senses. He took the initiative to speak, saying, just pretend you didn't hear what I said earlier. I'll give you an answer about the project you want tomorrow. Zhao Yuyan nodded quickly. It's true that she is the daughter of the Zhao family. However, she didn't think she could go out and spread rumors about Lin Xiaoran at will. That would not only be of no benefit to her, but would also bring her a lot of trouble. Moreover, judging from the perspective of those in Kyoto's elite circles, even if she were to tell them what had just happened, no one would believe her. Rather than creating trouble for ourselves, securing new project collaborations is the priority.
Don't worry, I won't say anything. I'll be going now. Zhao Yuyan said goodbye and prepared to leave. But as soon as she reached the door of the ward and opened it, she stopped in her tracks. He turned around and walked back.
Lin Xiaoran looked at her, a hint of confusion in her eyes, as if waiting for an answer. Zhao Yuyan quickly took out Gu Yan's phone from her pocket and handed it over. Mr. Gu asked me to call Wen Cheng's family earlier.
Lin Xiaoran took the phone and nodded. Zhao Yuyan left without saying anything more.
Only Lin Xiaoran and Gu Yan remained in the ward.
Seeing Gu Yan lying on the hospital bed with a frown, Lin Xiaoran couldn't help but frown as well.
His clothes were dirty and smelled foul. It seems to have been contaminated when we were in the abandoned factory. Lin Xiaoran got up and took off all his clothes. They stripped him completely naked. Then I fetched a basin of hot water, soaked a towel in it, wrung it out, and carefully wiped his entire body 3 or 4 times. Only then did they adjust his position, lay him on the hospital bed, and cover him with the blanket He Qing had brought. A short while later, He Qing brought over a new set of bedding, unfolded the folding bed next to her, made it up, and then left. Lin Xiaoran did not stay there for long. After arranging for several bodyguards to guard the ward entrance, he left the hospital. The thugs who committed the crime earlier were still waiting for him to interrogate them. I drove to the address He Qing had given me. He Qing recounted all the information she had gathered so far. Lin Xiaoran lit a cigarette without saying a word. She didn't go to the place where the men were being held until she finished smoking that cigarette. At this moment, all the thugs were lying on the ground groaning in pain. Some people were so exhausted that they didn't even have the strength to shout anymore. They could only lie unconscious on the ground, frowning and panting heavily. At this moment, the few people who were still conscious were so frightened when they saw Lin Xiaoran walk in that they couldn't help but crawl back, their faces turning deathly pale. Lin Xiaoran sat on a chair to the side, her imposing aura completely undisguised. It is cold and unapproachable, inspiring fear in anyone who merely gazes upon it. When someone saw what she was holding, they were so terrified they wet themselves. The already small room suddenly reeked of a foul odor.
Gun. Anyone who can obtain something like this in Kyoto was no ordinary person.
The leader of the thugs immediately kowtowed and said through a lisp, "President Lin, we really didn't know anything about this."
He tried to crawl over to plead with Lin Xiaoran, but was kicked away by the bodyguard.
Lin Xiaoran gently raised her hand and aimed at one of them. He shook it gently, moving the gun barrel back and forth across the men. Even though she didn't fire the gun. But these people wouldn't suspect that she had a fake one in her hand. They were all trembling with fear, their eyes filled with terror.
Do you know who Gu Yan is?
The stench grew stronger and stronger, and 2 more people were so frightened that they wet themselves.
This is a physiological reaction caused by their uncontrollable extreme fear.
In front of Lin Xiaoran, they were nothing more than ants that could be crushed at will. Lin Xiaoran sneered, "That's my husband." The leader kowtowed even harder, breaking his forehead and causing blood to flow continuously. How could that be, Mr. Lin? If that were true, why doesn't that man say anything? If he had, we definitely wouldn't have dared. At this point, he suddenly realized something.
They probably arrested the wrong person.
Their initial goal was to target people who got out of that brand of car. They were also going there because of that person. It was only after the person they arrested shouted that he was Gu Yan that they shifted their target. Lin Xiaoran stood up, walked up to the person, and stepped on the person's palm with the heel of her high heel, slowly grinding it down before stomping down hard. A clear sound of bone cracking rang out. The man's veins bulged instantly, his face flushed red, his whole body trembled, and blood mixed with a large amount of sweat was flowing continuously from his forehead. After a heart-wrenching scream, Lin Xiaoran finally pressed the gun to his head.
Who bribed you?
The man's face was deathly pale, devoid of any color, and covered in a mixture of sweat and blood. Don't know, I really don't know.
Lin Xiaoran's expression seemed to be getting impatient. The man grew even more anxious, his speech quickening several times over. We don't usually ask about the employer's identity when we take on these kinds of jobs. It's a taboo in our industry. We only deal with intermediaries, Mr. Lin. We won't do it again. We'll never do it again. Lin Xiaoran chuckled and put her gun away. Just as the man was catching his breath, thinking he had escaped a disaster, Lin Xiaoran also stomped on his other hand. Ah! Another heart-wrenching scream rang out. He rolled helplessly on the ground, clutching his own hands. Lin Xiaoran tossed the gunman to the bodyguard beside her and walked out of the room. He Ching stepped forward and said in a very soft voice, President Lin, we have found the account holder who transferred the money. Who? He Ching took a deep breath and slowly said, it's Huang Wanqing, the Huang family's daughter. It was her account that transferred the money to the intermediary. By finding the thug's account, we can find out the account of the intermediary who transferred the money to him. Following the clues is not difficult. Upon hearing this answer, Lin Xiaoran's face flashed with a strange expression, and she lowered her eyebrows. Huang Wanqing is her friend, and also Ning Chen's good friend. She slowly raised her head and looked into the distance, then said nothing more. 102, Chapter 102. She didn't hold it against her. At this time, Huang Xing arrived here after leaving the misty Jiangnan region. This is the villa that the Huang family arranged for Huang Wanqing. As soon as I entered the living room, I heard Huang Wanqing humming something, and she seemed to be in a very good mood. Huang Xing frowned slightly. Brother, what brings you here? Huang Wanqing heard a noise downstairs, came down, and saw Huang Xing. Huang Xing frowned as he looked at her. Why did you go to Yenyu Jiangnan tonight? I just wanted to congratulate Brother Chen has achieved so much at such a young age, and Sister Xiaoran even bought him a new car. The two of them look so well matched. Before he could finish speaking, Huang Xing waved his hand to interrupt him. He knew that Huang Wanqing and Ning Chen had a good relationship. He can accept this reason. Although he wanted Huang Wanqing to stay home and reflect on her actions. But that was actually to prevent Huang Wanqing from causing any trouble for the family during this crucial period. That's why there's a 1-month deadline. Seeing that Huang Xing seemed a bit irritable, Huang Wanqing couldn't help but ask, Brother, why are you here so late? Huang Xing didn't say anything, but just gave her a deep look. You didn't do anything, did you? Brother, what do you mean by that? It doesn't mean anything. Gu Yan got into trouble, and your sister Xiaoran was furious. Now the rumors about this matter have spread throughout the entire capital. Gu Yan is dead? Huang Wanqing exclaimed, her tone filled with excitement and a hint of surprise. A fleeting look of joy crossed her eyes, but she quickly concealed it. Huang Xing seemed not to notice the change in her expression just now. He took a deep breath and said in a low voice, I'm fine, I'm just injured. Those who attacked me are probably being tortured right now. Huang Wanqing's expression changed drastically, and she nervously swallowed. What, this has something to do with you? Huang Xing seemed to realize something was wrong, and his gaze lingered on Huang Wanqing's face for a few seconds. No way, how could that be, brother? You know I don't get along with Gu Yan, but that's precisely why I wouldn't know his whereabouts. As Huang Wanqing spoke, she observed the expression on Huang Xing's face. I can't even find him, how am I supposed to attack him? Huang Xing's expression remained unchanged. He simply nodded slightly. It's best if it has nothing to do with you. Don't blame me for not warning you. The relationship between Lin Xiaoran and Gu Yan is complicated, and it's probably not just what's circulating in the industry. Don't do anything you shouldn't on your own. Huang Wanqing secretly clenched her hands behind her back, her heart racing, but she pretended to be calm and said, Don't worry, brother, didn't you tell me to stay home and reflect on my actions? I've just been figuring out how to deal with Qinyu these past 2 days. He definitely won't mess around with Gu Yan. Seeing this, Huang Xing didn't say anything more, but simply turned and left the villa. Seeing Huang Xing leave, Huang Wanqing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But she quickly became nervous again. This wasn't the first time she had hired someone to commit murder. That agent is very reliable. The thugs the agency found were also very reliable. It said that the thugs this time are people who have done things for her before, so there shouldn't be any mistake. But how come that bastard Gu Yan is still alive? Huang Wanqing was both angry and scared. What angered them was that Gu Yan was still alive, and what they feared was that Lin Xiaoran was investigating the matter. If Sister Xiaoran finds out about her. No. No way. She definitely wouldn't lay a hand on me. The two of them can be said to be good friends. She is also the daughter of the Huang family and Ning Chen's best friend. Given these relationships, Lin Xiaoran will definitely turn a blind eye and won't do anything to me. Besides, Sister Xiaoran doesn't like Gu Yan at all. In fact, she could even say she hates him. How could she possibly turn against herself for him? Thinking of this, Huang Wanqing felt much more at ease. However, her mind was still a bit of a mess. Even knowing that Sister Xiaoran wouldn't blame her. But Ning Chen will definitely find out about this. Brother Chen's impression of her will definitely be greatly diminished. Tears began to flow uncontrollably. Sitting at the dressing table, I looked at my tear-streaked face in the mirror. To her, Ning Chen was like the moon in the sky and a flower in the water. He is intelligent, handsome, and gentle to everyone. She plays the piano beautifully and has composed piano pieces that have deeply moved countless people. Such talent and ability fascinate countless women. Huang Wanqing only glanced at him a few more times before falling in love at first sight. Later, Lin Xiaoran appeared. Ning Chen began to stay by Lin Xiaoran's side. Huang Wanqing knew in her heart that she was no match for a prodigy like Lin Xiaoran. She could only try to get close to Lin Xiaoran whenever she had the chance. This way, she can spend more time by Ning Chen's side. Gradually, her emotions became increasingly dark and twisted. Like a psychopath, he outwardly wished Ning Chen and Lin Xiaoran a happy ending. Privately, however, she was always coveting him and fantasizing about getting him. The more they secretly desired and coveted him, the stronger their public blessings for Ning Chen and Lin Xiaoran became. That's why she was even angrier when she found out that Lin Xiaoran had married Gu Yan, that most low-class country bumpkin with no background whatsoever. He's just a piece of trash, a pretty boy, who started dragging Lin Xiaoran down before she even made it big. In her heart, the only person worthy of Ning Chen is Lin Xiaoran. Now, Lin Xiaoran has married a piece of trash. That would be tantamount to an insult to Ning Chen. Her hatred for Gu Yan had reached its peak. She wished she could tear him to pieces. I thought this time everything would be foolproof. Let this trash disappear completely, so that no one can ever again insulting Ning Chen. But how come that bitch is so lucky? Huang Wanqing cried very sadly, took out the photos she had secretly taken of Ning Chen, and stuck them to her cheeks and chest, her face full of infatuation. She really loves Ning Chen. But she dared not show it in front of anyone. She simply humbled herself, pretending to be a good friend of Lin Xiaoran and Ning Chen, hoping that the two of them could be happy. Brother Chen. Her tone was full of infatuation and fascination. I waited anxiously inside the house all night. She had expected to receive a call from Lin Xiaoran demanding an explanation. But the whole night was quiet, as if nothing had happened. She didn't believe that Lin Xiaoran, with her methods and abilities, wouldn't be able to find out that she had paid someone to kill her. But they haven't even started yet. That should be just as she guessed. She didn't mind. Huang Wanqing woke up feeling wonderfully refreshed. She took out her phone and sent a message to Gu Yan. You bitch, you're lucky this time. To tell you the truth, I was the one who hired the guy last night. Too bad you're still alive, but don't be too happy yet. I told you I wouldn't let you off the hook. Next time will be your death day. 103, Chapter 103. Transfer money, then block. Gu Yan was still half asleep, his brows furrowed and his eyes closed. He slowly woke up almost an hour later. Feeling a warmth behind him, he turned around and saw Lin Xiaoran. His expression instantly turned cold. He moved her arm away and pulled his body away. This is the best ward in the hospital, and the bed is larger than a regular single bed. Lin Xiaoran, lying in the corner of the hospital bed, opened her eyes awake. He didn't say anything, but found a charger and plugged in his phone. Seeing that he didn't speak, Lin Xiaoran pursed her lips and said, "What would you like to eat for breakfast? I'll go and arrange it for you." Gu Yan lay on the other side, still not saying a word.
Seeing this, Lin Xiaoran stood up and fetched a basin of hot water. She took a towel, put it in the hot water, soaked it thoroughly, wrung it out, and prepared to wipe Guyan's face. Seeing her actions, Guyan's expression had already calmed down. If you really want to do something for me, then sign the divorce papers. What you're doing now only disgusts me. Lin Xiaoran's body stiffened. The doctor said it's best for you to avoid emotional fluctuations recently. Then, he put the towel back and turned around to take out a new set of clothes from the side and placed them by the bed. Your clothes were all dirty yesterday, so I got you a new set. Guyan simply closed his eyes. Lin Xiaoran stood there, silent for a long time. Finally, he turned around, walked to the door of the ward, opened the door, and went out. The ward door was slammed shut with a deafening bang. He Qing was waiting outside. Seeing Lin Xiaoran come out and hearing the sound, he couldn't help but shiver. After taking a deep breath, he stepped forward and said cautiously, President Lin, everything is arranged. Lin Xiaoran didn't respond and quickly walked out. Neither of them went to work today. All meetings that could be postponed were postponed, and those that couldn't be postponed were switched to online meetings. At this moment, Lin Xiaoran's anger was almost visible to the naked eye. He Qing hurriedly followed and opened the car door for her. Lin Xiaoran got into the car, leaned back, and felt a tightness in her chest. However, he still gave He Qing a word of advice. Find someone to take good care of him, make sure he eats properly, and stop him from going through all that trouble. He'll ruin his health. Is he planning to become a full-time member at the hospital? He Qing sat in the driver's seat, feeling a little strange. Why are you suddenly so angry? After taking out his phone and arranging everything, he heard Lin Xiaoran behind him sound even angrier. Drive. He quickly stepped on the gas and the car drove away. He Qing couldn't help but glance back through the rearview mirror. Lin Xiaoran's expression seemed very calm at this moment. She doesn't seem angry at all like she was just a moment ago. He simply watched the scenery rushing past the window on the street, completely silent. In fact, this is Lin Xiaoran's usual behavior. It was only in front of Mr. Gu that her emotions fluctuated so intensely. Like a child who hasn't grown up yet, their emotions are always hard to control. She's not that famous and beautiful CEO at all. Guyan lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling for a long time before picking up his phone and seeing the message from Huang Wanqing. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Slowly get out of bed. The caregiver He Qing had arranged also entered the ward at this moment, her tone full of worry. Sir, you're injured now, so you should rest in bed. Just let us know if you need anything. I'll bring breakfast over in a bit. No. Gu Yan is currently wearing pajamas. It's the outfit he wore in the villa a while ago. Lin Xiaoran must have brought it over for him to change into. He had no other clothes here. He could only pick up the clothes Lin Xiaoran had just prepared for him and go into the bathroom to change. Guyan didn't recognize the brand, but just by looking at the packaging, he knew it wouldn't be cheap. It must be a new product from some luxury brand. After finding the price tag and glancing at the price, Guyan transferred 10,000 yuan to Lin Xiaoran. He used to rarely own clothes that cost more than 3 figures. He had never even considered clothes like this, where a single shirt could cost several thousand yuan. Lin Xiaoran would never buy him any clothes. After finishing the visit, I blocked my friend and left the ward. The caregiver followed him to the door, earnestly persuading him, Sir, Mr. Lin instructed us to take good care of you, at least to make sure you eat breakfast. Your body is too weak right now. Guyan didn't listen to a word, turned around and walked to the nurse's station, found a nurse on duty, and asked, Yesterday, were there any other men brought over? They arrived around the same time as me in the early morning, and they were seriously injured. The nurse had a deep impression of Guyan, and when Shangxi was on the night shift yesterday and it wasn't time to get off work yet. Someone who can be escorted here by a bunch of bodyguards must be someone extraordinary. She asked softly, Are you his friend? Guyan nodded. The nurse sighed softly, Your friend isn't doing well, still in the ICU. I heard that even if he survives, he'll most likely end up in a vegetative state. Upon hearing this, Guyan frowned, a deep emotion flashing in his eyes. If there's any news, could you please let me know? After receiving a reply from the nurse, Gu Yan did not waste too much time at the hospital. Ignoring the caregiver who was bothering him, he left the hospital, hailed a taxi, retrieved his new car, and then called Zhao Yuyan.
After finding out her location, I drove over there.
Arriving at the coffee shop, Gu Yan parked his car and went inside.
Zhao Yuyan had already arrived.
Walking over and sitting down, Gu Yan said with a hint of gratitude on his face, "Mr. Zhao, thank you for your help yesterday."
Zhao Yuyan gently shook her head. She figured it out last night. After what happened yesterday, it's impossible for her to remain uninvolved in the internal power struggle within the Lin Group. Since that's the case, we might as well just choose a side and stop hesitating.
That's why she agreed to meet Gu Yan this time. "It's nothing. After I answered your call, I called my family in Wencheng again." She had written down the phone numbers of Wencheng's family members yesterday. Gu Yan just called her, not only to ask where she was, but also to ask her to call Wencheng's family again and explain Wencheng's current situation. After all, it was Zhao Yuyan who contacted them yesterday.
Moreover, Gu Yan has a very bad relationship with Wencheng's family.
What did they say? Gu Yan was already trying her best to mentally prepare herself. However, when he saw Zhao Yuyan's troubled expression and her long sigh, he couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety. Zhao Yuyan had no connection to this matter, and she didn't know Wencheng at all, nor did they have any feelings for each other. The fact that she made that expression suggests that Wencheng's family must have said something very hurtful.
104, Chapter 104, Settling Old and New Grudges Together.
Zhao Yuyan took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "They asked me if I was an actress hired by Wencheng."
Gu Yan was stunned for a moment.
Then Zhao Yuyan continued, "They said that Wencheng regretted giving them the money, so he hired an actor to lie to them, saying that he was seriously injured in order to get the money back." Zhao Yuyan recalled the situation at that time. Wenheng's tone on the phone was cold, even carrying a hint of disgust. She found it somewhat difficult to understand.
This Wenheng is Wencheng's biological father.
If his stepmother treated him this way, Zhao Yuyan could understand.
Such incidents are not uncommon in Kyoto's elite circles.
But even her own father had this attitude, which she couldn't quite understand. Halfway through the call, another young man's voice rang out, "Wencheng has no shame, has he? He gave you the money voluntarily. Isn't it a son's duty to give money to his family? Otherwise, all these years of raising him would have been for nothing." Upon hearing this, Wenheng immediately echoed his opinion.
"Exactly, tell Wencheng not to try and put on an act with me, it won't work." The call ended quickly. However, before the call was disconnected, Zhao Yuyan vaguely heard that Wenheng was going to buy a luxury car for his son. She guessed that it was probably bought with the money Wencheng gave her. After recounting these events in general terms, Zhao Yuyan still couldn't quite believe that things had turned out this way. Gu Yan took a deep breath. He guessed that Wenheng and his ilk would say some very unpleasant things. But he never expected it to be so awful, so cold, so disgusting. At present, Wencheng's fate is still unknown. It is hard to say whether he will survive. Even if he does survive, there is a high possibility that he will become a vegetable. The combined savings of myself and Wencheng are less than 10 million. That should be enough to cover his future medical expenses. I understand, thank you, Mr. Zhao. How is Wenheng doing? Zhao Yuyan asked. Gu Yan hesitated for a moment before explaining the situation.
Zhao Yuyan thought for a moment, "If you need money, just tell me. I have some savings, not much, but enough to tide me over."
She could tell that Lin Xiaoran's feelings for Gu Yan were different. One reason for lending money was to curry favor.
Another reason was that she was disgusted by the Wen family members she had spoken to on the phone.
Thanks. What are you planning to do next?
Zhao Yuyan looked at Gu Yan and noticed that he didn't seem confused at all, so she couldn't help but ask. Gu Yan took a deep breath, his eyes becoming serious and his expression solemn. "I already know who's behind this. I'll make her pay the price."
Zhao Yuyan was startled upon hearing this. Although she didn't know who the mastermind was. However, the fact that they would target Gu Yan clearly shows that they didn't care about the Lin family's reputation.
Such a person is definitely not an insignificant figure. She wanted to ask something more, but Gu Yan had already stood up.
Mr. Zhao, thank you so much, I appreciate your help these past 2 days.
After saying that, he turned around, went to the bar to pay the bill, walked out of the coffee shop, and got into his car.
With both hands gripping the steering wheel, I suddenly felt dizzy and weak.
He has suffered too many and too serious injuries during this period, and his current physical condition is really bad. At this moment, he was covered in cold sweat, a chill seeped into his bones, his whole body ached, and his lips were deathly pale. Despite the pain, he took out his phone and sent a message to Huang Wanqing.
Where are you going today?
When Huang Wanqing saw this message, she felt nothing but amusement. She had just received a phone call from the gigolo she was keeping. After she realized there was no hope for her relationship with Ning Chen, she found many substitutes. Some of these body doubles look somewhat like Ning Chen.
Some don't quite resemble it.
To conceal the fact that she had a crush on Ning Chen, she secretly hid all the men who looked like him. Only those who don't look quite like the person are taken out to meet people. Otherwise, she worried that Ning Chen would be unhappy if he found out, and it would also affect the relationship between Ning Chen and Lin Xiaoran. The one who just called her is the one who looks most like Ning Chen.
Thinking of this, Huang Wanqing couldn't help but swallow. It seems like she hasn't had any happiness with anyone.
In the past, when she had sex with this pretty boy, she would even call out Ning Chen's name without any restraint.
I felt incredibly happy.
Although the young man knew he might be a stand-in, he didn't complain at all and instead tried his best to cooperate with her. After all, Huang Wanqing was very generous, as she was paid to do things.
He wasn't in the industry either and wasn't familiar with the name Ning Chen.
Otherwise, Huang Wanqing's despicable thoughts would probably have been exposed long ago. Seeing Gu Yan's message now, she just found it laughable and sent him an address.
Oh, the misty Jiangnan region, I'm going for a drink in a bit. What, you wanna come over, kneel down, and beg for my forgiveness? Too late.
She completely disregarded Huang Xing's stay-at-home order.
Anyway, the elders in her family dote on her. She can just go and cry and pretend to be wronged.
Her eyebrows curved into a smile, her eyes brimming with smugness. By the way, I heard you got injured yesterday. What a pity. It's amazing you could still hold a phone. Gu Yan, why are you so unlucky? You really are a bastard with a long life.
Yanyu Jiangnan is a membership-based establishment.
The only time Gu Yan had ever been incarcerated was when he was knocked unconscious and sold into the prison. On that occasion, he also suspected that Huang Wanqing was the one who did it. This time, both old and new grudges will be settled together.
Huang Wanqing tossed aside her phone with a cold laugh and went to the dressing room to pick out clothes.
I'll have a few drinks later, and drag my kept man to the next room. We'll stay at the hotel in the wall for one night, and then we'll call out Brother Chen's name. Just thinking about it made her legs go weak with excitement.
The misty, rainy Jiangnan region is a paradise for the rich second generation.
In Kyoto, a city that has no shortage of rich kids, the area is packed with people every night.
Huang Wanqing is a playful person with many fair-weather friends.
Within Lin Xiaoran's social circle, she wasn't the one with the highest social standing. But within her own circle, she is the most praised one. As soon as she sat down, everyone started praising her. Wanqing, did you just buy this bracelet? It must have cost over 3 million yuan, right? Your family really spoils you.
Huang Wanqing's eyes crinkled when she heard this.
The online discussion these past few days has been intense.
Almost all netizens are criticizing her. Everyone here today surely knows this.
But no one dared to mention those things or say anything in front of her.
Those netizens are just ordinary people. Ordinary people can't influence the people in their circle. Unless, one day the Huang family goes bankrupt and collapses.
105, Chapter 105. There's no need to be soft-hearted when dealing with enemies. A hint of pride flashed across Huang Wanqing's face. Of course, my family spoils me the most. Seeing that Huang Wanqing was in a good mood, one of the girls couldn't help but ask, Sister Wanqing, Xinyu's fans are targeting you so much, didn't you ask Brother Huang Xing to take action? This girl is a big fan of Huang Xing. Every time he saw Huang Wanqing, he would either try to please her or subtly ask her about Huang Xing.
Upon hearing this question, Huang Wanqing couldn't help but take a deep breath and grit her teeth as she said, "No, my brother has never liked getting involved in these kinds of things." Her relationship with Huang Xing wasn't actually that close. Huang Xing indeed disliked getting involved in such matters. If she wanted money to buy a bag, a watch, or a luxury car, Huang Xing would definitely be able to fulfill her request. Such a thing is unlikely. No sooner had the words left his mouth than someone else pushed open the door and walked into the private room. Wanqing, I just saw Lin Xiaoran and Ning Chen. This is the first time I've ever seen them up close. Seriously, they're such a perfect match. One is handsome and gentle, and the other is beautiful and cool. They're so well matched I can hardly breathe. Huang Wanqing's expression immediately changed, and she looked somewhat uncomfortable. Although Lin Xiaoran probably doesn't intend to pursue the matter further. But she definitely knew that she was the one who instructed these things. What if she told Ning Chen about this? Moreover, it seems that their older brother, Huang Xing, will also be attending their gathering today. Will they tell Huang Xing? My cousin is quite strict in this regard. She suddenly felt uneasy. On the one hand, he was worried that Huang Xing would punish him. On the other hand, she was worried about what Ning Chen would think of her if she found out about these things. She didn't want to face either of these directions. After thinking for a moment, she stood up, greeted them, and went to the private room where Lin Xiaoran was. Lin Xiaoran has been coming here quite frequently during this period. The people sitting in the private room all guessed that Lin Xiaoran didn't want to go home. The atmosphere in the private room wasn't very lively. Even Ning Chen wasn't sitting next to Lin Xiaoran today. Instead, he was chatting with other people. Lin Xiaoran picked up her wine glass and took a small sip. She saw that Gu Yan had transferred money to her that morning. She didn't understand what this meant either, and felt a little annoyed. I sent a question mark, and the response was a red exclamation mark. It seems that Gu Yan has deleted her. Just as I was thinking this, Gu Yan called. Lin Xiaoran didn't answer, she just watched her phone screen light up. The ringtone was a little noisy, so I pressed the mute button. Then I watched as the phone screen went dark again. The phone lit up, then went dark, repeating this process 3 times before she finally snorted and answered it. What's up? Which private room are you in? Gu Yan had already found out from Yi Qing that Lin Xiaoran would also be coming to Yenyu Jiangnan today. What's wrong? I'm coming to find you. Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Lin Xiaoran's eyes. You came to find me? Is that not allowed? It's not impossible. She just felt that he seemed a little strange tonight. She called Yi Qing and asked her to pick up Gu Yan. When Huang Wanqing pushed open the door and walked in, Gu Yan had not yet arrived. Her brother, Huang Xing, hasn't arrived yet either. Huang Wanqing breathed a sigh of relief when she didn't see Huang Xing. When she saw that Ning Chen wasn't sitting with Lin Xiaoran, but was chatting with someone else, she felt nervous. But after realizing that Lin Xiaoran and Ning Chen didn't seem to have any unusual expressions towards him, he felt completely relieved. Xiaoran, brother Chen, you're here today too? She smiled, but her smile was somewhat stiff and awkward. Lin Xiaoran stared at her phone, neither looking up nor speaking, as if she hadn't heard her voice. The private room was filled with friends from the entertainment circle, who all greeted Huang Wanqing when she arrived. These people all knew Lin Xiaoran, but their relationship wasn't particularly close. It was mostly their families who urged them to come and build a good relationship with Lin Xiaoran, hoping to see if there was an opportunity for long-term cooperation. While chatting with them, Ning Chen also proactively told Lin Xiaoran that she would help her maintain the relationship. Those in the industry believe that Ning Chen's intervention is the same as Lin Xiaoran's. Huang Wanqing didn't have anything else to do, she just wanted to test Lin Xiaoran's attitude. It now seems that Lin Xiaoran doesn't care about Gu Yan at all. He didn't tell Ning Chen about those things either. I doubt they'll tell Huang Xing those things anymore. A feeling of joy welled up inside me. She was about to say that she had just come to say hello and then turn and leave. The door to the private room behind me was pushed open from the outside. The person who came in was Gu Yan. When Huang Wanqing saw him, it was as if she had seen something terrifying. He was so agitated that he jumped back a step, pointed at Gu Yan, and shouted, "You bitch, what are you doing here?" This time, the clothes I wore finally didn't seem so out of place here. Although it's not a very expensive or high-end piece of clothing. But it's not as shabby as it used to be. However, Gu Yan did not think this was a good thing. The clothes he's wearing don't suit him. This place is also not suitable for him. Lin Xiaoran didn't say anything, just watched quietly. Gu Yan looked at Huang Wanqing and suddenly smiled. "I've come to apologize to you." Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Huang Wanqing's eyes. But he was soon filled with pride and straightened his back. She was initially worried that Lin Xiaoran and Ning Chen would have a bad impression of her because of what happened last night. However, it seems that Lin Xiaoran not only didn't blame her, but also made Gu Yan come over to apologize to her. This made her incredibly happy. Let this cheap he apologize to her in front of so many people in the industry. This kind of trash deserves to be humiliated like this. With his arms crossed and a slight nod, he said, "It was Xiaoran who asked for this, wasn't it? Okay, hurry up and apologize now, kneel down and kowtow to me, kneel 100 times first. After you've done that, I'll consider whether I should forgive you." Upon hearing these words, Ning Chen subconsciously shifted his gaze to Lin Xiaoran. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but saw Gu Yan walk straight up to him. He picked up an empty wine bottle from the table and threw it at Huang Wanqing. This happened so suddenly that Huang Wanqing had no time to react. When she realized she was in a throbbing pain, she discovered that an empty bottle had exploded on her head. Originally, Gu Yan followed the principle that men should not fight with women. But now, he can't care about that anymore. My few close friends are still lying in the ICU, their fate unknown. Huang Wanqing harbors a deep-seated hatred for him, and he has come here this time to seek revenge. There's no need to be soft-hearted when dealing with enemies. Huang Wanqing fell to the ground instantly, letting out a miserable scream. 106, Chapter 106. Does Gu Yan not want to live anymore? Huang Wanqing lay on the ground, her face contorted in pain. Those around them quickly took 2 steps back, fearing they might get involved. Gu Yan's current state is truly frightening. His eyes were bloodshot and his steps were unsteady, but his hands were surprisingly strong. He picked up another empty bottle and threw it at Huang Wanqing's head once again. With a sharp crack, the bottle exploded on Huang Wanqing's head. Silence fell over the surroundings as everyone stared in disbelief at Gu Yan and Huang Wanqing, who was groaning on the ground. But Gu Yan had no intention of stopping. Revenge is not something that can be resolved so easily. He picked up half a wine bottle from the ground, walked up to Huang Wanqing, and forcefully stabbed it into her shoulder. Then, without hesitation, he pulled it up. He exerted force again, preparing to stab directly at her head. The shards of glass on this half bottle are extremely sharp, unlike hitting someone on the head with a bottle. If it really went into his head, he would probably be dead. Everyone was terrified. They thought Gu Yan had really gone mad. This is the Huang family's daughter. Does he really not want to live anymore? If Huang Wanqing were killed, Lin Xiaoran might not be able to protect him. Moreover, Lin Xiaoran might not even step in to protect him. Gu Yan's wrist was instantly grabbed, and he felt a force push him directly to the ground. Lin Xiaoran glared at him, her face ashen. "What's wrong with you?" Gu Yan got up from the ground, not looking at Lin Xiaoran, still clutching the half-empty wine bottle in his hand. He was about to step forward again when Lin Xiaoran hugged him tightly. "Let me go." Gu Yan's tone sounded calm, but what he was doing was completely unlike what a person with a peaceful mindset would do. Huang Wanqing finally realized what was happening. He got up from the ground in an instant, scrambling to his feet behind Lin Xiaoran while using Lin Xiaoran's body to block Gu Yan. He couldn't help but hug Ning Chen's leg. "Xiaoran, what, Xiaoran, please save me. Gu Yan has really gone mad. This bitch is truly insane. He wants to kill me." "Brother Chen, you saw it, right? You saw it too. He's a vicious and ruthless person. I'm so scared. Please save me." "What? He wants to kill me." Huang Wanqing was already somewhat incoherent, clearly having suffered a great shock, and was in a state of extreme panic. One could even vaguely see some liquid dripping down her pants. She is the daughter of the Huang family. From childhood to adulthood, I've never been beaten like this or threatened. No one would even dare to touch her with a single finger. The sharp cut on the half bottle, still bearing bits of flesh and blood from her shoulder, came right up to her forehead when it appeared so clearly, just a short distance from her eyes. She was so terrified that her mind went blank and her body went limp. Feeling the pain in her shoulder, she didn't even dare to touch it. The wound above is bleeding continuously. She didn't even dare to cry too loudly now, she just frantically clung to Ning Chen's leg and hid behind Lin Xiaoran. It was as if only in this way could she have a little bit of a sense of security. Just then, the door to the private room was opened from the outside. Huang Xing walked in. Upon entering, I was immediately stunned by this scene. A person who was on good terms with Huang Xing secretly approached him and whispered in his ear what had happened. Huang Xing's expression was somewhat uncertain, but he didn't say anything, just stood there quietly watching everything. Lin Xiaoran took a deep breath and looked around. He said to the other people in the private room, "You can all go out first." Everyone hurriedly got up. These people were terrified and sweating profusely, they were just hoping for a chance to leave. Although this kind of thing is easy to attract attention, many people are eager to know the details of this gossip. But that doesn't mean they're putting themselves in danger. Who knows if they'll be affected in a little while. They're here to find ways to make money, not to cause trouble for themselves. The group walked to the door, muttering, "Don't worry, we won't say a word about what happened tonight." Upon hearing this, Huang Xing suddenly smiled and said, "Yes, our Huang family trusts everyone's character. Tonight's incident is essentially a scandal for both the Lin and Huang families." His words were a threat. If what just happened gets out, those present would then face retaliation from the Lin and Huang families, two top-tier clans. These people were all feeling somewhat distressed. They came here hoping to build relationships and discuss cooperation, but instead they ran into this kind of thing. With the Huang and Lin families keeping them in check, anyone who dares to say anything out of line is practically asking for death. The group then left. Lin Xiaoran was still holding Guyan's body, her brow twitching. "You're not done until you've caused some trouble every day, are you?" As soon as he finished speaking, Guyan suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. A sweet, metallic taste surged up and pressed against my throat. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth. The doctor said he shouldn't get emotionally agitated lately. Lin Xiaoran's pupils shrank instantly. She snatched the half bottle from his hand and threw it aside. She helped him up and prepared to walk out. Roll. Huang Wanqing, whose legs were still weak and who had collapsed to the ground, clinging to Ning Chen's legs, was now filled with fear and hatred in her eyes. "I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you." When Huang Wanqing stammered out those words, she realized that her pants were already wet. She is still holding Ning Chen's leg. To feel so embarrassed and pathetic in front of someone you like. This was absolutely unbearable for her. Upon seeing Huang Xing standing at the door, Huang Wanqing instinctively wanted to run over and ask Huang Xing to stand up for her. But her gaze was drawn to Gu Yan, who was standing in the middle of the room. She's too afraid to go over there now. She was afraid that Gu Yan would beat her up again on the way. Gu Yan really wanted to kill her today. He could only continue clinging to Ning Chen's leg, shouting at Huang Xing standing at the door, "Brother, get him out of here, take me to the hospital, I'm dying, take me to the hospital." She is currently emotionally devastated. It wasn't just because he had embarrassed himself in front of Ning Chen, but also because he could feel the blood flowing from the wounds on his shoulder and head. She didn't even dare to look up at Ning Chen. I was afraid I would see some strange expression or look on his face. Lin Xiaoran held Gu Yan and looked at Huang Xing. Huang Xing didn't say anything, he just stood there quietly. It was as if nothing had ever happened here, everything was perfectly normal. But Lin Xiaoran knew in her heart that this matter could not be easily resolved. 107, Chapter 107. Please let me go, I just want a divorce. Huang Wanqing is the daughter of the Huang family, and the most beloved little princess of the Huang family. If the Huang family finds out what happened tonight, Gu Yan will have completely offended them. Moreover, Huang Wanqing has many friends in the entertainment circle. This conflict with Huang Wanqing has offended most of the industry. Given Huang Wanqing's personality, she certainly won't let this go easily. They used to be able to hire someone to kill even when there was no reason. Now the reasons are so compelling. The consequences are self-evident. Gu Yan forcefully broke free from Lin Xiaoran's embrace and pushed her away. I told you to get lost. He raised his foot to kick Huang Wanqing again. But Lin Xiaoran hugged his waist from behind again and pulled him back forcefully. Gu Yan had very little strength left, and Lin Xiaoran pulled him away from Huang Wanqing. Stop going crazy. While pulling Gu Yan out, he said to Huang Xing, take him to the hospital first, we can talk about the rest later. Lin Xiaoran used a lot of force to pull Gu Yan out of the private room. Gu Yan was unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. He was still recovering from serious injuries, and it took a lot of his strength to fight back. He no longer had the strength to break free from Lin Xiaoran's comfort. Let me go. Lin Xiaoran didn't say anything, but after pulling Gu Yan out of the private room, she waved for her bodyguards to come over. After several bodyguards restrained Gu Yan, Lin Xiaoran looked at him, panting heavily. Lin Xiaoran, make them let go. Lin Xiaoran didn't say anything, but led the bodyguards to guide Gu Yan out. Just as I reached the corner of the stairs, a young man came down from above. When the young man saw Lin Xiaoran again, a peculiar emotion flashed in his eyes. He quickly looked around. After finding that no one was around, he approached Lin Xiaoran and whispered, President Lin, Wanqing is coming to see me tonight, and I will do as you instruct. Before she could finish speaking, Lin Xiaoran, along with her bodyguards, led Gu Yan away. Gu Yan's mind went completely blank at that moment. He didn't recognize the young man. However, he felt that the young man looked somewhat familiar. By the time he was put into the car, Gu Yan had finally calmed down and regained his composure. Lin Xiaoran got into the car, locked all the doors, grabbed Gu Yan by the collar and pulled him in front of her, saying, Have you lost your mind? Gu Yan glanced at Lin Xiaoran, sneered, closed his eyes, and said nothing more. At this moment, his face was deathly pale, and his forehead was covered in sweat. There was a little blood mixed in with the sweat. It seems that the wound that was bandaged yesterday has reopened a little. Lin Xiaoran stepped forward to check his wound. But Gu Yan simply waved his hand away. Lin Xiaoran took a deep breath, grabbed Gu Yan's wrist tightly, wrapped her other arm around his neck, and with a push of her feet, sat directly on Gu Yan's lap. He knelt down, straightened his back, and carefully observed Gu Yan's head. She breathed a sigh of relief when she discovered that there was only a little bit of blood, which might have been caused by sweat or just a small, broken wound. Gu Yan seemed to have had his other injuries aggravated by Lin Xiaoran's sudden action. He closed his eyes and trembled slightly. Lin Xiaoran sat back down beside her, her tone icy. Do you want to offend all these families in Kyoto before you're satisfied? Gu Yan didn't speak, but kept his eyes tightly closed, cold sweat still streaming down his forehead. The atmosphere remained silent for a long time. Lin Xiaoran suddenly asked in a hoarse voice, Didn't you trust me at all? Gu Yan's mind went blank from the pain, but he still clearly heard Lin Xiaoran's words. He suddenly let out a cold laugh. He laughed twice, but then his lips twitched in pain twice more. He didn't say a word. There's no need to tell Lin Xiaoran any answers. That single cold laugh was more hurtful than any verbal response. Lin Xiaoran took out a cigarette, her fingertips trembling slightly. It tried to put it in its mouth, but couldn't find the right spot, and it ended up falling to the ground. Lin Xiaoran turned her head away and looked outside. Gu Yan, do you remember what you said before? You said that in this world, I am the only person you would trust 100%? Gu Yan's eyebrows twitched, and she suddenly remembered that she had taken Ning Chen to the pedestrian street. He smiled again. The laughter was full of irony. Is it meaningful to talk about the past now? Lin Xiaoran turned to look at him, her eyes dim, revealing no emotion. You think it's meaningless? Yes, it's pointless, absolutely pointless. Didn't I tell you this already? Lin Xiaoran, are you deaf? I said I want a divorce, you didn't understand, did you? I don't want to be in your circle, I don't want to hang out with your bunch of cronies, I don't want to see those idiots who adore you, just leave me alone, I don't want anything, I just want a divorce. After he shouted those words, he hunched over, and large drops of cold sweat poured down his forehead like a downpour. His body was soaked with sweat, and he could clearly see the sweat dripping from his forehead onto the ground. He estimated that it wouldn't be long before the mat under his feet was completely soaked. He himself couldn't tell whether the pain was in his heart or in his body. The pain was so intense he felt like he was going crazy. Or perhaps, the pain in his heart over the past few years should have driven him mad long ago. As long as you don't sign the divorce papers, I'll continue to go crazy like this, Lin Xiaoran, you should know that I'm not joking with you. When he finished speaking, his body suddenly froze, and tears welled up in his eyes. He suddenly realized with sorrow that he clearly did not want to go crazy and break down again because of Lin Xiaoran. I want to cut ties with her and never have anything to do with her again. But now, it's turned out like this. He's starting to resemble Wang Yifan, the guy who knocked himself unconscious and sold himself for Zhao Yuyan. One was trying to gain something, the other was trying to escape. It took him several years to recover from severe depression. But every time she appeared in front of him, she could turn him back into that ridiculous madman. Gu Yan took a deep breath, his heart was still aching faintly. If he had known that falling in love with Lin Xiaoran would hurt so much, he would have definitely ripped his heart out and given up on it. He leaned against the car door, no longer speaking or looking at Lin Xiaoran. The phone rang. Lin Xiaoran took out her phone. It was a call from the old lady. Clearly, the old lady had no idea what had just happened. Xiaoran, give the phone to Xiaoyan. I can't get through to him, otherwise, I wouldn't call you. Lin Xiaoran felt a little numb and handed over her phone. Grandma's phone call. Gu Yan could ignore everyone else in the Lin family, but he couldn't ignore the old lady. Taking a deep breath, trying to compose myself, I pursed my lips, took the phone, and held it to my ear. 108, Chapter 108, Born Without a Good Life. Grandmother. Oh dear, Xiaoyan, are you sick? Your voice sounds so nasal. I asked someone to invite that famous old Chinese medicine doctor from Shanghai to come and help your grandfather and me get some treatments at the old house right now. You and Xiaoran come back and stay for a couple of days, and I'll have him examine you and help you get some treatment. The old lady's tone was full of worry. This old Chinese medicine doctor is not easy to invite. Over the years, many people have lined up, tried to pull strings and bribe him, but to no avail. If it weren't for the fact that our Lin family had some connections with him back then, he might not have been willing to come. Since things had come to this point, Gu Yan couldn't refuse. After responding, he handed the phone back to Lin Xiaoran. Lin Xiaoran held the phone to her ear. Let's go back now. The old lady snorted coldly and hung up the phone, completely ignoring Lin Xiaoran. However, this phone call did somewhat alleviate the oppressive and suffocating atmosphere that had just been there. Lin Xiaoran tapped the back of the seat in front of her and instructed Yi Qing, go back to the old house. The journey, which took more than half an hour, felt incredibly long. Even Yi Qing, who was driving in the front seat, was uneasy the whole way. When they finally arrived at the entrance of the Lin family's old residence, Gu Yan took a few deep breaths, trying to calm his last bit of emotion. After resting for more than half an hour, he had regained some strength. After getting out of the car, Duzi went to ring the doorbell. The person who opened the door was Wang Lin. The old Chinese medicine doctor was very famous, and Wang Lin wanted to take this opportunity to get herself checked out, so she waited here. The moment she saw that the person who came was Gu Yan, her face instantly darkened. Just as she was about to say something, Gu Yan pushed aside her arm that was blocking his way and walked through the door. After bending down to change his shoes in the entryway, Wang Lin, furious, pointed at Gu Yan and yelled, You. Taking 2 deep breaths, his face flushed with anger, he gritted his teeth and said, Gu Yan, you've really grown wings, letting you marry into the Lin family is the greatest disgrace of my life, it's a stain on our Lin family for life. Gu Yan was in a bad mood and didn't want to talk to her. Over the years, Wang Lin has only ever suffered mistreatment from Gu Yan. The anger rising within me made me unable to hold back any longer. He raised his hand and slapped Gu Yan across the face.
Gu Yan had already changed his shoes and stood up facing Wang Lin's slap. He nimbly took a step to the side. Wang Lin's slap missed its mark. She used quite a bit of force, causing herself to stumble and almost lose her balance. Fortunately, Lin Xiaoran arrived and helped her up. Lin Xiaoran frowned as she looked at Gu Yan. Don't you even watch where you're going? His earlier dodge had landed on something. Gu Yan looked down and realized he had just stepped on a pair of shoes. These are Lin Xiaoran's shoes. Wang Lin clutched her chest, glaring angrily at Gu Yan. Lin Xiaoran pretended not to notice the tense atmosphere between the two and bent down to change her shoes. Finally, it was the old lady's voice that broke the deadlock. Is that Xiaoyan back? Come and sit down. I've given Elder Zhong a general overview of your condition. Come over here so he can take your pulse. The old Chinese medicine doctor's surname was Zheng. He was wearing a Zhongshan suit and looked very dignified and authoritative. Gu Yan walked over silently and sat down on the sofa. The old man took his hand, only to find that his palms were covered in sweat. Why are you sweating so much? Are you really sick? The old lady couldn't help but reach out and touch Gu Yan's forehead. My forehead feels slightly hot. The old lady looked at Lin Xiaoran with some dissatisfaction, feeling somewhat annoyed and frustrated. I've told you so many times, Xiaoyan isn't in good health, so you need to take better care of her. All you do is busy with your lousy work all day long. In the past, Lin Xiaoran would have retorted with a few words, such as Gu Yan is not a child. But tonight, she didn't say a word. He simply walked to the side, sat down, closed his eyes, leaned back against the backrest, and crossed his left leg over his right. After grumbling a few times, the old lady felt it was pointless and pulled Gu Yan's hand to place it on the table in front of her. Old Zhong, come quickly and examine my grandson-in-law to see what's wrong. Dr. Zhong reached out to take his pulse. I glanced at his face and made him open his mouth again. He frowned, sighed deeply, and remained silent for a long time. This silence made the old lady anxious. Unable to resist asking, how is it, Mr. Zhong, please tell us. His qi and blood are severely depleted. It may have even damaged the root cause. Liver qi stagnation is likely due to long-term stress, lethargy, and confusion. I think he may also have loss of appetite, difficulty sleeping, and nausea. As he spoke, Mr. Zhong observed the people present. Especially the expression on Gu Yan's face. It's too peaceful. He just sat there, not saying a word. Old Zhong sighed softly, his tone tinged with regret, confusion, and urgency. If things continue like this, he might die young. He could live decades less than others. Upon hearing these words, the old lady's eyes widened, and she cried out in alarm, patting her legs lightly with both hands. After a while, he anxiously nudged Lin Xiaoran beside him. How can you take care of someone like this? Listen to this, these symptoms are all because of her bad mood. I told you not to make Xiaoyan angry for no reason, but you didn't listen, and look at her now. Lin Xiaoran's expression was also not good, and she scoffed coldly, humph, what else can I do? The old lady looked on in disbelief when she heard this. He stood up and reached out to grab her ear. What are you saying? How can you be such a wife? Xiaoyan is your husband. Lin Xiao, however, feeling very annoyed, she tilted her head and dodged the old lady's hand. We're all adults who doesn't have emotions, just manage them yourself. Why do you have to think about all that nonsense every day? Whose fault is that? Gu Yan kept his eyes closed and didn't say a word. Wang Lin also came over at this time and sat down to the side, her disgust on her face making no attempt to hide it. Xiaoran is right. What kind of emotions can't he handle himself? I think he's just too well fed. He can marry into a wealthy family, live in a big villa, have servants to wait on him, and never have to worry about food or drink. How could he be in a bad mood? If he really doesn't want to stay, he should hurry back to his rural village. You're from the countryside, aren't you? You were never born to have a good life. The old lady frowned. As an elder, don't you know what you should and shouldn't say? Mom, I'm just telling the truth. Do you think Xiaoran is in a good mood? Every time she goes back over the years, she always comes out full of anger. Who can be happy seeing Gu Yan's gloomy face, and yet you still insist on forcing her to go back? Upon hearing this, Gu Yan finally opened his eyes and looked at Lin Xiaoran. Turn out to be. The few times she returned home over the years were actually at her grandmother's request. 109, Chapter 109. He didn't leave himself a way out back then. Gu Yan slowly stood up, his tone very calm, but strangely calm. "Grandma, I finished my checkup, so I'll head back now, please take care of yourself." Upon seeing this, the old lady immediately became anxious and reached out to try to pull Gu Yan back. "Xiaoyan, why don't you stay at the old house for a couple of days and keep grandma company? I'll ask old Zhong to prescribe some medicine to help you recover, which will also make it easier for him to prepare the medicine for you." No need, grandma, just let Lin Xiaoran divorce me, and maybe I'll get better." The old lady was startled and looked at him with great surprise. This should be the first time he has mentioned divorce to the old lady. Gu Yan stood there, looking very calm, and the surroundings were also very quiet. Lin Xiaoran sat silently, gazing into the distance, seemingly lost in thought. Wang Lin, on the other hand, was overjoyed. "Great, this is a wonderful opportunity, Xiaoran, you should agree." She couldn't help but nudge Lin Xiaoran's shoulder. But Lin Xiaoran didn't move. She simply gradually shifted her gaze to Gu Yan. "After you divorce me, who are you going to live with?" After saying that, she suddenly laughed. She stood up and went to Gu Yan's side, reaching out to gently touch his cheek. "Alright, honey, let's go home. We'll have grandma send the prescription to the villa, and I'll arrange for someone to brew the medicine to help you recover." Gu Yan frowned, about to say something in rebuttal. But the old lady suddenly sighed, her face showing a very lonely expression, which made people feel a little sad. "I don't know how much longer my body can hold on." Old Zhong took my pulse and said I only have less than a year left. The old man, on the other hand, has a few more years. I reckon I'll have to go to the underworld to wait for him first. At this point, the old lady looked at Lin Xiaoran, her eyes seemingly filled with expectation, or perhaps longing. "Xiaoyan, if you want a divorce, do it after I'm gone then. All the villas under my name, and the 2% of Lin's shares, will be yours. You can keep them for dividends or sell them. It's up to you. I don't know what happened between you two, but I won't have the energy to deal with your affairs anymore. Originally, I didn't want to say all this." The old lady raised her hand and rubbed her temples, her eyes filled with exhaustion. "From now on, I won't be able to go out often. I need to rest and recuperate. If Xiaoyan has time, please come and visit this old woman often." Gu Yan opened her mouth, her eyes reddening slightly. Her original emotions had subsided, replaced by different ripples. "Grandmother. Everyone knows what Lin's 2% stake represents. That represents so much wealth. Throughout the entire Lin family, no one, regardless of their descendants, owns any shares in the Lin group. Many members of the Lin family don't even own that many shares combined. Even if Gu Yan is ungrateful, he still has to acknowledge this kindness. Even if he doesn't want the shares, he can't do without his grandmother." The old lady sighed again, got up, and slowly walked step by step toward the backyard. "Stay here tonight. You look terrible. You must have had another fight with Xiaoran. I am really worried." "Don't worry, I'll arrange a room for you, one that's close to me, so she won't dare to bother you." Gu Yan pursed his lips, quickly caught up with her, and helped the old lady walk towards the backyard. If he refuses again, he'll be incredibly ungrateful and shameless. Wang Lin stared blankly at the departing figures of the two. She was stunned by the 2% stake. She doesn't own a single share of Lin's group herself. What gives Gu Yan the right to do this? She had devoted herself to serving the Lin family, young and old, for so many years, but in the end, it was all for naught. She became a complete joke. Wang Lin gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with jealousy and resentment, her breathing rapid, and her eyes bloodshot. However, she still didn't say anything. Gu Yan's voice choked with emotion. "Grandma, 2M not worth you doing this for." Over the years, he has locked himself in the villa and refused the old lady's advances many times. During that period, he suffered from severe depression to a terrifying degree. He didn't even dare to go out and see anyone. The old lady gently patted his head. In order to see the old lady, Gu Yan specially wore a hat to cover the gauze covering Baz's wound. "It's not a matter of whether it's worth it or not in Grandma's eyes. You are much more important than any shares." Upon hearing this, Gu Yan finally lost control of her emotions, and tears streamed down her face. Lin Xiaoran stood there, watching the two figures, a flicker of emotion passing through her eyes. She clenched her hands, then relaxed them, and followed them. Arriving at the old lady's room, I gently knocked on the door. Gu Yan had already been led by the servants to another room, a rest area, not far from the old lady's room. The old lady sat on a single sofa in the room, while someone gently massaged her knees.
Lin Xiaoran walked in and closed the door.
In a flat tone, he said, "You're so generous, it makes it seem like you own the shares." The old lady picked up the newspaper in her hand and threw it at them. The newspaper hit her chest, and Lin Xiaoran caught it and placed it on the table next to her. "I'll have some top-notch medical teams take a look at you. The old lady's health is indeed not very good." He used to practice vegetarianism and chant Buddhist scriptures for many years and had his own meditation room in the temple. Before Lin Xiaoran returned, she spent far less time in the old house than she did in the temple with the second ancient Buddha and the green lamp. She always felt that Lin Xiaoran's disappearance was a consequence of the Lin family's ruthless actions in the past, which resulted in karmic retribution. As people get older, they become more likely to believe in these things. Sometimes, regardless of whether science and medicine can explain these things, people are more willing to entrust their possessions to religious beliefs.
Faith always brings people more imagination and hope.
The old lady closed her eyes, her expression calm.
Forget it, I know my own body best. Lin Xiaoran stepped forward. "What's wrong? Don't you want to hold your great-grandson anymore?"
If you had listened to me and taken what I said earlier seriously, I wouldn't be in such dire straits as to not even have a child. Lin Xiaoran pursed her lips and sat down on the sofa next to her. "Let's go to the hospital for a checkup tomorrow. They have better equipment there. If anything happens to you, he'll definitely be upset." The old lady's face showed a hint of emotion upon hearing this.
He let out a long sigh.
"I feel sorry for this child. He grew up without parental love and followed you all over the country. He didn't even have a stable source of food and clothing. It was difficult for him to find a part-time job. Fortunately, you succeeded later, but he also suffered a lot. He has never experienced a stable life since he was a child. He doesn't even have a place that can be called home." At this point, the old lady looked towards the front yard.
"No one else in the Lin family can tolerate him. You've changed your mind too. If I don't give him some kind of guarantee, what will he do in the future? Back then, he gave up everything to choose you, leaving himself no way out." 110, Chapter 110, one of the few instances of intelligence being demonstrated.
Lin Xiaoran was a little unhappy to hear this and stood up. "What do you mean by not leaving yourself a way out? Haven't I been good enough to him? You have no idea what he did tonight." No matter what Xiaoyan did, she was forced into it. "I know how kind this child is." The old lady looked at Lin Xiaoran with a hint of reproach in her eyes. "You forced this child into this circle. He was practically a blank slate before." "Fine, old woman, I won't say any more. I really don't have that much time left. You two can handle it yourselves. IDE already decided on the shares. No one can object." The old lady was serious. Even if everyone in the Lin family objects, she will not change her mind.
"Would he care about your shares?" Lin Xiaoran frowned. You wouldn't actually give him your shares, would you?"
After being coldly rebuked by the old lady, Lin Xiaoran fell silent.
Reaching the door, he turned to look at the old lady and said, "You should rest early. Don't worry about us so much, that way you'll live a few more years."
Upon hearing this, the old lady couldn't help but throw her cane at him. However, the direction it was thrown was very off, several meters away from Lin Xiaoran. She was also afraid that she might actually hit Lin Xiaoran.
Of all the young people in the Lin family, she liked Lin Xiaoran the most.
Although she is too arrogant, she has the confidence and the means to be so. The old lady sighed deeply, and the maid who was massaging her got up and came behind her, gently kneading her shoulders.
"Madam, you should take care of your health first."
This maid had served the old lady for decades, and the two had a relationship that resembled that of longtime friends.
"I know, but I can't help but worry. You heard what old Zhong said. Xiaoyan never talks about anything and never asks for help. If he were even a fraction as tactful as Ningchen, things wouldn't have come to this point with Xiaoran."
"Madam, please don't worry. Your children and grandchildren will have their own blessings, and things will naturally fall into place." The old lady slowly closed her eyes and said nothing more. After leaving, Lin Xiaoran did not go to her room to rest. Instead, he called Huang Xing and then drove to the hospital. When she arrived at the entrance of the hospital, Ningchen was already standing outside the ward, not yet inside. The two of them were able to hear Huang Wanqing's screams from inside the hospital room.
It hurts so much, brother. I have to tell grandma about this. I want Gu Yin to disappear from Kyoto. No, I want him to disappear from this world. Wah. Huang Wanqing cried and screamed. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something, her face turned pale, and her voice trembled slightly. He's a madman. He was so vicious, he almost stabbed my shoulder through. He actually wanted to kill me. That bottle almost went straight into my head. Huang Xing looked at his younger sister on the hospital bed, hugging his legs and trembling all over, but his face didn't show much emotion. He knows his younger sister very well. His personality was extremely unruly. They never take ordinary people seriously. In her eyes, Gu Yan was nothing more than a decent-looking country bumpkin. If you only rely on your beauty as a trump card, you'll only become a target for others to covet. Whether it's a man or a woman, they will only want to possess the card you play and squander it at will. As for Huang Wanqing, all the good-looking men she had previously sought out, no matter how bad their family background or status, were still better than Gu Yan. Therefore, she looked down on Gu Yan and even discriminated against him. Huang Xing didn't know much about Gu Yan's affairs. However, he also knew that Gu Yan had been very quiet all these years, which could be considered as accepting whatever came her way. Why did things suddenly turn out like this tonight? Huang Xing took a deep breath and looked at his sister. The doctor has already told me about your injury, it's nothing serious. Huang Wanqing acted as if she hadn't heard these words and continued to cry out in pain. She was indeed in pain. She had never suffered such a severe injury in her life. However, Huang Xing's next words made it impossible for her to pretend she hadn't heard them. What exactly did you do? Huang Wanqing stared wide-eyed, her face filled with disbelief. Tears streamed down her face, her body continued to tremble, and her eyes seemed filled with grievance. They looked exceptionally pitiful. Seeing her like this, Huang Xing couldn't help but sigh. After all, she was his younger sister, and everyone in the Huang family doted on her. Just as I was about to say something, the door to the ward was pushed open from the outside. Lin Xiaoran and Ning Chen walked in. Are you feeling better? Lin Xiaoran's tone was flat, revealing no emotion. Ning Chen stepped forward and gently patted Huang Wanqing's hand. What did the doctor say? Is it all right? Seeing how much the two cared about her, Huang Wanqing's heart raced, as if it were about to leap out of her chest. But when she thought about how she was so scared that she could only cling to Ning Chen's leg and had lost control of her bladder in front of everyone, she couldn't help but lower her head again. His face was filled with shame and anger. Xiaoran, Brother Chen, I'm fine. Lin Xiaoran sighed softly and took a step forward. I sent Gu Yan back to the old house. I want him to reflect on his actions with his grandmother. I don't want to make this a big deal. Huang Wanqing is not stupid. How could she not understand what Lin Xiaoran meant by those words? He couldn't help but turn his head to look at Huang Xing. Although she wasn't particularly close to her brother. But at this moment, she couldn't help but check Huang Xing's reaction. Seeing Huang Xing's face at this moment calmly, Huang Wanqing took a deep breath. Brother, can you go out for a bit? I want to talk to Xiaoran and Brother Chen. Huang Xing was a little puzzled, but he didn't refuse and turned to leave the ward. Huang Wanqing has hidden her feelings for Ning Chen very well, and no one has discovered them yet. The most crucial point is that she has been trying her best to bring Ning Chen and Lin Xiaoran together. No matter how much others speculated, they could never have guessed that she would have a crush on Ning Chen. However, this is also one of the few instances where her intelligence has been demonstrated. After Huang Xing left, she suddenly grabbed Ning Chen's sleeve and looked at Lin Xiaoran. Xiaoran, I won't tell the rest of the Huang family about this. I'll just say that I missed a step on the stairs and fell down. She paused for a moment at this point. Then he glanced at Ning Chen again. However, could you and Brother Chen come with me for my follow-up appointments during this time, bring me some good food, and spend more time with me? Just consider it fulfilling a patient's wish, okay? 111, Chapter 111. Tell him to get lost. Lin Xiaoran looked at Ning Chen after hearing this. Ning Chen looked at Huang Wanqing with a somewhat surprised expression. Seeing the depth in her eyes, as if she were reminding him that she was creating opportunities for him to spend more time with Lin Xiaoran. But only Huang Wanqing herself knew that she was just trying hard to hide her feelings and looking at Ning Chen with adoring eyes. Ning Chen pursed her lips, turned to look at Lin Xiaoran, and said softly, "I have no objections, it's up to you." Lin Xiaoran raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Fine, I don't want to go to the Huang family to apologize to those elders anyway. I've been pretty busy lately." Upon hearing this, Huang Wanqing pouted and snorted coldly. "It's all Gu Yan's fault, always causing you trouble. Just recently, he's caused so much trouble." Although she said that, her eyes were constantly fixed on Ning Chen, who was sitting next to her. "Brother Chen is so handsome, and he's so gentle. There wasn't another man in all of Kyoto who was more handsome, from a better family, or gentler than him." Lin Xiaoran glanced at the time and said softly, "It's getting late, you should rest first. I'll come see you again tomorrow." Ning Chen, who was standing nearby, nodded. After hearing this she stood up, exchanged a few more words of concern with Huang Wanqing, and then followed Lin Xiaoran out. Huang Wanqing nodded with a pleasant expression, not as excited as before. She was already emotionally devastated. "I wish I could find someone right now to tear Gu Yan to pieces." Even so, it might not necessarily improve her mood. But now, the thought of Brother Chen comforting and keeping her company for the next period of time makes her feel incredibly happy. Moreover, the person Gu Yan has liked for over a decade is being asked to be with another man at her request. She was being comforted and kept company by another man. This gave her a sense of exhilaration, like she was about to exact revenge. A wave of pleasure washed over her from head to toe, giving her goosebumps all over. However, she still couldn't forget the moment yesterday when the sharp glass almost pierced her forehead. A chill ran through me. Thinking of this, a surge of hatred welled up in Huang Wanqing's eyes. Gu Yan. She absolutely must kill this piece of trash. Not only should he die, but he should also be utterly disgraced, dying with a stench and a lifetime of infamy. Lin Xiaoran and Ning Chen went to the outside corridor, where Huang Xing was still there. He was leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. Lin Xiaoran spoke first. "I've already apologized to Wanqing. Let's not let the rest of the Huang family know about this yet." Huang Xing glanced at her and frowned slightly. He wasn't very familiar with Lin Xiaoran. However, the person involved in this matter is Huang Wanqing. Although this matter was somewhat shameful for the Huang family. However, since Lin Xiaoran said that, it means that Huang Wanqing has already agreed. He stood up straight, lowered his arms, and looked at Lin Xiaoran. "How is Gu Yan?" He wasn't really concerned about Gu Yan, he was just asking casually to find out how Lin Xiaoran had handled it. "Reflecting on my actions at the old house." Okay, I won't say anything unless my sister brings it up." Huang Xing did not refuse Lin Xiaoran's offer. The Huang family had many troubles to deal with recently, and this incident would not benefit them at all. Moreover, he is about to inherit the Huang family's business and become the new generation's leader. He took a deep breath and looked at Lin Xiaoran. "I don't want the Huang family to cause too much trouble either." Lin Xiaoran nodded. The two have reached a consensus. When Lin Xiaoran returned to the old house, it was already past midnight. As she passed Gu Yan's room, she subconsciously stopped in her tracks. The room was very quiet, there was hardly any sound. Lin Xiaoran sighed softly. Gu Yan's mindset was much better than she had imagined. After causing such a huge incident, you can still sleep soundly. Back in my room, I took a shower and then went out onto the balcony in a bathrobe. The night air was a bit chilly, causing her loose hair to flutter gently. He picked up a cigarette and put it to his lips. Before it could be lit, the phone rang. "Mr. Lin, Xian from Longting Technology has been contacting you these past few days, saying he wants to meet with you and have a proper talk." Lin Xiaoran found it all laughable. He took the cigarette from his lips. Originally, he would have just lost a good-for-nothing son and still be sitting in his boss's position, but he had to come and provoke me. Shirley is still lying in bed. The person is not dead. But it's no different from being dead. Even if I have the chance to get out of bed in the future, I will no longer be able to consummate the marriage. Lin Xiaoran showed no mercy back then. Xian is not old, so she can still find someone to have another child.
But he himself has ruined his own future. They actually managed to persuade other companies to target Lin Xiaoran.
Are you trying to make things difficult for Lin Xiaoran?
Over the years, many people have tried to target Lin Xiaoran and make things difficult for her in order to force her or the Lin family to compromise. However, none of them succeeded, and their fates were all tragic. A hint of coldness flashed in Lin Xiaoran's eyes.
Tell him to get out.
I understand, Mr. Lin. I told him to get lost, but I heard that he tried to contact Mr. Lin these past few days, but Mr. Lin is not in Beijing these days, so we couldn't get in touch with him. Lin Xiaoran picked up a lighter and lit the cigarette. He seemed indifferent to these things, simply gazing quietly into the distance.
Mr. Lin, did you and Mr. Gu have another argument?
Lin Xiaoran wanted to laugh, but she couldn't.
You get out too. I hung up the phone and went back to bed.
But she couldn't fall asleep no matter what she did. Her thoughts were a jumbled mess, and she had a headache. The next morning, after getting up, Gu Yan called Zhao Yuyan again.
Mr. Zhao, could you please make another call for me? Zhao Yuyan on the other end of the phone was somewhat confused. Who should I call? Wencheng's biological mother.
Gu Yan thought about it for a long time before making this decision. He knew how much Wencheng valued and cared about his family. Or perhaps it's because he has never experienced the love of his family that he cares so much about these things. He would never have the chance to experience such emotions with Wenhang.
Although I am a good friend of Wencheng. However, the feelings between friends are different from the feelings between family members. He could not replace his family's place in Wencheng's heart. Perhaps, with the care of his family, Wencheng will wake up sooner and won't have to stay in the ICU anymore?
Right now, the only remaining hope lies with Wencheng's biological mother.
However, you can't make this call yourself. Wencheng's biological mother is a money grubber.
If I go to fight them myself, the other party will know that I am a son-in-law of the Lin family, and they may only be there for money.
Feelings bought with money are only temporary and unreliable.
Since it's best not to bother two people, I'll ask Zhao Yuyan for help again. 112, Chapter 112. In the end, it's still people who have changed.
Zhao Yuyan did not refuse after hearing this.
It's just making one more phone call, she doesn't lose anything. Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Zhao, if it's convenient, I'll treat you to lunch.
Zhao Yuyan has helped him so much, he can't just leave without giving anything in return. Inviting someone to dinner doesn't necessarily mean repaying a debt of gratitude, but it at least shows some appreciation. After hanging up the phone, Gu Yan took a deep breath.
He looked somewhat tired. He didn't sleep a wink last night. It felt like returning to the villa where I once stood as a waiting stone, enduring the days of anxious anticipation and restless nights.
Nobody knows if Wencheng can pull through.
He couldn't bear the cost of losing such a friend. After washing up, I went to the old lady's room. I knocked gently on the door and heard a cough coming from inside the room. The old lady's health is indeed very poor now.
Gu Yan pursed her lips and called out, "Grandma!
Shayan, please don't come in. This old woman is sick and has been infected by evil spirits. I don't want to pass it on to you. Old Zhong prescribed medicine for you this morning. The medicine is being brewed right now. Please drink your medicine before you leave. I'll have Xiaoran take the prescription back with me later. You should take good care of yourself during this time, so that this old woman won't worry."
Gu Yan opened his mouth, but no sound came out.
After a long while, she finally spoke again. "Okay, I understand. Grandma, please take care of yourself.
He will come back often."
At first, he wanted to curry favor with everyone in the Lin family, so he came quite frequently. But later I found that no matter how hard I tried, it was all in vain. Not only will it fail to please the Lin family, but it will also make them increasingly disgusted and hate you. So he simply stopped coming. He hid alone in the villa, refusing to see anyone. But in the future, while Grandma is still alive, he will visit her often.
As for the rest of the Lin family, he didn't care anymore.
When they got downstairs, they found that Lin Xiaoran was also there. Normally, she would have arrived at the company much earlier at this time, and might have even finished a meeting. In recent years, everyone has said that apart from the time she spends with Ning Chen,
she has devoted all her remaining time to the company and her career. At this moment, Lin Xiaoran was sitting on the sofa looking at a document. Gu Yan didn't want to go over, so she went to sit under the pavilion in the courtyard. There was a flower garden in the courtyard that the old lady liked, and Gu Yan just stared blankly at the colorful flowers. The herbal medicine has already been brewed in the kitchen. They brought the food to the hall but couldn't find anyone. Just as they were feeling a bit lost, they heard Lin Xiaoran's voice. In the courtyard. The maid hurried to the courtyard. Mr. Gu, breakfast is ready. Not wanting to disappoint his grandmother, Gu Yan got up and sat down at the table inside the room. The old house is usually quite deserted. Not only do the younger generation rarely come, but the middle-aged generation of the Lin family also rarely come. It only gets a bit lively during major holidays or family gatherings. At this moment, only he and Lin Xiaoran were at the dining table. But there were more than a dozen dishes on the table, many of which were his favorites. Gu Yan picked up his chopsticks, but had no appetite and didn't eat anything for a long time. Lin Xiaoran sat opposite him and got up to serve him a bowl of soup. Grandma told you to drink the prescription that Dr. Zhong prescribed. Hearing this, Gu Yan sighed softly. Pick up the soup bowl and drink it slowly. Looking at Gu Yan's quiet and obedient appearance, Lin Xiaoran suddenly felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. She pursed her lips, picked up a piece of glutinous rice rib, and put it in his bowl. Eat more meat. You eat so little every day, you're not getting enough protein. If you keep going like this, you'll be thinner than all the servants in the house. No wonder you're malnourished. Gu Yan didn't say anything, but just took another sip of soup. She pursed her lips as she looked at the glutinous rice rib in her rice bowl. This glutinous rice rib, along with the other dishes on the table, were exactly the same as what Lin Xiaoran had made before. He didn't move. I just avoided the glutinous rice ribs and ate some rice instead. Lin Xiaoran's face instantly darkened. You think I poisoned you, don't you? Gu Yan finished the last sip of soup, put down the bowl, and stood up to leave. Lin Xiaoran sat there alone, facing the table full of dishes, arms crossed, leaning back in her chair. When the old lady came down, she saw Lin Xiaoran hunched over, her right hand covering her stomach. What happened? Has your husband been kidnapped? Soon. Lin Xiaoran's tone still carried a hint of anger, but she couldn't straighten up. Seeing this, the old lady had someone bring her painkillers and gave a cold laugh. Drink more hot water. Lin Xiaoran's lips twitched slightly. Don't follow my example. You know how infuriating your words can be, don't you? Can't you just speak properly instead of being sarcastic? The old lady scolded her, then her gaze fell back on the dining table. Aren't these all Xiaoyan's favorite foods? How come there's so much left? He only drank one bowl of soup. No wonder he's so weak now, a grown man, eating so little every day. Suddenly, the old lady paused for a moment. He pointed to a few of the dishes and clicked his tongue twice. Who made these dishes? They look terrible. Tell the kitchen to fire them immediately. When did the Lin family's chefs become so incompetent? Lin Xiaoran looked listless, but still pouted and said, as long as it tastes good, who cares if it looks good or not? After taking the painkillers handed to him by the maid, he heard the old lady give him a word of advice. I told you a long time ago, don't smoke, don't drink, and eat on time. You never listen. Now the pain is starting to hurt, isn't it? I'm leaving. Lin Xiaoran didn't want to be scolded anymore, so she stood up and walked out. Where are you going? Go to the hospital to see Huang Wanqing. Have instead of focusing on other people's skills, you should pay more attention to your man. Lin Xiaoran put on a coat and snorted coldly. Do you think I'm that fond of moving around? The old lady didn't know what had happened either, but she was too lazy to get involved. But Lin Xiaoran returned not long after she left. I told the maid, find an insulated container and pack one of these to take with me. The maid nodded and hurriedly went to find a thermal container to pack up some of each dish from the table. She stopped me when it came to a few of the dishes. These dishes are not needed, just pack the rest. Soon, the maid had packed a whole box full. Lin Xiaoran picked up the insulated box and walked out. As we walked, I didn't forget to give him a word of advice. I've already contacted the medical team. They'll bring some equipment to your home for an examination. Please cooperate, you're so old, don't be as immature as that little kid. Several servants couldn't help but turn away and chuckle. The old lady was so angry that she couldn't help but slam her hand on the table. Look at your foul mouth with your temper, you deserve to have this falling out with Cheyenne. Lin Xiaoran lowered her head to change her shoes, her face expressionless. Is this the first time you've heard of me? Gu Yan had known about this before. So, in the end, it's because people have changed. 113, Chapter 113. I can't control myself from liking him. Huang Wanqing will need to stay in the hospital for half a month. She simply told her family that she was going on a trip, without revealing anything about what she was doing. The hospital changed her dressing this morning. But she didn't dare to look at her own wounds. She would feel panicked at the sight of it. She would recall Gu Yan's seemingly insane state before. The ruthlessness in his eyes terrified her. Even though she didn't want to admit it, she was really afraid of Gu Yan in that state. This outcome made her feel ashamed and indignant. She pursed her lips, her phone rang, and when she picked it up, her expression softened considerably. It was a message from Ning Chen, asking how she was doing and saying he would come to see her later. Lin Xiaoran arrived a little faster than Ning Chen. She called Ning Chen before coming today, saying she wanted to bring food for Huang Wanqing and asked Ning Chen to come by himself. A hint of envy flashed in Huang Wanqing's eyes when she saw Lin Xiaoran. Lin Xiaoran placed the insulated food container in front of her, then sat down on the sofa next to her and looked at her phone, seemingly handling work. When Ning Chen arrived outside the ward, she happened to hear Huang Wanqing's voice. Xiaoran, this dish is really delicious. Your Lin family's chef is quite skilled. Eat more if you like. Lin Xiaoran's tone was unreadable. Ning Chen knocked on the door, then pushed it open and came in. Wanqing, are you feeling better? Upon hearing Ning Chen's voice, Huang Wanqing abruptly looked up towards the doorway. Perhaps because she was injured, she especially longed for Ning Chen's company. When Lin Xiaoran brought the insulated box to the ward earlier, she didn't see Ning Chen and felt very disappointed. I originally thought Ning Chen might have something to do today and wouldn't come in the morning. Seeing Ning Chen now fills me with joy and surprise. For a moment, he was unable to hide his emotions. When she looked at Ning Chen, the love and excitement in her eyes were almost overflowing. Brother Chen. When she realized she was too emotional, she quickly lowered her head and hurriedly picked up some food and put it in her mouth. Then, he secretly glanced at Lin Xiaoran. After realizing that the other party didn't seem to notice anything amiss, I breathed a sigh of relief. However, she didn't see that Ning Chen had just seen her entire gaze. He frowned, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Then the corners of his mouth curved into a smile. He realized something, an opportunity he could exploit. Ning Chen placed the flowers in her hand on the bedside table. What did the doctor say? Huang Wanqing seemed a little guilty and didn't dare to look up at Ning Chen, her palms were sweaty. He lowered his head and whispered, they said it's nothing serious, just need to stay in the hospital for a while. What exactly happened? Why was Gu Yan so impulsive last night? Upon hearing this question, Huang Wanqing suddenly became nervous. She didn't know how to answer that question. Could it be that I should tell Ning Chen it was because I hired someone to kill Gu Yan? Just then, Lin Xiaoran answered the phone. It was a call from the company. He stood up and greeted the two of them. Ning Chen, Wanqing, you two chat, I have some things to take care of. Okay, you go ahead and get busy, I'll take care of things here, Ning Chen said quickly. Seeing the two of them like this, Huang Wanqing felt a pang of sadness. The two of them were as familiar with each other as a married couple. She was truly envious. But she dared not show any emotion. He even secretly wished that Lin Xiaoran would leave soon. In this way, she wouldn't need to worry about whether Lin Xiaoran would answer Ning Chen's question for her. It would also allow me to spend more time alone with Ning Chen. After Lin Xiaoran left, Ning Chen patted the back of her hand and said, tell me, why did Gu Yan go so crazy last night? Upon hearing this, Huang Anqi's face immediately darkened. She pursed her lips before speaking. I don't know what's wrong with him, maybe it's because I got into an online argument with his friend, that minor celebrity named Wen Chang. Huang Wanqing gave herself a reason to explain. However, this explanation is so weak that no normal person would believe it. However, Ningchen nodded, as if she believed him. Seeing him like this, Huang Wanqing breathed a sigh of relief. She was so worried that Ningchen would look down on her after learning the truth, so now that she saw Ningchen was willing to believe her, even if the reason was lame and weak, she was willing to believe that Ningchen had listened to her explanation. Huang Wanqing's eyes were filled with tears, and her face was full of grievance. Brother Chen, you have no idea that Gu Yan is really crazy. Last night, the expression on his face was like a ghost. It was so scary. Even now, when I think about it, I still get chills. Ningchen lowered her eyebrows and sighed. Xiaoran's decision not to let you tell the elders in the family is actually a good thing for him. I'd said before that he'll only cause trouble for Xiaoran. Xiaoran just finished dealing with Long Tang's matter 2 days ago, and she's been so busy every day. At this point, Ningchen raised her head and gently wiped away the tears from Huang Wanqing's eyes. This time, he's caused trouble again, and even I'm a little resentful, you know. Xiaoran once got drunk and admitted that she regretted meeting Gu Yan. If only they had never met, Xiaoran wouldn't have to deal with so much trouble. Upon hearing these words, Huang Wanqing's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but feel excited. Only Brother Chen would gently wipe away her tears like that. Moreover, she finally learned that Ningchen she also disliked Gu Yan. Then, her face filled with malice, she said, Brother Chen, do you know how much I hate this bitch right now? I wish she were dead right now. Even being torn to pieces wouldn't be enough to vent my hatred. Huang Wanqing clenched her teeth so hard that her cheeks trembled slightly. Ningchen sighed softly. Your grandma loves you the most. If she finds out about this, she definitely won't let it go easily. Gu Yan will definitely learn his lesson then. Booty just promised Xiaoran. Huang Wanqing hesitated slightly. Xiaoran was afraid you would make things too big of a fuss. Huang Wanqing clenched her fists, her heartbeat gradually quickening. So, as long as we don't make things too big of a fuss. She just needed to find a way to let only her grandmother know, so that people would make things difficult for Gu Yan. That doesn't count as breaking the agreement with Lin Xiaoran. Most importantly, Brother Chen will definitely be happy about this. She took a deep breath and reached out to grab Ningchen's hand. Brother Chen, you're still the best to me. With Ningchen like this, she simply couldn't control herself from liking him. Less than a second after they held hands, she wanted to let go. Although she was reluctant, she was worried that Ningchen would find out something. However, the next second, Ningchen grabbed her hand instead. As Huang Wanqing's heart raced and she was somewhat dazed, she heard Ningchen speak with a gentle expression. Wanqing, you're like my little sister to me. If I'm not good to you, who else can I be good to? You must recover well. It breaks my heart to see you like this. 114, Chapter 114. His understanding doesn't mean he can accept it. Upon hearing this, Huang Wanqing felt a lump in her throat. A surge of tears welled up, but I forced myself not to cry. Her hatred for Gu Yan intensified. At this moment, Gu Yan had already arrived at Zhao Yuyan's place. The two met at the same coffee shop as yesterday. Upon meeting Gu Yan, Zhao Yuyan didn't waste any time and directly told him what Gu Yan wanted to know. I called her, but she didn't answer. I called several times, but she rejected my call. She also didn't reply to my messages. Gu Yan considered many possibilities, but he never expected that the other party wouldn't even answer the phone. Zhao Yuyan asked, what do you plan to do? Gu Yan frowned and thought for a moment. Go directly to her. He knew the address of Wen Chang's biological mother. It was Wen Chang who told him. Wen Chang had often fantasized that one day his biological mother would regret abandoning him and return to his side. Therefore, he pays special attention to news about his mother. Gu Yan got up, paid the bill, and walked out with Zhao Yuyan. While waiting at a traffic light, his phone rang. It was Lin Xiaoye calling, asking him why he hadn't gone to work today. Sister Xiaoye, I have some things to take care of these past few days and I would like to ask for a few days off. Lin Xiaoye's voice was very gentle, and she spoke softly. Okay, but remember to let me know in advance next time, and I'll have HR process your leave application. After hanging up the phone, Gu Yan stared blankly at the endless stream of cars in front of him. Suddenly, A series of urgent horn blared. A large truck sped over from not far away. This scene instantly reminded Gu Yan of the time when Ning Meng had her car accident. He retreated almost frantically, then his legs gave way and he collapsed to the ground, his face drained of color. Zhao Yuyan didn't have time to help Gu Yan up immediately after seeing that Gu Yan was already sitting on the ground. She hurriedly went forward to help him up. Gu Yan's lips trembled, and she slowly closed her eyes before suddenly opening them again. He lowered his head and breathed heavily. It took a long time to suppress that feeling of panic. Seeing Gu Yan like this, Zhao Yuyan was a little worried, so she simply followed Gu Yan to find Wencheng's biological mother. Zhao Yuyan drove Gu Yan to the Chinsa Club in Wencheng in less than an hour. I got out of the car, went to the door, and rang the doorbell. Footsteps were heard inside, and then the door was opened. A father and daughter, both under 50, saw Gu Yan and a look of disgust flashed in their eyes without saying a word. They tried to close the door. Gu Yan quickly reached out to stop her from closing the door. However, he was still very weak and had little strength, so he almost couldn't stop it and his arm got caught in the door crack. It was Zhao Yuyan who lent a helping hand. Gu Yan quickly asked, "Are you Gu Yan's biological mother?" Gu Yan had never met Wencheng's biological mother. Wencheng's biological mother glanced at him but didn't say anything. Seeing this, he pursed his lips and sighed inwardly. Wencheng is in the hospital right now, still in the ICU and his life is in danger at any time. I'd like to ask you to go and see him, at least give him some care, and maybe he'll wake up sooner. The woman was furious upon hearing this. Gu Yan, is it? What exactly do you want? You're the one who called and texted me, right? Is it fun to lie to people with this kind of information? Auntie, I really didn't lie to you. Gu Yan was a little anxious. Wencheng is really seriously injured. It's hard to say whether he will survive. The woman was annoyed by this and frowned, angrily retorting, alright, is this a never-ending lie? Is it because he's been using the excuse of being sick to get me to see him since he was a child? The woman pried Gu Yan's arm off with her hands, then pointed at his face and said, "Tell him not to bother me again, do you hear me? What bad luck." The next second, the door was slammed shut with a loud bang. The woman turned around and spat. How can an adult, especially someone in the entertainment industry, be so easily seriously injured? If that were really the case, wouldn't it have become a huge scandal by now, and the whole world would know about it? She had already suffered a lot of abuse on Weibo because of Wencheng a few days ago, and now she is filled with hatred for Wencheng. She seemed to have forgotten that the small suburban villa she was living in was bought with the money she had demanded after returning Wencheng to the Wen family. A girl came out of the house. She looked to be in high school. "Mom, who's here?" "Nobody, just some salespeople." She didn't want her daughter to know about these things. "Okay Mom, could you give me 2,000 yuan later? I want to go to a concert with my classmates." "Is it that rich kid classmate? Okay, Mom will transfer it to you in a bit. You should dress up nicely and look good." Gu Yan and Zhao Yuyan were still standing at the door when they heard faint sounds coming from inside the room, and their expressions turned very ugly. He had heard Wencheng mention how, when he was a child, he wanted to use his illness as an excuse to get his mother to visit him. But it never succeeded. They don't even care when their own child is sick. She used the money from selling her child to buy a house, started a new life, and then let her daughter try the things she had done. Gu Yan's face turned ashen. He took a deep breath and said to Zhao Yuyan beside him, "President Zhao, let's go. There's no need to come here again in the future." He no longer expected the middle-aged woman inside the room to do anything for Wencheng. On the way back, while driving, Zhao Yuyan couldn't help but ask Gu Yan, Wencheng is, after all, her biological son. No matter what, she shouldn't be so cold-hearted, right? Did something happen in between? What happened? And that girl, how could a mother say such things to her own daughter? Gu Yan's brows and eyes were full of exhaustion, and his voice was hoarse. "I heard Wencheng tell me this once. When he was a child, his mother treated him very well, but after he was sent back to the Wen family, his mother changed completely and disappeared abruptly. When they met again, her eyes were full of disgust for him." Zhao Yuyan frowned, somewhat puzzled. Actually, his mother grew up in an orphanage. Many people who grow up in such places don't understand what family or friendship is. They only care about money. His mother was like that. She could accept any method, and she didn't care who she had to abandon.
as long as she had money.
Upon hearing Gu Yan's words, Zhao Yuyan pursed her lips and said nothing more. Compared to her, Gu Yan was actually more understanding. Because he also ran away from an orphanage. I've met many people like that. However, his understanding does not mean he can accept it, much less that he thinks it is the right thing to do. 115, Chapter 115. She always manages to find a reason to throw a tantrum. Zhao Yuyan drove back to the coffee shop. After getting out of the car, Gu Yan said goodbye to her and then drove his own car to the hospital. Wen Chang is currently in the ICU undergoing emergency treatment. I sat outside the ICU waiting, surrounded by other patients' families. They either cried or wailed. Sadness was written on everyone's face. At that moment, the lives of their family members became the only hope. They prayed to the gods from the depths of their hearts. Gu Yan sat there alone, completely silent. He couldn't help but recall the time when he was surrounded and beaten by several thugs. Wen Chang rushed forward, hugged him, and used his body to avenge the beatings he had suffered at the hands of those people. Then he shouted that he was Gu Yan, and that he would use his life to save himself. Gu Yan is very aware of his physical condition. If he had been the one taken away back then, he would be dead. He owes Wen Chang his life. Which of Wen Chang's family members is it? Suddenly, a nurse's voice reached his ears. Gu Yan hurriedly got up and staggered to the nurse. That's me. The nurse gave him a strange look, but didn't ask any further questions. Now is not the time to require the signature of immediate family members. Such strictness is unnecessary. The patient is out of danger. However, it's still hard to say whether he will regain consciousness, so the family should be prepared. He will be transferred to a regular ward soon. At this point, the nurse glanced at Gu Yan again and reminded him, if it's convenient, you can contact someone and find a professional caregiver to take care of the patient. Oh, and go downstairs to settle the bill first. Hearing this, Gu Yan's face showed joy. His life was saved. Overjoyed, his heart raced, and his cheeks flushed with excitement. Okay, sure, I'll go right now. Gu Yan thanked the nurse and then turned and ran outside. Without noticing, she bumped into a passerby, fell to the ground, and suffered a scrape on her neck. However, Gu Yan didn't care about this minor injury. With a smile, she went to settle the bill as the nurse reminded her and found a caregiver. He found a caregiver at the best price. He still has to go to work and can't take care of Wen Chang all the time. Moreover, having a professional caregiver is definitely much better than him taking care of himself. It's still hard to say whether Wen Chang will ever wake up. But if you lose your life, you won't even have the chance to become a vegetable. As long as you're alive, there's still hope. I jogged around and arranged everything, but my phone kept ringing. But Gu Yan ignored it. After handling everything and getting back to my car, I finally picked up my phone to take a look. Huang Wanqing sent him several photos. It's a photo of Lin Xiaoran and Ning Chen at the hospital. There was also a thermal box that he could recognize at a glance. That insulated box was one he bought before. It was bought for Lin Xiaoran. He used to overthink things, always worrying that Lin Xiaoran was too busy with work and would forget to eat. So he often secretly cooked meals and delivered them to her. He was also worried that cheap insulated containers couldn't hold food that was too hot and might produce toxic substances. She was also worried that cheap insulated boxes wouldn't keep food warm, so Lin Xiaoran wouldn't be able to eat hot meals. So I just bought a really expensive one, over 1,000 yuan. Since it was bought for Lin Xiaoran anyway, he didn't feel bad about the cost. The insulated box is light blue, it's the one in front of Huang Wanqing. Xiaoran brought me food. The Lin family chef cooks really well, so take this opportunity to eat as much as you can. You slut, you probably won't have the chance to eat like this again. By the way, I heard from Brother Chen that you bought this insulated box. Xiaoran used to bring Brother Chen a lot of food in this box. TSK. Xiaoran really tells Brother Chen everything. Gu Yan did not reply to Huang Wanqing. He just felt he hadn't gone easy on her that night. It was because Lin Xiaoran stopped him. Thinking of this, his emotions surged again. Every time he encountered something related to Lin Xiaoran, he found it difficult to control his emotions. I always end up turning myself into a madman. Before marrying Lin Xiaoran, he had never experienced such hysterical and frantic emotions surging in his heart. These emotions made him realize very clearly that this marriage was no longer suitable. Continuing this will not benefit either of them. He sat in the car for a long time, and only after he had calmed down did he drive towards Jiangnan Villa. After parking the car downstairs, I saw Brother Yi's familiar license plate appear before my eyes. It's Lin Xiaoran's car. Gu Yan's breath hitched, and his gaze darkened. Even though I had just calmed down. Seeing Lin Xiaoran's car here at this moment, I couldn't help but feel emotional. He sat in the car without moving, simply watching Lin Xiaoran's car quietly. More than half an hour later, Lin Xiaoran seemed to lose her temper. He got out of the car, walked over, and knocked on the car window. Get off! Gu Yan had no idea what Lin Xiaoran was angry about. It seems she can always find some reason to get angry with him. Gu Yan simply closed his eyes and pretended not to hear anything. Seeing this, Lin Xiaoran simply went back to her car, took out a window breaker, and came over. Seeing that she was about to smash the car window, Huan Yu opened the car door and got out. Lin Xiaoran's gaze was fixed on him. He scanned her from head to toe, then asked coldly, "Where have you been today?" Gu Yan ignored her, stepped inside, and unlocked the door with his fingerprint. Lin Xiaoran wanted he followed her inside, but Gu Yan slammed the door shut behind him. Lin Xiaoran simply stepped forward and blocked the door from closing. Gu Yan ignored her. Even if the door is closed, she'll find a way to get in. They went straight upstairs without even turning on the lights. Back in my room, I quickly washed up and changed into my pajamas. Lin Xiaoran was already sitting on the sofa in the bedroom. Her gaze fell on Gu Yan's neck, and suddenly her pupils widened. She stood up abruptly, took a step forward, grabbed Gu Yan's collar, and pulled him up. She simply threw him onto the bed. That was a scratch he got when he bumped into someone and fell at the hospital. Gu Yan fell onto the bed. Even though the mattress was soft, it still touched his wounds, causing him to let out a muffled groan of pain. Lin Xiaoran climbed up and sat directly on him, continuing to grab his collar with her hands. Gu Yan was a little out of breath. "Get away from me." Lin Xiaoran seemed not to have heard anything, and with red eyes, she began to tear at his clothes. 116, Chapter 116. Where did he get so many grievances from? After pulling open the upper part of her pajamas, Lin Xiaoran was able to see the wound on Gu Yan's neck clearly under the light. It appears to be just a scratch. Still harboring some doubts, he reached down and touched her again. After sensing that the ammunition depot was well stocked, she finally felt relieved. It wasn't what she imagined. She released the person. Gu Yan was so angry that he was trembling all over. He inexplicably pushed her onto the bed, groped her all over, and then let her go. What's this? Is this a new form of insult? In his emotional state, Gu Yan felt nauseous. He hurriedly got up from the bed and ran to the bathroom to vomit. He gagged for a long time, but only some yellow fluid came out. He didn't eat much today, so there was nothing to vomit. Hearing Gu Yan retching, Lin Xiaoran hurriedly poured him a glass of warm water. Gu Yan forcibly suppressed the urge to vomit, stood up straight, washed his face, and looked up at himself in the mirror. His face was deathly pale, and the bloodless veins on his face seemed to fill his eyes. He looked extremely haggard. Looking at himself like this, he couldn't say a word. Lin Xiaoran handed over the warm water. Uncomfortable? Gu Yan grabbed Lin Xiaoran's hand holding the cup. The cup wasn't held properly and fell to the ground. The sound of it shattering was rather jarring. Gu Yan looked at himself in the mirror, and his appearance seemed to be a reminder to him. He rubbed his face with both hands, feeling somewhat weak. Lin Xiaoran pulled out a tissue from the side, wanting to help him wipe his face. Ning Chen has severe depression, but her emotions don't fluctuate as drastically as yours. Powerless. Have no choice. Hopeless.
Lin Xiaoran hugged Gu Yan from behind, rubbing his chest with her hands and noticing that he had indeed become much thinner. I slowly released my grip and gently stroked his back with my left hand.
Go to bed early. Gu Yan returned to bed and curled up in a corner.
When someone has no desire to express their feelings to the person they've loved for over 10 years.
I don't want to talk, and I don't want to listen to her talk.
In this situation, he didn't know what else he could do. Gu Yan closed his eyes, feeling the body temperature of the person behind him, and felt a little annoyed. Suddenly, a cell phone rang in the bedroom. In the quiet, empty room, the ringing sounded somewhat jarring.
The warmth behind me vanished. Lin Xiaoran took her phone and went to the balcony. He vaguely heard the words Fontainebleau. Upon hearing those words, Gu Yan couldn't help but clench his fists tightly.
Tears were constantly streaming down my face.
It flowed down my eye socket and onto the pillowcase.
When Lin Xiaoran returned after finishing her call, she was stunned to see this scene and quickly took out a tissue to wipe him clean. Gu Yan reached out and pushed her hand away, then slowly opened his eyes.
He didn't want to cry. Just a moment ago, I simply couldn't hold back my emotions.
He opened his eyes and looked at Lin Xiaoran. He glanced at her once, then turned away and refused to look at her again. That fleeting look in her eyes made Lin Xiaoran panic. The emotion was too profound for her to discern. She suddenly remembered the time when the two of them had no money. He secretly went to work part-time washing dishes at a restaurant. I bought her a strawberry cake. She happily carried the cake home, but a car sped by and splashed dirty water on it, causing her to slip and fall. She didn't know where he went that night. She felt that he should be at home waiting to celebrate her birthday with her. She cooked a few dishes at home and also got takeout from their favorite hot pot restaurant, adding several kinds of meat. When he returned, he was covered in dirt. He didn't say a word either. He took a shower, washed his clothes, and then lay down on the bed alone, curled up in a corner without saying a word. When he got out of bed, there was a little dampness on his pillowcase.
She was a little angry at the time. Because Gu Yan didn't even send a single birthday greeting. She thought Gu Yan had forgotten her birthday. Frustrated, she went downstairs to throw out the trash. But next to the trash can, I saw a huge strawberry cake. It was that strawberry cake that I stared at for a few extra seconds when we were shopping together last time. The cake is huge, two people definitely can't finish it, and it's certainly not cheap. But the cake was already stained with sewage. But Lin Xiaoran could still see a few words on it. Happy birthday, Xiaoran. In that instant, she turned around and ran home, still carrying the trash in her hands. She hugged Gu Yan tightly and buried her head in Gu Yan's chest. He said in a muffled voice, I'm sorry. Gu Yan is a rather stubborn person. Stubborn enough to endure all grievances. But it has one weakness. It's Lin Xiaoran. Anything related to Lin Xiaoran could easily break down his psychological defenses. Even if he had worked hard for a long time to earn the money to buy that cake. He didn't feel wrong because the cake was expensive or because he had suffered a lot. What made him feel wronged was that the gift he gave to Lin Xiaoran had been defiled. The reason he felt wronged was that he hadn't been able to give Lin Xiaoran a happy birthday. Lin Xiaoran held her breath and stared at Gu Yan's back for a long time. He threw the pillowcase in his hand into the trash can next to him. She straightened up and said softly, I'm leaving now, you get some rest. Gu Yan remained silent, lying there with his eyes closed. After getting into the car, Lin Xiaoran felt increasingly irritable. She didn't understand where Gu Yan got so much grievance from. She gently touched her face with her hand, took out her phone, and then remembered that she had been blocked. The next day, the sky just as dawn was breaking, Gu Yan received a call from Zhao Yuyan. After meeting Wen Cheng's biological mother yesterday, Zhao Yuyan was very curious. She wanted to know if this person was really like what Gu Yan described. What will her daughter be like? She only did a simple search, but the information she found left her speechless. I couldn't resist calling Gu Yan first thing in the morning. She felt that Gu Yan should know about this. The two arrived early in the morning and waited outside Wensheng's mother's villa community. It didn't take long for the young girl to come out. Gu Yan had already seen the photos from Zhao Yuyan. She is now the daughter of Wensheng's biological mother. Gu Yan originally thought that this was the child of Wensheng's biological mother who later married and had children. Zhao Yuyan only told him this morning. This girl was not born to Wensheng's biological mother. It was adopted. It is said that it was adopted from the countryside. This girl is currently a junior in high school and will be a senior next year, which is a crucial period. But after she came out with her bag, she didn't go in the direction of the school, but in the opposite direction. The two of them slowly drove up and followed. 117, Chapter 117 No money? Then use something else to pay off the debt. The car quickly stopped downstairs at a billiards hall. Gu Yan put away his phone. On the way, he checked the public opinion on Weibo. The news that Qin Yu was still alive had already spread. The post he made received a lot of likes and comments. The comments, in particular, were almost entirely from fans comforting him and trying to persuade him to go back to playing the piano. Qin Yu, I learned piano by watching your videos back then, and now I'm a piano teacher myself. I really look forward to your return. Thinking back to when Qin Yu was still playing the piano, we could hear such wonderful new pieces every now and then. Those were the good old days. How could you give that up? Didn't Qin Yu reply to me back then, saying that your favorite thing is playing the piano and that you hope to one day hold a solo recital in the biggest concert hall? Didn't you say that playing the piano in the center of the stage is when you are most immersed in it? Come back soon, we will always support you, and your dream will come true soon. Gu Yan and Zhao Yuyan went to the supermarket next door, bought masks, put them on, and went inside. As soon as I walked in, I saw the girl chatting with a few young people at the bar. Then the young men led her to a mahjong table in the corner and sat her down. Gu Yan and Zhao Yuyan simply opened a table nearby. As soon as the two walked over, the girl took her bag and went to the restroom. When she came back, she had changed out of her school uniform and was wearing a rather sexy halter-neck mini dress. It looks like it has lost a lot of its scholarly air. The group sat down and started playing mahjong. Gu Yan could vaguely hear that the stakes they were betting on seemed to be quite high. In less than an hour, the girl had lost 2,000 yuan. Wang Yuyu, you're not out of money, are you? Wang Yuyu is the name of the girl adopted by Wensheng's biological mother. Wang Yuyu's expression was not good, and she kicked the mahjong table in anger. One of the girls who was playing with her started acting sarcastic. What, are you out of money or can't afford to lose? You've gambled before, is it really that big of a deal? Wang Yuyu rolled her eyes, stood up, picked up her school bag, and walked out. As I passed by the bar, I happened to see a stack of money next to the cashier. When no one was watching, he casually slipped it into his pocket. After carefully observing her surroundings and finding that no one seemed to have noticed, she pretended to be nonchalant and walked outside. Seeing this, Gu Yan beckoned to a waiter not far away, pointed to Wang Yuyu who was about to walk out, and explained the situation. Several waiters rushed to Wang Yuyu and searched her body, finding the wad of cash inside. Wang Yuyu was pinned against the wall by several people, her face making intimate contact with the wall, her face turning deathly pale. She wanted to say something to defend herself, but she couldn't say anything. This street is very popular with young people in the neighborhood. Many people come here to play every day. Most of them were troublemakers who dropped out of school early. You might even meet some kind of powerful figure or gang leader here. Businesses like billiard halls usually employ a few people specifically to prevent petty thugs from causing trouble. Now Wang Yuyu is stealing money right under people's noses. The people who had just been playing mahjong with her immediately started to distance themselves from her. Brother, we don't know her well. She did all of this by herself. Yes, she just lost money and got desperate. It really has nothing to do with us. The person in charge here didn't even glance at those people, and went straight to Wang Yuyu.
The person in charge looked very thin and tall, with sunken cheeks and a sinister expression. He reached out and grabbed Wang Yuyu's hair, pulling it back. They only let go when they pulled me to the front of the bar. Wang Yuyu fell to the ground, her face contorted in pain. Pay up 10,000 yuan. I have surveillance cameras here, you can't run away. The person in charge squatted down and looked at Wang Yuyu. Wang Yuyu's face was deathly pale. She had never seen anything like this before. Brother, I have no money. I haven't touched any of your money. I haven't even left the house. I'll give it all back to you. Please let me go. Upon hearing this, the person in charge grinned wickedly. No money, no problem. We'll settle the debt with something else. As he spoke, he looked Wang Yuyu up and down. With just that one look, Wang Yuyu understood what the other person meant. She was so frightened she almost burst into tears. One of the thugs behind the person in charge spoke up. Boss, don't listen to her nonsense. How could she not have money? She's only just turned 18 and she's already driving a BMW. How could she not have money? Wang Yuyu had been boasting about this to everyone she met, so it was impossible for her to deny it. Although that BMW wasn't very expensive, it was just an entry-level used car, costing only a little over 10,000. But that also means she's not without money. Upon hearing this, the person in charge's face immediately turned cold. He slapped Wang Yuyu's face hard with his right hand. I'm giving you 1 day. If you don't bring the money by tomorrow, you should know the consequences. After being released, Wang Yuyu immediately got up from the ground and ran out of the billiard hall. Gu Yan was standing not far away, about to leave, when he heard the person in charge giving instructions to the person behind him. Go check out this girl's family background and circumstances. Giving her a BMW at such a young age means she's probably spoiled. If it's easy to get her, we can set her up and make a killing. Gu Yan heard it, but didn't react. Neither Wencheng's biological mother nor these thugs are good people. This Wang Yuyu is only 18 years old, but you can already tell what kind of person she will become in the future. He adjusted his mask and led Zhao Yuyan outside. As soon as I reached the parking lot, I heard Wang Yuyu talking in the parking lot. He was making a phone call in the corner. 10 Fisano, at least 20,000. Mom, don't you trust me? Look at their family's circumstances, the kind of life they've lived since they were little. If I treat them to a meal, I'll have to prepare more money. Do you still want me to marry into a wealthy family? Upon hearing this, the person on the other end of the phone indeed lost their temper. The amount of money that Wencheng's biological mother had previously obtained from the Wen family was only that much. After buying a house and a car, there wasn't much left. She doesn't go to work. But I don't dare to go to Wencheng. He was terrified that if he went to Wencheng, the Wen family would have a reason to take the money back from him, so he could only live off his savings, and the money dwindled with each passing day. After hanging up the phone, Wang Yuyu made another call. Mom and Dad? This call was made to her biological parents. Please return my car to me as soon as possible. I need to rent it out to earn some money. Wang Yuyu suddenly stood up and raised her voice after someone said something on the other end of the phone. I don't want her to buy me a better car. I don't know what's wrong with her. Her son is a celebrity now and has even contacted her, but she just won't contact him. I even contacted Wencheng, planning to use her name to ask for money. But who knew Wencheng would suddenly stop replying to me? Now I can only sit here and do nothing. 118, Chapter 118, he's practically all alone now. Gu Yan couldn't help but clench his fists, hold his breath, and forcefully suppress his emotions as he returned to the car. He took out Wencheng's phone and examined it carefully. Sure enough, they found the chat history between Wencheng and Wang Yuyu. The two have already talked quite a bit. Wang Yuyu mostly talked to Wencheng about things related to Wencheng's biological mother. Brother Wencheng, Mom made delicious pork ribs today. She said you used to love these pork ribs the most. Brother Wencheng, Mom was alone and lost in thought again today. I overheard her crying. She said the Wen family was forcing her not to go back to see you, otherwise she really wanted to see you again. Brother Wencheng, Mom is worried again. I think I heard someone say that we don't have much money left, and we may have to sell the house and car. Mom also seems to have some debts. Upon seeing these chat logs, Gu Yan finally understood everything. Wang Yuyu is very smart. On the surface, he was telling Wencheng about the current situation of his biological mother.
In fact, every word he said was telling him that his biological mother still cared about him and missed him. Occasionally, they would also reveal false information such as that the two of them were not living well, and that Wencheng's biological mother seemed to owe a lot of money. Gu Yan could even scroll back a year to see these chat logs. In other words, Wang Yuyu had been planning to deceive Wencheng for a year, swindling money from him under the guise of being his biological mother. Judging from their chat history, Wencheng clearly believed Wang Yuyu's words. If this continues, it will probably take less than 2 months for Wang Yuyu to start asking Wencheng for money. No wonder Wencheng hasn't dared to spend a single penny of the money he's earned over the years. He's taken it all. He still remembers to this day how his biological mother abandoned him for money. Perhaps, he fantasized that as long as he could earn enough money, his biological mother would return to his side. Wang Yuyu's appearance gave him some confidence and something to rely on. She almost succeeded. Based on Gu Yan's understanding of Wang Yuyu, this matter was definitely not something she planned alone. Otherwise, she definitely wouldn't have been able to hold out for a year without asking Wencheng for money. However, Wencheng later discovered that it was all fake. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been willing to hand over all his savings to Wenhong later on. Isn't that because he realized that his biological mother didn't really miss him or need his help? This is why he suddenly approached Gu Yan and told her that Gu Yan was his only friend. Thinking about this, Gu Yan felt somewhat depressed and irritable. He couldn't imagine how much pain Wencheng felt when he found out that Wang Yuyu had been deceiving him. However, he was certain that he could proceed with his revenge against Wang Yuyu and her daughter without worry. After saving the recording on his phone, he parted ways with Zhao Yuyan. A person drove to the hospital and found that Wencheng had been transferred from the ICU to a regular ward. When he arrived at the ward, the caregiver had just cleaned his body. Gu Yan sat down beside the hospital bed. Wencheng, don't worry, I won't let Huang Wanqing get away with this. I talked a lot with Wencheng. Gu Yan didn't know if he was conscious or able to understand. But he just kept talking. In a way, wasn't he also someone who could only confide these thoughts to Wencheng? Everyone else has their own family and their own career. He and Wencheng are the only two left. He's practically all alone now. Finally, Gu Yan took out his phone and played the recording for Wencheng. Someone is setting a trap for Wang Yuyu. She'll soon be in deep trouble. I'll keep an eye on this Wencheng. Don't worry, I won't let these people off easily. After Gu Yan left Wencheng, he received a call from Lin Xiaoye. Xiaoyan, has everything been taken care of? He hasn't been to work for 2 or 3 days. I wasn't planning on going today anyway. But after Lin Xiaoye called to ask, he changed his mind. It's almost done, Sister Xiaoye, I'm going back to work now. I got into the car and was about to drive to the Lin Group's office building. But just as he started the car, he received another call from the Lin family's old residence. The person on the phone didn't tell him to go to the Lin family's old house, but instead told him to go find Wang Lin. He said the old lady had sent him some things, which were now with Wang Lin. Gu Yan wanted to ask what it was. But the call ended very quickly on the other end. He hadn't even asked his question before the call was cut off. He had no choice but to go to Wang Lin's place first. At this moment, Wang Lin was looking at several photos in her hand, her eyes red with anger and her face ashen. He clenched his right hand so tightly that he almost crushed the photo in his hand. With a stern face and an icy voice, she asked the person next to her, "Did he walk this way?" "Madam, he is already on his way." In Wang Lin's eyes, Gu Yan was a disgrace to her and the Lin family. This is a troublemaker who will try to seduce anyone she meets. She first harmed her second daughter, and then wrote those words to her eldest daughter. This person is just relentlessly harassing the Lin family. She wished she could devour Gu Yan alive and make him disappear from this world forever. "Madam, should we tell the second miss about this? What's the point of talking to her? I don't understand her. I don't even know if she really wants a divorce anyway. I've made up my mind today. Gu Yan has to leave. He has to disappear from our Lin family completely." Speaking of here, Wang Lin picked up her teacup and took a sip of tea. The warm tea did not warm her, her face remained cold.
When he arrives, try to knock him out. If he resists fiercely, just knock him out. After giving a few instructions, she seemed to remember something else. He took out his phone and called Ning Chen.
Xiao Chun, do you want Xiao Ran to go see a psychologist with you today? Ning Chen isn't stupid. I know Wang Lin very well. I immediately understood what Wang Lin was thinking. She wanted to get Lin Xiaoran away. Could it be that they're planning to make a move against Gu Yan?
Apart from that, he couldn't think of anything else that required him to send Lin Xiaoran away. A slight smile curved her lips, and her tone remained gentle. I was just thinking the same thing, Auntie. I am on my way to the Lin Group building right now. Is there anything I can help you with? It's nothing. I just want you to take better care of yourself and recover quickly so I can hold my grandson soon. Upon hearing this, Ning Chen's face flashed with a hint of smugness, but he seemed somewhat embarrassed.
Auntie, look at what you're saying. Xiaoran and I haven't been able to get married yet. 119, Chapter 119, Slitting Wrists.
Wang Lin was delighted to hear Ning Chen's voice. Oh my, it was bound to happen sooner or later. Why are you still shy, child? After the two hung up the phone, Wang Lin looked at the bodyguards at the door and her expression turned serious. After sending him to the countryside, give the people there some money and make sure he never has the chance to come back. I don't care what they do with him, just don't make a big fuss and don't let him show up at the Lin family again.
Yes, madam. After hearing Wang Lin's words, the bodyguards all understood the situation. The meaning is quite obvious.
They can do whatever they want, even sell people to Southeast Asia. As long as nothing happens that implicates the Lin family, and Gu Yan is prevented from having another chance to appear in the Lin family, everything will be fine. As Gu Yan drove the car to the outside of the villa and was about to get out, his phone rang.
It was an unfamiliar number, and Gu Yan answered it. Hello?
The person on the other end of the phone remained silent. Despite his confusion, Gu Yan didn't stop what he was doing. After packing his things, he turned off the engine and got out of the car. Just as he was about to hang up the phone and walk into the villa, he heard Lin Xiaoran's voice on the phone.
Remove me from the blacklist.
Lin Xiaoran's voice was somewhat cold, as if she were giving him a command. Gu Yan pursed his lips, preparing to hang up the phone and ignore her. But suddenly two burly men in black suits rushed out from around the corner. Two men flanked him from the left and right as they charged at him.
Gu Yan was stunned for a moment, then quickly took 2 steps back. However, the phone accidentally fell to the ground while it was still on a call.
Both bodyguards were top-notch bodyguards that Wang Lin had hired for many years, and they were exceptionally skilled. They're just better at protecting people than using the towel in their hands to knock someone out. Therefore, he was unable to rush to Gu Yan's side immediately. Gu Yan seized the opportunity and smashed the bag in his hand directly at the feet of the two bodyguards. The two were caught off guard by the sudden counterattack and stumbled to the ground. Upon seeing this, Gu Yan hurriedly turned around and ran outside. As for the phone on the ground, he didn't have time to care about it.
Grab him, don't let him get away. Before coming, Gu Yan felt something was off.
Logically speaking, if the old lady had something to give him, he could have just gone to the old house to get it.
Why bother having to come to Wang Lin yourself?
He just felt that with the old lady here, Wang Lin probably wouldn't do anything to him, at most she would just scold or beat him. In the years following his marriage to Lin Xiaoran, it was quite normal for Wang Lin to beat and scold him. He never expected Wang Lin to go so crazy this time. They ran quickly out of the villa's gate. He was somewhat relieved that the door was not closed.
They disappeared into the bamboo grove beside them.
The two bodyguards then called over a few more people, and together they searched the surrounding area for a long time. But this villa area is too big, and the surrounding greenery is very well done.
Finding someone is indeed quite difficult.
Unless you check the surveillance footage. By then, Gu Yan would have already run away, so the group had to split up and search for him.
The person can't be found right now.
The group had no choice but to return empty-handed. When Wang Lin learned that Gu Yan had managed to escape even after all that, she was so angry that she started cursing.
Are you all a bunch of useless idiots? Couldn't you have waited until he was inside before making a move? And that towel, couldn't you have restrained him first before drugging him, you bunch of pig brains? She just wouldn't believe it. If Gu Yan had already entered the house, or if the bodyguards had first subdued him and then drugged him. How could Gu Yan possibly escape? Now all her plans have been disrupted, and she's so angry she's feeling dizzy. He sat on the sofa, panting heavily, his face grim as he looked at the bodyguards in front of him. The phone that Gu Yan dropped outside is still in use. Gu Yan? Lin Xiaoran heard the shouts of several bodyguards, a dark look flashed in her eyes, and she got up to go out. But He Qing, who was standing next to her, handed her a cell phone. The message above shows that the call was made by Ning Chen. Lin Xiaoran took the phone, and Ning Chen's voice rang out. Xiaoran, why can't I get through to you on the phone? By the way, do you have some time now? What's wrong? Is something the matter? It's nothing, I just want to go see a psychologist. Lin Xiaoran had already gotten into the car, her tone somewhat cold. Didn't we just go there a couple of days ago? Ning Chen's expression was not good, and she sighed softly. Well, it's gotten a bit worse recently. Ning Chen, I'll have someone else go pick you up and accompany you there. She quickly hung up the phone and had someone locate Gu Yan's phone, discovering it was near the villa where Wang Lin lived. His pupils contracted slightly, and then he forced He Qing out of the driver's seat. He got into the car, floored the accelerator, and sped away. The car ran several red lights along the way. The car stopped in front of the villa. Gu Yan's phone was found next to his car. He picked it up and quickly walked into the villa. Mom! She called out, her voice tinged with coldness. Wang Lin was still frustrated because she hadn't caught Gu Yan. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes when he saw her return. Why did you decide to come back tonight? Lin Xiaoran's gaze swept around her surroundings. Without wasting words with Wang Lin, he went straight to the point and asked, Where is Gu Yan? The smile in Wang Lin's eyes vanished instantly, and her expression calmed down. He walked back to the sofa, sat down, crossed his arms, and spoke in a somber tone. You're asking me, how would I know? A shadow crossed Lin Xiaoran's eyes. He strode forward and picked up the fruit knife from the table. He removed the sheath from the fruit knife and held it directly against his left wrist with his right hand. Upon seeing this, Wang Lin turned deathly pale and hurriedly stood up, her voice trembling. What are you doing? Where is he? Wang Lin was trembling all over as she watched Lin Xiaoran's right hand lose its grip and gradually leave a bloody mark on her left wrist. You're threatening me, threatening your own mother for a bitch, trash. In Wang Lin's eyes, Gu Yan was always stringing her youngest daughter along while also being entangled with her eldest daughter, constantly pulling and tugging at her. If we don't do something soon, my two daughters' lives will be ruined by this piece of trash. She doesn't want to compromise. But she didn't want to watch Lin Xiaoran cut her wrists right in front of her. Taking a deep breath, she tried to speak in a gentler tone. Daughter, if you were me, you wouldn't like someone like Gu Yan either. Before she could finish speaking, Lin Xiaoran took a fruit knife and gently cut her wrist. Fresh blood gushed out. This seemingly casual wrist cutting can be even more visually impactful than a direct, forceful slash. Even scarier. Wang Lin couldn't help but scream, her face turned deathly pale, and she closed her eyes, unable to look at Lin Xiaoran any longer. 120, Chapter 120,000. Wang Lin couldn't stand the sight of blood, and she couldn't bear to see Lin Xiaoran looking so calm, as if everything was normal, while she was actually cutting her wrists. She has lost the dignity of being a noblewoman. She screamed. He ran away on his own, my men couldn't catch him, I never intended to kill him, I just wanted to send him away, to the countryside, to make him disappear from Kyoto. He threw the fruit knife on the ground and asked the maid to fetch a first aid kit. After giving herself a quick bandage, Lin Xiaoran left. Although she cut her wrists, she still had some sense of proportion. Furthermore, it injured vital areas, especially arteries and veins. It's just a cut that caused bleeding, which looks scary, but it's not actually fatal. She is extremely ruthless and vicious in her actions. That doesn't mean she's brainless. Lin Xiaoran, ruthless and vicious yet extremely intelligent,
capable of easily controlling the overall situation, is the fearsome business genius. After Lin Xiaoran left, the servants inside finally dared to move and hurriedly went forward to help Wang Lin up. But Wang Lin opened her mouth and immediately fainted from anger. Lin Xiaoran walked out of the villa and instructed her men to go find Gu Yan. At this point, Gu Yan himself had no idea where he had gone. A person sat slumped in the alley, the ground around him covered with moss. There were only some old scraps scattered around. There were no surveillance cameras in the vicinity. He was worried that Wang Lin would be able to find his location through surveillance and arrest him, so he deliberately chose some side streets without surveillance cameras to run away. A man was panting heavily, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. He's too weak now after being frightened and running such a long distance alone in fear, he's long past his limit. Just as he was wondering where he should go next, he suddenly heard footsteps and a person's pleading voice coming from around the corner. "Brother, I really don't have any money, I'm begging you, I really can't come up with 200,000. Upon hearing the voice, Gu Yan felt it sounded somewhat familiar. "No money, no problem, come on, you two, strip her clothes off, take a couple of photos first, and I'll teach you how to get a loan. Once you get the loan, you'll have money to pay back the money, right? Hey, still not behaving yourself." A series of punches and kicks rang out. Gu Yan finally recognized whose voice it was. It belongs to Wang Yuyu. "It's only been a few days, and they're already chasing after me for debt. She still needs to pay 200,000 yuan in compensation. For a student like her to encounter such a situation, it's clear that the person in charge of the billiards hall had successfully set a trap. Brother, I only just turned 18, I can't. Brother, let me go, please let me go." Hearing Wang Yuyu's hysterical pleas for mercy, Gu Yan hurriedly grabbed a piece of cardboard from the old scraps nearby, spread it over himself, lay down on the ground, and pretended to be a sleeping beggar. "Brother, I have money, I can sell my car and pay back the money, please let me go." Wang Yuyu was genuinely reluctant to sell the car. Once she sells the car, she won't be able to afford to buy another one anytime soon. His eyes were filled with heartache and resentment. "I don't know if it was from fear or anger, but I started trembling all over." She just wanted to go to the dealership and try out some of the better sports cars. As a result, he bumped into someone as soon as he stepped out the door. And coincidentally, he was the manager of that billiard hall. But now she has no choice but to sell the car. This group of people were genuinely not joking with her. A person was holding a phone, recording video, and pointing it at her. "Let me tell you, my brother's right leg is in a cast because of you, and he had 13 stitches in his arm. If you dare not pay me, I'll only give you two options, either you strip naked and take out a loan to have some fun with the brothers, or I'll break your leg, and you'll be in a wheelchair for the rest of your life." At this moment, a thug holding a steel pipe next to him shook the steel pipe in his hand, as if echoing him. "Bro, even after you break my leg, can you still give us guys some fun?" Someone looked at Wang Yuyu with lust in their eyes. Startled, she instinctively shrank back, only to bump into another thug, causing her body to tremble even more violently. "Did you hear that? My brothers have been itching for this lately. You'd better go and sell the car to pay off the debt, or my brothers won't listen to you." Wang Yuyu was completely terrified and hurriedly shouted, "Right away, I'll go sell the car right away, I'll definitely lose money, please, don't touch me, don't touch me." Several thugs showed satisfied expressions on their faces. Getting the money is naturally their most desired outcome. The leader reached out and slapped Wang Yuyu hard on the face. "Don't even think about playing tricks on me. Your biological parents live not far from here, right? Living in this shabby place and driving a BMW, they should take a look in the mirror and see what kind of dog they are." Wang Yuyu's cheeks were flushed and slightly swollen, and she didn't dare to say anything more. In any city, areas with little surveillance can usually be described in 3 words. Urban villages. This area is a favorite rental district for migrant workers. Although it's a mixed bag, the rent is cheap. Wang Yuyu's biological parents live nearby. There are very few surveillance cameras in this area, and the ones that are there are often broken, so hardly anyone pays attention to them. After those people left, Gu Yan slowly stood up. It was already dark,
and there were only a few streetlights in the alley, occasionally flashing a faint light. Most of it was pitch black. Gu Yan secretly followed Wang Yuyu to a door in the next alley. He raised his hand and knocked on the door. Soon someone came out and opened the door. Immediately following was a gasp of distress. My old good heavens, who did this? The lights inside the room illuminated Wang Yuyu. He was covered in mud, his clothes were torn and disheveled, and he seemed to have suffered many injuries, with bruises and swellings all over his body. Mom, where's my car? Give it back to me quickly. I owe a lot of money, I have to sell the car. A look of surprise flashed across the woman's face, followed by a troubled expression. Your dad drove off, saying he's meeting someone and won't be back until later. What happened to you? How did you suddenly end up in debt? Did your creditors call you? How much do you owe? After a series of questions, Wang Yuyu did not answer them one by one, but only answered the most important one. 200,000. What, 200,000? What about your stepmother? Didn't she give it to you? Didn't she take a lot of money from the Wen family? The woman's face changed drastically, and she spoke through gritted teeth. She doesn't have any money now. She only asked the Wen family for a small amount of money the time she bought a house and a car, plus I've spent it all over the years. Mom, do you think that villa will really be mine after she dies? 121, Chapter 121. Mr. Lin, this is not Mr. Of course, that woman doesn't even acknowledge her own son, and she doesn't have any other children. If she doesn't give it to you, who else can she give it to? That villa is worth over 10 million now, the car is worth several hundred thousand, and she must have at least several hundred thousand in savings, right? In the end, it'll all belong to our family, won't it? The woman's face was full of smugness, as if she was very proud of her scheming. Wang Yuyu frowned, but even though she doesn't acknowledge her son, Wen Chang is still her biological son. What if Wen Chang comes to claim the inheritance after she dies? What's there to be afraid of? Your brother is so smart, he made sure you had 2 plans in advance. He told you to contact Wen Chang, and if you succeeded, you could ask Wen Chang for money in that woman's name. That Wen Chang is a big star now, he's loaded. Wang Yuyu pouted indignantly. What's the use? He still disappeared, didn't he? He doesn't reply to my messages anymore. How am I supposed to get my money back from him? The woman gently patted Wang Yuyu's shoulder. That's why I say your brother is smart. If he ignores you, isn't that the same as ignoring that woman? What reason will he have to fight you for the family fortune in the future? Wang Yuyu's older brother is named Wang Zijian, and he is a top student. When I was admitted to Peking University, the government and the university gave me a lot of money as a reward, and my family received several 100,000 yuan. But ever since the news of the demolition and relocation spread, the father and the family has been trying to find ways to make a quick buck. It costs a lot of money to cultivate these relationships. Hundreds of thousands of dollars can be thrown into the water like a waste. Now, his savings are long gone, and he can only barely keep up appearances with that BMW. He would drive around doing errands for his superiors, picking up their children and elderly relatives, and even buying groceries and cooking for them. They just wanted to find out about the demolition and relocation process so they could make a profit. The mother and daughter were still talking quietly. Hearing footsteps nearby again, Gu Yan didn't linger and left via a side path. There are many alleyways, most of which don't even have a proper streetlight, and they are very complicated and interconnected. When Lin Xiaoran's people found the vicinity of this alley, they happened to see a group of people gathered not far away. The innermost group consisted of people in uniforms, surrounded by a cordon. Many people around were talking about it. Hey, what a pity that this young man is so young. That's right, such a handsome young man, and he died just like that, and so tragically at that. Sigh. Fortunately, this person has been arrested. He probably won't get a light sentence. Hearing the whispers around her, Lin Xiaoran's expression suddenly changed. He reached out and lifted the cordon tape, then quickly walked inside. Several police officers rushed forward upon seeing this, shouting at her while trying to stop her. A man's body lay on the ground not far away, and 2 forensic doctors were examining the deceased. For a moment, Lin Xiaoran felt as if all the strength in her body had left her, and she felt as if she was about to lose her balance. She quickened her pace, rushed over, and shoved one of the forensic doctors aside. Several police officers nearby rushed over and pulled her backward. What are you doing? Do you think you can just walk into a crime scene like that? Get out!
Lin Xiaoran's eyes were bloodshot as she stared intently at the corpse on the ground, unleashing her full aura. He Qing hurriedly caught up and whispered, "President Lin, that's not Mr. Lin."
Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoran's tense nerves suddenly relaxed, and her body suddenly lost all strength, collapsing limply.
He Qing quickly helped her up. Lin Xiaoran felt her mind go blank, as if the whole world was an illusion.
A wave of emptiness surged and churned in his mind.
After the police realized she was no longer resisting and had already pulled her outside the police line, they released her. He Qing quickly apologized and explained the situation.
The police chief sighed. This is a crime of passion. The deceased was the wife, and the mistress had been drinking tonight for some reason. She came over with a knife and killed him. She has been arrested, but we suspect that she was not the only one involved. The deceased's wife has not yet appeared, so we need to conduct an autopsy. At this point, the policeman glanced at Lin Xiaoran again and said softly, "Since it's a misunderstanding, then hurry up and leave. Don't disturb the crime scene." Lin Xiaoran lowered her head and walked out, passing through the crowd and arriving at a fairly bright street lamp. She took out a cigarette from her pocket and tried to light it. But my hands were shaking so badly I couldn't start the car. Finally, I accidentally dropped the lighter on the ground. Feeling irritated, she threw the cigarette on the ground and stomped on it hard with the tip of her high heel. He turned to Yi Qing, who was standing beside him, and asked, "Haven't they found the person yet?"
"Mr. Lin, the basic salary situation in this area is too complicated. The population is large and dense, there are all kinds of people, and the roads are also complicated. It will take some time to deal with it."
Lin Xiaoran didn't say anything more.
She also lived in this area.
The first rental apartment she and Gu Yan lived in wasn't far from here. The area was already quite chaotic back then. In some small houses, there may be as many as 7 or 8 people renting, and these people may be a different group of people today and a different group of people tomorrow. There are also many real estate agents who specialize in renting houses here and acting as subletting landlords. Many regulatory departments want to intervene but are powerless to do so.
Robberies and thefts are quite common occurrences. Although murders are few, they have occurred. Gu Yan always worried that something would happen to her when she lived here before. After all, she's beautiful and has a great figure. Standing in this urban village, he doesn't look like someone who would normally be here.
If someone really starts watching you, the danger could be quite significant. Therefore, Gu Yan never let her be out alone at night running.
Every day after get off work, no matter how late he had to work, Gu Yan would go to find her and pick her up. But Lin Xiaoran was too busy at that time. She had a lot of work to do and working overtime was the norm. Sometimes she was so busy that she couldn't go home until dawn. Gu Yan waited until that time to pick her up and take her home. At that time, Lin Xiaoran didn't pay much attention to it. After all, Gu Yan was a man, and even if he was handsome, he shouldn't encounter any danger in this urban village. Then one day, she left work early, which was unusual for her, but Gu Yan didn't come to pick her up.
She didn't see Gu Yan until she got home. She panicked and couldn't help but run out to look for it. Finally, they found Gu Yan at the very end of a small alley.
He was surrounded and brutally beaten by several thugs. It is said that a girl was being harassed by these people, and Gu Yan went to rescue her. In the end, the girl ran away, leaving Gu Yan alone to be brutally beaten by these thugs. At that moment, Lin Xiaoran's eyes turned red when she saw Gu Yan being beaten with a ferocious expression. She picked up a steel pipe from the side and rushed over. 122, Chapter 122. He was simply applying what he had learned. Lin Xiaoran still remembers how Gu Yan described her after the incident.
She is as brave as a female warrior.
But in reality, the urban villages are a mixed bag of factions, and there are plenty of so-called big brothers around. Most of them were petty thugs who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Lin Xiaoran holding the steel pipe, her ferocious expression was enough to scare away those thugs who only knew how to bully the few with their numbers.
But from that day on, Lin Xiaoran also began to require Gu Yan not to stay out too late and to be home before dark. Otherwise, who knows if those thugs will find a chance to retaliate. They even went so far as to reinforce the doors and windows of the rental house.
Later, Lin Xiaoran's business entered a critical period, and she often needed to travel for work, sometimes without being able to bring Gu Yan with her. She would tell him every day not to meddle in other people's business. It's better to avoid trouble. But Gu Yan couldn't help it. When he sees someone being bullied or someone asking him for help, he can't help but step forward to help. Even though he always ended up covered in injuries, those he helped never even said thank you to him. Even though many similar incidents happen every day in urban villages, it's impossible to manage them all. But Gu Yan remained the same. He's too gentle, he can't stand seeing others being bullied. They never care whether others will bully them, nor do they care whether the people they help express their gratitude to them. The more Lin Xiaoran thought about it, the more upset she became. Just as He Qing was about to lose control of her emotions, she answered a phone call saying that she had found Gu Yan. Lin Xiaoran's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled down. He hurriedly instructed He Qing to drive that way. Gu Yan had already been invited to sit in the car. He was actually quite resistant when Lin Xiaoran's people showed up. But these people, like Lin Xiaoran, never listen to what others say. They grabbed his arms and lifted him into the car. Gu Yan leaned back helplessly. The next second, the car door was pulled open from the outside. A cool evening breeze swept by. But Gu Yan couldn't feel any coolness at all. The anger emanating from Lin Xiaoran in front of him was about to burst forth. He instinctively took a step back. But Lin Xiaoran grabbed his collar and pulled him forward forcefully. Before Gu Yan could react, Lin Xiaoran had already gotten into the car. He slammed the car door shut, sat directly on Gu Yan's lap, lowered his head, and kissed him. Gu Yan was stunned for a moment, then shook his head from side to side, grabbed Lin Xiaoran's wrist, and tried to pull her hand away from his collar. "Get out of here!" Gu Yan's voice trembled with anger. Who would do something like that the moment they meet? There were still people outside the car. Gu Yan didn't have that kind of thick skin. He didn't notice that after Lin Xiaoran got into the car, He Qing had already led the others away to a distance. Lin Xiaoran's wrist still hurts. Although she hadn't damaged any vital blood vessels, she had indeed cut her wrist, and the wound was quite large. She took a deep breath, switched hands to grab Gu Yan's collar, and then kissed him again. This time, Gu Yan kept shaking his head from side to side, not wanting her to succeed. But Lin Xiaoran seized the opportunity and took a bite. Only after feeling that her lips seemed to have been bitten through did Lin Xiaoran get off him. After getting out of the car, he pulled Gu Yan out and shoved him into the passenger seat. After fastening his seatbelt, I sat him in the driver's seat. The car doors were locked from the inside, but Lin Xiaoran still radiated intense anger. It felt like it was about to set the atmosphere inside the car ablaze, and dry up all the moisture around it. Gu Yan felt completely baffled. Lin Xiaoran sometimes gets angry for no reason. Start the car and step on the gas. Gu Yan couldn't help but ask, where are we going? Go home. Lin Xiaoran was burning with anger, but her tone was icy cold. He simply stopped talking and sat in the passenger seat, looking at the scenery outside the window. Lin Xiaoran suddenly spoke up, "You know my mom doesn't like you, so why did you go there by yourself? Can't you use your brain?" If Wang Lin were to call him, he definitely wouldn't go. But the call came from the Lin family's old house. Moreover, he was clearly the victim, so how come all the blame ended up being placed on him? Gu Yan didn't speak. Lin Xiaoran simply parked the car on the side of the road and carefully examined Gu Yan's body from head to toe. After confirming that he was not injured, his face returned to its cold expression. "You've been incredibly stupid ever since you help people when they ask. You go wherever they tell you to go. Can't you use your brain for once? Stop being so foolish." Gu Yan simply closed his eyes. Seeing his expression, Lin Xiaoran took a deep breath and was about to say something when her phone rang. She leaned back wearily and answered the phone. "Okay, I understand, I'll go now." She got out of the car, sent He Qing an address, and then made a phone call. "Come and drive him back to the villa." He Chang arrived shortly afterward. "Get in the car and step on the gas." Gu Yan didn't want to argue. He really didn't want to make himself look like a resentful woman every time he met Lin Xiaoran. They either have an emotional breakdown or a big argument that leaves them physically and mentally exhausted. The best way to deal with it is to shut up. They completely ignored Lin Xiaoran. That way, we won't argue anymore, right? Anyway, Lin Xiaoran has been ignoring him like this all these years. He was simply applying what he had learned. The car arrived at the villa, and Gu Yan got out. He didn't say anything. I went straight into the bedroom, locked the door, took a shower, and went to sleep. I slept until the middle of the night before being woken up by my phone ringing. Gu Yan answered the phone, only to find out it was a call from the police station. Hello, are you Mr. Gu? This is the police station. Gu Yan woke up with a start, opened her eyes, and looked surprised. I am Gu Yan. Mr. Gu, your wife got into a fight with someone an hour and a half ago, and the two sides came to blows. She needs to be released on bail now. Before the other person could finish speaking, Gu Yan could faintly hear Ning Chen's voice. Xiaoran, don't be so impulsive next time. The injury on your wrist is too scary. If the Lin family finds out, the elders will definitely scold you again. I'm fine, how are you? Lin Xiaoran's voice rang out. I'm fine, it's all my fault. I heard those people say some really dirty things about you after they got drunk, so I couldn't help but snap back at them, otherwise, none of this would have happened. Upon hearing this, Gu Yan immediately hung up the phone. The police officer stared at his phone, somewhat bewildered. He had previously discovered that Lin Xiaoran's husband was Gu Yan, since bail requires someone to handle the application process. Generally, the couple is the first choice to be notified, which is why he called Gu Yan. Lin Xiaoran sat down beside her, her tone indifferent. Don't bother my family anymore, let my lawyer come. 123, Chapter 123 Recording. Lin Xiaoran's lawyer arrived shortly afterward. Ning Chen, her eyes still red, stared at the faint traces of blood seeping through the gauze on Lin Xiaoran's wrist. Go and get your wrist injury treated first. I am really worried about you going home like this. If the wound gets infected, that would be a serious matter. Lin Xiaoran seemed somewhat absent-minded all evening. Even when he was fighting with someone, he seemed a little dazed. After completing the bail procedures, Lin Xiaoran got up and walked quickly outside. Ning Chen hurriedly chased after him. Xiaoran. Lin Xiaoran stopped and turned to look at him. I'd like to treat everyone to a meal in a few days as a way of thanking you all for celebrating with me recently and for the gifts you gave me. Ning Chen's face was a little pale, but his gaze remained fixed on Lin Xiaoran. And, as you know, I'm going to start trying to take over the family business. The piano recital is also on the agenda. Good. Lin Xiaoran agreed immediately without the slightest hesitation. After receiving Lin Xiaoran's affirmative reply, Ning Chen opened the car door and got in. She then sighed softly. Did you and Gu Yan have another fight? Lin Xiaoran kept her eyes closed and didn't speak. There was still a faint smell of blood in the car. Actually, if Gu Yan hadn't been so frightened today and was already very tired, he should have noticed the injury to Lin Xiaoran's wrist when he grabbed it in his car. But this time, he genuinely didn't notice. This day was both shocking and exhausting for him. So I had no interest in observing other things. The car drove all the way to the Ning family villa. Ning Chen got out of the car and looked at Lin Xiaoran, who had been concentrating with her eyes closed the whole way and hadn't said a word to her. Just as he was about to say something, the car was driven away. Ning Chen stood still, under the fairly bright streetlights. I watched the car drive away. Ning Chen couldn't help but clench her fists tightly, her fingertips turning white. After a long while, he took a deep breath and calmed himself down. There's still a long road ahead, and there's no need for him to pester her at this point. That would only lower Lin Xiaoran's level of affection for him. Gu Yan got up at 5 in the morning. Last night, after he arrived at the villa, he took a shower, changed into his pajamas, and went to bed. Sleeping until you naturally wake up is when you feel your best. I took a taxi to Wang Yuyu's house. That is, the villa where Wenqing's biological mother now lives. Gu Yan knocked on the door and then placed the pre-copied recording on the floor by the door. Gu Yan then hid. Not long after, the door was opened.
Seeing that no one was outside, the woman frowned and tried to close the door. But then I saw a bag at my feet, and inside the bag was a voice recorder. She didn't know what was recorded on it, so she just listened to it. It contains a conversation between Wang Yuyu and her biological mother. The woman listened as the sound echoed. It not only echoed in the living room, but also resonated in her heart. The temperature inside the villa was not low, and hot porridge was cooking in the kitchen, with wisps of heat emanating from it. But the woman felt a chill running through her entire body. She sat there for a long time, until she smelled a burning odor and suddenly woke up to turn off the fire. When Wang Yuyu got up to eat breakfast, she couldn't help but complain. "Mom, your porridge is burnt, isn't it? I can smell it." The woman didn't say much, but simply took out the recording, played it, and questioned her on the spot. Wang Yuyu's expression changed drastically in an instant. Mom, this was edited and composited by someone else. They used some kind of AI technology to secretly change the voice of that person in it to my voice technology is so advanced these days, it's too easy to do something like this. I really didn't say anything like that." The woman breathed a slight sigh of relief upon hearing this. I turned off the recorder and casually threw it into the trash can. These people are getting more and more lawless with such skills. Why don't they do something else instead of trying to scam me? It must be your classmates and competitors who are worried that you're getting too close to that rich kid, so they're deliberately trying to sow discord between us. Wang Yuyu breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the woman's words. Then she asked, "Mom, so why won't you meet with brother Wenchang? He's a celebrity now, he should be making a lot of money." Wang Yuyu's words were very straightforward. But the woman didn't seem surprised that she would say such a thing. "I've already taken a sum of money from the Wen family. Wenchang is of no use to Mom anymore. How much money can a small actor like him earn? I don't want the Wen family to find a reason to take back the money they gave Mom when they meet again." The woman sighed deeply. "I heard he's not well liked in the Wen family. If we actually meet, my daughter and I might not get any money and he might even try to take advantage of us these past 2 days. He's even sent people over saying he's seriously injured. Isn't that just an attempt to get back at me?" Upon hearing these words, a flicker of emotion crossed Wang Yuyu's eyes. She knew her son, Wenchang, better than most women did. The more a woman acts this way, the happier she is inside. Since she was brought here, Wang Yuyu's quality of life has been completely different from before. But she also knew that these were only temporary. Women can say such sweet things. But in reality, he also saw her as a tool. Like Wenchang, it's a tool that can be used to exchange money. Initially, the woman thought that giving birth to a boy would make it easier to get money, and even to fight for it the Wen family's assets. Things didn't turn out as she imagined, and she could only try to make a quick buck. As for family property, she had no chance at all. That's why she wanted to have a daughter. All she had to do was marry her off to a wealthy family and she could receive a large dowry. A surefire way to make money. Therefore, over the years, the woman has always granted Wang Yuyu's requests and has constantly instilled in her the idea of marrying into a wealthy family. The woman wanted to use her to make money. But wasn't he also eyeing the woman's family fortune? As long as the woman refuses to see Wenchang again, all of this family property will be hers in the future. After all, the woman is already so old and doesn't have any other relatives. After she dies, can this family fortune still be donated? However, she also worried that this money-grubbing woman might suddenly realize her mistake and go back to Wenchang to take care of her in her old age. Then it would be very difficult for her to win these inheritances. Thinking about this, Wang Yuyu suddenly felt irritated and didn't know what to do. I decided to head out to school first. Gu Yan saw Wang Yuyu leave from the corner, and after waiting for about 10 minutes, he walked to the villa door and rang the doorbell. 124, Chapter 124. Even without you, she is still a chosen one of heaven. The woman thought that Wang Yuyu had left something behind and returned. He opened the door with a big smile on his face. In her view, Wang Yuyu was already an adult. Once Wang Yuyu graduates from high school, the plan she designed will be successfully implemented. Then all her efforts over the years will finally pay off. Therefore, they are now treating Wang Yuyu exceptionally well. But when she saw that the person standing at the door was Gu Yan,
her expression changed drastically.
It's you again? Auntie, have you listened to that recording?
Upon hearing this, the woman's face darkened even further.
So, you were the one who made that recording. I was wondering why I'd receive something like this out of the blue. This was all you're doing with Wen Chang, wasn't it? Tell me, did the Wen family regret it and ask Wen Chang to find a way to take back the money I gave them back then? Let me tell you, no way, get out of here, or I'll call the police.
After saying that, she casually waved the umbrella that was placed next to the door.
Gu Yan had no choice but to take a few steps back.
Seeing that this woman still refuses to repent and believes that someone is eyeing the few coins in her hand, he felt somewhat sorry for Wen Chang. He always believed that his biological mother was unable to meet him because of the Wen family. He was still being deceived by Wang Yuyu, and he kept saving the money he earned. He hoped that one day he could use that money to reunite with his biological mother. Although he later realized something was wrong, he returned all the money he had earned to the Wen family. His original idea was to give the money to the Wen family as repayment for the money they had given to his biological mother years ago. However, this woman still considers Wen Chang a burden. She's a jinx who will cause her assets to be taken away. But in reality, the one who really had her eye on her family fortune was Wang Yuyu, whom she now had every wish fulfilled. Even when Wen Chang was already seriously injured and had just survived, and it was still uncertain whether he would wake up, this woman remained indifferent. Gu Yan looked at the woman in front of him very seriously. It wasn't long before the mother and daughter broke down.
Wang Yuyu has been successfully framed and is now preparing to sell her car.
The person who set this up is no good, they wouldn't just get away with it by taking one car.
In the end, it's estimated that even this villa will have to be sold. Wang Yuyu and her biological parents are not good people either.
In order to take all of this woman's assets, they will definitely do some even more outrageous things. In addition, her brother, who was admitted to Peking University, helped her come up with ideas.
This family is extremely treacherous.
Auntie, this is the last time I'll say this to you. Wen Chang's life should be saved now, but it's hard to say whether he'll regain his senses. She's always been thinking about you. The recording makes a lot of the truth very clear. If you still don't want to believe it, then there's nothing I can do. You'd better take care of yourself.
Gu Yan bowed slightly, said nothing more, and turned to leave. The woman frowned and stood there motionless. She suddenly felt a little irritated.
A person who can get a large sum of money from the Wen family by relying on an illegitimate child may be very stubborn, but he is certainly not a stupid person. Sometimes, she wasn't unaware that something was wrong.
However, she has invested too much in Wang Yuyu as a sunk cost.
She could no longer control herself from believing in possibilities that were more favorable to her.
She was unwilling and dared not believe the worst-case scenarios.
Taking a deep breath, he thought, the Wen family has recently offended the Huang family, so they must be short of money and want to take back the money I have. Wen Chang is just a small-time actor. How much can he earn? This is definitely a scam, a setup to trap me. Gu Yan left the villa, having decided to no longer concern himself with these matters. He only needs to pay attention to the follow-up results, and then he can go to Wen Chang's bedside and tell him about it. Those who have been plotting against Wen Chang will not have a good outcome without him even having to lift a finger. When I got back to my apartment building, I found that Lin Xiaoran had sent someone to drive my car back the day before.
I drove to the Lin's building.
He felt somewhat depressed.
If Wen Chang wakes up and learns everything, how will he feel? Would you be happy that the mother and daughter were set up? Or would you be saddened and shed tears because of it?
When he arrived at the Lin Group building and parked his car, it was not yet 9 o'clock, just in time for his workday. As soon as I entered the hall, I saw Ning Chen carrying a thermos. It was the same insulated box that Gu Yan had bought for Lin Xiaoran. But now it's in Ning Chen's hand.
Ning Chen looked somewhat surprised when she saw Gu Yan.
But soon his face was filled with a smile, and he strode forward.
Good morning, Gu Yan. Gu Yan frowned.
He didn't want to act with this person, it would only make him feel disgusted and want to vomit. I swiped my card to pass through the access control and waited in the elevator lobby.
Ning Chen followed and swiped his card at the private elevator for the high-rise building next door. She turned around and saw Gu Yan standing in front of an ordinary elevator, her eyebrows curving into a smile. "Didn't Xiaoran give you a special elevator card? She's really something. I'll go up and talk to her for you later." Gu Yan stood there, not even turning her head, completely ignoring him. Ning Chen looked around. There were hardly any people in the elevator lobby at that moment. His smile faded, and he took 2 steps closer to Gu Yan. "Last night, Xiaoran got into a fight with some drunks to protect me. It's also my fault for not protecting her properly and letting her get hurt. Although she said it was because she wanted to protect me, I still feel a little sorry for her." At this point, Ning Chen turned her head and fixed her gaze on his face. "To know you've been arguing with Xiaoran lately. Please control your temper and don't make her angry. You've already caused her a lot of trouble. If you make her angry again, she'll tell me again that being with you is painful and that she regrets it." With a ding, the high-rise elevator arrived. Ning Chen walked in, swiping his access card with special privileges as he said to Gu Yan, "Do you remember that year when Xiaoran was out socializing, and I helped her?" A smile suddenly appeared on Ning Chen's face again. The smile seemed to contain both smugness and sarcasm. "I remember you called her that night and said you cooked her something delicious to celebrate, but at that time, she was with me in the most expensive restaurant in Kyoto, in front of floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the whole city, feeling what it meant to be above everyone else. That meal, just the tea for one person, could have bought many of those cheap meals you cooked." The elevator doors slowly closed, leaving behind only Ning Chen's last words. "Even without you, Xiaoran would still be a prodigy, but because of you, you've held her back. She herself said that you're a burden. The warmth of the wind and sun only touched you because she was too kind at the time. You were thinking too much." 125, Chapter 125. You shameless mistress. As the elevator doors slowly closed, Gu Yan's expression changed, and he lowered his head, trembling. The gentle breeze and warm sunshine made him feel warm simply because she was so kind. He was just overthinking things. Did they mistakenly believe that their past relationship was love? When Gu Yan sat down at her workstation, she was still a little dazed. He has been very anxious these past few days because of the Wencheng incident. I was working on my tasks with a blank expression when I heard the sighs of several colleagues around me. This young master of the Ning family is so handsome. He and President Lin look so well matched. Yes, unlike some people whose clothes cost only a few hundred yuan, yet they always act like rich young masters. I heard that President Lin was injured, which is why he looked so pale today. Young Master Ning is so thoughtful. He even personally made soup and brought it over. Everyone was marveling at how well the two were matched, and they also went psyched about Lin Xiaoran's boyfriend. I heard that Ms. Lin's husband is a man she's been supporting since before she became wealthy. He doesn't know how to go out to work. He just lies at home and waits to spend her money. That man was just lucky. If he hadn't met President Lin, he would have starved to death long ago. Haven't you heard, when President Lin was found, the Lin family specially recognized him as their godson. It was to give him an explanation for his companionship during President Lin's time of crisis, but he's not satisfied with that status at all. Yes, I heard about it too. So he drugged President Lin and young Master Ning at their engagement banquet, forcing President Lin to marry him. Holy crap, you're not kidding, are you? This can't be real. This method is disgusting. My friend works in Yanyu Jiangnan, a place full of rich second-generation kids. I heard this from them gossiping. I think it's true, otherwise why would President Lin dislike going home so much? Gu Yan was busy with his work at his workstation. I didn't manage to find a moment to go to the restroom until noon. He didn't get along well with his colleagues in the department. So, aside from work, he would at most take out his phone to check if there were any new developments in the news about the Qingyu account on Weibo. In reality, almost everyone hates him and even wishes he would disappear from this world as soon as possible. However, many people online are still hoping for his appearance. This stark contrast and sense of division caused him some pain. I took a deep breath and was just about to close my eyes when I found that a figure had blocked out the light in front of me. Lin Xiaoye placed a bottle of fresh juice on his table. It's freshly juiced. You don't look too well. Are you feeling unwell? Thank you, Sister Xiaoye. Gu Yan was the last person to join the department. In addition, he was isolated by his colleagues, so his workstation was a bit far from theirs. Unless he deliberately speaks loudly, no one can hear what he says to Lin Xiaoye. But Zhao Yongqi stood not far away, looking utterly devastated. A strong sense of resentment instantly surged throughout the department. Zhao Yongqi's dedication to the company over the years has been evident to everyone. Although he may seem tough, he has often helped his colleagues solve problems. Their strong work ability and ability to secure new projects, resulting in bonuses for them, are all thanks to Zhao Yongqi. Moreover, Lin Xiaoya's attitude towards Zhao Yongqi was quite different on a daily basis. She even publicly stated that she would not value family background when choosing a boyfriend. Therefore, many people believed that Zhao Yongqi had a chance. Now, out of nowhere, this newcomer has appeared. Everyone looked grim. After Lin Xiaoya left, they couldn't help but start making sarcastic remarks. But Gu Yan didn't pay attention, pretending that he couldn't hear it. They continued to handle their own work. His current job involves mostly organizing the documents he has on hand according to time and project category. I occasionally attend meetings and take notes. However, the meetings that required him to take notes were not particularly important. This job is simple and not easy to make mistakes in. Previously, this position was always held by relatives of high-ranking officials. So now, everyone thinks he hooked up with Lin Xiaoya, which is why she personally pulled strings for him and arranged this position for him. As it was almost time to leave work, Gu Yan began packing her things to prepare for her departure. Zhao Yongqi suddenly called him to a stop. Gu Yan, our department is having a get-together tonight, want to come along? Gu Yan was somewhat surprised and turned to look at Zhao Yongqi. He didn't expect the other party to take the initiative to invite him. But on Zhao Yongqi's face, one could see undisguised disgust. President Lin asked me to tell you she's going back tonight too, and no one in the department can be missing. Gu Yan nodded and returned to his workstation. He was already being ostracized by his colleagues in the department. If he doesn't go now, he'll probably face more than just sarcastic remarks from these people at work. He'll be openly harassed and given a hard time at work. The department gathering was held at a clubhouse. The meal is charged based on the number of people. It starts at 500 yuan per person, so the price is definitely not cheap. However, the environment here is very nice, the decoration is unique, and it looks very high-end. The private rooms are quite large, and they even have entertainment facilities such as karaoke and billiards, as well as musical instruments like a piano and drum set, and a small stage. It's a great place for gatherings. Departmental gatherings are usually held to introduce new employees and help them quickly integrate into the team, or to celebrate the success of a project successful. In the few days that Gu Yan joined the department, they had just completed a new project, which was indeed something to celebrate. Gu Yan found a corner to sit down, planning to make an excuse to leave after finishing his meal. But some people in the department started causing trouble. One of the shorter men approached Gu Yan with a glass of wine. Gu Yan, come on, let's go have some fun. Before Gu Yan could say anything, the person tiptoed, put his arm around Gu Yan's shoulder, and walked towards the stage. Come on, let's sing a song for the newlyweds. Gu Yan, what instruments do you play? We have singers and guitarists here, we just need someone who can play the piano. Gu Yan looked at the piano, just as someone tapped on one of the keys. Gu Yan's body stiffened, and his face instantly turned pale. That feeling of stiff fingers and coldness all over my body came back, and my strength began to gradually disappear. He barely had the strength to breathe, and he was losing his balance. Seeing this, the man chuckled, judging from your expression, you probably can't do it either. Fine, we'll sing it for you, this song is perfect for you, friends, let's sing You're So Cheap, Mistress, for Gu Yan. 126, Chapter 126. Whether I'm spreading rumors or not, don't you know? Several people stood on the stage playing musical instruments, but they looked a bit clumsy and not very skilled, as if the stage had been rehearsed on the spot. Even the usually sarcastic people started to egg them on. Gu Yan, can you sing? This was specially prepared for you. Yeah, if you can't play the piano, you can at least sing, right? The intro is almost over. Stop putting on airs, you're a newcomer, you can't possibly tell me you don't know how to sing this song, can you? This song is so perfect for you, surely you know how to sing it? The others in the private room stopped what they were doing and watched the scene with schadenfreude. Gu Yan looked at the man who had just pulled him over and was now holding a guitar. He got up, walked onto the stage, and took the microphone. The people present were all surprised, thinking that Gu Yan was really shameless enough to sing this song. But the next second, Gu Yan's voice left everyone present speechless. "Zhang Peng, I have a feeling you prepared this song for yourself. I saw you flirting with a female colleague in the department a few days ago. You went to the stairwell and hugged and kissed her." At this point, Gu Yan paused for a moment, his eyes sweeping over his colleagues. "If I remember correctly, this female colleague is married, right? I took a picture of you back then, and I think you looked pretty handsome in it. Would you guys like to see it?" Gu Yan's words were true, he had indeed seen it. He was never interested in other people's affairs, so he just glanced at it and left. The so-called taking of photos was obviously fake. That day, when he came out of the bathroom during his lunch break, he happened to see Zhang Peng hugging and kissing a woman as he passed by the stairwell. He only saw the female colleague's back and didn't know who she was or whether she was from his department. However, Zhang Peng often flirted with his female colleagues in the office and would make lewd jokes to tease them. Zhang Peng's expression changed instantly. He put down his guitar, pointed at Gu Yan, and shouted, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Gu Yan remained calm, holding up his phone with his right hand. "Shall I post the photos to the work group now so everyone can enjoy them? By the way, could someone please add me to the work group?" A guilty look flashed across Zhang Peng's face as he stepped forward and snatched the microphone from his hand. "If you don't want to sing, then don't sing. Why are you spreading rumors about me? You're a grown man. How can you do such disgusting things? Don't you know whether I'm spreading rumors or not?" After saying that, Gu Yan looked at the others present and said, "Anyone in the work group, please add me in." The colleagues present looked at each other, but no one dared to add him to the group chat. Zhang Peng's face turned ashen, and he angrily clenched his fists as he charged toward Gu Yan. Gu Yan reacted quickly, grabbing his wrist and slapping him across the face. "I've put up with all the sarcastic remarks you guys make at work, but do you really think I'm harmless? If you push me too far, I'll send the photos to that female colleague's husband and let you experience what happens to a mistress. I'd like to see if you get beaten to death by the wife." Zhang Peng's face was swollen and red on one side. His eyes were wide open and bloodshot as he stared intently at Gu Yan. Gu Yan grabbed his wrist and flung it away forcefully. Then, looking at the others present, he said, "I won't come to these kinds of events anymore, and don't invite me again." After saying that, he turned and walked out. Only after leaving the private room did I hear Zhang Peng's angry roar and the words of comfort from his other colleagues. Stepping out of the clubhouse, I took out my phone to prepare for navigation. But then I saw Ning Chen update her WeChat moments, and the photo showed the wound on Lin Xiaoran's wrist. Someone shouldn't exert themselves too much for the next week. Gu Yan found it laughable and was about to give it a thumbs up when he heard a woman's voice behind him. "Xiaoyan?" Gu Yan turned around and saw Su Ting standing there. "Sister-in-law, what are you doing at the club?" A department gathering. I heard your department had a gathering today?" "Well, I have something to do, I'll be going now, sister-in-law." He rarely spoke to his sister-in-law. He doesn't really like this person. As I got into the car, I received another message from Lin Zhe. "Xiaoyan, I'm a little worried about you living alone now. I've prepared some daily necessities for you, like thick blankets. It'll be cold soon, so you'll need them. I specifically chose goose down. It's very warm. I also made you some food. Don't always eat haphazardly when you're eating alone." Lin Zhe had always treated him like his own younger brother. She acted much like an elder brother, like a father or mother, and always showed him great care and concern. Gu Yan drove to Lin Zhe's house. Lin Zhe was clearly very happy to see Gu Yan. I put all the prepared daily necessities in the trunk and took out several bags of food from the refrigerator. Many of these dishes were specially prepared for Gu Yan, his favorite foods, and packed into specially prepared lunchboxes, which were very well packaged. "Put these foods in the refrigerator when you get home. Don't keep them for too long. Eat them in the next few days." He also made some dumplings for you. Freeze them when you get home and cook them yourself after get off work. Don't skip on food when you're eating alone. Looking at the food on the table, Gu Yan felt a lump in her throat. There was a whole basin of his favorite pork ribs alone, and several bags full of dumplings with various fillings. This food was enough for him to eat for a week. It would take Lin Zhe at least 2 days to cook all these dishes and make so many dumplings by himself. Before he could say anything, he saw Lin Zhe take out another small bag. This is tea that your sister-in-law's mother brought over. Take it home and drink it. It's all new tea from this year, and it tastes great. Give him everything, food and drink. He was fully prepared, and he gave himself only the things he thought were the best. Brother, you're making too much. Besides, making dumplings is too much trouble. You have to go to work, do housework, and cook every day. Where do you find the time? Lindsay carefully packed everything into the bag, picked it up, and headed out, intending to put it in the trunk. Lindsay smiled and said, "Isn't it only right that I get my brother some food and drink? You've never taken care of your health since you were little, and you don't eat properly. I am worried about you living alone now." Guyen slowly lowered his head. From childhood, Lindsay took care of him in every way, using the fact that he was older than him as an excuse. Actually, it's not that he doesn't take care of his health. When they were children, the two of them lived in an orphanage, where there was hardly anything good to eat. I never managed to grab much food each time. I might as well pretend I don't care about food and just eat whatever I want. Lindsay put everything into the trunk, tidied things up, and then turned to look at Guyen. Your sister-in-law got a promotion, and her salary and bonuses went up. You didn't enjoy the meal last time, and I've been feeling really bad about it ever since. Take these home and eat them. I'll cook for you again in a while. Your brother's a really good cook. Now remember to come and get them then. 127, Chapter 127. If you never appear in front of me again, I'll live at least 10 more years. Brother, this is really too much trouble. I can cook for myself. Lindsay waved his hand when he heard this, urging him to go back and rest early. Clearly, he wouldn't change his mind just because of Guyen's words. Guyen had no choice but to get into the car and fasten his seatbelt under Lindsay's watchful gaze. The driver's side window was open, and Lindsay gently patted the door. The new car is nicey. It's more convenient for a man to have a car. Guyen felt a little uncomfortable after hearing this. Lindsay himself doesn't own a car. He just made a casual remark, but his eyes were full of joy for Guyen. Your sister-in-law was recently promoted and is very busy with work, often working overtime. However, her current boss seems to have misunderstood that she has connections at higher levels, so he is very polite to her. You don't need to worry too much about it. Guyen didn't know what to say. If it weren't for Lindsay, he really wouldn't care about Su Ting's situation. Alright, it's so late, go home and get some rest. Lindsay gently patted the car door. Guyen sighed softly. Brother, take good care of yourself too. Don't bear everything on your own. If you suffer any grievances, tell me, I will definitely help you. Don't worry, what grievance could your brother possibly suffer? Why are you being so dramatic, you grown man? Go back now. Guyen nodded, stepped on the gas, and drove away. She kept glancing at Lindsay, who was watching her leave, in the rearview mirror, and felt a warmth in her heart. This is probably one of the few people in real life who genuinely care about you. After driving back to the Jiangnan villa, I carefully put the things Lindsay had given me into the refrigerator one by one. But then the phone rang. He ignored it, took out some dumplings, boiled water, and cooked a few. Then it was served on the dining table. This serving of dumplings is made with celery and pork. Each bite is accompanied by a little bit of broth. The aroma of pork combined with the fresh scent of celery is very satisfying. When she and Lindsay had just escaped from the orphanage, they had no money to eat at a restaurant. Lindsay always finds a way to get some vegetables to cook for him. At that time, he really liked the food Lindsay cooked. She had only taken a few bites when Lin Xiaoran opened the door from the outside. Guyen vaguely saw a person in a locksmith uniform leave with several hundred yuan in cash. The fragrance inside the room even tempted Lin Xiaoran. Change your shoes and close the door. After washing her hands in the kitchen, she came to the dining room, reached out and took his bowl and chopsticks in front of her, then bent down and put a dumpling in her mouth. Guyen's eyes widened, and a surge of anger welled up within him. She didn't say a word, wearing a black dress, and her profile was still stunningly beautiful, mesmerizing under the lights. After finishing all the dumplings in her bowl, she finally spoke, "Is there anything to drink?" Guyen pursed her lips, said nothing, and got up to leave. Lin Xiaoran grabbed his wrist directly. "I had Yi Qing bring you dinner, why didn't you answer the phone?" Guyen shook off her hand, then took some dumplings from the refrigerator and cooked them again. They placed the food on the restaurant table, and I sat down to continue eating. Lin Xiaoran frowned and gently touched her wrist.
Seeing Gu Yan eating dumplings again, it was as if she was deliberately trying to antagonize him.
They snatched it all away and ate it all.
Gu Yan's expression was not good, and a strange emotion flashed in his eyes. The doorbell rang at that very moment.
Lin Xiaoran got up to open the door.
Soon, a food cart was pushed in. You should eat the soup made at the Black Kirin restaurant and the herbal decoction brewed at the old Chinese medicine doctor's house.
Gu Yan sat there without moving.
That frantic feeling of being driven crazy welled up in my heart again. Lin Xiaoran placed the dishes from the food cart onto the table one by one. Seeing his gloomy face, she scoffed coldly.
Is it really that big of a deal? It's just because you ate 2 servings of frozen dumplings. Have you already forgotten what the traditional Chinese medicine doctor told you? He told you to eat well, sleep well, and not to have so many emotions.
Gu Yan took a deep breath. If you don't appear in front of me again, I can eat and sleep well. I can live at least 10 more years. Lin Xiaoran paused for a moment before finally taking out the bowl of medicine and placing it in front of him.
Eat quickly, then go to sleep.
Gu Yan stood up and walked directly towards the bedroom. Lin Xiaoran leaned back, crossed her right leg over her left, and hugged her arms. If you don't eat, I'll kick your sister-in-law out of the Lin group.
Gu Yan stopped walking and stood there for a long time before turning around and sitting down at the dining table.
The two were separated by a dining table.
Gu Yan didn't look up at her, but simply picked up his chopsticks and started eating.
Lin Xiaoran released her arm, rested her uninjured arm on her chin, and looked at it intently. After forcing himself to finish the herbal medicine and eating some food, Gu Yan got up and went upstairs. When he reached the second floor, he heard Lin Xiaoran's faint voice behind him. I've already bought this house from Lin Xiaoye. From now on, you'll still be living in the house I bought. Gu Yan turned around and looked at her, completely baffled as to what she was thinking.
Why do I always have these inexplicable thoughts and actions? Sister Xiaoye is willing? Lin Xiaoran gave a cold laugh and remained silent. Gu Yan's heart sank. He probably guessed it. The methods Lin Xiaoran used were probably not exactly honorable. The resentment in my heart surged up again. Did you do something you shouldn't have done in my name? Lin Xiaoran's cold smile vanished instantly, her expression darkened, and a strange look appeared in her eyes. Sister Xiaoye is a good. You're kind to everyone, no matter who you are. You're really good to me, and to you. Why do you always have to do things that make things difficult for others? Gu Yan's expression clearly told Lin Xiaoran that he was angry. If you don't go back, she will be the undisputed heir to the Lin family as the newcomer. Don't you feel any guilt or shame? With a loud bang, Lin Xiaoran suddenly stood up, staring intently at Gu Yan with a stern face. The two people were separated by this staircase, looking at each other from above and below. Those dark eyes seemed to hold the coldest depths of ice, so profound they sent chills down one's spine. Gu Yan's face remained expressionless. He stopped looking at her and turned to continue walking towards the bedroom. Lin Xiaoran took a deep breath and followed her up the stairs. Gu Yan walked into the bathroom, turned on the shower, and let the water run down his head. He knew Lin Xiaoran was right outside the bathroom. But he didn't want to go out, didn't want to see Lin Xiaoran, so he just stood there taking a hot shower. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Xiaoran seemed to be knocking on the door with some impatience. Gu Yan felt that the anger in his heart was becoming increasingly uncontrollable. I turned off the shower, put on a bathrobe, and opened the bathroom door. What exactly do you want to do? No sooner had she finished speaking than Lin Xiaoran barged in and slammed the bathroom door shut. 128, Chapter 128. Being with him was truly painful. This sudden action caused Gu Yan to instinctively take 2 steps back, his back slamming directly into the glass shower enclosure. Lin Xiaoran tiptoed up to her. Linum. Before she could make a sound, Lin Xiaoran covered her mouth with her own. Without stopping, she ripped open Gu Yan's bathrobe. Lin Xiaoran's actions were quite forceful. The kiss was so hard that Gu Yan's head slammed directly against the glass partition behind him, making a dull thud. His head was a little dizzy. He didn't know if it was because of the impact or because the temperature was too high due to too much hot water from the previous shower. She struggled to push Lin Xiaoran away. But my head was spinning, and I couldn't muster much strength.
Seemingly sensing Gu Yan's struggle, Lin Xiaoran wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him even more forcefully. Gradually, Gu Yan felt that he was having some difficulty breathing. He reached out and grabbed Lin Xiaoran's wrist, pulling her outwards. It seemed that Lin Xiaoran let out a muffled groan. Feeling that the force binding him had weakened, he pushed Lin Xiaoran away again with all his might. He was breathing heavily. Lin Xiaoran frowned, gently touched his cheek with her right hand, and reached down with her left hand. A strange smile appeared on Lin Xiaoran's face. Gu Yan then glared at her. The phone rang suddenly, and Lin Xiaoran frowned as she took out her phone to answer it. "What's up? President Lin, are you busy right now?" The person on the other end of the phone seemed to sense that Lin Xiaoran was a little unhappy after answering the call. "Get to the point. I've made some progress on the matter you asked me to investigate about why you disappeared back then after you cried out. The nanny carried you away, didn't you say before that the nanny sold you and then disappeared?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoran took a half step back. "I recently found out that the nanny is now the director of an orphanage in the next city. It's possible that someone is pulling the strings behind the scenes. It's just that too much time has passed, so you might need to go and see for yourself." Lin Xiaoran's reaction was indifferent. She gently clenched her left hand and raised her eyebrows at Gu Yan. Gu Yan made a sound. The person on the other end of the phone seemed to realize something, and hurriedly said something before hanging up. Gu Yan reached out and grabbed her wrist, then flung it away. Lin Xiaoran felt a sharp pain instantly, and cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Gu Yan took a deep breath, his voice low and deep. "Get out of here." Lin Xiaoran felt as if the wound on her wrist had reopened. She didn't really care about this injury. However, her injured wrist was trembling slightly due to the pain. She remembered that Gu Yan was very sensitive to injuries on his hands. Previously, I would feel anxious and fearful just from seeing someone on TV with an injured finger. After a moment of silence, he turned and walked out of the bedroom, closing the door behind him. Throughout the entire process, she used her body to cover her injured wrist so that Gu Yan wouldn't see it. Gu Yan walked out of the bedroom, listened carefully, and only after confirming that Lin Xiaoran had left did he sit on the bed. He was somewhat annoyed. Lin Xiaoran knew him too well and could easily provoke his anger. Lin Xiaoran returned to the villa, where she had the nanny rebandage her wrist wound while she made a phone call. "Mr. Lin, are you available now?" Lin Xiaoran's expression was somewhat unfriendly, and her voice was rather cold. Gu Yan's voice had already been transmitted through the phone during the previous call, which is why the person on the other end was so flustered. Who knows if disturbing Lin Xiaoran might make her hold a grudge. Hearing this clearly displeased voice, the person on the other end of the phone became even more nervous. Lin Xiaoran took a deep breath, her eyes filled with coldness. "Bring that nanny back to Kyoto." The person on the other end of the phone hurriedly replied, "Yes, Mr. Lin, I've already arranged for the people to set off." "Good." After hanging up the phone, the wound on my wrist had been rebandaged. Just as she was staring out the window in a daze, her phone rang again. It was Ningchen who called. "Xiaoran, is your injury feeling better?" My aunt asked me to come over. She's not feeling well. I don't know what's wrong with her. She didn't want me to tell you, but I thought I should tell you anyway." Lin Xiaoran lowered her eyelashes. She knew perfectly well why her mother was sick and uncomfortable. It's nothing more than being angered by her. "Xiaoran, you go ahead and do your own thing. I'll take care of Auntie. The doctor just came to check on her and said it was just a case of anger and stress. She just needs to rest and calm down. Auntie likes me too, so I'll spend some time talking to her." Lin Xiaoran reached up and touched her forehead, gently rubbing her temples, feeling somewhat irritated. "Thank you for your help." Ning Chen remained silent for a long time on the other end of the phone. Suddenly, he gave a bitter laugh. "Xiaoran, you know, may never wanted to hear you say thank you. Between you and me, it's not a matter of who's troubling whom. If I had met you first then." Lin Xiaoran held her phone, offering no response. Ning Chen let out a long sigh. "When you're completely fed up with things as they are now, when you're tired of all these troubles, we can start over. Do you remember what I told you? No matter what, I'll wait for you as long as you're willing to turn around and look at me. I'll always be by your side."
After saying this, he seemed a little embarrassed. Don't tell anyone these things, it's embarrassing. I don't want others to. I feel like I'm poaching their employees. Lin Xiaoran took a cigarette from the cigarette case and put it to her lips. He took out a lighter but couldn't light it. Ning Chen. What's wrong? Being with him was truly painful for me. Lin Xiaoran's gaze deepened, and she exuded a repressive and gloomy aura. No one has ever made me suffer like this. Only Gu Yan. It was just him. A hint of joy flashed in Ning Chen's eyes, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curve upwards. I will take good care of Auntie and help her get better soon. Lin Xiaoran hung up the phone, looked at the moonlight outside the window, her eyes filled with confusion. Ning Chen's phone was on speakerphone, and Wang Lin overheard their conversation. Hearing Lin Xiaoran's words, Wang Lin felt both bewildered and moved. I originally thought she still truly loved Gu Yan and couldn't bear to let him go, but it turns out she had already regretted it and felt that this was too painful. 129, Chapter 129. I won't feel wronged if I can see Xiaoran. Auntie, there's nothing we can do about it. Xiaoran is so young, and that person has occupied so much of her life. She's spent almost half her time with him. Anyone else wouldn't be willing to give him up. Ning Chen brewed tea, placed a bowl of tea in front of Wang Lin, and then picked up some fruit from the side and began peeling it. That's human nature. Even if Xiaoran is a prodigy, it's hard for her to avoid it, but she'll figure it out sooner or later. She once told me that her past with Gu Yan was like a chicken rib, tasteless to eat, but a pity to throw away. Upon hearing this, Wang Lin breathed a sigh of relief and gently patted Ning Chen's shoulder. It's such a shame for you, Xiaoqin. You're so outstanding and so sensible. It's just that you met Xiaoran a few years too late. Ning Chen smiled slightly, her eyes crinkling. It's alright, Auntie, I'm not in a hurry. I have my own career to take care of right now. I believe that as long as two people are meant to be, they will be together sooner or later. It's just a matter of time, and I can wait. Ning Chen paused for a moment at this point. Besides, what Gu Yan has been doing lately has already caused Xiaoran a lot of trouble. She must be very tired. It breaks my heart to see her like this, but I can't always interfere in what's going on between the two of them. I want to be with Xiaoran, but I don't want people to call me a homewrecker trying to steal someone else's boyfriend. We should be together in a more dignified way. Upon hearing these words, Wang Lin's face was filled with disgust and resentment. How dare he insult you like that? Gu Yan placed the fruit in front of Wang Lin. Auntie, have some fruit first. I won't be busy for a few more days, but I can stay here and take care of you for the time being. As Ning Chen spoke, he wiped his hands, got up, and went behind Wang Lin to massage her shoulders. Auntie, please don't worry too much about Xiaoran. Everyone is having a tough time right now. Maybe only Gu Yan is having an easier time. Of course he's living a comfortable life. Look what he's done to Xiaoran. He's a jinx. What sins did our Lin family commit in our past life to owe him so much? Why is he causing us such trouble in this life? After Wang Lin finished cursing, she felt dizzy and her face turned pale. Xiaochun, please bear with it for now. Auntie will definitely find a way to help you. Auntie, I won't feel wronged as long as I can see Xiaoran. The next morning, Gu Yan took out some dishes that Lin Zhe had made for him from the refrigerator and heated them in the microwave. After a quick meal, I went out. It's the weekend, so I don't need to go to work. A person drove to the vicinity of Wang Yuyu's biological parents' home. As soon as I got outside, I heard them arguing inside. On weekends, Wang Yuyu doesn't have to go to school and often comes back here to visit her biological parents. Yuyu, are you really going to sell the car? Mom, I really have no choice. Those guys are gangsters. We can't afford to mess with them. Upon hearing these two sentences, Gu Yan did not linger any longer and turned to leave. He just wanted to find out what was going on. Lingering here for too long in broad daylight will make you easy to be discovered. Back in his car, he took out his phone and called Lin Xiaoye. He remembered hearing Wang Yuyu's biological mother say that her biological father had been flattering some leaders recently. It seems to be related to the demolition and relocation. Lin Xiaoye seemed a little surprised when Gu Yan mentioned that area. Why are you suddenly interested in these things? The Lin family rarely engages in real estate projects, but they are not ignorant of these matters. Sister Xiaoye, that's all I want to know. Lin Xiaoye was silent for a moment, then said in a gentle tone, the demolition is on the east side of the old commercial street, and the area you mentioned is on the west side. However, there have indeed been a lot of rumors circulating there recently. At this point, Lin Xiaoye paused for a moment, then her tone became more serious. Xiaoyan, there are many people claiming to have obtained first-hand information. Relevant leaders are also profiting from selling information, but before the government announces specific policies, ordinary people can only guess. Don't easily believe what others say. Hearing this, Gu Yan felt a warmth in her heart. I understand, thank you, Sister Xiaoye. After hanging up the phone, his eyes flickered a few times. After getting off the car, they arrived at the house of Wang Yuyu's biological parents. After waiting for a while, Wang Yuyu's biological father came out of the house, and his expression seemed not very good. Gu Yan took out his phone and made a call, pretending to be calm. Yes, Director Wang, I've already inspected the situation here today. This area is suitable for demolition. Our company is planning a new project, starting from this row of No 32 Finghe Street. The location is good. Don't worry, I'm dressed quite plainly today, so I won't be recognized. I guarantee it won't affect your plans. Gu Yan paused again, pretending to listen to the person on the other end of the phone. Okay, Director Wang, I will submit the overall land planning plan in a short while. Once the area is determined, the specific locations of the demolition area will be announced within a week at most. The man held the last cigarette in his hand, his cheeks flushed with excitement. They didn't even notice that the smoke had burned down to the very end. He didn't throw the cigarette but on the ground until he burned his finger. But instead of rushing over immediately, he stood nearby, pretending to be playing on his phone, while keeping his ears perked up and listening carefully. After hanging up the phone, Gu Yan made another call. Have assistant he come over. The site inspection went quite well. Let's calculate the demolition compensation based on the area and the number of people. The highest compensation will be for 1 unit. The house should be offered for 8 million, absolutely not more. This place is poor and rundown. We mustn't let the news get out, otherwise, we'll be the ones in trouble. Gu Yan is handsome, and even though his clothes look cheap, you can still tell that he has an extraordinary aura. Standing in this urban village, I felt somewhat out of place. After hearing these words, the man could no longer hold back. He turned around and quickly jogged back towards his home. After entering the room, he glanced around furtively before closing the door. Honey, I just heard that this whole area is going to be demolished. Real? Shoo, keep your voice down. I overheard this, and if others hear, the compensation for this apartment is up to 8 million based on its size and the number of people living there. There are 4 of us in our family. But this apartment is a bit small. If we can buy the apartments of a few of our neighbors, we can hold on to the 8 million compensation. Really? The woman's face was full of shock, but her voice unconsciously became much softer. 8 million. She had never seen so much money in her life. And the compensation is 8 million for just one house. 130, chapter 130. Anyway, you got this money by exchanging your son. Where did you overhear this information? The man now firmly believes it, but his face is filled with anxiety. During this period, he drove around acting as a driver and nanny for his superiors. He also gave them many valuable gifts. Now our family's savings are almost gone, and we're struggling financially. Even so, they still couldn't find out the specific location of the demolition. Now that he finally knows the answer, he is even willing to believe that God is helping him and Buddha is protecting him. But he had no money. The man took a deep breath, his expression serious. Before Yuyu goes far, quickly call her. Tell her to find a way to get some money from Wencheng's mother, steal all the gold and silver jewelry and designer bags and sell them. Wencheng's mother probably knows about selling that car too. Let's sell as many as possible. Once we have enough money, we'll buy the whole neighborhood. This place is really dilapidated. The entire house is only about 40 square meters, and apart from the yard, the area inside is even smaller. There are very few large houses in the urban villages. However, this also means that houses here are much cheaper than those in other locations. If they can seize the opportunity, they can quickly become rich overnight through demolition compensation. Earning tens of millions is not a dream. Women have always listened to men. He immediately called Wang Yuyu. However, this is Kyoto after all. Even in an urban village, it would cost several million to buy the houses of several neighboring families, and they simply don't have that much money right now.
Even if you stole all of Wenqing's mother's jewelry, designer bags, and other valuables and sold them, it still wouldn't be enough. A fierce glint flashed in Wang Yuyu's eyes.
Mom and Dad, if something happens to that woman, does that mean the house will be mine? This family was never a good family to begin with. Now, another huge sum of money is about to arrive before them. At this moment, all that remained in their hearts was greed. There was no room for emotion whatsoever. Then, in the evening, a car accident sent Wenqing's biological mother to the hospital. The surgery costs hundreds of thousands of yuan, which is an astronomical sum for Wenqing's biological mother right now, and she simply cannot afford it. While feigning sadness, Wang Yuyu suggested, "Mom, let's sell the house. House prices are falling now, so it's the best time to sell. We can get over 10 million yuan from selling it. We can buy it back when prices drop further, but your health can't wait. We simply don't have that much money right now." It seems that this is the only way. The woman, lying in the hospital bed, was somewhat moved by Wang Yuyu's distressed expression. She nodded with difficulty and then fell asleep again. Wang Yuyu obtained the property certificate, sold the house urgently, and completed the transfer procedures the next day. She had considered simply transferring the house to her own name. But she couldn't afford the taxes alone, and since she could earn more from the demolition compensation, she had no choice but to sell it to someone else. Holding the bank card in her hand, Wang Yuyu glanced at the woman who was still unconscious outside the ward, then turned and left the hospital. He first paid off his debt of 200,000 yuan, and then took his bank card to find his biological parents. Both of them were also very greedy. Originally, it would have only cost 5 or 6 million to buy the houses of the two neighboring houses. But now that he had more than 10 million yuan in hand, in order to make more money, he simply spent all of it, signed contracts overnight, and bought all 4 houses in front, behind, and to the sides. The neighbors had never heard of the demolition plan, and now that Wang Yuyu's family was going to buy the house at a price higher than the market value, they naturally had no reason to refuse. The houses here are already overpriced and have no market, they simply can't be sold. Some families don't even have a private bathroom, they have to go to public toilets outside in public bathhouses to take a shower. These 4 neighboring households didn't dare to waste any time, they immediately found a lawyer to provide proof and signed a contract. I packed my bags overnight, and the money arrived in my account the next morning, so I moved immediately. I used the money to buy a big house in the suburbs. Wang Yuyu stood in front of her parents, her face full of anxiety. "Dad, why didn't you leave any money behind? What are you trying to hold on to? You're so stingy. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for our family. This house alone will get us an 8 million subsidy. We already own 5 houses, that's 40 million. What can't we do then? What big house can't we afford?" Wang Yuyu pursed her lips, a vague unease creeping into her heart. But since the family always listened to her father, she couldn't say anything more. Meanwhile, Wenqing's biological mother called her through a nurse at the hospital, saying that the surgery fees had not yet been paid. While the person was still alive, Wang Yuyu could only rush back to her acting role, driving back to the hospital. Yo, wasn't this house sold? Why haven't the money been paid yet? The woman was very weak and asked the question with great difficulty while lying in the hospital bed. Wang Yuyu stammered and kept changing the subject, never mentioning where the money from selling the house went. Even the dumbest woman, or the most dazed after being hit by a car, will now understand what happened. "Yuyu took the money?" Wang Yuyu sat beside the hospital bed, her tone completely matter-of-fact. "Mom, isn't all this money going to be left to me anyway? I'm just using it a little in advance. Besides, this is an investment that will make a lot of money, and I'll get the return soon. I can always pay you back later." Hearing this, the already weak woman became even angrier. My body was trembling. But lying in the hospital bed, unable to do anything, she fainted from anger. Upon seeing this, a nurse nearby rushed over to check on the situation. The woman woke up after a while. He turned to look at Wang Yuyu, his eyes filled with anger. "Wang, you. The woman shouted through gritted teeth, enunciating each word clearly. Wang Yuyu, however, maintained an attitude of complete indifference and nonchalance. "Mom, don't worry, just wait a few more days. I've already paid for all your hospital stay fees. It's just that the surgery fees haven't been paid yet. You're not going to die if you wait a few more days, are you? What are you afraid of?" The woman fainted from anger again.
When she regained consciousness, she heard that Wang Yuyu had taken the money to invest in her biological parents. Or perhaps it was because they received some inside information about demolition that they bought a dilapidated house in an urban village. This unreliable situation caused the woman to have an emotional breakdown and burst into tears.
That's over 10 million, over 10 million, do you know how hard it was for me to earn that 10 million?
Wang Yuyu scoffed coldly, her heart filled with joy and anticipation at the impending retribution for the demolition. Hearing the woman cry, his face was filled with impatience.
Alright, you're not dead yet, stop mourning yourself anyway, you got this money by exchanging your son, now you're feeling sorry for yourself, don't worry, once I have money, I'll take good care of you and give you a good life. 131, Chapter 131. Even if it can't kill someone, it will still bite off a piece of their flesh. The woman was completely heartbroken. I have no money left, and I have no house left. Not a single penny of the surgery fee has been received. The woman tried her best to soften her tone, saying gently, Yuyu, do you still have that car? Can you sell it to pay for mom's surgery? After the surgery, mom will wait for news with you can't spend all your money. The woman's emotions were still somewhat out of control. Wang Yuyu stood up, holding her car keys. The car hasn't been sold yet, my dad still needs it, we can't sell it for now mom, your injury isn't too serious, it's okay to wait a while once the demolition compensation news comes out. You'll see how right my decision was. Upon hearing this, the woman felt even more dizzy, her vision blurred, and she could no longer make a sound. Gu Yan has been keeping an eye on the news here these past few days. Now that this family is about to end, he no longer hides and walks openly past the woman's hospital room. The woman recognized him, and her eyes lit up immediately. You Gu Yan? Gu Yan ignored her, only giving her a cold glance before walking towards the elevator and pressing the button. The woman tried to raise her hand, but couldn't stop Gu Yan from leaving. My arm fell limply to the ground, and I felt uneasy. She muttered softly, what am I going to do? The house is gone, the money is gone, I can't even have the surgery. Suddenly, it seemed as if she remembered something. He mustered all his strength to pick up his phone from the side. I found Wencheng's contact information and wanted to give him a call. She had always had Wencheng's contact information, but she had never thought of contacting him. She even saved Wencheng's phone number because she was afraid that he would contact her, in order to avoid answering his calls. She is now very disappointed in Wang Yuyu. More than 10 million yuan from the sale of the house was spent without a trace. This is simply treating her money like it's nothing. The sum of money is enough for them to live on for a lifetime. Right now, the only person she can think of who can help her is Wencheng. No matter what, Wencheng was the child she carried for 10 months and gave birth to. She's definitely closer to him than Wang Yuyu, who isn't related to him by blood, right? Moreover, this time she wasn't asking Wencheng for too much money. She just wanted money for the surgery. Wencheng is a somewhat famous actor, he should be able to come up with several 100,000 yuan. However, when she called Wencheng, the phone rang for a long time but no one answered. I called several times, but no one answered. After searching through my phone for a long time, I finally found Gu Yan's phone number and made a call. It wasn't long before Gu Yan answered the phone. What's up? Gu Yan, can you find Wencheng? He's not answering my calls. Gu Yan sneered, didn't you say you didn't want to have anything to do with him anymore? There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, then a weak, feeble voice came through. Gu Yan, you know I'm in the hospital right now, I need to have surgery soon, and I've sold the house. I didn't want to trouble him, but his sister has gone too far this time. She secretly took all the money from the house sale and invested it, so, can I just consider this surgery fee a loan from him? I'll definitely pay him back in a while. Gu Yan was sitting next to Wencheng's hospital bed, a cold glint in his eyes. Even now, she still doesn't believe that Wencheng is truly seriously injured. Hang up the phone and toss it aside. Gu Yan sighed as he looked at Wencheng, who was still lying motionless on the hospital bed. He recounted everything he had done recently, his eyes filled with a sense of melancholy. Wencheng, I don't know if what I did was right, but I think you should know what her attitude towards you really is. At this point, Gu Yan fell silent again. After a long silence, he clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, in the end, she is still your biological mother. I shouldn't make the decision for you directly. Whether or not to sever this family bond is your decision. Wen Chang, wake up quickly if you want to save her. I'll send her the money right away, but if you don't wake up, if this is the only way I can help you get revenge. Wen Chang remained lying motionless in the hospital bed, showing no reaction whatsoever. A trace of sadness flashed across Gu Yan's face. She stood up and slowly walked out of the ward. According to his plan, these two families will not have an easy time in the future. None of these people are good, they are all extremely selfish. They only know how to seek personal gain and never care about the feelings or circumstances of others. The two sides are now on the verge of a complete breakdown in relations, and many more conflicts are likely to occur in the future. There's still plenty of good stuff to see. Gu Yan has done everything he could. This matter can only continue as it is. After leaving the hospital and getting back into the car, Gu Yan rubbed his cheeks vigorously with both hands. This is just an appetizer. This marked the beginning of his revenge. The real culprit is Huang Wanqing. However, he currently lacks the ability to explore many avenge options. We can only accumulate strength little by little and plan slowly. Sooner or later, he will be able to avenge his blood and sweat. Even if it doesn't kill her, it will still bite off a piece of her flesh. We drove towards Jiangnan Baiyuan. He had just parked the car when he received another message from Huang Wanqing. This has become the norm these past few days. Huang Wanqing would send him provocative messages every day. Shaoran and Brother Chen brought me food again today. Have you ever experienced this kind of treatment, you country bumpkin? Oh, by the way, Brother Chen is currently at the Lin family's house taking care of Aunt Wang. Everyone's waiting for you and Shaoran to divorce. You're already a well-known laughingstock in our circle. Huang Wanqing has been in a good mood these days and just hung up the phone with her family. She secretly followed Grandma, chatted by herself for a while. She recounted how Gu Yan had beaten her so badly that she ended up in the hospital, almost killing her. This time, she unusually refrained from embellishing the story. Because the facts are frightening enough. She was so scared she almost peed her pants and nearly went crazy. Just a few photos of her wounds were enough to show how serious the injury was. Huang Wanqing held a very high position in the Huang family. It's not that she wielded a lot of power in the Huang family. She was the only girl in the younger generation of the Huang family, and she was pampered and spoiled since childhood. It can be said that every elder in the Huang family doted on her and protected her. When the old lady of the Huang family learned of this news, her face turned ashen. Grandma, I promised Shaoran I wouldn't tell you about this. Just pretend I never told you. If you ever see Gu Yan again, please help me vent my anger anyway. I've already broken ties with him, and he'll definitely cause me trouble again. The old lady of the Huang family took a deep breath, her eyelashes trembling with anger. Even when he was angry, his tone remained kind when he spoke to Huang Wanqing. How is your injury healing now? 132, Chapter 132. Learning to bark like a dog. It's alright, Grandma, I'm more than halfway better. Shaoran has also apologized to me. You know, Shaoran and I are very close. Brother Chen has also been taking good care of me these past few days. Her injuries healed quickly, and Lin Shaoran immediately found a very professional medical team to help her with treatment. However, the psychological trauma Gu Yan inflicted on her that day still lingered. Even now, whenever she recalls the look Gu Yan gave her back then, she still can't help but tremble and get goosebumps all over. This feeling of fear made her feel extremely ashamed. Why would she be so afraid of a country bumpkin? That's why she kept sending Gu Yan messages, insulting and provoking him. This would make her feel more at ease, as if she wasn't afraid of Gu Yan at all. After hanging up the phone with her grandmother, Huang Wanqing sent Gu Yan another message. Did you know that Shaoran stayed in the same room as you two on your wedding anniversary? She also gave Chen a lot of gifts, especially the ring, which is the most beautiful wedding ring I've ever seen. When Gu Yan saw this sentence, he felt nauseous. He had already guessed it. Lin Shaoran and Ning Chen have been together for so long, spending every day together. How could nothing have happened? Ning Chen is not bad looking, but Lin Shaoran is an absolute beauty. Even if he felt in his heart that Lin Shaoran wasn't such a casual person. But he didn't believe anyone could resist when faced with someone as stunningly beautiful as Lin Shaoran.
Moreover, Lin Xiaoran seems to have never refused Ning Chen's requests. Gu Yan couldn't help but recall the sweetest time he had ever spent with Lin Xiaoran. Both of them wished the other could be an extension of themselves. Absurd, yet beautiful. But now, whenever these memories surface in his mind, they become slaps, one after another, hard against his face and his heart. Gu Yan slowly closed her eyes and wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. He should have gotten used to these things long ago. Consider it a way of getting used to what it's like to be divorced in advance. I quickly washed up and went to bed before 10 o'clock, but I couldn't fall asleep no matter how much I tossed and turned. Pick up your phone and open Weibo. Suddenly, I noticed that there were several trending topics related to Huang Wanqing on Weibo. Gu Yan immediately opened his eyes and examined the area carefully. It seems that Huang Wanqing secretly ran away from the hospital and went to a hotel with a man. As a result, the man secretly filmed the video and is now threatening the Huang family. They threatened to upload the video online if they didn't pay enough. Gu Yan rubbed his eye sockets with his hand and blinked hard to make sure he wasn't seeing things. Just over 2 hours ago, Huang Wanqing sent him a provocative message. This man appeared out of nowhere, and his methods were extremely insidious. After checking into a hotel with Huang Wanqing, he immediately went to the airport and boarded a plane. They only started shouting after they were sure the plane was already in mid-air. The news that airplanes now have internet access quickly attracted widespread attention. Unfortunately, many netizens still harbor resentment towards Huang Wanqing because of what happened between Qingyu and Wenchang. It's just that the Huang family spent a considerable amount of money to reduce the hype recently. But this doesn't mean that netizens have forgotten their hatred for Huang Wanqing. Now that there's new gossip about her, netizens are naturally extremely excited. After reading through many trending topics, Gu Yan had a thorough understanding of the general course of events. The man appeared to be a hoodlum and claimed to be Huang Wanqing's ex-boyfriend. He's quite a formidable character. He only dared to make a fuss online after boarding the plane. They were convinced that the Huang family didn't have the ability to intercept the plane, and that with the Huang family's power, they couldn't do anything to him while he was abroad. This is the plan, to make this much money and then live a carefree life abroad. Moreover, Huang Wanqing ran away secretly on her own, and the hospital's surveillance footage was posted online by someone unknown, providing irrefutable evidence. As the video gained more and more attention online, the man seemed to feel that his chances of success were high, so he simply cut out a short clip and posted it online to put even more pressure on the Huang family. The video only shows Huang Wanqing's back, and she appears to be kneeling on the bed. His head was gently turned so that he could look at the camera. Her eyes were glazed over, and she was licking the man's fingers, seemingly unaware that she was being filmed. Amazing woof woof woof. The sound in the video is clearly audible. Everyone could hear Huang Wanqing's voice. This aloof and wealthy young master, a pampered heiress. In the video, he was seen barking like a dog under a thug. This stark contrast caught everyone off guard. Without this video, probably no one would believe that this actually happened. Holy crap, this is outrageous, how could she be so shameless? TCH, you can tell she's no good just from the fact that she could pay someone to frame Wenchang and ruin his reputation. Isn't the Huang family a wealthy family? How could they raise such a daughter? It's disgusting. TSK, so this is what a rich family's heiress is like in bed. The rich are really something else, they've got some serious tricks up their sleeves. When Gu Yan saw the video online, his eyes widened in astonishment. He never expected that Huang Wanqing would be exposed to such news. In addition, the hype surrounding the Qin language has not yet completely subsided. This time, the buzz surrounding Huang Wanqing has exploded online. It's impossible for the Huang family to pay money to remove these trending topics. Superior One incident involving Huang Wanqing could barely be considered news gossip. This time, it's a complete scandal. When one of these trending topics is removed, 2, 3, or even more new trending topics will rise to the top. Netizens are going crazy over this, and many have even come out to expose more dirt on people. Most of these people are using alternate accounts,
and they are all talking about what Huang Wanqing was like when she was in school. Physically assaulting or verbally abusing classmates is trivial. Some people even said that she once made an orphan she disliked kneel down and kowtow to her 100 times at school. When Huang Wanqing learned about these online rumors, every single item on the top 3 pages of trending topics was negative information about her. She stared pale-faced at the trending topics, watching her videos being judged and criticized. Some quick-thinking people have already turned her video clips into memes and the audio from the video into ringtones. She's about to break down, she's about to go crazy. She pulled the blanket over her head and burst into tears. 133, Chapter 133 Joyful and Upright. Soon, the Huang family sent someone over, saying they wanted to take her back. Several bodyguards wrapped her up tightly and forcibly put her in the car. Huang Wanqing was still crying uncontrollably and breathing erratically even after she got into the car. Huang Xing was in the car at that moment, his face extremely ugly as he coldly stared at her. "Why are you crying? Didn't I tell you before that you should be careful when you go out to play and not be too reckless?" Huang Wanqing's body trembled violently. She's really panicked and scared now. If that video were actually released, she would never have the face to live in this world again. In Kyoto's elite circles, she would become a joke that everyone would remember for the rest of their lives. It's even a disgrace. She simply couldn't survive like this anymore. Brother, what should I do now? What should I do? Did Brother Chen see this video too? I don't want to live anymore. I really don't want to live anymore. Huang Xing took a deep breath, his anger growing even stronger. The hospital surveillance footage had already been circulated widely. Huang Wanqing had run away voluntarily. This is already a settled fact. I told you to stay home and rest in the hospital while your teacher recovers, but you still insist on going out to see him? Huang Wanqing dared not speak. This was the first time she had ever seen Huang Xing so angry. Or perhaps it was the first time she had ever seen him so angry with her. Actually, she had already made an appointment with this person last time. It was only because of Gu Yan's appearance that things were delayed. These days I've been able to spend some time alone with Ning Chen every day. Feeling Ning Chen's care for her, Huang Wanqing found it increasingly difficult to control her desires. As it happened, this man asked her out again, and she accepted. But she never expected that she would cause herself such big trouble. Alright, there's no point in saying all this now. Go back and pack your things. We'll take you on a flight early tomorrow morning to study abroad. Huang Wanqing's face was deathly pale, and her eyes were filled with despair. She doesn't want to go abroad. But she had no other choice. If she stays here, all she'll get is ridicule and mockery from everyone outside. It will be met with schadenfreude and gossip from everyone in the industry. Huang Wanqing couldn't hold back any longer and burst into tears. If she could choose again, she would never leave the hospital. No. She will definitely listen to Huang Xing and stay home obediently. Brother, is someone deliberately targeting me, deliberately targeting the Huang family? How otherwise, how could it have turned out like this? A dark glint flashed in Huang Xing's eyes, but his face remained expressionless. His tone remained icy. "This guy is your own kept man, hidden away for so many years, and even I, as his older brother, only found out about him for the first time. Besides, if you don't want to, no one can force you to go." Huang Wanqing gritted her teeth, her hands clenching into weak fists. This man was her favorite among all the gigolos she kept. She also treated him the best. She believed she had hidden this person very well, to the point that even Huang Xing was unaware of his existence. I rarely reach out to him on my own initiative, for fear of being discovered by others. If she hadn't been spending more time alone with Ning Chen lately, she wouldn't have wanted this at all. Brother Chen. Huang Wanqing's heart raced, but her tears fell even faster. For Ning Chen, seeing such a video was the most humiliating thing. Seeing her like this, Huang Xing sighed softly. "We'll arrange for you to come back in a few years. There's a lot of messy information online right now, so go away and hide for a while. Once netizens have forgotten about this in a few years, things will be much easier." 3 Really don't want to leave. Brother Chen is still in Kyoto, and Xiaoran is still in Kyoto. If I go abroad, I won't be able to see anyone. I really don't want to leave. Sob.
She would really go crazy if she didn't see Ning Chen for several years.
Her infatuation with Ning Chen had reached an abnormal level. Huang Xing's face turned cold again after hearing her words.
There is no room for negotiation on this matter. Huang Xing then opened the car door, got out, and closed the door.
The car quickly drove towards the Huang family's house.
Huang Wanqing could only helplessly watch the car door close little by little, the light outside disappearing bit by bit, until she felt as desperate as if she were locked in a cage where she could never see the sun.
The internet in Kyoto's elite circles were buzzing all night. Huang Wanqing was already quite popular online some time ago.
Many people find her behavior of using money to ruin someone extremely disgusting.
Moreover, even if her plan fails. But the one who was arrested was just an insignificant, down-on-his-luck second-generation rich kid. Huang Wanqing received no punishment whatsoever, on the contrary, she became even more arrogant. Now, these netizens have finally found a good opportunity to start criticizing.
Where's Wen Chang? Why isn't he out yet? This is such a great thing, he should come out and celebrate.
Ha ha ha, stop fooling around. Wen Chang is in the entertainment industry. If he stands up to celebrate now, will he never act again?
It's alright, hurry up and go to Qin Yu's fan club. Qin Yu's fans are celebrating spontaneously right now, and a few big fans are even holding giveaways. Speaking of which, we haven't heard from Qin Yu since he posted that photo. Has he been having a hard time these past few years? Is he facing some difficulties? The villain can't stand up now. Qin Yu, come back quickly, we still want to hear if the big boss has written any new piano pieces over the years. The topic was very popular online, and even though the Huang family kept pouring money into it, they couldn't get it removed from the trending searches.
It took 2 or 3 days before Huang Wanqing's entry was finally blocked. And that video was removed from all online platforms.
But it was all too late.
Some quick-thinking netizens had already saved the video.
This time, Huang Wanqing is truly finished. Gu Yan couldn't contain her excitement and ran to Wen Chang's bedside to tell him everything that had happened in the past few days. Wen Chang, Huang Wanqing is completely finished this time. The internet remembers as long as she dares to show her face again, netizens will not let her off the hook. Although that thug was after money, he did do a good deed and rid the people of a scourge. Gu Yan didn't think that being happy at this time was immoral or kicking someone when they were down.
He was openly and honestly happy.
Just as he was telling Wen Chang about some of the most popular trending topics on the internet, his phone rang. I glanced at it and saw that it was He Qin calling.
Gu Yan thought for a moment, then walked out of the ward and answered the phone.
Sir, we need you to make time to accompany Mr. Lin to an event in 3 days.
Gu Yan was stunned for a moment. Accompanying Lin Xiaoran to an event?
When would it be his turn to do something like this? Didn't Ning Chen always accompany her before?
However, He Qin's next sentence gave him the answer.
This time, it was an invitation from Kyoto University for an event. Peking University, his alma mater and Lin Xiaoran's alma mater, no wonder he asked him to accompany Lin Xiaoran. 134, Chapter 134. However, she deserved it.
After leaving the hospital, I arrived at the parking lot.
Just as he was about to get on the bus, he suddenly felt that something was not right. After taking a closer look, his eyes suddenly widened. His car seemed to have grown much taller. He glanced down and his face instantly turned ugly. A jack was placed next to each tire to lift his car up. Most importantly, all 4 tires of the car are missing. He turned around and looked around. His gaze sharpened when he saw Lin Xiaoran's car parked not far away. Lin Xiaoran wasn't in the car, but she must have had someone do it.
Gu Yan turned and walked towards the elevator, intending to hail a taxi outside. My phone suddenly vibrated.
When I picked it up, it was another unfamiliar number.
Remove me from the blacklist. Gu Yan exited the text message page, pretending not to have seen it.
I opened the ride-hailing app to hail a taxi. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared in front of me.
Looking up, I saw 2 burly men in suits. Gu Yan subconsciously took 2 steps back.
The last time 2 burly men dressed like this appeared in front of him, he was knocked unconscious and sent to the misty Jiangnan region.
What are you doing? Let me go.
Before Gu Yan could finish his question, two burly men rushed up, each grabbing one of his arms and lifting him up to carry him outside. They arrived at the roadside and shoved him into a luxury car. He glanced at it before getting into the car. The license plate on this car looks familiar. It looks like the Huang family's car. Huang Wanqing's affair is now widely known, and people in the industry are discussing it. The entire Huang family was furious about this. Why would they send someone to arrest me at this time? Could it be because of what happened in the misty Jiangnan region last time? Gu Yan stopped struggling and sat obediently in the car. Regardless, the Huang family is already facing a lot of trouble. Even if she hated him for hitting Huang Wanqing before, she wouldn't do anything excessive to herself at this time. Moreover, he is still Lin Xiaoran's husband in name only. Do they really think they can kill themselves? The car drove all the way to the Huang family's old house. Without saying a word, the two burly men dragged him out of the car and into the front yard of the old house. In the front hall, the old lady of the Huang family was sitting in a grand chair, leaning on her cane and closing her eyes in deep thought. She opened her eyes and looked at Gu Yan after a maid whispered something in her ear. The old lady of the Huang family looked a little tired, but there was a sharp glint in her eyes as she looked at Gu Yan. Gu Yan, how dare you? You actually dared to scheme against someone from the Huang family. You were the one who did this to Wanqing, weren't you? Huang Wanqing had just told her about her feud with Gu Yan when the incident happened. Huang Xing immediately sent her abroad and forbade anyone from contacting Huang Wanqing, including her, the old lady of the Huang family. The old lady, who usually doted on Huang Wanqing the most, was furious. She has always been in poor health. Huang Wanqing will be staying abroad for several years, and it's uncertain whether she will even live to see Huang Wanqing return. Gu Yan forcefully pulled his arm free from the control of the two bodyguards. Grandma, how could I have such great power? Huang Wanqing is usually so arrogant. Who knows who she has offended? In such a big city as Kyoto, not everyone is like me, Gu Yan, who can't do anything to your Huang family. Gu Yan wore a faint smile, showing no sign of backing down in the face of the Huang family matriarch's sharp gaze. However, she deserved it. Upon hearing this, the old lady turned ashen with anger. He tapped it down hard with his cane. Are you really not afraid of death? You're an orphan who came from an orphanage. Who gave you the guts to talk to me like that? The old lady's cheeks trembled with anger, but she didn't say anything more to him. Instead, he waved his hand and said to the bodyguard behind Gu Yan, take him away and lock him up. I want to see how long he can keep up with me. People in Kyoto's elite circles have always held high positions. Elders like the matriarch of the Huang family, who held immense authority in the family, could not tolerate anyone daring to contradict her. Two bodyguards rushed up and restrained Gu Yan, pulling him back and dragging him outside. After leaving the Huang family's old house, we got into the car again. This time, his head was covered. He didn't know where he went, but could roughly figure out that the car had been traveling for 1 or 2 hours. It's definitely not in Kyoto City proper. When the car stopped, Gu Yan was pulled out and a gust of cold wind hit her, causing her to shiver. I was being pulled forward when I heard a creaking sound. It looks like the iron gate is rusted. Then, the black cloth covering their heads was pulled off. Gu Yan blinked, adjusting to the sudden light. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that he had been taken to a factory. Two bodyguards restrained him, tied his hands and feet with ropes, and pushed him to the ground. The old lady said that when you stop being stubborn and tell her everything you've done, she'll let you out. As soon as he finished speaking, the iron gate was slammed shut by the bodyguards from the outside. Suddenly, two Doberman pinschers ran out from the corner and howled at Gu Yan. The two dogs were not on leashes and were obviously free roaming. Their eyes were fixed on him, they kept howling, and drool was dripping from their mouths as they cautiously approached him step by step. Gu Yan's heart tightened immediately, and he subconsciously wanted to back away. But his hands and feet were tied with ropes, so he could only slowly wriggle his body backward. Gu Yan was trembling all over and wanted to get as far away from the two dogs as possible. But the two Dobermans seemed to have noticed his difficulty moving and quickened their pace to approach. One of the dogs has arrived. He stuck out his tongue and licked his ankle.
Guyen felt a chill run down his spine, and a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. He was bitten by a dog when he was a child, and he has always had a psychological trauma from it. Especially later, when he learned that Lin Xiaoran was keeping someone in Fontainebleau. He was devastated when he heard the news and immediately took a taxi there. Fontainebleau is a villa area where almost every house has a yard, and many people keep dogs. That time, he didn't know which villa the person Lin Xiaoran was supporting lived in, so he had to go door to door to look for him. He happened to come across a villa with an unlocked gate. He glanced at it from the doorway, completely unaware that a Tibetan Mastiff had come up behind him and started howling at him. By the time he realized what was happening, he could only run into the yard. I found a stone table and stood on it. Although I wouldn't be bitten for the time being, the Tibetan Mastiff stayed there and wouldn't leave. Having no other option, Guyen could only call Lin Xiaoran. Lin Xiaoran's attitude was terrible. Guyen, do you think I'm stupid? We've never kept a dog at home. You said you were scared, so I specifically bought a villa where none of the neighbors keep dogs, and now you're telling me a dog is chasing you and trying to bite you? 135, Chapter 135. I need to find a lawyer. The call ended quickly. Lin Xiaoran didn't give Guyen a chance to explain and stopped answering his calls. At that time, Guyen always thought that Lin Xiaoran married him because she was under pressure from the Lin and Ning families, the powerful circles and worldly pressures, and still had feelings for him. As for the engagement with Ning Chen, it was just a misunderstanding. Regardless of what Lin Xiaoran has done or said. At that time, Guyen would always find reasons in his heart to convince himself that she still loved him. Because Lin Xiaoran is the only person in his world. From the moment he met Lin Xiaoran, this woman who would cling to him like a sloth in bed, he was willing to believe that everything in the world was warm and beautiful as long as she was by his side. No matter how bitter or difficult it is, it doesn't matter. I don't care if I live in a dilapidated rental house or can only eat cheap street food. As long as the two of you are together, everything will be alright. So, when he saw that he could only stand on that small stone table with the Tibetan Mastiff guarding him, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Finally, he gave up and decided to give it his all. He used all his strength to run out of the yard. However, he was already short of energy, and he was caught up by the Tibetan Mastiff before he could run very far, leaving a deep wound on his calf. After that incident, he became even more afraid of being bitten by a dog. Hiss! Guyen suddenly couldn't help but gasp. The Doberman that had been licking his ankle just moments before suddenly bit him. This familiar pain made Guyen tremble even more violently. He struggled frantically and finally managed to free his hands from the rope. The price was that my wrists were worn raw and covered in blood, with fresh blood seeping out little by little. The other Doberman seemed even more excited after smelling the blood, wagging its tail rapidly and drooling profusely. But he didn't have time to think about that. He frantically pounded the dog at his feet. However, once a dog bites something, it doesn't immediately let go if it gets hurt. Instead, it bites harder. Guyen felt that her ankle was so painful that she could barely feel it anymore. It seemed like they were about to bite through his Achilles tendon. He gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot from the pain. But he knew that if he didn't do something, he would be bitten to death by those two vicious dogs. These two vicious dogs must have seen blood before. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so excited after smelling blood. He didn't know what the factory was for, but now it was about to become his hell. Guyen hardened his heart, grabbed the Doberman at his feet, bent down, and bit down hard with his own mouth. This time, the Doberman let out a yelp and released its grip. With a mouthful of dog hair, Guyen hurriedly untied the rope from his ankle. He then quickly stood up and ran towards an unlocked room he had seen earlier. He staggered, unable to muster much strength in his right leg. But his behavior just now seemed to have frightened the two vicious dogs, and they didn't chase after him immediately. He ran into the room, closed the door, slumped down on the floor with his back against it, spat out the dog hair from his mouth, and coughed a few times. The room was dark, without even a window. My phone is still with me. Those bodyguards probably didn't expect him to be able to break free of his restraints, so they didn't search him. I took out my phone, turned on the flashlight, and looked around. I found the room was empty. The two vicious dogs outside the door seemed to have realized what was happening,
and were now growling and howling at the inside through the door. The gate to the courtyard was locked from the inside. Even if he ran out of the room, he couldn't escape the courtyard. The consequence of rushing out was that he was viciously attacked and torn apart by the two dogs. But for a moment he didn't know who to call for help. I simply called the police. The police are more reliable than Lin Xiaoran. At least, they won't say he's lying. He slumped to the ground, watching the wound on his ankle bleed more and more. He has suffered too many injuries and lost too much blood these days. At this point, he was beginning to feel dizzy and lightheaded due to blood loss. Just then, his phone vibrated. I took it out and glanced at it. It was still the same unfamiliar number. I'm away on a business trip. I'll be back the day after tomorrow and take you to Peking University for the anniversary celebration. Gu Yan simply blocked the number as well. Nearly an hour later, just as Gu Yan was about to faint, the police arrived. This place is located on the outskirts of Kyoto and is not easy to find. Luckily, I still had my phone, so I could use navigation to find my location. The police subdued the two vicious dogs and took him away. After he got into the police car, a police officer gave him some basic first aid. Gu Yan had lost too much blood, his face was deathly pale, devoid of any color, and he was somewhat delirious, his body ice cold. The police didn't know who owned the factory, but they gently comforted Gu Yan. Mr. Gu, we'll take you to the hospital for treatment first. Gu Yan opened his mouth, extremely weakly. Could you find someone to examine my injuries? Gu Yan's voice was hoarse and weak. He tried to swallow but couldn't. He forced himself to speak calmly, despite his dry throat. I need to find a lawyer. He's going to sue the old lady of the Huang family. Kidnapping, illegal imprisonment, and intentional assault. No one can be missed. After arriving at the hospital and undergoing a simple examination and treatment, Gu Yan took out his phone and called Lin Xiaoye. However, Gu Yan was unaware that Lin Xiaoye and Lin Xiaoran were at the same dinner party at that moment. Previously, due to the Longting Technology incident, the Lin Group changed its partner to Fenghua Technology. Now Fenghua Technology replaces Longting Technology has reached a cooperation agreement with the government. However, this project is too large, and after rashly changing partners, many things need to be rediscussed. At this point, the leaders of all the forces involved in this new project, including government officials, sat down together to replan. Lin Xiaoran alone cannot fully represent the Lin Group for the time being. Lin Xiaoye's phone was on the table. The moment her phone rang, Lin Xiaoran, who was sitting next to her, saw the caller ID. It's Gu Yan's name. Lin Xiaoye picked up her phone and answered the call, glancing at Lin Xiaoran out of the corner of her eye. However, on the surface, he seemed not to notice Lin Xiaoran's gloomy expression. Xiaoyan, looking for a lawyer, what happened? Here, I'll give you a phone number, you can contact him. I am currently on a business trip out of town, I'll come find you when I get back. The dinner went very smoothly. Lin Xiaoye's visit today was also at the behest of the Lin family patriarch. After all, the reason for changing partners for this new project was because of Lin Xiaoran. Some of the people present were dissatisfied with her. The fact that the most likely heirs of the Lin family attended together was a way of giving an explanation to those present and expressing the sincerity of the Lin Group. Lin Xiaoran put her hands under the table and took out her phone to look at it. She was still on Gu Yan's blacklist, and her fingers gradually tightened until her fingertips turned white. 136, Chapter 136. I hate you now. After hanging up the phone, a smile appeared on Lin Xiaoye's face. Someone couldn't help but ask, Mr. Lin, is something good happening lately? Could it be that you're in a relationship? Lin Xiaoye's eyes crinkled into a smile. Not yet. Lin Xiaoran suddenly stood up, her face cold, and said, Excuse me, I'm going to the restroom. This sudden move left some people present somewhat bewildered. Oh, Mr. Lin, you'd better hurry up, we have another round later. Whenever Lin Xiaoran and Lin Xiaoye attend together, people address them differently. Some people close to Lin Xiaoye would call Lin Xiaoran Little President Lin, which sounded like Lin Xiaoye was superior to her. Some of those who work closely with Lin Xiaoran address her as President Xiaoran. Lin Xiaoran glanced at the business partner, said nothing, and walked out of the private room. He Qing was waiting outside, and when she saw Lin Xiaoran come out, she went straight to greet her.
Give me your phone.
He Qing handed over the phone. Lin Xiaoran made a phone call to Guyan.
The phone rang for only a few seconds before being hung up. Call again, hang up again. Then, I was blocked again.
Lin Xiaoran felt a headache coming on and couldn't help but rub her temples.
Just then, Zhou Yun, Lin Xiaoye's other assistant, walked over.
Lin Xiaoran stepped forward and said coldly, "Lend me your phone." Zhou Yun was stunned for a moment. Before she could react, Lin Xiaoran had snatched the phone from her hand. As Lin Xiaoye's assistant, Zhou Yun naturally harbored some hostility towards Lin Xiaoran. Moreover, even though he came to borrow her phone, his rude attitude only made her feel disgusted. But Lin Xiaoran, like Lin Xiaoye, is one of the potential successors of the Lin family.
Ultimately, she was just an employee of the Lin group.
Of course, it's impossible for me to fall out with Lin Xiaoran over such a trivial matter. Lin Xiaoran entered Guyan's phone number, but before she could finish typing it, the contact list popped up.
Guyan.
Lin Xiaoran's gaze turned cold as she glanced at Zhou Yun. Zhou Yun is one of Lin Xiaoye's assistants, but Zhao Yongqi is the person who spends the most time with Lin Xiaoye on weekdays. The project that Zhou Yun was in charge of had nothing to do with Guyan.
Zhou Yun lowered her eyes slightly and remained silent. Lin Xiaoran dialed the phone, took a deep breath, and seemed somewhat agitated.
The phone was answered after only 2 rings.
Guyan's voice was a little hoarse. "Assistant Zhou, is there something you need?" Lin Xiaoran's face instantly turned cold.
She is Guyan's wife, and his wife's assistant has blocked her phone number. But other people's assistants answered their calls immediately. Lin Xiaoran felt a surge of anger rush from her heart to her head.
"Didn't you see the message I sent you?"
Guyan was taken aback when he heard Lin Xiaoran's voice, and subconsciously asked, "Why is it you? Where's Assistant Zhou, Lin Xiaoran? Have you been bullying someone again?" He didn't believe Zhou Yun would willingly hand her phone to Lin Xiaoran.
Hearing Guyan's question, Lin Xiaoran's breathing became rapid.
His chest heaved rapidly, and he gripped the phone so tightly that it creaked. Seeing this, Zhou Yun opened her mouth, but couldn't say anything. After a while, Lin Xiaoran recovered, a cold smile on her face. "She's dead, Guyan. Do you think it's fun to test my patience like this? I hate you now." Guyan was already physically weak, and hearing these words made her stomach churn with anger. Suppressing the urge to vomit, she gritted her teeth and said, "You hate me? Then don't call me. Do you think I don't hate you too? Just hearing your voice makes me want to throw up." After saying that, the call was immediately disconnected. Lin Xiaoran didn't have time to say anything more, but just as the call was about to be disconnected, she seemed to hear the sound of retching on the other end of the line. In a fit of anger, Lin Xiaoran smashed her phone against the wall. The phone shattered completely. Zhou Yun clenched her fists instantly, her eyes filled with barely suppressed emotions. But she still lowered her head, trying her best not to let Lin Xiaoran see her current expression. Lin Xiaoran didn't even glance at her, but coldly said to Yi Qing beside her, "Buy her a new one, go inside and finish up the rest of the work for metal her. I'm not feeling well and I'm going back to rest." Yi Qing nodded, but seeing that Lin Xiaoran's originally fair cheeks were flushed with anger, she couldn't help but say, "President Lin, you'd better not argue with Mr. Gu." Every time the two of them argued, she worried that she would be implicated.
"Do you think I wanted to start this argument? I really want to tear his chest open and see if he has a heart at all."
Lin Xiaoran glared at her. The conversation suddenly stopped. Lin Xiaoran took a deep breath, her face ashen, and turned to leave. Yi Qing knew that Lin Xiaoran was probably thinking about something unpleasant again. If she spoke up again, she would definitely be implicated. She could only watch Lin Xiaoran's departing figure. The matters that needed to be discussed in the private room had been mostly covered. What remained was nothing more than insincere reminiscing and mutual flattery. Lin Xiaoran's presence or absence made no difference. There was no problem with Yi Qing coming to make final arrangements with the assistance of the other responsible persons, and these responsible persons all expressed their understanding of Lin Xiaoran's departure.
Seeing that Lin Xiaoran hadn't returned and had only asked Yi Qing to handle the final handover, Lin Xiaoye's eyes flashed with amusement.
Zhou Yun came up behind her, bent down and whispered a few words in her ear.
Lin Xiaoye smiled and nodded. She seems to be in a good mood. Lin Xiaoye only has two most trusted assistants. One is Zhao Yongqi, and the other is Zhou Yun. When he goes out for social events, he usually takes Zhao Yongqi with him. However, when it comes to situations involving people within the industry or truly important figures, he will bring Zhou Yun with him. Perhaps in her mind, Zhao Yongqi, who seemed to have a strong personality, could only be used to deal with ordinary people. When it comes to higher levels of social interaction, his so-called assertiveness and sharpness seem somewhat cheapened. Lin Xiaoran returned to the hotel and stood on the balcony with a glass of red wine in her hand. She has a sensitive stomach, and the doctor advised her to drink less alcohol, but she can't help herself. Especially when her career was just starting out, she and Gu Yan had to live apart for a long time during that period. She was under too much pressure and couldn't sleep at night without drinking. He downed the glass of red wine in one gulp, his eyes somewhat glazed over. She took out her phone and opened her chat with Gu Yan. I scrolled up the chat history bit by bit. I don't know when it started, but the two of us started chatting less and less. The further back she scrolled, the more messages Gu Yan sent her. But that was several years ago. Lin Xiaoran was still unwilling to give up, so she bit her lip and continued searching. Back then, Gu Yan liked to share everything with her, no matter what it was, even something as simple as encountering a kitten on the roadside. 137, Chapter 137. Gu Yan's desire to die gracefully is now extremely difficult. Xiaoran, look at this cat, its fur is multicolored, and it's stretching here. This flower is beautiful, is it the kind you told me you liked? I'll give you a surprise when we get home tonight. Xiaoran, have you been very busy lately? Why haven't you replied to my messages? I learned how to make that soup you said was delicious last time, try it when you get back. The old lady at the fruit stand at the intersection is so dishonest, she said the oranges are so sweet they're almost sour, they'll make your teeth ache. As Lin Xiaoran watched, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn up in a smile. Xiaoran, did you just buy this box? I found it while cleaning my room. Did you finish the one I bought last time so quickly? Upon seeing this message, Lin Xiaoran rubbed between her legs. Her body instantly felt hot, and she couldn't help but recall a memory that had gotten to her head. That period was the most passionate time for the two of them. We buy contraceptives by the box, and they run out very quickly. At that time, the two of them seemed to be addicted to that kind of thing, and they would not stop until they were both so exhausted that they could not get out of bed. So much so that during that period, their conversations often contained suggestive language that would make anyone blush. Lin Xiaoran's eyes became even more glazed, and her other hand couldn't help but reach down. After a long while, she took a shower, and her expression seemed somewhat irritated and annoyed. I changed my clothes and left the hotel. After sending a message to Yi Qing, he took a taxi and left. You stay here to handle the follow-up matters. I am going back to Kyoto now. The car sped along the highway, and even though it was already at the maximum speed limit, she still felt it was too slow. She suddenly remembered that there had been times when she had been so eager to rush back to see him. It was already midnight when I got back to Kyoto. Lin Xiaoran first called the villa to confirm that Gu Yan had not returned, then changed her destination to Jiangnan Villa. But there was no one in the Jiangnan Villa. The room was empty, except for the dishes that Gu Yan had just washed that morning, which were still on the kitchen dish rack. They searched every room but couldn't find Gu Yan. Lin Xiaoran took out her phone again and called the company. After confirming that Gu Yan was not working overtime at the company, she suddenly felt a little panicked. Gu Yan doesn't have many friends in Beijing. Lin Xiaoran was not familiar with his few friends, so she had to eliminate them one by one. There was no hospital in Wenchang where he stayed. They didn't go to Lin Zai's house either. As for that senior student, she hasn't been in Kyoto for the past few days and won't be back until tomorrow. Lin Xiaoran's heart raced, and her hands and feet felt a little cold. The person has disappeared. He took out his phone to send his men out to search, but before he could dial, he received a call from Bai Yan. Xiaoran, are you aware of what Gu Yan did? What did he do? Lin Xiaoran's voice was a little urgent. She couldn't wait to know anything about Gu Yan. He hired a lawyer and sued the old lady of the Huang family.
Lin Xiaoran raised her eyebrows for some reason. After hearing some news about Gu Yan, the fear in her heart gradually subsided.
He took a deep breath. Tell me in detail.
Hearing this, Bai Yan realized that she was truly unaware of the situation and couldn't help but sigh. Xiaoran, this time your Gu Yan has really caused a huge uproar. He hired a lawyer and called the police tonight. He even went to the hospital for a medical examination, bringing the report and several Huang family bodyguards as witnesses, demanding that the police open a case and investigate. Still at the police station giving a statement. This matter has gone viral in our circle. Lin Xiaoran's breath hitched. She had only been away on a business trip for a short time. How could so many things have happened? Why would Gu Yan sue the old lady of the Huang family for no reason?
What about the medical examination report? Bai Yan continued, you know, this old lady of the Huang family is so old, and her reputation of most of her life has been completely ruined overnight. Now the police have started criminal proceedings and have sent people to the Huang family's old residence. This time, Gu Yan has completely broken ties with the Huang family, the Ning family, and the Yin family. All three of them wish Gu Yan were dead. Bai Yan paused for a moment at this point. Why don't you let him go out and hide for a while? The combined power of these three families is terrifying. If they unite as one, it will be difficult for Gu Yan to die a graceful death. Meanwhile, Gu Yan was still at the police station discussing the follow-up matters with his lawyer. The lawyer inquired in detail about the specific economic compensation he requested, including medical expenses and compensation for emotional distress. Gu Yan's face was still pale. Although the vicious dog bit his ankle, causing him to bleed profusely and lose a lot of blood, fortunately the police arrived in time, and it was not fatal. His already weak body is now even weaker, as if a gust of wind could blow him over, and he needs a long period of rest. Gu Yan struggled to open his eyes, forcing his drowsy mind to stay awake, but his gaze was very calm and firm. I don't want compensation. I want this matter to be made public, and I want the Huang family, especially the old lady of the Huang family, to apologize to me in public newspapers, social media platforms. I want it all. The Huang family is not short of money. For them, money is just a number, as they are a wealthy family in Kyoto. But these people care a lot about saving face. They care a lot about their reputation as a prominent family in Kyoto. Gu Yan turned to look at a policeman beside him, took a deep breath, and said, "This is all I ask for, an apology, a public apology." The police were well aware of how difficult things were to deal with the Huang family. These wealthy families are best at using money to settle everything. And this method is indeed the most useful one mode. But this time it's different. The old lady of the Huang family is said to have fainted from anger when she saw the police come to her door, and she is still lying in a hospital bed. They also received orders from some leaders to make decisions based on circumstances. It was said that the decision was made by the camera, but the real intention was to tell them to stop getting involved and to let the two parties settle the matter privately as much as possible. But how could we possibly ignore it? The police officer looked at Gu Yan and sighed deeply. Mr. Gu, Madame Huang is still unconscious. We will go there again after she wakes up. Don't worry. If the Huang family can't give you an explanation, we will file a public prosecution according to the legal procedures. Your statement, medical report, and the investigation traces at the scene have all been recorded, and we will handle them according to the law. Gu Yan was somewhat surprised when he heard these words. The Huang family, as a powerful and influential family in Kyoto, wielded considerable influence and power. He didn't believe that the Huang family hadn't been pulling strings behind the scenes, trying to create obstacles for him. However, the police officer in charge of the case did not shirk responsibility or try to smooth things over by asking Huang Jiasi to take the case. This really surprised him. Gu Yan pursed her dry, chapped lips and said softly, "Thank you." The police officer nodded. You can go back and rest now. We'll let you know as soon as we have any news. Gu Yan stood up and walked out, but he stopped halfway, turned around, and asked in a calm tone, "Do I have the right to request police protection now?" 138, Chapter 138. It's alright, I'm just a worthless life. The police officer hesitated for a moment after hearing this, but still nodded and said, "I'll apply to my superiors in a bit, and someone will be protecting you near your home for the next 48 hours. Gu Yan breathed a sigh of relief, thanked them, and left. Although he didn't think the Huang family would be so irrational as to attack him now. But we should be as careful as possible.
As they walked outside the police station, the lawyer seemed hesitant to speak.
Is there a problem?
If you're determined to fight to the bitter end, the Lin family will find out, then you'll be in a very difficult situation. The lawyer was hired by Lin Xiaoye. He wasn't worried about whether he would be implicated, but he was also somewhat aware of Gu Yan's current situation.
Gu Yan took a deep breath and hailed a taxi.
It's alright, I am just a worthless life unlike them.
They have too many things to consider and worry about.
His meaning was very clear. He dares to make a huge fuss and create a huge mess. Seeing this, the lawyer said nothing more. He only needed to do what Gu Yan wanted and watched Gu Yan get into the car.
Around 1 a.m., Gu Yan returned to the Jiangnan villa.
At this point, several Kyoto Elite Circles group chats had gone crazy, with thousands of unread messages appearing in just a few minutes.
He's gone mad. This Gu Yan is truly insane. He actually dares to sue the Huang family matriarch.
Is he really not afraid of death? Lin Xiaoran's only stain on her life is that she married a man like this. If I were Lin Xiaoran, I would have found a way to kill him long ago. How unlucky I was to have such a madman. What a pity. Lin Xiaoran is such a capable and beautiful woman, a true prodigy, yet she married such a piece of trash. No one is perfect, no matter how great they are. As expected, God gave Lin Xiaoran such a perfect life, so he also had to give her corresponding hardships. Gu Yan is truly the greatest tribulation for Lin Xiaoran in this world, isn't he? Gu Yan stood at the door, looking at these comments without expression. Over the years, he had long been accustomed to similar remarks.
He's too tired and weak right now. He just wants to get some sleep and rest.
He had been frequently injured during this period, and he was also frightened and tormented during the day. After receiving basic first aid at the hospital, he mustered his strength to go to the police station and complete the prosecution process. Now he is at his last gasp. But he still took out his phone and posted a message on his WeChat Moments.
Judicial justice is not just talk. The law will give me justice and punish those who break the law.
Just one post on WeChat Moments instantly attracted countless negative comments.
Damn it, you shameless bastard. How dare you post this kind of thing on your WeChat Moments?
I feel more and more disgusted the more I look at it. God, can you please take this scourge away? Lin Xiaoran is really pitiful. She wasn't even in Kyoto today, so she probably doesn't know that such a big mess has happened in her backyard.
Let him be arrogant for a while longer. Just wait for the Huang family's revenge. In all these years, Gu Yan is the only person who can be so hated by the entire circle. Gu Yan completely ignored these comments.
The person who would reply like that under their own WeChat Moments is merely a marginal figure within the Kyoto elite circle. They were trying to use such comments to resonate with the truly important figures in the circle, thereby gaining access to their influence. As for the truly important people, apart from a few who would privately message him to hurl insults, the rest wouldn't even bother to say a word to him.
At that moment, a car pulled up in front of the villa at Jiangnan Diayuan.
Gu Yan glanced back and could see the people the police station had sent to protect him.
Feeling much more at ease, I opened the door and went inside.
The villa was quiet, with only one figure sitting on the sofa in the living room.
Gu Yan recognized the figure at a glance.
Turning on the light, it was indeed Lin Xiaoran. The living room was filled with the smell of smoke and alcohol. There were many cigarette butts in the ashtray, and a nearly empty bottle of red wine was next to it. Seeing Gu Yan return, Lin Xiaoran glanced at him, her voice hoarse yet icy. Finished with work?
Gu Yan didn't look at her.
He no longer had the energy to argue with Lin Xiaoran.
He turned and walked towards the stairs. Lin Xiaoran's phone rang at that moment. He frowned and hung up the phone.
It was a call from the Lin family's old residence.
This is the fourth phone call tonight. But Lin Xiaoran didn't accept any of them.
A few minutes after I hung up the phone, it rang again. Lin Xiaoran turned her head and glanced upstairs. The bedroom door has been closed.
Answer the phone. The voice of the Lin family patriarch came from the other end of the phone.
Take him back to the old house. The old man's voice was deep, and it wasn't hard to hear the anger in his heart. Lin Xiaoran frowned. Tomorrow, I'm too tired today. After hearing what was said on the other end, Lin Xiaoran pressed her temples, feeling both helpless and angry. But I'm away on a business trip, how can I control him?
He then hung up the phone.
Gu Yan quickly washed up and lay down on the bed, soon becoming drowsy. I vaguely heard the door being opened, followed by the sound of running water from the bathroom. Soon, there was another person's weight beside me. Neither of them spoke. Lin Xiaoran didn't force herself into Gu Yan's arms like she used to. I slept soundly until dawn. Gu Yan got up to wash up. He went downstairs and took out the meal Lin Zhe had prepared for him from the refrigerator. After warming up, I sat in the restaurant and ate by myself. Halfway through the meal, the doorbell rang. He got up to open the door, and the person who came in was a steward from the Lin family's old residence. Gu Yan recognized the butler. He was responsible for serving the Lin family patriarch. The man's face was very unpleasant at this moment, although his words were still polite. The disgust in his tone was almost undisguised. "Mr. Gu, the old man wants you to go back to the old house now." Gu Yan gave him a cold glance, then slammed the door shut, giving him the cold shoulder. Now that he's been sent back to the old house, it's obvious what happened. The relationship between the Lin family and the Huang family is quite good. Otherwise, when Lin Xiaoran returned to the Lin family, she could have gotten to know Huang Wanqing first and then become friends with her. He just sued the old lady of the Huang family yesterday, so the Lin family naturally got the news as well. It's likely that the Huang family has already expressed their dissatisfaction with the Lin family. If they send me back now, they're probably planning to make me kneel in the ancestral hall of the Lin family's old residence until the seas dry up and the rocks crumble. He's not that shameless, rushing to kneel down. After being turned away, the butler's face immediately darkened, and he turned around to make a phone call to the Lin family patriarch. Immediately, Gu Yan's phone rang. This time, it was the old master of the Lin family who made the call personally. This was the first time in many years that the Lin family patriarch had personally called Gu Yan. 139, Chapter 139. You Lin family members all like to change your minds after you achieve success and fame. Fame. Gu Yan thought for a moment, then answered the phone. Go back to the old house. The old man of the Lin family seemed to be holding back a lot of anger. His voice was terrifyingly low. Gu Yan didn't speak, and remained silent. After a while, the old man's voice was heard again. Gu Yan, don't you understand what it means to respect your elders? You've caused such a scene, and you're even defying orders. Do you want people to laugh at you? Gu Yan took a deep breath, a cold smile on his face. Grandpa, haven't I been laughed at enough? One sentence made old Master Lin choke up. After all these years, sitting in this position and holding such a high status in the outside world, he has lost count of how long it has been since anyone dared to speak to him like that. Even someone as arrogant and disdainful as Lin Xiaoran wouldn't dare. Let Xiaoran bring you back, Gu Yan. If you want to be arrogant, you need to have the means, otherwise, you're just asking for death. Gu Yan's face darkened. This is a blatant threat. If the Lin family patriarch makes up his mind to take action, even Lin Xiaoran won't be able to protect him. Moreover, he knew that Lin Xiaoran wouldn't protect him. He hasn't thought about dying yet. When he had figured everything out and was ready to give up on Lin Xiaoran, he had already passed through the most difficult stage. His revenge has only just begun. This time, it was someone else who attacked him first. Why should he have to pay for someone else's mistakes? Does that mean he has to die just because someone attacked him and he didn't obediently stand there and let them do as they pleased? He couldn't let go of Lin Zhe, and even more so, he couldn't let go of Wen Chang, who was still unconscious in the hospital bed. He cannot die yet. No. After hanging up the phone, I reached out and touched the food in front of me. It was already a bit cold. I got up and reheated the food, then finished eating. Only the food Lin Zhe cooked could make him feel warm and comforted. So he didn't want to waste a single bit. After finishing her meal, Lin Xiaoran also went downstairs. Standing on the stairs, watching Gu Yan finish his meal, she couldn't help but sneer as she prepared to wash the dishes. You won't eat the food I specially ordered for you, but you're eating all this takeout cheap stuff with gusto. Gu Yan couldn't help but clench the chopsticks in her hand, accidentally squeezing out a lot of detergent, leaving her hands covered in foam. He couldn't help but get angry every time he heard Lin Xiaoran speak. She scrubbed the dishes vigorously, unsure whether she wanted to clean them or wash away the words she had just heard. Lin Xiaoran seemed not to notice anything amiss with him, and walked to the refrigerator on her own, taking out a beautifully packaged lunchbox. After heating it up, I ate it myself. Lin Xiaoran eats very quickly. Having been out in the world on her own since childhood, she had long been used to eating quickly. Otherwise, she might not have much time to eat. Even when I started my own business later, eating on time was impossible, and even having enough time to eat was a luxury. Gu Yan had often told her to eat slowly, lest her stomach problems flare up again. After that, Gu Yan stopped talking about it. It wasn't because Lin Xiaoran wouldn't listen, but because he no longer had the chance to talk to her as much. After finishing her meal, Lin Xiaoran got up, ignoring the bowls and chopsticks on the table, picked up her car keys, and headed out. Come on, I'll have someone buy you a cushion later. I reckon your knee can hold on for a couple more days. Gu Yan didn't say anything, but followed behind to the car. I opened the back door and sat inside. Lin Xiaoran glanced in the rearview mirror and her face immediately darkened. You think I'm your driver? Get in the front seat. Lin Xiaoran drove home today, and it was just the two of them in the car. Gu Yan didn't speak, but turned to look out the window. Lin Xiaoran took a deep breath, thinking about what would happen in a moment, and decided not to argue with him anymore. She stepped on the gas and drove towards the Lin family's old house. The car stopped outside the Lin family's old house. Lin Xiaoran got out of the car and took out her phone to call her grandmother. Then she turned around, as if she had just remembered to unlock the car door for Gu Yan. He led Gu Yan inside. When they arrived at the front hall, both the old master and the old lady of the Lin family were there. The old lady's health was not good, her complexion was noticeably poor. Upon seeing Gu Yan, he coughed twice and opened his arms with some difficulty. Xiaoyan, come here quickly, come to grandma's side. Why do you still look so pale? Snort. The old master of the Lin family snorted coldly and slammed his right hand on the table next to him. What are you sitting for? Go to the hospital and apologize to old Madame Huang. I don't care if you kneel or kowtow, apologize until she's satisfied and at ease before you come back. Gu Yan frowned upon hearing this. He also learned that the old lady of the Huang family had woken up. He heard the news from the police. I'm not going. Gu Yan's reply was so quick that even the old master of the Lin family thought he had misheard. What? I'm not going. Okay, then pack your bags and get out of the country. The old man of the Lin family laughed, clearly laughing out of anger. The old lady next to her reached out and grabbed Gu Yan's hand, glaring at the old man with a look of dissatisfaction. Xiaoyan did nothing wrong, why should she go abroad? Do you think I don't know what you're up to, sending Xiaoyan abroad to make room for that Ning family kid, is that it? You. The old master of the Lin family never expected the old lady to speak, and looked at her with some surprise. What, did I say something wrong, old woman? That Huang family girl, how old is she to still do such things? What kind of skill is it to bully the younger generation? Didn't you see Xiaoyan's medical report? The disrespectful old woman should be taught a lesson. As the head of the Lin family, instead of protecting your children, you let others bully your own kids. Lin Fengji, you're really going backwards. That's because he hit the other person's child first. The other person is in the right. Old Master Lin was so angry that his eyebrows almost stood up. Bullshit, that old woman is always unreasonable and biased. Look how she spoiled Huang Wanqing. I get annoyed just looking at all those messages online. Do you know that the second son of the Wen family is still in the hospital because of Huang Wanqing? It would have been Xiaoyan who was in the hospital. The old lady couldn't help but swear, and seeing her like this, old Master Lin was so angry that he slammed his fist on the table. That's no reason for him to hit someone and call the police. I know you don't like Xiaoyan, but that doesn't mean you can twist the truth. You allow people to lay a hand on Xiaoyan but forbid her from fighting back, right? Or is it because that old woman from the Huang family is that person's sister, and you're extending your affection to her because of her? What, do you Lin family members like to replace the person who's always been by your side after you've achieved success? Let me tell you, as long as this old woman, am still here, no one can bully Xiaoyan. These words left old Master Lin speechless. The Lin family's current status is the result of generations of accumulation and hard work. Old Master Lin was the one who contributed the most to the development of the Lin family during the most difficult times. It was old Madam who stayed by his side. However, after achieving great success, Mr. Lin briefly changed his mind. These words left him speechless. 140, Chapter 140. He didn't want to be with anyone except the old lady. The old lady glared at the old man in anger, then turned her head and looked at Gu Yan with a gentle expression. Don't be so impulsive next time. If there's anything, you can talk to Xiaoran about it. If she doesn't care, come to Grandma and she'll help you. Seeing this, old Master Lin knew there was nothing he could do. After all, he was indeed in the wrong in some matters. He took a deep breath and focused his gaze on Lin Xiaoran. From the moment she entered the old house, Lin Xiaoran sat there without saying a word, as if none of this had anything to do with her. He gripped the dragon-headed staff with both hands and gently tapped the ground. Xiaoran, what do you think we should do about this? Lin Xiaoran didn't even look up, continuing to look at her phone. Why don't we just have him apologize? As long as the Huang family is satisfied, everything will be resolved. Lin Xiaoran. The old lady angrily called out her name. Xiaoyan is your husband, and this is how you treat him. Why don't you apologize on her behalf? You should go kneel down and kowtow to that old woman from the Huang family. I sent the president of the Lin group, a higher-ranking official than Xiaoyan, and more likely to please the Huang family? Lin Xiaoran looked up at the old lady, then at Gu Yan, and lowered her head again without saying anything more. Old Master Lin slowly closed his eyes, his breathing rapid, clearly very angry. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes, stood up, and walked to the backyard. I don't care anymore, you guys figure it out. The heavy and oppressive atmosphere in the lobby eased considerably. The old lady gently patted Gu Yan's shoulder. It's alright, Grandma's here. No one will dare force you to do anything you don't want to do. Have a meal with Grandma for a while before you leave. Halfway through her sentence, the old lady glanced at Lin Xiaoran again. It's just the two of us eating, without that heartless little brat. Grandma, thank you. Gu Yan felt a warmth in her heart. What are you saying, child? Why are you being so polite with your grandma? Then, with the help of a maid, she stood up, grabbed Gu Yan's wrist, and walked towards the restaurant. Before leaving, he didn't forget to tell Lin Xiaoran, you handle things with the Huang family. Don't think about making Xiaoyan feel wronged. Lin Xiaoran then stood up. Alright, Grandma, we've all had breakfast. You should rest now. We're leaving. After saying that, she went forward and took Gu Yan's arm. But Gu Yan dodged it. Grandma, I really have eaten breakfast. You should rest well first. I still have to go to work. I'll come to see you again in a couple of days when I have some time off. Madam Lin looked at Gu Yan with a smile. Alright, then this old woman will have someone make you your favorite dish. After saying that, he glared at Lin Xiaoran again, then had someone help him leave. After watching the old lady leave, Gu Yan turned and walked outside. In this old Lin family mansion, he didn't want to be with anyone except the old lady. Once in the car, Lin Xiaoran glanced at him expressionlessly through the rearview mirror. To the company? You're really not being polite, Lin Xiaoran sneered. Sit in the front, I'm not your driver. Gu Yan didn't say anything, but reached out to open the car door and get out. But as soon as her hand touched the switch, before she could even open the car door, Lin Xiaoran stepped on the gas. The car sped away from the Lin family's old house. Gu Yan was shaken and swayed slightly. He grabbed the handle on the car door to steady himself. When the car arrived at the Lin group, Gu Yan suddenly said, let's stop here. I'll get out first. Lin Xiaoran glanced at the distance of more than 50 meters from the Lin group building and suddenly laughed in exasperation. You really want to distance yourself from me? Gu Yan didn't say anything, but opened the car door, got out, and walked alone towards the main entrance. Lin Xiaoran's face immediately darkened, and she rolled down the car window. You have to go back to school for an event tomorrow. I'll ask you for leave. You can go home tonight. She paused for a moment, then continued, I'm not talking about the Jiangnan villa. Gu Yan didn't turn around, nor did he stop walking. He continued walking forward. I had just stepped into the company building when my phone rang. Gu Yan answered the phone, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Gu Yan, are you going back to school for the anniversary celebration tomorrow? I heard Lin Xiaoran was invited. Hearing his senior's voice after so long, Gu Yan's lips curved into a smile.
Before he could speak, Yi Qingyu's voice continued, "By the way, you haven't forgotten that it's my solo recital tomorrow night, have you? We can go back and visit the teacher together during the day, and then come with me to the venue tonight." Hearing these words, Gu Yan finally made up his mind. He could choose not to accompany Lin Xiaoran back to school for the event. But he really hadn't seen his teacher for a long time. Last time, the teacher even used his connections to help him. Both morally and logically, he should go back. He has already hurt his teacher's feelings once, he cannot allow it to happen a second time. "Okay, senior, I understand." The two chatted for a couple more minutes before hanging up. On the other side, Lin Xiaoran also answered a phone call after stopping the car. It was Huang Xing who called her. "My grandfather can't do anything about Gu Yan either. It's his business. If he wants to sue, the police have accepted the case, and it's not something we can decide. I will have He Qing bring gifts to apologize." Huang Xing was extremely agitated at this moment. There's nothing wrong with the old lady of the Huang family spoiling her children. It can't be at this time. This period is crucial for the Huang family. This incident has caused him a lot of trouble. This had a very significant impact on the Huang family. "My grandma is fine, she just can't swallow this anger. I can try to persuade her." In Huang Xing's eyes, there is no one and nothing that can stand in the way of the Huang family's future. For the sake of this future, he could choose to let his grandmother suffer for a while. We'll deal with the rest once this most crucial period for the Huang family is over. However, the old man is indeed very concerned about his image. He was sued by a junior colleague and taken to court. She definitely wouldn't be able to swallow this insult if the Lin family didn't give her an explanation. Moreover, the Huang family's reputation will be severely damaged. Huang Xing took a deep breath. "I can try to persuade grandma, but you should also try to persuade Gu Yan. Let's drop the case and not make things worse." Huang Xing is the future head of the Huang family, and his words carry weight. The old lady of the Huang family will listen. But that doesn't mean Gu Yan will listen to him. Therefore, Gu Yan's side still needs Lin Xiaoran to come. He also believed that Lin Xiaoran would give him face. Lin Xiaoran took a deep breath. He'll listen to me. The thought of Gu Yan causing such a huge mess and then giving her the cold shoulder made her furious. "Okay, I'll give it a try." Lin Xiaoran hung up the phone to her. Being able to say such a thing to Huang Xing was already giving him face. But Huang Xing's face looked grim. He wasn't that close to Lin Xiaoran, and he was somewhat angry at her attitude. 141, Chapter 141. Do you think Xiaoran, with her personality, can accept this? Huang Xing stood outside the hospital ward, thought for a moment, and then took out his phone to call Bai Yan. The Kyoto elite circle is actually not very large. Especially those few people in the core circle. Although Huang Xing wasn't that close to Lin Xiaoran, he had a good relationship with Bai Yan. Bai Yan's relationship with Lin Xiaoran is closer than that of his sister Huang Wanqing. As soon as the call connected, Huang Xing couldn't help but ask, what exactly is the relationship between Lin Xiaoran and Gu Yan? Bai Yan was taken aback when she answered the phone and heard the question. Marital relationship. For a moment, Huang Xing fell silent. After a while, she spoke up and said, "Why do I feel like Lin Xiaoran doesn't seem to dislike Gu Yan that much?" Bai Yan raised an eyebrow. "What, you're not planning to take action against Gu Yan after Lin Xiaoran and Gu Yan divorce, are you? You'd better wait a while. Xiaoran won't agree to a divorce anytime soon." Why? Huang Xing was stunned. Could it be that his guess is true? Is Lin Xiaoran really not as disgusted with Gu Yan as the rumors suggest? Bai Yan hesitated for a moment before speaking. Xiaoran told me this herself. Guess why Xiaoran didn't agree to divorce Gu Yan? Huang Xing frowned, just about to ask her to give him the answer directly, when he heard Bai Yan's explanation. When Lin Xiaoran started her business, she had a very good relationship with Gu Yan at that time. She specially hired a lawyer to give Gu Yan a lot of her company shares. You know the current situation of Lin Xiaoran's own company. It has already reached the point where it can be compared with the Lin Group. Really? Huang Xing was very surprised. he never expected things to turn out this way. It's true this matter has always been traceable, it's just that no one has ever cared if the two of them really divorce. It's equivalent to giving half of the business that Xiaoran built from scratch to Gu Yan. If Gu Yan divorces and marries another woman, do you think Xiaoran, with her personality, can accept that?
Huang Xing fell completely silent after learning the answer.
He never expected that Lin Xiaoran's reluctance to divorce Gu Yan was for this reason.
Perhaps, Lin Xiaoran and Gu Yan truly loved each other deeply.
Otherwise, someone as ruthless and unscrupulous as Lin Xiaoran in business wouldn't have made such a decision. But times have changed.
Everyone changes.
No one could have predicted that the two of them would end up like this. This proof of Lin Xiaoran's deep love for Gu Yan has become a shackle, a cage, forcibly binding the two of them together. Lin Xiaoran is a very possessive person, and at the same time, she is extremely proud of her career. She could never allow Gu Yan to take away so much of her career. After hanging up the phone, Huang Xing pushed open the door and walked into the ward. When the old lady of the Huang family saw Huang Xing, she hurriedly asked, "How is it? What did the Lin family say? When will Gu Yan come to apologize to this old woman?" Huang Xing sat down beside the hospital bed, speaking as gently as possible. "Old Master Lin summoned Gu Yan to the Lin family's old residence. I heard he was so angry he was trembling all over and just stormed off. Gu Yan won't listen to anyone now, and neither Lin Xiaoran nor old Master Lin can do anything about it." Upon hearing this, the old lady of the Huang family turned red with anger, and her body trembled slightly. "This little brat from an orphanage, you think I can't handle him? And what's with Lin Xiaoran? Didn't she say she didn't like Gu Yan? Why hasn't she divorced him yet? Once he's divorced, let's see what gives him the nerve to be so arrogant. I'll make him disappear from this world." In the eyes of the old lady of the Huang family, the only reason Gu Yan could be so arrogant with her was because of his status as a son-in-law of the Lin family. For Madame Huang, the elite circles have their own unique rules for conduct and interpersonal relationships.
Gu Yan came from an orphanage and didn't understand these rules. It's despicable to break the rules.
However, she was mindful of her status and would never do anything that violated the rules. You can send someone to punish Gu Yan, but you can't go any further. Seeing that the old lady was so angry, Huang Xing quickly offered a few words of comfort. He then recounted all the information he had just heard from Bai Yan.
"Grandma, Lin Xiaoran will never divorce him."
The old lady of the Huang family was clearly also surprised.
This lowly person is really lucky.
After cursing under her breath, a ruthless glint flashed across the old lady of the Huang family's face.
He said with a cold laugh, "If that's the case, does that mean Lin Xiaoran doesn't really love Gu Yan?"
Huang Xing was taken aback when he heard this, but still nodded hesitantly.
"He thinks so too."
"Okay, then let Gu Yan just disappear. As long as he disappears, won't all the so-called shares still belong to Lin Xiaoran? Anyway, Gu Yan is an orphan, so if the shares aren't returned to Lin Xiaoran, no one else can get them."
This is the simplest and most direct method. However, Lin Xiaoran never considered it.
Huang Xing narrowed his eyes but said nothing.
She said softly, "Grandma, the police will be coming to question us soon. Since the Lin family isn't involved in these matters, you still need to give us an explanation at least. We need to make it believable on the surface, otherwise, the police will really take you to the police station for questioning." Huang Xing paused for a moment, then continued with a serious expression, "As you know, this is a critical time for our Huang family, and we can't afford any mistakes. Even if we wanted to do something to Gu Yan, it couldn't be now." The old lady of the Huang family clenched her fists in anger, her face turning red. She had always had a smooth and successful life, and no one had ever dared to defy her like this. Now, it's because of someone from an orphanage, a lower-class family. People have made her look so pathetic. "Humph, that lowly orphan, I'll teach him a lesson sooner or later." Huang Xing gently patted her back to help her breathe. "If he doesn't drop the case, the police have to follow the procedures. All he wants is for the case to expire. Just send someone to apologize to him. You don't need to show up anyway. You didn't do it yourself. If things escalate, things will get even worse. Please help me out and don't make things more difficult for me at this critical juncture." That's the logic, but old Madame Huang just couldn't accept it and couldn't swallow her anger. Huang Xing was also somewhat helpless, and just looked at the old lady. Seeing him like this, the old lady remembered how Huang Xing had been running around for the future of the Huang family, and she rubbed her head in exasperation. Alright,
Alright, I'll do as you say, old woman, but I will never let Gu Yan get away with this again. 142, Chapter 142, blatantly making things difficult. Seeing that the old lady had relented, Huang Xing also breathed a sigh of relief and sent a message to Lin Xiaoran, saying that he would have his subordinates go and apologize to Gu Yan. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoran replied to the message after receiving it. He Qin should be arriving soon. I hope the gifts she brings will make the old lady feel better. The two families have had a good relationship since the older generation, so Lin Xiaoran should at least show some appreciation. The gifts this time were indeed specially selected from many items that Mrs. Huang liked. It also includes a piece of porcelain that the Huang family matriarch had always liked and wanted to collect. Lin Xiaoran spent a lot of money on this. When the old lady saw the porcelain, a smile finally appeared on her face, and her anger subsided considerably. Lin Xiaoran is such a sensible girl. How did she end up with someone as lowly as Gu Yan? The old lady of the Huang family has never had a good temper. Rather than being fiery, it's more accurate to say she was spoiled from a young age and has a somewhat arrogant and domineering personality. Huang Wanqing today looks a lot like the old lady of the Huang family when she was young. Therefore, the old lady of the Huang family always liked Huang Wanqing very much. She always felt that girls should be raised in such a wealthy way. Every time she saw her, she felt like she was seeing herself when she was young. However, when she was young, the old lady of the Huang family had never met someone like Gu Yan. She has always held a high position, and no one dares to offend her. That's why I haven't lost my temper much in the past few years. It can be said that a large part of the responsibility for Huang Wanqing's current personality lies with this old lady. The old lady of the Huang family gently patted the back of Huang Xing's hand. The Huang family hasn't made much progress over the years, and there's even a tendency for it to regress among the younger generation. You are the most promising, and I'm very confident in entrusting the future of the Huang family to you. However, Wanqing is my most beloved granddaughter, so you must protect her well and not let anyone bully her again. Upon hearing this, Huang Xing frowned slightly, but quickly relaxed. I understand, Grandma, don't worry. After getting the answer she wanted, the old lady of the Huang family felt much better and waved him out of the ward. At this moment, Gu Yan had already arrived at the office. The once noisy office fell silent the moment he arrived. After what happened at the club, he's now like a jinx in the office, and everyone avoids him like the plague. Despite the strange looks from those around him, Gu Yan seemed oblivious, continuing to work at his desk. Lin Xiaoye didn't appear until the afternoon. I heard that he had been on a business trip out of town and only just got back. As soon as he arrived at the company, he went to the office, gently knocked on the doorframe, nodded to Gu Yan, and gestured for him to follow. Gu Yan quickly got up, tidied up the documents in his hand, put them down, and followed. As soon as I entered Lin Xiaoye's office, I saw her resting her chin on her hand, looking out the window with a tired look in her eyes. How did it go? Did that lawyer help you? Yes, thank you, Sister Xiaoye. Did you and Xiaoran have another fight? Gu Yan pursed her lips and remained silent. Seeing his expression, Lin Xiaoye sighed softly and didn't press him further. Let's have lunch together. Next time, Sister Xiaoye, I'll treat you next time. I haven't been feeling well lately and want to go home and rest early. Lin Xiaoye nodded, but did not insist on inviting him to dinner. Take care of yourself first, you really don't look well. After exchanging only a few words, Gu Yan left the office and returned to his workstation. I'm handling my work little by little. By the time I was almost done with my work, it was almost time to leave. While her colleagues were packing up to leave, Gu Yan had also finished organizing the documents in her hands. He got up to leave, but at that moment, Zhao Yongqi walked over. He was also carrying a box of documents. After organizing these materials, file them in the archives. Gu Yan frowned as he looked at the box of documents. It will take at least 3 or 4 hours to sort through this box of documents. However, he did not refuse. After all, it's his job responsibility. Okay, I'll get it sorted out by tomorrow. Zhao Yongqi sneered when he heard this. Tomorrow? Who told you to organize it tomorrow? It needs to be organized tonight, and I want to see these documents where they should be before I go to work tomorrow morning.
Gu Yan stopped and turned to look at Zhao Yongqi. At this point, how could he not see that Zhao Yongqi was looking for trouble? Giving him so many tasks so close to the end of the workday was clearly making things difficult for him. He doesn't have a lot of work to do during the day. If I give him these materials early in the morning, he will only need to work an extra hour or two at most. If I give it to him now, he'll be busy until midnight. You're only giving me this much information now that it's almost time to leave work? Gu Yan said coldly. Zhao Yongqi stepped forward, his tone even colder. What, you think you have too much work, then you can quit in the whole department, which colleague hasn't worked overtime when things get busy, some even live at the company. Are you the only one who's different? When the project is completed, everyone will get a bonus. How can you have the nerve to share the money with your colleagues? Gu Yan frowned and casually flipped through the documents. This information is not particularly important. There's absolutely no need for him to work overtime tonight to organize it. If it were someone else, Zhao Yongqi certainly wouldn't have been in such a hurry for him to tidy up. This is blatantly making things difficult for him. But Gu Yan couldn't refuse. Zhao Yongqi is very capable. Even when he's looking for trouble, he manages to find no fault with it. Other preparations. His colleagues all stopped in their tracks, looking at Gu Yan with amusement, wondering what he was going to do. When they saw Gu Yan return to his workstation, put down his things, and start working overtime, a contemptuous smile appeared on their faces as they left the office, laughing and joking. Gu Yan ignored these people and sat there working overtime by himself until everyone in the office except him left. Only then did he stand up and prepare to go downstairs to the convenience store to buy some instant noodles for dinner. As soon as I arrived at the elevator, I heard a man's voice coming from the stairwell next to it. It's okay, everyone else has gone home. We won't be noticed. Come on, let's hurry up. Gu Yan could immediately recognize Zhang Peng's voice. A strange, embarrassing sound gradually drifted from the stairwell. Gu Yan coughed lightly, and the sound inside instantly disappeared. Press the elevator button, and the elevator will arrive quickly, emitting a notification sound. After glancing in the direction of the stairwell, I stepped into the elevator. 143, Chapter 143. The apology lacked sincerity. Hopefully, it will be better next time. Not long after, he returned to his workstation, put the instant noodles in hot water, and continued organizing the documents. When I returned, the stairwell was deserted. He couldn't be bothered to care about such gossip. More than an hour later, all the lights in the Zhang building, except for his office, were turned off. Lin Xiaoran walked over, stood in front of him, crossed her arms, and looked down at him. Why did it take so long to get things organized? Gu Yan didn't speak or look up, and continued organizing the documents. Lin Xiaoran always manages to stir up his emotions with just a single sentence. But he didn't want to argue, so he simply ignored her. Lin Xiaoran glanced at the thick stack of documents still in the box and couldn't help but scoff. Why do you seem busier than me, the CEO? Gu Yan remained silent, simply closing the document in his hand and placing it aside, then casually picking up another document. But before she could even open it, Lin Xiaoran snatched it away. She couldn't stand this kind of cold violence. He flipped through it, and his face immediately turned cold. This junk, you still need to work overtime to organize it? These are all projects from the first half of the year. What are you still working on? Gu Yan stood up, snatched the document back, and sat down to continue working. Lin Xiaoran was so angry she laughed. For all this meaningless work, you're eating this tonight? Are you being set up? Ha, Gu Yan, don't you have a brain? Why are you always being targeted wherever you go? Gu Yan felt resentful because someone was giving her the cold shoulder, refusing to ask for her help, and even giving her the cold shoulder. Seeing that Gu Yan still ignored her, Lin Xiaoran became even angrier, grabbed his wrist, and turned to walk out. Alright, I'll have someone put these documents in my office in a bit. Just tell them that I've finished organizing them and taken them away. Since Gu Yan dared to say that, no one would dare to say anything. He didn't refuse. Nobody likes to create trouble for themselves. Knowing it wasn't an important job, Gu Yan wasn't stupid enough to force herself into it when others were making things difficult for her. Following behind Lin Xiaoran, they walked out, got into the car, and Lin Xiaoran stepped on the gas and drove away.
Halfway there, Gu Yan finally spoke up, I want to go to the Jiangnan villa. Gu Yan, don't test my patience. Then stop the car, I'll get out. Lin Xiaoran didn't say anything, but stepped on the gas pedal even harder. The car quickly stopped downstairs at the villa, and Lin Xiaoran was already seething with anger. At this moment, two burly men were standing downstairs at the villa. They looked like they had been waiting for a long time, and their bodies were swaying slightly. Lin Xiaoran glanced at him and said to Gu Yan in an annoyed tone, I'm here to apologize to you. After finishing speaking, he got out of the car and walked into the villa. Gu Yan also got out of the car and then realized that the two burly men were Huang's bodyguards. Upon seeing Gu Yan appear, the two staggered over. The two of them had been standing there for hours, and their legs were already stiff. At this moment, their faces were filled with humiliation and resentment. Mr. Gu is really impressive, making us wait here for so long, a bodyguard said through gritted teeth. Gu Yan felt a little uncomfortable and snorted coldly. He took out his phone and started recording the two of them. Alright, didn't you come here to apologize? Let's begin. The two burly men's faces were filled with humiliation. But they came on orders from above. We must satisfy Gu Yan. They had no choice. He could only force a smile and say, what happened before was a decision made by the two of us, and it hurt Mr. Gu. I am really sorry. As they talked, they bent over to hide their obviously defiant faces. We hope Mr. Gu can forgive us and not pursue this matter any further. Gu Yan nodded, his tone very calm. I didn't hear you, speak louder. The two were trembling with anger, but they had no choice but to do as Gu Yan instructed. After asking again, Gu Yan said, I didn't hear you clearly, speak louder. This time, the two of them practically shouted, repeating what they had said before, bending even lower. Alright, you can go back now, just tell the old lady that I have forgiven her. Gu Yan saved the video and casually posted it on his WeChat moments. I received an apology, but it lacked sincerity. I hope they will improve next time. This time, no one dared to comment or insult him on social media. Since it involved the Huang family matriarch, no one dared to provoke her. There wasn't even a single person who dared to give it a like. The two bodyguards returned to the Huang family's old residence to report. As soon as they entered the courtyard, they heard the old lady of the Huang family raging. That despicable man, how dare he do this? Quickly, find someone to contact the Lin family, make them delete this video. Lin Xiaoran had just finished washing up and came out of the bathroom to get her phone when she saw a missed call from the Lin family patriarch. Just as I was about to call back, the phone rang again. It's obvious that something urgent is going on. After finishing the call, Lin Xiaoran took a deep breath, frowned, and went downstairs. Gu Yan was playing on his phone. Lin Xiaoran quickly stepped forward and snatched the phone away. The phone is not locked, so no password is needed. Lin Xiaoran first removed herself from the blacklist, and then deleted the video. If you don't want to live anymore, just say so. I'll find you a cliff by the sea and you can jump off. I don't even need to prepare a coffin. The seawater will just wash you off. It'll save you a lot of trouble. Lin Xiaoran's words were still vicious. Gu Yan's breath hitched. She reached out and snatched the phone back, then turned to go upstairs to rest. Seeing Gu Yan still using such cold violence, Lin Xiaoran's pupils instantly turned red. She grabbed his wrist, pulled him back, and shoved him onto the sofa. Then he sat down on it. He lowered his head and kissed her deeply. This sudden action made Gu Yan didn't even have time to react. The wound on his ankle was pulled, instantly causing him to break out in a cold sweat and lose all strength. But Lin Xiaoran ignored all of that and tore at his shirt with both hands. Gu Yan pushed Lin Xiaoran away forcefully and gasped for breath. But Lin Xiaoran didn't give him much time to catch his breath, and continued kissing him, her hands skillfully reaching down. Just as Gu Yan had gotten used to the pain in his ankle and was starting to feel it, his phone rang. Lin Xiaoran glanced at the phone but did not answer it immediately. Instead, he sat down forcefully. She scoffed coldly, "Aren't you very good at using the silent treatment?" After saying that, he kissed Gu Yan on the forehead, then got up, took his phone, and walked into the yard. The call was from the Lin family's matriarch. Your grandfather is very angry this time, so you should prepare yourself. In the morning at the Lin family's old house, old Master Lin asked Lin Xiaoran for her thoughts. Lin Xiaoran was just going along with what the old man said. In reality, however, they were playing good cop and bad cop with the old lady, making the old man somewhat speechless. With the experience of the Lin family patriarch, how could he not see the problem? 144, Chapter 144. Do I need your little bit of money? Lin Xiaoran smiled and said, "Alright, Grandma, I can handle these things, you should just take good care of yourself." Xiaoran, don't play dumb with me, you know your current situation, have you thought about what will happen to Xiaoyan if you fail? Yes, your grandfather appreciates your abilities but he doesn't like your personality. The Lin family needs an heir with a personality like this. Lin Xiaoran narrowed her eyes, a glint of light flashing in them. The old lady took a deep breath, her tone becoming serious. I can only hold on for a year or two at most. When that day comes, your grandfather will really have no more scruples, you know. He only cares about who can carry the Lin family. It's good that you have your own career, it will be an asset to you, but it also means that you won't devote yourself entirely to the Lin group. The old lady rarely spoke to Lin Xiaoran in such a tone. She grew up in Kyoto's elite circles and has a deep understanding of the ways of this class. The struggles between large families, the choices among successors. This is not a simple matter, it's not a simple choice between two options. Your grandfather hasn't made up his mind yet, but when he does, are you sure you can withstand it? Xiaoran, you're not without weaknesses. If your grandfather decides to take action, he won't leave any room for maneuver. Keep your vulnerabilities hidden. Sometimes the old lady couldn't quite understand Lin Xiaoran. She always felt that Gu Yan was Lin Xiaoran's weakness. But she was so conflicted with Gu Yan. However, this is a good thing. She couldn't understand it, and the old man probably couldn't either. Alright, Grandma, if you're really worried, then take good care of yourself and hold on for a while longer. I won't give up. How long can I hold out? You'd better take over the entire Lin group before I leave. Go to those social engagements if you need to, and compromise if you need to. Lin Xiaoran didn't speak, but simply looked up at the moonlight. Alright, old woman, I know you're proud, but this isn't just about business success or failure, this is a life or death struggle. Remember, you're not just doing this for yourself, you're doing it for Xiaoyan too. Although I don't know what happened between you two. I can tell you still love Xiaoyan. The old lady hung up the phone, and Lin Xiaoran put down her phone and took a deep breath. She used to dislike being alone. After finishing work each day, when she returned to her rented room and saw the dinner that Gu Yan had prepared for her, she always felt warm and happy. It would make her feel that all the hard work of the day was worthwhile. But she didn't know when Gu Yan changed. When I saw her, she wasn't smiling as gently as before. She gradually got used to spending time alone after a busy day, using quiet to wash away the fatigue of the day. Perhaps it's because they've all changed. From my teenage years to now, more than 10 years have passed. From Lin Xiaoran's most destitute and humiliating days to her triumphant rise to become a favored daughter of heaven, Gu Yan was always by her side. But somehow, she felt that her most miserable and embarrassing days were actually the happiest. When Lin Xiaoran arrived at the bedroom, Gu Yan was still awake, curled up alone by the bed. Lin Xiaoran walked to his side and gently nudged him. Go in. Gu Yan pursed her lips. This is a 2-meter wide double bed, and there is still plenty of space behind him. Lin Xiaoran, however, insisted on going up from his side. However, he really didn't want to argue with Lin Xiaoran anymore. She rolled over and moved to the other side of the bed. It doesn't matter which side you sleep on, it's all the same. Taking a deep breath, I prepared to go to sleep, but then I heard Lin Xiaoran's phone ring again. This time, Lin Xiaoran didn't go out, she answered the phone directly. Even though she lowered her voice, Gu Yan could still hear the gist of it. The person got away, how could you keep an eye on him? Useless, wait for me there. Lin Xiaoran quickly got up, changed her clothes, and left the bedroom. Gu Yan pursed his lips, a contemptuous smile appearing on his face. He could roughly guess which side the call was coming from. What could possibly make Lin Xiaoran leave home so late at night, and be so angry? There will only be one of Ningchen and Fontainebleau. Ningchen almost never makes Lin Xiaoran angry.
It can only be the one from Fontainebleau. However, after Lin Xiaoran left, Gu Yan breathed a sigh of relief and quickly fell asleep.
The next morning, as soon as Gu Yan went downstairs, he saw Lin Xiaoran walk in from outside. She was still wearing the clothes she wore last night, only her coat was gone. Alright, as long as everyone's okay. If you guys are this useless again, just get the hell out of here. Lin Xiaoran hung up the phone, frowned, glanced at Gu Yan, and then went upstairs to change her clothes. Gu Yan ignored her and sat down in the restaurant, where a bowl of herbal soup at the perfect temperature was already placed in front of him. It was still the same herbal decoction prepared according to the prescription given by the old Chinese medicine doctor. He drank his herbal medicine without paying attention to himself. This doesn't taste very good, but it's the old lady's kind gesture, and Gu Yan also wants to improve his health. After finishing the soup, I ate some other things. Lin Xiaoran also changed her clothes and came downstairs. The nanny quickly brought over a bowl of hot porridge. Lin Xiaoran glanced at it and waved her hand, "Take it away, I don't have much of an appetite." Then he turned to Gu Yan and said, "It's about time, let's go." Today is Kyoto University's anniversary, and every year the university invites many outstanding graduates to participate in the anniversary celebration. Lin Xiaoran has always been a legendary figure at Peking University. Naturally, they were among those invited. Gu Yan stood up and walked outside. Wait! Lin Xiaoran suddenly called out to him, her delicate brows furrowed as she watched his retreating figure. "Go change your clothes, I put them on the bedside table yesterday." No. Gu Yan's face was expressionless, he had seen that suit last night. A hint of anger flashed in Lin Xiaoran's eyes. "You're wearing this to an event with me?" Lin Xiaoran walked up to Gu Yan with a cold face and blocked his way. Gu Yan looked at her and suddenly let out a cold laugh. "What, do you think I'll embarrass you by dressing like this?" Gu Yan's clothes were indeed quite inexpensive, all bought online, costing only a few hundred yuan in total. Compared to the suit Lin Xiaoran prepared for him, this one cost less than a fraction of the price and was of much lower quality. "You're absolutely right, go change your clothes." Lin Xiaoran readily agreed with Gu Yan's statement. Looking at her expression, Gu Yan knew that if he didn't change his clothes, she wouldn't let him leave the house today. Lin Xiaoran might not be able to stop him on her own, but she had her bodyguards around the villa. Gu Yan gave him a cold glance, then turned and went upstairs. After changing his clothes, he glanced at the price tag and transferred 50,000 yuan to her. Lin Xiaoran's face immediately darkened. "Do you think this is funny? Consider the clothes as something I bought. Do you think I need your little bit of money?" 145, Chapter 145. I said I wanted a divorce, so it's better to be clear about things. I've said I wanted a divorce, and it's better to be clear about some things. Gu Yan cut off the price tag from the clothes and threw it aside. "After all, you always say that I married you in the first place so that I could transcend social classes and become someone of high status, right? Now that we're getting a divorce soon, I should be more self-aware and stop taking advantage of you, President Lin." In recent years, he has never touched any of the luxury items in the villa. The villa is not without luxury cars and watches. He had never touched it. He was only wearing the clothes he had brought with him at the beginning. There are only a few items, and you can rotate through them all in less than a week. Lin Xiaoran gritted her teeth, but didn't know what to say. Gu Yan had already started walking outside. The figure from behind did look quite different from before. Clothes make the man, and a saddle makes the horse. After changing her clothes, she looked much more elegant and sophisticated. It was as if he had always been a refined young man raised in a wealthy and noble family. The two arrived at the garage, and Gu Yan suddenly looked at a Porsche parked in the corner. He remembered that when he and Lin Xiaoran lived in a rented house, they saw a car of this model on the roadside one day. The two of them once fantasized about buying a Porsche after they achieved success in their careers, then driving it back to the pedestrian street to eat at that hot pot restaurant. Now, Lin Xiaoran has bought the same Porsche. But the two never went back to that hot pot restaurant together again. Lin Xiaoran probably really hated going back there. What Gu Yan cared about was not actually the taste or the environment there. Instead, it was someone he had eaten with before. Turning to look at Lin Xiaoran, he asked, "How much does it cost to rent this car for a day?" If he were to buy one, the price would definitely be high, and Gu Yan was reluctant to spend that much money. There wasn't enough time to rent a car from an outside dealership, so I decided to ask Lin Xiaoran. Lin Xiaoran felt as if her heart had been squeezed tightly. She couldn't even make a sound. After a long while, she said through gritted teeth, her face cold, 10,000. Good. Without hesitation, Gu Yan took out his phone and transferred another 10,000 yuan to Lin Xiaoran. "I'll bring it back tonight. Driving this car won't embarrass you, Mr. Lin, will it?" Lin Xiaoran felt her eyes burning, and anger was about to overflow from them. "If you come with me, will we need to drive another car?" Gu Yan rummaged through the key rack next to him and found the Porsche key. "The money has already been transferred, and Mr. Lin wants to go back on his word. The penalty for breach of contract is double." Lin Xiaoran clenched her fists and tried to regulate her breathing. He then slowly released his hands and sat down in the passenger seat. "There's no contract signed, so where does the penalty for breach of contract come from?" Gu Yan chuckled as he looked at Lin Xiaoran's pale face, which was flushed with anger. "Drive." Lin Xiaoran snorted coldly. "Since Mr. Lin has chosen to travel in one car, let's split the gas costs." After saying that, Gu Yan picked up his phone and was about to transfer another 500 yuan to Lin Xiaoran. But as soon as the message was sent, he discovered that he had been blocked by Lin Xiaoran. That's strange. Over the years, no matter how intense or heated their arguments became, Lin Xiaoran never blocked him. This was the first time she had proactively blocked him. Of course, apart from this recent period, I have never blocked her. He was even constantly worried about not being able to contact Lin Xiaoran. However, Gu Yan was too lazy to care. It's better to block them. Since he paid for the gas, whether Lin Xiaoran accepted it or not was none of his business. Gu Yan stepped on the gas and drove out of the villa area. While waiting for the first traffic light, I suddenly felt a little dazed. The car stereo was playing instrumental music, specifically a piano piece he used to really like. It was clearly not played via Bluetooth, but rather downloaded intentionally. In the past, he might have thought that Lin Xiaoran had specially prepared this for him. However, he's not going to be so foolish as to deceive himself now. These piano pieces are all quite famous, and most of them were prepared for Ning Chen. But whether it was his imagination or not, Lin Xiaoran was looking out the window at that moment. But he seemed to see a glimmer of light in Lin Xiaoran's eyes. It was as if he had been stimulated by something. Suddenly, a car in front changed lanes and came in. Gu Yan quickly slammed on the brakes, thus avoiding an accident. Lin Xiaoran said coldly, "You can't even be a proper driver?" Upon hearing this, Gu Yan was immediately filled with anger. Lin Xiaoran could always trigger his emotional fluctuations with just a single sentence. He snorted coldly, his face grim, and stepped on the gas, continuing to drive towards the school. Seeing how clearly he was angry, Lin Xiaoran suddenly felt much better. "Alright, this will do. It's only because He Ching is busy, otherwise, do you think you could be my driver?" Gu Yan gritted his teeth and said coldly, "If you don't want to sit, get off. I rented this car today, you can get a taxi yourself." Lin Xiaoran crossed her arms and chuckled, "I didn't charge you for the gas, consider it your wages for being the driver today." When someone is shameless enough, it really leaves you helpless. Gu Yan had to admit that he was no match for Lin Xiaoran when it came to eloquence. When the two first met, Lin Xiaoran had a very sharp tongue. At first, they called him a dwarf. Later, when his nutrition improved and he grew taller, he was called Little Weakling again. For a period of time, Gu Yan began to work out diligently and build up his physique. Although he later lost weight again due to malnutrition in the years after his marriage. But during that time, his physique had also captivated Lin Xiaoran. But after he got in better shape, Lin Xiaoran started calling him Brother Sharp. Because his hairstyle was indeed not very good during that period. Therefore, he began to learn how to style his own hair. After finally finding a hairstyle that suits me perfectly, I get approached and chatted up by people on the street. Lin Xiaoran, however, called him the peacock. When male peacocks are courting, they will actively display their tail feathers to attract female peacocks. At that time, Gu Yan thought she was mocking him for paying attention to his hairstyle, as if he was styling it to attract the opposite sex. He was so angry that he didn't cook her favorite dishes for 2 or 3 days. Today, after changing his clothes, he also styled his hair. It wasn't to accompany Lin Xiaoran back to attend the anniversary celebration. Instead, she wanted to go back to see her teacher in a better manner. Lin Xiaoran turned her head and glanced at his profile. Suddenly, the corners of her mouth curved into a smile. I'm pretending to be a peacock again today. As soon as he finished speaking, both of them were stunned for a moment. Lin Xiaoran seemed to have thought of something, shut her mouth, and turned her head to continue looking out the window. Gu Yan couldn't help but clench his hands tightly around the steering wheel. The nickname Peacock didn't last long before both of them came of age. On the night they turned 18, the two of them didn't sleep a wink and went wild all night. 146, Chapter 146 is nothing more than an excuse to distance himself from himself. The two of them arrived at Peking University in silence. At this time, the entrance to Kyoto University was almost packed with people. Every anniversary celebration at Kyoto University attracts a large number of people. As one of the top universities in the country, the renowned alumni invited to the annual anniversary celebration always attract a lot of attention. The sheer number of celebrities invited was enough to excite these media reporters. Not to mention, many people had heard in advance that Lin Xiaoran would be coming back to participate in this year's Peking University anniversary celebration. As a well-known beautiful CEO in Kyoto, this news attracted countless people's attention as soon as it was released. More than half of the media reporters gathered here today are here because of Lin Xiaoran. However, Gu Yan was driving a Porsche today. It's a car that Lin Xiaoran almost never drives on a regular basis. Even though the two had arrived at the gate of Peking University, they didn't attract much attention. This car is too ordinary by today's standards, it's not presentable. No one would have expected Lin Xiaoran to arrive in such a car. They bypassed the media reporters and parked their car in the designated alumni parking lot. After the two got out of the car, Lin Xiaoran suddenly leaned over and hooked her arm around Gu Yan's. Gu Yan frowned and pulled his arm away. Lin Xiaoran sneered, haven't you made enough of a scene yet? Gu Yan took a step back. You go ahead with your work, I have an appointment. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoran immediately became furious. Did you make plans with someone? Who can he invite to meet? It's just an excuse to distance myself from it. A hint of annoyance flashed in his eyes. Whatever you want. Several media reporters standing not far away suddenly spotted Lin Xiaoran. There she is, Lin Xiaoran is there. A group of media reporters pounced on them like hungry wolves smelling blood. They surrounded Lin Xiaoran, but her aura was too strong, so they dared not get too close. Upon seeing this, Gu Yan quickly left. Watching Gu Yan's departing figure, a hint of displeasure flashed across Lin Xiaoran's face. Mr. Lin, can you say something, Mr. Lin? Mr. Lin, may I take some photos for you? The male reporters looked at Lin Xiaoran with eyes full of admiration. These journalists are not unfamiliar with beautiful women. There are many beautiful women in the entertainment industry. But no one is as beautiful as Lin Xiaoran. Even just a few glances are enough to make my heart race. Back when Lin Xiaoran's career was just starting out, a few photos taken without her knowledge caused a huge stir when they were leaked. This demonstrates just how attractive her face is. However, she has rarely appeared in the public eye in recent years and has almost never given an interview, keeping a very low profile. Moreover, given her current status and position, no one dares to secretly photograph her anymore. Even though these people could easily take photos with a simple press of a button on their cameras, they wouldn't dare do so without permission. Lin Xiaoran was in a bad mood, but she couldn't tell on the surface she looked as cold as ever. Random. After saying that, he walked towards the school gate. The journalists didn't dare to stop them and quickly made way for them. Xiaoran? A slightly surprised voice came from inside. Turning around, I saw Ningchen walking quickly towards me. Although he did not graduate from Peking University, as the young master of the Ning family and a well-known pianist at home and abroad, he was naturally qualified to be invited to participate in the anniversary celebration. Ningchen walked to Lin Xiaoran's side with a gentle smile on her face. Did you just arrive? When Lin Xiaoran saw him, her brows and eyes relaxed slightly. What brings you here? The teacher here invited me here, saying that he wanted me to play a piano piece. Ningchen has become very famous in recent years, so it's not surprising that Beijing University extended such an invitation to her. The media reporters, on the other hand, were quite surprised. Isn't that Ningchen, that young pianist who became an overnight sensation abroad with a single piano piece and won numerous awards? We haven't had such a talented young musician in China for a long time. This is the first time I've seen him in person, and he's even more handsome than he looks in videos. Merneng, may I look over here? I've heard your piano piece. It's truly beautifully written. I can feel the delicate emotions you felt when you composed it. It's truly remarkable. Ningchen smiled at the person. Thank you for your support. It's getting late, so we'll go inside first. Thank you everyone for your attention. He then turned around, reached out and took Lin Xiaoran's hand, and walked into the school. Lin Xiaoran didn't move, but subconsciously looked in the direction Gu Yan had left. After not seeing anyone, he frowned and walked into the school with Ningchen. Meanwhile, Gu Yan was in another corner, quietly watching the two figures leave. He originally intended to leave directly. But they had only gone halfway when they heard Ningchen's voice. Seeing Ningchen shamelessly admit it, he still felt a surge of anger. However, the original piano piece was no longer in his possession. Even if he were to step forward now and claim that he was the original composer of that piano piece and that Ningchen was the thief, no one would believe him. Ningchen is the young master of the Ning family and their future heir. She is also the younger sister of Ning Meng, an honorary alumnus of the Kyoto Conservatory of Music. And what about him? Although he was Master Fan's last disciple. However, not many people know about this matter, unlike Ningchen, who was famous all over the internet. He never showed his face on Qin Yu's account. Most importantly, he can no longer play the piano. Compared to Ningchen, no one would believe him. He will only become a laughingstock in everyone's eyes, someone who stands up to provoke Ningchen. Slowly lower your head. Gu Yan took a deep breath, his eyes filled with resentment. Lin Xiaoran and Ningchen left, and the media reporters gathered around the school gate saw no need to linger, so they all left as well. Gu Yan then walked into the school gate and followed the path to the music academy. Kyoto University is bustling with activity today, decorated with lanterns and colorful decorations everywhere. The alumni who are invited to attend the Peking University anniversary celebration are basically outstanding individuals in their respective fields. Of course, not every graduate of Kyoto University is an exceptionally talented individual. There are also ordinary people like Gu Yan who studied a niche subject at Peking University. If others knew that I was studying music at Peking University, I would be ridiculed and mocked. Just like how the Academy of Fine Arts at Tsinghua University wouldn't be recognized as part of Tsinghua University by netizens online. I followed the familiar path to its end and came to the main road, where there were more people around me. Many people were hurrying back in the direction he had come from. In the dim light, Gu Yan seemed to hear these people excitedly discussing something, and he even seemed to hear the name Lin Xiaoran. 147, Chapter 147. I still know you have a teacher who is alive. Really, you're not kidding me, are you? Senior Lin really came? Of course, I heard she brought her boyfriend with her. My friend saw it with her own eyes. Apparently, she's even prettier than in the photos. Senior Lin has a boyfriend. I heard that a rich second-generation guy pursued her for over a year without any success, and he couldn't even get her to go out for a meal. It seems she was busy starting her own business throughout her 4 years of university and never dated, right? How come she has a boyfriend now? TCH, you don't actually think you can be her boyfriend, do you? She was incredibly famous at school back then. Countless guys would go to the vicinity of her classroom just to catch a glimpse of her. Don't tell me, I'm a year older than you. When I was a freshman, the senior hadn't graduated yet, and I heard she had a boyfriend. I heard it from a teacher, but nobody ever saw what her boyfriend looked like. Could it be this guy today? Come on, let's hurry up, I really want to see what kind of man can become my senior's boyfriend. Gu Yan curled his lips when he heard these sounds. Wherever Lin Xiaoran appears, she becomes the center of attention. Especially in a small society like a university, wherever she appears, she attracts people's attention. Anyone who can talk to her a few more times can instantly become a minor celebrity in the school. If anything displeases these students, they will complain online, feeling that Lin Xiaoran shouldn't be friends with such a person. Back then, anyone who could even remotely associate themselves with Lin Xiaoran, a figure who had been mythologized, would face immense pressure. So every time the two of them met, Lin Xiaoran would find a place and have him go there in advance to wait for her, then she would dress up and hide herself completely before going there. Despite Lin Xiaoran's great fame, no one knows what Gu Yan looks like, even though they've been together for so many years. It seems that only a handful of teachers in the entire school know that Lin Xiaoran has a boyfriend. The only person who had ever met him was Lin Xiaoran's mentor. So much so that some people on the internet questioned whether Lin Xiaoran deliberately fabricated the story that she already had a boyfriend because she didn't want anyone to bother her or delay her business. Some people say that Lin Xiaoran's persona was actually created by others, and that all of this was a career and fame created for her by the man behind her. A high-profile figure like her is always accompanied by all sorts of rumors and gossip. Gu Yan ignored the noise and continued walking forward on his own. Suddenly, the phone rang. When I answered the phone, Yi Qingyu's voice came from the other end. Xiaoyan, have you arrived yet? Senior, I've arrived. Where are you now? I'm right here with the teacher. If you get here, hurry up and come over. The teacher has been talking about you. Gu Yan responded and quickened his pace after hanging up the phone. Even experts of Professor Fan's caliber are allocated an apartment as a dormitory at Peking University. Although several years have passed, the roads in the school haven't changed much, and Gu Yan easily found his way downstairs. I looked up at the balcony on the third floor, took a deep breath, and went up. I knocked gently on the door, and it opened quickly. Xiaoyan, you finally arrived. Your teacher has been talking about you. Gu Yan nodded to Yi Qingyu, then turned to look at old Master Fan, who was sitting in the living room. An old lady with gray hair but not many wrinkles on her face. The old lady seemed somewhat displeased when she saw Gu Yan appear. So you know you have a teacher who's still alive? Gu Yan gave an embarrassed smile and hurriedly walked up to him. Teacher, it was wrong of me not to come see you these past few years. The old lady wasn't actually that angry with Gu Yan. Most of the complaints were just that. Although she didn't know why Gu Yan suddenly gave up the piano. She has always felt very sorry about this. However, she also knew that given Gu Yan's love for the piano, there must have been a reason for him to make such a decision. The old lady glanced behind Gu Yan. You came alone, wasn't Lin Xiaoran also invited to the event? Upon hearing this, Gu Yan pursed his lips and remained silent. Seeing him like this, the old lady couldn't help but frown and asked softly, what's wrong, did you two have a fight? When Gu Yan and Lin Xiaoran met during their school days, it was usually Lin Xiaoran who came to find him. One time, he had just finished class and came downstairs to see Lin Xiaoran when the teacher happened to see them and invited them to come to his home for a visit. Later, Lin Xiaoran even bought a lot of gifts and delivered them to the old lady's door, saying that she wanted to thank her for taking care of Gu Yan. As a result, the gift was not delivered, and the old lady even scolded him. The old lady accepted Gu Yan as her last disciple, but she never thought about receiving any gifts in return. However, after being scolded, Lin Xiaoran, unusually, did not get angry. Instead, she transferred a large sum of money to Gu Yan, telling him to take good care of the old lady. At that time, Lin Xiaoran's career had already started to take off, and she had made a lot of money. Gu Yan originally wanted to work part-time during college to earn some money. However, Lin Xiaoran firmly rejected his offer. During that time, every time the old lady saw Gu Yan and Lin Xiaoran, she had a kind smile on her face, as if she really liked the young couple. Lin Xiaoran was just too busy during that time, so she didn't visit the old lady many times. Later, after Gu Yan and Lin Xiaoran got married, he gradually cut off contact with everyone and locked himself in that cage. Grandma, I'm home. A voice came from outside the door, breaking Gu Yan's thoughts. Interrupt. A figure ran in from outside. The group shifted their attention to that direction. A young woman who looked to be under 20 years old approached Mr. Fan with a smile on her face. Upon seeing Gu Yan sitting next to the old lady, her eyes lit up. "Grandma, who is this?" When Grandpa Fan saw his granddaughter, his smile grew even wider. "Him, the one you've been talking about but haven't been able to meet. Is he Gu Yan?" A hint of joy appeared in the girl's eyes. Gu Yan smiled and nodded at her. "Hello, I'm Gu Yan." The girl must be the teacher's granddaughter. He had heard of her before, but at the time she seemed to be studying abroad, and the two had never met. However, he still frequently heard news about this girl from his teacher. Yi Qingyu stood to the side smiling, glanced at her phone, and said softly, "Teacher, it's almost time." As a renowned professor at Peking University, the elderly lady also had to help receive some cultural and artistic leaders during the anniversary celebration. With Gu Yan's help, she stood up and whispered a word of advice to him. "After Whisper's solo recital tonight, have dinner with your teacher. Don't run away." 148, Chapter 148 Lost, perhaps kidnapped. Gu Yan escorted the teacher downstairs and got into the car that the school had arranged. Kyoto University has a large campus, and the old lady is quite old, so it's impossible to let her run around alone. Zhang Yutong turned around and took a step closer to Gu Yan. "Brother Gu Yan, are you still playing the piano?" "Me, I don't play anymore." "Why, Grandma always tells me you have a great talent for playing the piano. I've been living abroad all this time and haven't had a chance to appreciate it yet." Gu Yan was a little unaccustomed to Zhang Yutong's enthusiasm and didn't know how to answer the question, so he could only force a smile and nod. Yi Qingyu, who was standing next to him, seemed to notice his embarrassment and said, "Haven't you been back to your alma mater in a long time? How about we take a walk around together again?" Looking at the familiar plants and trees around him, Gu Yan felt a little tempted. "Good. Me too, brother Gu Yan, why don't you introduce me to him?" Yi Qingyu frowned upon hearing this. "You still need Xiaoyan to introduce you, haven't you already been studying here for a year?" Zhang Yutong entered Peking University last year, where she also studied music. Hearing this, she pouted, "I just wanted to hear if brother Gu Yan had any fun stories from his school days. I'd only ever heard Grandma talk about him before, and now that I'm finally meeting him in person, I'm really curious." Gu Yan couldn't help but smile as he looked at her lively demeanor. He's been living a very repressed life all these years, and he hasn't seen anyone around him with such a free-spirited personality in a long time. "Let's go for a walk together then." The three of them strolled around the school together, completely ignoring the increasingly noisy sounds behind them. Lin Xiaoran chatted with many school leaders for a few minutes, surrounded by a number of students. Many people stared intently at Lin Xiaoran with shining eyes. These people weren't just boys, many girls were also amazed by her looks. Lin Xiaoran stood there, her brows furrowed as she watched Gu Yan and the others leave. The somewhat eccentric figure beside him was rather an eyesore to her. Although Gu Yan and the others went in the opposite direction from Lin Xiaoran. But in the end, they all gathered together in the auditorium. This is the main venue for today's anniversary celebration. There will be many performances later, including those by students and celebrities specially invited by the school. Lin Xiaoran, as one of the most outstanding alumni of Peking University in recent years, will also give a separate speech before the performance. Gu Yan, along with Yi Qingyu and Zhang Yutong, came early to reserve seats in preparation for watching the performance. Ningchen stayed by Lin Xiaoran's side the whole time. Seeing that Lin Xiaoran was standing there with her gaze fixed on the entrance of the auditorium, she asked softly, "What's wrong, did you see anyone you know?" Lin Xiaoran shook her head without speaking, but her expression was somewhat gloomy. "Let's go, it'll be your turn after the principal's speech, so get ready in advance." Lin Xiaoran nodded and walked side by side with Ning Chen through a side door to the backstage area. There are many alumni giving speeches today. But Lin Xiaoran is the most popular. After all, she had only graduated a few years ago, and in the minds of many students, she was easier to approach than the older students. In addition, Lin Xiaoran is naturally more popular with younger students than those who are older. When she stepped onto the stage, the auditorium erupted in cheers.
The cheers continued for a long time until Lin Xiaoran waved her hand, at which point they quieted down. She had given similar speeches many times during her school days. However, each time it only took a very short time. She doesn't like to spend time on things that are not very meaningful. This time was no exception. The presentation lasted only 7 or 8 minutes before it ended. This is a significant difference compared to the nearly 1-hour speech given by the previous president of Kyoto University. Many students had come so early specifically for Lin Xiaoran, and now that they saw her preparing to step down from the podium, they were all restless and uneasy. Seeing this, the host had no choice but to add an interview segment, allowing the students in the audience to ask a few questions that interested them. Lin Xiaoran did not refuse. Answering a few questions won't take much time. However, the question raised by the first boy aroused the curiosity of many people present. "Senior, do you have a boyfriend now?" These younger students had heard some of Lin Xiaoran's legendary stories from the day they entered the school. However, her relationship status has always been a mystery. Furthermore, after being taken back by the Lin family, she rarely appeared in the public eye. At most, there will be some news reports saying that she has spearheaded a new project, acquired a group, or that her company's market value has increased by a certain amount. Now that there's a chance to take her temperature, this is the question that many of her male classmates who have feelings for her most want to ask. Lin Xiaoran pursed her lips, her gaze unconsciously glancing in the direction of Gu Yan. While she was giving her speech on stage, she saw Gu Yan, who was sitting near the front. "I have been married for 3 years." The moment he finished speaking, the crowd erupted in uproar. Many people were surprised to learn that Lin Xiaoran was already married. But soon, some people cheered. Another student, holding a microphone, hurriedly asked, "Did you bring your husband back to your alma mater today?" Now that they know Lin Xiaoran is married, they naturally want to see what the man she married looks like. Lin Xiaoran nodded. "I brought it, but it got lost. It might have been kidnapped by some people at school." His words made many people present burst into laughter. The vast majority of people do not believe Lin Xiao, however, these words. How could someone who has married a prodigy like Senior Lin possibly be snatched away by someone else? Only Gu Yan gave a cold sneer. Lin Xiaoran's eyes have always been sharp and aggressive. He knew Lin Xiaoran had noticed him when she looked at him. Saying this now is nothing more than mocking myself. The interview was short, consisting of only a few brief questions. However, the host didn't intend to let her leave just like that, and stepped forward to ask a question. "So, one last question, Lin, what is your fondest memory of school?" Lin Xiaoran was taken aback when she heard the question. Her thoughts seemed to drift back to the past, and a smile curved her lips. But soon, his complexion returned to normal, though a hint of sadness flickered in his eyes. "The best memory is probably the day I first entered university. I think many of my juniors will miss that day after they graduate." She didn't finish her sentence. That day was beautiful because Gu Yan told her he was going to give up Kyoto Conservatory of Music and instead take the entrance exam for Peking University, saying he would be with her forever and never be separated. 149, Chapter 149. He does whatever he wants, just looking at him is annoying. Lin Xiaoran skipped a grade in high school, so she started university a year earlier than Gu Yan. She was once a little worried. The distance between Kyoto University and Kyoto Conservatory of Music is quite far. If Gu Yan goes to the Kyoto Conservatory of Music, the two of them could even be considered to be in a long-distance relationship. So when Gu Yan said those words, she was genuinely happy. She always felt that all the wonderful memories of university began on that day. Stepping down from the podium, Lin Xiaoran met the teacher she had seen at the club that day. The teacher looked at Lin Xiaoran with a smile. "You brought your partner over, was he really kidnapped?" Lin Xiaoran had a good relationship with this teacher when she was in school. This teacher was one of the few people who had ever met Gu Yan. Lin Xiaoran didn't say anything, her gaze fixed on Gu Yan not far away. Seeing him chatting and laughing with Yi Qingyu and Zhang Yutong, a hint of coldness appeared in his eyes. Seeing that Lin Xiaoran was unwilling to talk about this topic, the teacher stopped talking and gently patted her shoulder. The school has reserved a seat for you in the first row. There's a gala later, with quite a few interesting performances, so stay and watch. Oh, and take the stuff you left with me when you have a moment. It's been so many years, you haven't forgotten about it, have you? Hearing this, Lin Xiaoran frowned. Suddenly I remembered what the teacher was talking about. That was a gift she had prepared for Gu Yan. However, something came up and delayed the delivery to Gu Yan, so it was temporarily left with this teacher. It's been sitting there for so many years. Lin Xiaoran sat down at the seat that the school had reserved for her. Whether it was a special arrangement or not, Ning Chen was sitting next to her. Xiaoran, come for a walk with me, I'm a little out of breath. Ning Chen's expression had been grim ever since Lin Xiaoran publicly announced that she had been married for 3 years. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists until his fingertips turned white. Good. Lin Xiaoran stood up, lowered her head, and led Ning Chen away from the side. People around immediately turned their attention to this. Lin Xiaoran was the focus of the entire event. Every move they make attracts the attention of countless people. Now, seeing a handsome man dressed in fine clothes standing next to her, they all assumed he was her husband and took out their phones to take pictures. Ning Chen's expression softened somewhat after the two left the auditorium. He took a deep breath and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Lin Xiaoran looked at him and said seriously, if you can't take a break, then talk to Fang Ying more. Lin Xiaoran knew that Ning Chen's psychologist was named Fang Ying, and she accompanied Ning Chen to see the psychologist almost every time. Ning Chen pursed her lips and forced a smile that looked somewhat forced. It's nothing, just that there were too many people and I felt a bit suffocated. I'll be inheriting the Ning family business in the future, so I guess I'll have to go through a lot of these kinds of events. I'll get used to it eventually. It can't go on like this forever. The two strolled along the campus lake on the Peking University campus. Ning Chen asked casually, Gu Yan didn't come with you today, I think he also graduated from Peking University, right? They're here. Then why wasn't I with you? He can do whatever he wants. It's better if he doesn't come with me. Just looking at him annoys me. Hearing this, Ning Chen breathed a sigh of relief, and the expression on his face improved considerably. He turned his head to look at the ripples on the surface of the campus lake, and his eyebrows relaxed. The two strolled around for more than an hour before returning to the auditorium. The speeches by the other alumni have mostly finished, and the remaining performance segment is about to begin. After returning to her seat, Lin Xiaoran took out her phone, removed Gu Yan from her blacklist, and sent him a message. Where have you been? When she entered the auditorium earlier, she subconsciously looked at the seat where Gu Yan had been sitting. The person has disappeared. Gu Yan followed Zhang Yutong backstage. Yi Qingyu had already left to prepare for her piano recital that evening. As Mr. Fan's granddaughter, Zhang Yutong will be performing on stage tonight. Although she is the granddaughter of a renowned pianist, she studied vocal music. Kyoto University's anniversary celebrations always attract a lot of attention. Not every student has the opportunity to come to the auditorium to watch the performance, since the venue cannot accommodate all the students of Kyoto University. Gu Yan was able to watch the performance in the auditorium only because Yi Qingyu and Zhang Yutong were there. Therefore, many cameras were placed around the stage to broadcast the entire event live. Other students and curious netizens watched the live stream online. At this point, the number of viewers in the live stream had exceeded 100,000, and the chat was flooded with comments. Gu Yan saw the message Lin Xiaoran sent backstage, but he didn't reply. But Lin Xiaoran didn't stop, sending several more messages asking where he had gone. Looking at the message on his phone, Gu Yan frowned. Zhang Yutong, who was touching up her makeup, smiled and said to Gu Yan, Brother Gu Yan, I heard that quite a few people who aren't students of this school are performing tonight. Ning Chen, who's very popular abroad, is also here. They said the school specially invited him to perform. Have you heard the piano piece he wrote? Before Gu Yan could even speak, some music students around him were drawn to the conversation. I heard about it too. I just saw Ning Chen sitting in the front row is even more handsome than I saw in the video. I never expected to hear him play the piano live. I'm so lucky, the school really did a great job this time. We haven't had a pianist with such exceptional compositional abilities in China for a long time. He's won many awards abroad. I heard he's now an honorary professor at the Kyoto Conservatory of Music. Yes, I saw an interview. It was about Ning Chenjue. Achieving success on your own is merely a matter of chance. Teaching more students and cultivating more talent is what truly allows the piano field in China to flourish. That's a truly visionary approach. You don't even know who he is, the future heir of a great family. It's not unusual for someone from a great family to have such a vision, is it? It's just a pity that we may not see him write any new music again. It's a pity we're not piano students, otherwise how wonderful it would be to be his students. He's a top-tier rich kid in Kyoto, so capable, and so handsome too. Hearing the murmurs of these people, Gu Yan took 2 steps back, trying to distance himself from the noise. Just as these people were talking, a student wearing a work badge came to Zhang Yutong's side anxiously and whispered something in her ear. An anxious look instantly appeared on Zhang Yutong's face. What? How much longer until he gets here? It will take at least half an hour. The 2 voices caught Gu Yan's attention, and he asked softly, "What's wrong?" Zhang Yutong's anxious expression suddenly eased when she saw Gu Yan, and a glimmer of light flashed in her eyes. "Brother Gu Yan, the piano student who accompanied me hasn't arrived yet. It'll take at least half an hour for him to get to school, but my performance starts in half an hour at the latest. You." 150, Chapter 150. She could recognize Gu Yan at a glance, even though it was just his figure. Gu Yan could easily tell what Zhang Yutong was thinking. However, the thought of going on stage to play the piano made Gu Yan's hands tremble uncontrollably. "Are there any other piano majors here?" Zhang Yutong shook her head. "Brother Gu Yan, I don't know the level of the others, and I'm not comfortable with them. You are grandma's last disciple, so if you're willing to help me, there won't be any problem." Gu Yan opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but couldn't utter a word. In Zhang Yutong's program, the only accompaniment was the piano. If he doesn't help, she'll have to sing a cappella. If she were to find accompaniment at the last minute, it would be difficult for her to adapt quickly. Only by finding someone with a high level of piano skill can they actively adapt to Zhang Yutong's singing style. Gu Yan fell silent. He didn't know what to do. Given his current condition, even if he were to play, could he really help Zhang Yutong? If you don't play it well, you'll actually be doing her a disservice. Time passed by, and the host came on stage again and again to announce the program. Zhang Yutong has also made her final preparations. Next, please welcome Zhang Yutong from the vocal music department to the stage to sing the song Clear Sky. Zhang Yutong reached out and tugged at Gu Yan's sleeve. "Brother Gu Yan, please you are sure you can sing Clear Sky? I've already prepared the sheet music for you. There's no time, I'm going upstairs now." After speaking, Zhang Yutong turned and walked onto the stage. Gu Yan can indeed play the piece Clear Sky. This was a song he used to really like, and he even tried to play and sing it himself. However, his singing skills were only average, so he didn't try much. Zhang Yutong stood in the center of the stage, but for a full minute, no music played. She couldn't help but turn her head to look to the side, her eyes filled with a hint of pleading. This was her first time on stage since enrolling, and it was also the school's anniversary celebration. If an accident happens, that would be incredibly embarrassing. It's not just that she lost face, but also that of Mr. Fan. Gu Yan understood this as well. Many media outlets are broadcasting live tonight. If an accident were to occur, even if Mr. Fan is a master in the piano world, he would still be criticized. Gu Yan gritted his teeth and looked at the piano sitting at the edge of the stage. Taking a deep breath, he said to a dancer next to him, "Hello, may I borrow one of these masks?" The man nodded. Gu Yan picked up a mask, put it on, and hurriedly walked onto the stage. Seeing Gu Yan go on stage, Zhang Yutong instantly felt relieved. That anxious look on her face gradually disappeared, and she turned around to face the audience. The piano keys were struck after a long absence. The moment the piano music started, Gu Yan's fingers stiffened for a moment. With my eyes closed, I tried my best to control my body and played the piece according to the score I remembered. The auditorium fell silent instantly, with only the sound of the piano playing remaining. Many people's attention was drawn to Gu Yan. Even while wearing a mask, even while facing the audience from the side.
but her posture, and the inexplicable air of elegance she exudes when playing the piano. Even though it was in a corner, it still drew a lot of attention. Many cameras on site were also pointed at Gu Yan. Just a side profile shot, and the internet instantly went wild. Don't you guys think this side profile looks familiar? Doesn't he look like the legendary Chinyu? This side profile is so similar. No way, it really is the legendary Chinyu. What's he doing at Peking University? It must be him. Look at his technique, it's exactly the same as in the previous videos. Could Chinyu be a student at Peking University? Judging by the timeline, he should have graduated long ago, right? But to be able to perform on stage, he must have graduated from Kyoto University. No wonder he's my idol. He's a top student who graduated from the music department of Kyoto University. How long has it been since he released a new piece, and now he's actually willing to accompany Zhang Yutong? I bet they know each other. Don't worry, everyone, I'm a student at Peking University. I'm going to the venue right now. Even if I can't find the great Chinyu, I'll find a way to ask Zhang Yutong. Damn, I live not far from Peking University, but I'm not a student there. Can I even get into the school? I really want to meet Chinyu in person. In an instant, the news that Chinyu appeared on the stage of Peking University's anniversary celebration went viral. Netizens have already concluded that Chinyu is a top student who graduated from Peking University. Kyoto University may not be as strong as Kyoto Conservatory of Music in terms of professional expertise. It is also one of the top universities. Getting into this school isn't an easy thing. Kyoto University's anniversary celebration was already generating a lot of buzz, and now that this news has broken, it's no surprise that it's trending on social media. Soon, the prelude ended, and the pianist abruptly stopped. There is a few seconds of silence between the intro and the first line of lyrics in this song. Gu Yan suddenly noticed a figure appear beside him. I turned my head and glanced at him. He was a young student, covered in sweat. Gu Yan understood that this was the pianist who had performed with Zhang Yutong earlier. The student's eyes were full of gratitude as he smiled at Gu Yan. And it just so happens to be this time. If it were at a different time, he wouldn't have been able to come down. He bowed his head, gave his seat to the student, and turned to leave the stage. Then, Zhang Yutong's voice and the piano music started at the same time. Everything was just right. However, Gu Yan, who had just stepped off the stage, had no idea how much of a sensation his less than 1 minute of helping out on stage had caused. He slumped down in a corner backstage, his fingers trembling uncontrollably. Large beads of cold sweat were dripping down his forehead. His face was deathly pale, and he was breathing rapidly. The moment I stepped off the stage, all the strength in my body seemed to be stripped away. He stumbled and staggered to a corner, and it took him a long time to catch his breath. Lin Xiaoran sent another message. Was that you just now? She wasn't interested in these shows. She could recognize Gu Yan at a glance. She sent several messages, but Gu Yan didn't reply. With a furrowed brow, he sent one last message. Wait for me after the event. I didn't drive. You can't expect me to take a taxi home, can you? The two of them came in the same car today. Although Yi Qing could come and pick her up, Lin Xiaoran didn't want to do so. The programs proceeded one after another. Ning Chen soon went on stage as well. Lin Xiaoran put down her phone and watched Ning Chen go on stage. An old lady sat down in the seat that originally belonged to Ning Chen. Lin Xiaoran turned her head and looked at old Fan with some surprise. Did you have a fight with Xiaoyan? Teacher Fan? Lin Xiaoran paused for a moment, then shook her head and said, no. The old lady glanced at her, her eyes revealing a knowing look. You're still as arrogant as ever. You're not the same person who used to call me every day to ask about Xiaoyan anymore, are you? 151, Chapter 151. Gu Yan, if you're sick, go get treatment sooner rather than later. Lin Xiaoran pursed her lips upon hearing old Fan's words. That was all a long time ago. Old Fan sighed when he saw her like this. As I've gotten older these past few years, I often think about the stories of the two of you. You were so good back then. How did things turn out like this? Old Fan has lived to such an old age and has seen a lot. Even today, she still feels that the love between Gu Yan and Lin Xiaoran back then was very genuine. Although she didn't know why things had turned out this way, she still felt very sorry for it. She had seen and remembered Lin Xiaoran's feelings for her students. No matter what, Xiaoyan is a simple-minded child, don't hurt his feelings. As a teacher, she cares a lot about her students. But she also knew that she couldn't get too involved, so she could only give Lin Xiaoran this advice before getting up and leaving. Not long after, Ningchen also stepped off the stage amidst applause from the audience. They happened to run into Gu Yan, who was chatting with Zhang Yutong. Ningchen approached, her tone full of concern. Gu Yan, what are you doing here? Why do you look so pale? Are you feeling unwell? Whenever they are outside and there are strangers around, Ningchen will pretend to be this gentle. Zhang Yutong, who was standing to the side, was meeting Ningchen for the first time. Seeing how concerned he was about Gu Yan, she thought the two were friends. Brother Gu Yan, you and Ningchen are friends? That makes sense, you two are both very good at playing the piano, I should have thought of that sooner. Ningchen heard Zhang Yutong's voice and glanced at her curiously. Then, a different emotion appeared in his eyes as he looked at Gu Yan. Hello, I'm Ningchen, a friend of Gu Yan. Hearing Ningchen say that, Gu Yan felt nauseous. Friend? He could never be friends with Ningchen. Before he could say anything, Zhang Yutong, with a smile on her face, said, Hello, my name is Zhang Yutong. I just heard you play that piano piece. Was it the one that won an award abroad? It was really beautiful. Ningchen raised an eyebrow. Yes, that's the one. I am glad you like it. He couldn't help but glance at Gu Yan, his eyes filled with a mixture of provocation and sarcasm. Gu Yan couldn't help but interrupt. It's almost time. Seniors class is about to start. Let's go. Hearing this, Zhang Yutong asked curiously, Brother Gu Yan, aren't you going to invite your friends along? It's Sister Qingyu's first piano recital in China. Gu Yan shook his head, his gaze towards Ningchen filled with undisguised disgust. Never mind him, let's go. Zhang Yutong also realized that something was amiss. If Ningchen and Gu Yan are really friends, then why would Gu Yan react this way? Gu Yan pulled Zhang Yutong away. He didn't want to see Ningchen. Every time I see him, I feel a deep-seated disgust. Ningchen watched the two figures leave, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. He took out his phone and made a call. Could you check who's having a piano recital in Kyoto tonight? A voice came from the other end of the phone. Would you like 2 tickets? Ningchen thought for a moment, then smiled and said, okay. He left backstage and returned to the seat next to Lin Xiaoran in the auditorium. How did I play? Did it sound good? Lin Xiaoran nodded. It sounds nice. Do you have anything else to do later? Ningchen asked with a smile, seemingly more pleased by Lin Xiaoran's praise than by the applause from the audience. What's wrong? I just found out there's a piano recital tonight, and the driver won't be able to get here in time. Could you give me a ride? Lin Xiaoran looked down at her phone, but still received no reply. He frowned. I'll have Yiqing come pick you up, she's nearby. The event is almost over, aren't you leaving? Ningchen pursed her lips. I'll wait a little longer. Lin Xiaoran's tone was calm, but it stirred up waves in Ningchen's heart. Etc.? What are we waiting for? Is she waiting for the school leaders to come over and chat with her about trivial matters? Lin Xiaoran hates these meaningless social niceties the most. Ningchen's face was a little pale, and a hint of sadness flashed in his eyes. Lin Xiaoran's phone suddenly rang. When I answered the phone, it was Yiqing calling. Mr. Lin, the gentleman has already driven away. Where did you go? Lin Xiaoran's expression instantly darkened. She clearly sent Gu Yan a message, asking him to wait for her so they could leave together. I'm not sure, should I follow them? Ningchen, who was sitting to the side, heard the entire conversation between the two. Her eyes lit up immediately, and she said, the solo recital I want to go to later seems to be organized by Gu Yan Sr. Hearing Ningchen's words, Lin Xiaoran turned her head and glanced at him. He then said to Yiqing on the other end of the phone, drive the car to the auditorium to pick me up. After hanging up the phone, he looked at Ningchen and said, let's go, I'll take you there. Ningchen nodded, stood up, and walked out side by side with Lin Xiaoran. The two of them attracted the attention of many people around them. Ning Chen felt no joy whatsoever. If it weren't for the fact that the recital was organized by Gu Yan Sr., Gu Yan would most likely have gone to the event. Would Lin Xiaoran have taken him along? He Qing quickly drove over, and the two got in. Ning Chen gave her an address. The car sped to the recital venue, and in the parking lot, Lin Xiaoran immediately spotted the car that Gu Yan had driven earlier that day parked there. After the two got out of the car, Ning Chen said, "My friend just gave me 2 tickets, both for the front row." Lin Xiaoran nodded, and the two walked into the venue together. Ning Chen is currently in the domestic steel industry, is very famous in the piano world, so it's normal for people to give him tickets to his piano recitals. Lin Xiaoran didn't feel that anything was wrong. On the other side, Zhang Yutong, who was already sitting in the second row, couldn't contain her curiosity. "Brother Gu Yan, do you and Ning Chen not get along very well?" Gu Yan nodded and took a deep breath. "An enemy?" Upon hearing this answer, Zhang Yutong blinked, somewhat puzzled. If he's an enemy, then why did Ning Chen just act all concerned? Zhang Yutong has always had a simple and straightforward personality. She is passionate and decisive, and always acts in a straightforward and honest manner. People like Ning Chen, who say one thing to your face and another behind your back, are rare. Gu Yan's expression was not good. He seemed to have just seen Lin Xiaoran and Ning Chen appear in the seats not far away. Tonight's recital will be held with the first row reserved for highly respected teachers in the piano field, most of whom are old friends of Mr. Fan. The remaining 2 rows of seats in the first 3 rows are also not for sale to the public. Lin Xiaoran and Ning Chen were not supposed to be invited, but they were now sitting in the second row. Gu Yan's phone vibrated. When I took it out, I saw it was a message from Lin Xiaoran. "You don't tell me where you're going anymore? You should spend more time with your little sweetheart Ning Chen. Gu Yan, you should get treatment as soon as possible if you're sick." 152, Chapter 152. Thanks to you, one becomes corrupted by one's surroundings. Sitting next to Lin Xiaoran, Ning Chen took in all the information on her phone. Looking at Lin Xiaoran sitting next to him, still texting Gu Yan, his face was somewhat pale. Gu Yan turned her head and glanced at them before replying to another message. "Your little lover doesn't look too good. I think you should take him to the hospital first, so he doesn't die here." When Lin Xiaoran saw this message, her breath caught in her throat for a moment, and a surge of anger involuntarily emanated from her. "Don't you know what manners are? No wonder so many people dislike you. It's no wonder you offend people when you talk like that. Thanks to you, I've become like everyone else." Lin Xiaoran immediately turned off her phone screen, hugged her arms, and breathed rapidly, clearly angered. Seeing this, Ning Chen sighed inwardly. He knew all along that this would be a protracted battle. "I just didn't expect the process to be so difficult." Gu Yan only needed a few simple words to evoke a change in Lin Xiaoran's emotions. But she had to be careful to take care of her feelings, afraid of upsetting her. Taking a deep breath, I composed myself, forced a smile, and asked softly, "What's wrong? Are you unhappy?" "Fine." Lin Xiaoran gave a perfunctory reply and then picked up her phone to send a message. "Wait for me after you're done, don't wander off again." Ning Chen gritted her teeth, feeling extremely unwilling. He brought Lin Xiaoran here not to watch the two of them flirting in text messages. Suddenly, he pointed to the spot where Gu Yan was sitting. "Hey, Xiaoran, isn't that Gu Yan? He seems to have come with friends. Who's that girl? Do you know her?" Lin Xiaoran glanced at him again and saw Gu Yan chatting and laughing with Zhang Yutong, her expression turning gloomy. "I don't know him's always had bad eyesight. Who knows where he met him from?" Seeing Lin Xiaoran's displeased expression, Ning Chen finally felt much relieved. That was his real purpose in bringing Lin Xiaoran here. The recital went very smoothly and ended quickly. Gu Yan and the others remained seated and did not leave. They waited until Yi Qingyu came out from backstage, said a few words to Old Fan and her old friends, before coming to stand in front of Gu Yan. "Congratulations, Senior." Gu Yan was genuinely happy. Yi Qingyu's performance today was outstanding. "Thank you." Yi Qingyu's expression was also relaxed. Today's solo recital was a great success and will be of great help to her future career in China. The group chatted and laughed, when Lin Xiaoran walked over with Ning Chen. Ning Chen stepped forward first and said with a smile, "Congratulations, Monsieur's performance was wonderful." Upon seeing Ning Chen, both Gu Yan and Yi Qingyu frowned. Yi Qingyu stepped forward and shielded Gu Yan behind her. "I don't recall ever inviting a man to seduce a married woman?" Yi Qingyu looked at Ning Chen with a hint of disdain. Ning Chen's face turned ashen upon hearing this. "You. What's wrong with me? Some people should take a good look in the mirror and see what kind of people they are." Yi Qingyu had heard a lot about Ning Chen and Lin Xiaoran since returning to China. She naturally understood that Gu Yan had suffered a lot of injustice because of Ning Chen. Gu Yan's ability to endure doesn't mean she will always endure. Anyway, she didn't care whether Lin Xiaoran would be unhappy or not. After her solo recital, Yi Qingyu felt relieved and was now giving it her all. Turning to look at Lin Xiaoran, she said, "I really don't know what you're thinking. How can you be attracted to just anyone? Go and clean your eyes. Why do you keep bringing all sorts of trash with you?" Ning Chen hadn't been insulted like this in a long time. His face was ashen, and anger surged to his head. "Don't you have any manners?" "Manners? What kind of manners do you need when dealing with a third party? Aha, you really have no self-awareness at all. If you do something despicable, you should be prepared to be cursed." Gu Yan was taken aback by Yi Qingyu's strong reaction and stood behind her, stunned. On the contrary, Zhang Yutong's eyes were shining at this moment. At first, she thought Ning Chen was the legendary husband of Lin Xiaoran. As it turns out now, that doesn't seem to be the case. This Ning Chen seems to be a third party. No wonder Gu Yan and Yi Qingyu dislike Ning Chen so much. No one likes a third party. "Alright, stop making a scene," Lin Xiaoran suddenly spoke in a cold voice. Upon hearing this, Gu Yan stepped forward and stood in front of Yi Qingyu. He was worried about what Lin Xiaoran might do if she got angry. When Ning Chen saw Lin Xiaoran speak, he stepped back and looked at Gu Yan with a provocative gaze. "Xiaoran, maybe Gu Yan and his friends have some prejudice against me. Perhaps I haven't done enough." Yi Qingyu sneered, "Yes, you're not good enough at being a mistress. You haven't succeeded in taking her place yet." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoran glared coldly at Yi Qingyu. "Does Miss Yi think I have a very good temper?" The tone was already full of threat. Gu Yan's face turned ashen when he saw Lin Xiaoran threatening his senior for another man. "Lin Xiaoran, what exactly do you want? No one invited you here today." Lin Xiaoran's gaze turned cold as she stared intently at him. "Did you say something wrong, senior? Since you care about Ning Chen so much, why don't you just let him take the position sooner?" Gu Yan found it utterly boring. Especially when he saw Ning Chen's secretly pleased expression. "Or do you prefer this sneaky feeling? It's kind of fun." The atmosphere instantly became extremely tense. Lin Xiaoran's dark and sharp eyes seemed to pierce through Gu Yan. Zhang Yutong and the person next to him couldn't help but laugh out loud. She really hadn't expected to encounter such a situation. But she was also a little curious. Why do Gu Yan and Yi Qingyu also have such a strong opinion about Lin Xiaoran? Could it be that they know Lin Xiaoran's ex-wife? Ning Chen gently tugged at Lin Xiaoran's sleeve from behind. "Xiaoran, let's go, I'm not feeling well." Just then, Old Fan walked over. Seeing the tense atmosphere, he suddenly asked, "What's going on?" The atmosphere, which had been extremely cold, eased considerably with the arrival of Mr. Fan. "What are you still standing here for? Let's go get some food together." As he spoke, Old Fan glanced at Lin Xiaoran and Ning Chen. "Xiaoran, come along too." "Teacher, she's not hungry." Lin Xiaoran's previously gloomy face suddenly broke into a smile. "Who says I'm not hungry?" Turning to Ning Chen, he said, "I'll have Yi Qing take you to Fang Ying's place." He then turned and walked towards the parking lot, completely unaware of the deathly pale look on Ning Chen's face behind him. "Let's hurry up, I'm hungry." Gu Yan felt helpless and annoyed looking at Lin Xiaoran's shameless behavior. 153, Chapter 153. I don't know what kind of bad woman she is, that even Brother Gu Yan doesn't cherish her. Zhang Yutong and Mr. Fan rode in the same car. Yi Qingyu was with Gu Yan. After they arrived at the parking lot, Lin Xiaoran stood by the passenger door and said to Gu Yan, "Open the door." Gu Yan frowned, opened the car door, and got in. Yi Qingyu also opened the car door and sat in the back seat. The atmosphere inside the car remained cold. The three remained silent throughout the journey. Yi Qingyu sat in the back row watching Gu Yan and Lin Xiaoran's backs, and suddenly let out a long sigh. "I really don't know how you've managed to put up with this all these years." Gu Yan pursed her lips. "I don't want to hold back anymore." Hearing the two chatting as if she didn't exist, Lin Xiaoran snorted coldly. "What did I tell you to tolerate?" Gu Yan stepped hard on the gas pedal. The car accelerated instantly. The atmosphere fell silent again. Gu Yan didn't want to talk to Lin Xiaoran. Yi Qingyu didn't want to pay any attention to her. Lin Xiaoran crossed her arms and looked out the window. "Suddenly I saw a dessert shop, and my eyes lit up, but my gaze quickly dimmed again. The egg tarts at that dessert shop are delicious." She once casually mentioned something to Gu Yan. For the next 2 months, Gu Yan would bring her an egg tart from this dessert shop every time they met. For a time, she lost all interest in egg tarts. Just like today. That dessert shop is still open. The egg tarts are still made with the same recipe. But it only became a scene along the way. It flashes by in my memory, and I no longer linger on it. The car soon stopped at the hotel. This restaurant was booked by Mr. Fan a long time ago, and it's of a similarly high standard. They arrived relatively late. Almost everyone in the private room had already arrived. Apart from a few of Mr. Fan's friends, most of them were students. Many of them were students who had studied with Master Fan in recent years, but had not formally entered the field. Many people were pleasantly surprised to see Lin Xiaoran. Lin Xiaoran's reputation at Peking University extends far beyond the School of Finance. Even in music academies, many people harbored deep admiration and longing for her. Most students who can get into the music department at Peking University come from well-off families. Some of these people were part of the elite circle, but they simply didn't have the opportunity to interact with someone of Lin Xiaoran's caliber on a regular basis. Lin Xiaoran found 2 adjacent empty seats and was about to pull Gu Yan to sit next to her when Zhang Yutong spoke up. "Brother Gu Yan, come quickly, I specially saved a seat for you." As Mr. Fan's granddaughter, she naturally sat next to him. Gu Yan really didn't want to sit with Lin Xiaoran, and he also wanted to be closer to his teacher. He sat down next to Zhang Yutong and said softly, "Thank you." Lin Xiaoran's face darkened, and anyone in the private room who noticed her could tell that she looked unwell. Some people thought she was hungry and hurriedly called the waiter to bring the food. The people in the private room started chatting. Many people were talking about gossip related to their profession. However, some children from powerful and wealthy circles were also talking about things within those circles. However, they all become very cautious when Lin Xiaoran is involved. Seeing that Gu Yan had been sitting there without saying much, Zhang Yutong picked up some food for him with her chopsticks. "Brother Gu Yan, try this, it's delicious." Gu Yan turned his head and smiled at her. His appetite has been poor for years. I simply took a couple of bites with my head down. Upon seeing this, a smile appeared on Zhang Yutong's face. He stretched out his chopsticks, ready to pick up the next dish. But the table was suddenly moved away. Zhang Yutong looked up and saw that it was Lin Xiaoran. She didn't think much of it and just assumed it was an accident. He reached for a piece of spare rib nearby and said, "Brother Gu Yan, there's also this spare rib, it smells delicious." But before the chopsticks could even get close, the table was turned around again. Zhang Yutong's chopsticks missed their mark, and she finally realized that Lin Xiaoran had done it on purpose. He frowned and looked at Lin Xiaoran, about to say something, but Lin Xiaoran spoke first. "Come sit here." The private room fell silent instantly. Everyone followed Lin Xiaoran's gaze and looked at Gu Yan. Then he looked at Lin Xiaoran. No one dared to speak. The atmosphere grew increasingly cold. Old Fan suddenly coughed lightly. If you're going to eat, then eat properly. Only then did the others present dare to speak. Lin Xiaoran pursed her lips, her right hand holding the chopsticks clenched tightly. Teacher Fan is Gu Yan's teacher, and she arranged this dinner party today. Lin Xiaoran naturally couldn't refuse her request. As everyone chatted, a boy who seemed to be on good terms with Zhang Yutong suddenly asked, Yutong, you've been at Peking University for a year now, right? How's it going? Are any boys pursuing you? Zhang Yutong smiled generously, yes, but I don't like them, so I've refused them all. Oh, what kind of boy does Yutong like? I know quite a few outstanding young men, and I'll introduce you to some Yuri in college now. It's time to start dating the people I know or all people I know well, so the teachers can feel more at ease. Zhang Yutong gently shook her head, turned to look at Gu Yan, and couldn't help but ask, Brother Gu Yan, do you have a girlfriend? Old Fan was eating when he heard this and almost choked. Sitting not far away, Lin Xiaoran's veins bulged on the back of her hand, she couldn't hold back any longer. He said directly, he doesn't have a girlfriend. Zhang Yutong's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing this. But soon I felt a little curious. Gu Yan and Lin Xiaoran seem to be quite familiar with each other. She even knows whether Gu Yan has a girlfriend or not. She was always someone who loved and hated fiercely, and never kept anything secret. A slight smile curved her lips then. Before she could even speak, Lin Xiaoran hugged her. He crossed his arms, his eyes downcast, and said, he only has a wife. Zhang Yutong's smile froze instantly, followed by a strong sense of disappointment. Gu Yan is married? Gu Yan glanced at Lin Xiaoran with annoyance, afraid that he would say something unpleasant and make the scene awkward. He smiled and said, I'm leaving now. Upon hearing this, a look of surprise appeared on Old Fan's face. His gaze lingered between Gu Yan and Lin Xiaoran. Lin Xiaoran didn't say anything after hearing those words. The anger emanating from him was almost palpable, and the people around him noticed a chill in the air. A hint of joy reappeared on Zhang Yutong's face, but a different kind of heartache crept into her eyes as she looked at Gu Yan. Gu Yan is such a good person, you definitely don't want a divorce, right? I don't know what kind of bad woman she is, that she doesn't even cherish such a good man as Gu Yan. She had heard her grandmother praise Gu Yan a lot when she was abroad. So much so that even before she returned to China and met Gu Yan, she already felt a strong liking for him. After this meeting, I felt even more that my expectations over the years had not been in vain. Especially when he said he had given up the piano and hadn't touched it for many years, but was still willing to help me this once. She could tell that the first few notes were a bit unsteady, indicating that Gu Yan hadn't touched a piano for several years. But as he played better and better, she could clearly tell that Gu Yan's piano skills were definitely not low. She had just heard Ji Qingyu say that Gu Yan gave up the piano for his family. He was willing to give up his beloved career for his family, so the reason he's getting a divorce can't be because he did something wrong. 154, Chapter 154, was it because you were afraid Ningchen would feel uncomfortable if she saw it? The topic of divorce always sparks a lot of people's gossip. Someone couldn't help but say, speaking of marriage, I have to thank Lin University's campus bell. Everyone present couldn't help but look at the person who spoke, their gazes shifting back and forth between him and Lin Xiaoran. How can two people who are completely unrelated possibly have anything in common in marriage? Lin Xiaoran glanced at him, and after confirming that she had never met him before, a hint of doubt flashed in her eyes. I remember you got married right after graduating from university, right? A classmate suddenly said. Yes, we had a child less than a year after we got married. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the people present all revealed confusion. These people had a good relationship with him, but they had never heard of him having children. It's strange, isn't it? I've never said I had a child. The people present nodded in agreement. A self-deprecating, bitter smile appeared on the man's face. Because that child wasn't mine at all. We were together for almost 10 years, from high school until our divorce, and only then did I find out that she had cheated on me with other people more than once. Even the child wasn't mine. Is this for real? How can she be so shameless? She already has a boyfriend and still cheats on him? I've met her before, and she didn't seem like that kind of person. You really can't judge a book by its cover. The man picked up his glass and took a big gulp, his eyes growing even more somber. In my first year after graduation, my family went bankrupt, all my cards were frozen, and I didn't have a single penny. I didn't even have money to buy baby formula for my child. It was around that time that I was fired from my job. When I got home in the afternoon, I wanted to ask her if I could borrow some money from my parents' house, at least to buy the baby formula for that month. But when I got home, I found her lying in bed with that adulterer, mocking me for raising his own child. Upon hearing these words, many people's faces were filled with indignation. How could she do this, when you were going through the most difficult time? She was actually having an affair with another man in your home. How could she be so shameless? She actually had the nerve to laugh at you. How could she be so vicious? The man's face was filled with pain, as if he didn't want to recall that painful memory. But he continued, I had a huge fight with her, and for the sake of my last bit of pitiful male dignity, I chose to leave with nothing. After taking another big gulp of wine, the expression on his face softened considerably. Looking at his luxurious clothes and the expensive watch on his wrist, a smile finally appeared on the man's face. That period was truly painful, so I could only isolate myself and not see anyone. Eventually, I couldn't afford to eat anymore, so I had to deliver food to support myself. But less than 6 months later, the family business started to pick up again, and we made a comeback. The man turned his gaze to Lin Xiaoran. From that moment on, I understood that as a man, I couldn't put all my attention on a woman, so I focused on my career, which led to my current success. And the person who gave my family the first order that allowed us to make a comeback was Mr. Lin. Although I know you were only doing it for business reasons, you truly saved my life. I toast you. Lin Xiaoran has handled far too many projects. For a period of time, she did indeed prefer to collaborate with some challenging but capable partners. It's not about saving these companies. Rather, it's because these partners, in order to survive, would drive prices down to the lowest possible level, which would save her a lot of costs. Furthermore, in order to secure long-term cooperation, and with their own oversight, these partners dare not compromise on quality or cut corners. Gently raise the glass, then gently put it down. Once someone started the conversation, and with such a sensational beginning, everyone else couldn't help but start talking about their own relationship statuses. Some people experience many twists and turns in their relationships, while others lead happy and fulfilling lives. I don't know who it was that shifted the topic to Lin Xiaoran again. During the Q&A session today, Mr. Lin said he has been married for 3 years. Is that true or false, or is it just another smokescreen to prevent harassment? No way, there were so many media reporters broadcasting the whole thing live today, it can't be fake news, right? But I noticed that President Lin wasn't even wearing his wedding ring. Everyone present turned their gaze to Lin Xiaoran's hands, and upon discovering that there was indeed no wedding ring, their eyes flickered with doubt. Only Gu Yan kept his head down and didn't look. He already knew that Lin Xiaoran wasn't wearing her wedding ring. When did it start? It seems that sometime after their marriage, Ningchen said that his depression had worsened and asked Lin Xiaoran to accompany him to see a psychologist. After returning from that day, Lin Xiaoran's wedding ring disappeared. Perhaps they realized that this would hurt Ningchen and make him unhappy, so they didn't bring it. Perhaps, it was from that day on that she became increasingly ruthless and cruel to herself in order to make Ningchen happy. Seeing everyone staring at her, Lin Xiaoran glanced at Gu Yan, who seemed completely indifferent to her, and suddenly said, "It's uncomfortable to wear." Although it wasn't explicitly stated, the people present all felt as if they understood something. It turns out that even a pampered young woman like Lin Xiaoran doesn't have a smooth-sailing married life. Only Gu Yan's lips curled into a cold smile. Uncomfortable? Is it because they're afraid Ningchen will feel uncomfortable if she sees it? Seeing that Lin Xiaoran's expression was not good, no one else is talking about this topic anymore. Zhang Yutong, on the other hand, kept pestering Gu Yan. "Brother Gu Yan, after you get divorced, will you consider other people? What do you think?" The girl's eyes shone with an intense light, shining without any attempt to conceal it. Gu Yan was stunned by what he saw. He had seen that look before. That person will never look at me like that again. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Xiaoran scoffed coldly. Zhang Yutong was a little dissatisfied and glared at her. "I was asking Brother Gu Yan, not you."
Old Fan, who was standing to the side, felt a headache coming on and sighed inwardly. She knew that Gu Yan's wife was Lin Xiaoran. But on the other side is his beloved granddaughter. If Gu Yan weren't married, she wouldn't mind her granddaughter being with him. But now, Gu Yan and Lin Xiaoran are clearly caught in a vortex from which it is difficult to extricate themselves. She didn't want her granddaughter to get involved.
Alright, even eating can't shut you up. You've only just met your brother Gu Yan and he's not even divorced yet, don't you? A girl, know how to be a little more reserved? 155, Chapter 155. If I really want to confess, I'll definitely have to wait until after his divorce. Grandma.
Hearing her grandmother's words, the girl couldn't help but blush. Didn't you always tell me that life is short, and when you meet someone or something you like, you shouldn't hesitate too much? Besides, feelings are always mutual. Things are much more open-minded abroad. Since we're getting a divorce, there must be no more feelings left. Gu Yan is such a good man, I definitely have to hold on to him. As she spoke, Zhang Yutong turned her gaze to Lin Xiaoran. Besides, I'm not like some people who, even though they have husbands, still get so close to other men every day. I just want to express my feelings to Gu Yan. If I really want to confess, I'll definitely wait until after his divorce.
Zhang Yutong's words were very targeted. She just wanted to tell Lin Xiaoran that she openly and legitimately wanted to pursue Gu Yan. Unlike her, who, despite having a husband, still seeks out other lovers. How is this any different from the ex-wife of the man who just toasted her and thanked her? You've done something so disgusting yourself, how dare you laugh at her now?
Zhang Yutong stopped looking at Lin Xiaoran and continued to focus her attention on Gu Yan.
Brother Gu Yan, please add me as a friend. Are you free this weekend? I'd like to invite you to dinner.
Gu Yan pursed his lips, about to say something, when he heard Old Fan cough twice. He gestured for him to look at Lin Xiaoran. From the moment Zhang Yutong uttered those words, Lin Xiaoran's aura instantly changed, becoming immense and domineering. His eyes were fixed on Gu Yan.
Gu Yan understood her personality very well.
If he accepts Zhang Yutong's invitation, it's hard to say what will happen next. Given Lin Xiaoran's personality, if she wanted to do something, she wouldn't care whose granddaughter Zhang Yutong was.
Gu Yan didn't want to put the teacher in a difficult position.
She gently shook her head and said in a gentle tone, I have something to do this weekend, maybe next time. The refusal was very tactful, trying not to upset this innocent girl. Gu Yan could clearly sense that old Master Fan must have breathed a sigh of relief. Even masters in the field of piano are still far behind a prodigy like Lin Xiaoran.
The significance of the future heir to the Lin group is unparalleled.
A hint of disappointment flashed in Zhang Yutong's eyes, but a smile quickly appeared on her face. Let's add each other's contact information first, brother Gu Yan.
This time, Gu Yan did not refuse.
If she refused again, it would make Zhang Yutong feel very embarrassed in this situation. The atmosphere at the dinner party gradually turned cold. Lin Xiaoran, in particular, exuded a chilling aura. No matter who spoke to her, she rarely responded, at most nodding or shaking her head in reply. Most of the time, he sat there alone, glancing occasionally at Gu Yan, who was chatting and laughing with Zhang Yutong. His eyes were deep, and it was unclear what he was thinking. More than an hour later, everyone had almost finished eating. Some of the more familiar people began to raise their glasses and reminisce about the past. Gu Yan stood up, preparing to go outside for some fresh air.
He wasn't very familiar with these people.
Moreover, his memories of university, apart from the piano, are all related to Lin Xiaoran.
He didn't really want to talk about those college memories.
Just as he stepped out of the private room, Zhang Yutong got up and followed him out.
Each private room has its own restroom.
Old Fan knew perfectly well that his granddaughter hadn't gone out to find a restroom. What she just said to Gu Yan must have been her very sincere words.
Old Fan had a terrible headache and didn't know how to persuade his granddaughter. She couldn't very well say in front of so many people that Lin Xiaoran was Gu Yan's wife who was about to get a divorce, could she? Old Master Fan had no choice but to call Yi Qingyu, one of the few people present who knew the inside story, to his side. Qingyu, go out and try to persuade Yutong for the teacher. Yi Qingyu could only nod after hearing this.
She hadn't said much earlier, partly because she was a little tired after giving a piano recital. Another reason is that she doesn't like Lin Xiaoran.
At least she doesn't like the current Lin Xiaoran who has broken Gu Yan's heart. Therefore, when Zhang Yutong expressed her feelings for Gu Yan, she remained silent. But since the teacher had already said that, she had no choice but to follow her out. But while old Fan was talking to her, Lin Xiaoran had already gotten up and walked out. In the corridor, Zhang Yutong had caught up with Gu Yan.
Brother Gu Yan.
Gu Yan stopped and turned to look at Zhang Yutong. Zhang Yutong walks with a light step, possessing a liveliness unique to her age.
She quickly approached Gu Yan and said, Brother Gu Yan, I meant everything I said. Don't think that just because I'm young I'm not serious about relationships. When would be a good time for you to have a meal with me? Gu Yan said with a slight sigh, Yutong, I'm not divorced yet. Aren't you getting a divorce already? Since you're preparing for it, doesn't that prove you have no feelings for her anymore? Why don't you consider me? Zhang Yutong's tone was full of sincerity, and her gaze towards Gu Yan was filled with genuine affection.
I studied abroad when I was young, so I don't like to hide things. If I like someone, I like them, and I want to tell you my feelings directly. I don't want to miss out on someone I like because of my timidity. Otherwise, I would definitely regret it. Zhang Yutong is like a little girl who longs for beautiful love after meeting someone she likes. She wants to express her feelings without hesitation.
Gu Yan lowered his head slightly.
He was somewhat unaccustomed to such enthusiasm. It had been a long time since anyone had shown him such enthusiasm. Over the years, all that has stayed by his side are those who mock and ridicule him. Not to mention such enthusiasm from a member of the opposite sex. When Zhang Yutong saw that Gu Yan was silent, she thought that her actions had frightened him. She hurriedly said, Brother Gu Yan, you don't need to give me an answer right now. I just wanted to tell you how I feel. Not that I want an answer right now. You can take your time to think about it. We can also get to know each other better. Zhang Yutong took a step back with a bright smile on her face.
Weren't you going to the restroom? Gu Yan smiled, feeling much less pressure. Let's talk about the future later.
This was actually his way of subtly deflecting Zhang Yutong's enthusiasm. Zhang Yutong, however, thought this meant that Gu Yan had not directly rejected her.
She saw this as a glimmer of hope. Okay. Gu Yan went to the bathroom and washed his face. The pressure and pain he felt from performing on stage at the last minute today have not yet completely subsided. He wiped the water off his face with a tissue and was about to turn around when he saw Lin Xiaoran's figure appear behind him in the mirror. Before he could even turn around and speak, Lin Xiaoran rushed over, grabbed his collar, and pulled him down forcefully. 156, Chapter 156. My name is Lin Xiaoran, and I am Gu Yan's wife. What are you doing? Are you drunk and acting crazy? Lin Xiaoran looked closely into Gu Yan's eyes, her tone carrying a hint of disdain. What? Has it delayed your search for a new love? Lin Xiaoran has always had an unpleasant way of speaking, which always makes people feel uncomfortable. Gu Yan frowned, not wanting to pay attention to her. He reached out and grabbed Lin Xiaoran's wrist, trying to break free from her grasp and leave. But Lin Xiaoran held on tightly, giving him no chance to leave. Instead, she pulled his collar down even harder, stood on tiptoe, and made sure their eyes were level. Let go. Before Gu Yan could even finish speaking and close his mouth, Lin Xiaoran kissed him. The defenses that hadn't been shut down in time were breached instantly. After the enemy stormed into the city, they turned the city upside down. The hand-washing basins are located outside the men's and women's restrooms. Now, as long as one person comes, they can see the scene. Gu Yan's eyes widened, her mind reeling. Suddenly, two figures appeared in front of him. Yi Qingyu accompanied Zhang Yutong over, and Zhang Yutong was still muttering, Grandma is really something. She used to call me every day, praising Brother Gu Yan, but now she won't let me have any contact with him. Before he could finish speaking, his eyes widened, and he stared in astonishment at the scene before him. Yi Qingyu's expression was also filled with surprise. However, she wasn't surprised that Lin Xiaoran and Gu Yan would kiss. She just didn't expect Lin Xiaoran and Gu Yan to kiss at this time and in this place. Seemingly noticing that Gu Yan's reaction was a bit strange, Lin Xiaoran slowly stopped what she was doing. With his feet firmly planted on the ground, he let go of her hands, turned around, and looked at Zhang Yutong and Yi Qingyu standing not far away. Zhang Yutong, let me reintroduce myself. My name is Lin Xiaoran, and I am Gu Yan's wife. She paused for a moment, then said with particular seriousness, I don't have a divorced wife. Although Zhang Yutong is young, having grown up abroad, she has a strong ability to adapt to all kinds of things. She has experienced school shootings abroad, so she naturally adjusted her emotions quickly. She glanced at Gu Yan, then at Lin Xiaoran. She quickly realized what was going on. Why do Gu Yan and Lin Xiaoran seem to know each other so well? And why do Gu Yan and Yi Qingyu feel such disgust for Lin Xiaoran's lover, Ning Chen? And why did Lin Xiaoran deliberately target me at the dinner table earlier? A look of understanding appeared on Zhang Yutong's face. I see Gu Yan is the husband you've been married to for 3 years but haven't brought out to meet anyone. Lin Xiaoran reached out and put her arm around Gu Yan's arm, her tone very calm. Yes, Gu Yan is my husband. The scene suddenly fell silent. Just then, a man's voice came from around the corner of the corridor. Xiaoran? Ning Chen looked somewhat surprised as he approached. Lin Xiaoran frowned. Didn't I ask Yi Qing to take you to find Fang Ying? Ning Chen's expression was very gentle. Everyone who doesn't know him will feel that he is a very gentle man at first glance. I was originally going to go but I received a call from a teacher at the Kyoto Conservatory of Music, who said they wanted to introduce me to their colleagues and that they were bringing a few talented students with them, so I had Yi Qing drive me here instead. Gu Yan understood the implication in his words. He was brought here by Yi Qing. If he's leaving soon, Lin Xiaoran will have to give him a ride. This was his usual method, using this approach to make Gu Yan watch helplessly as he took Lin Xiaoran away from his sight. A smile appeared on Ning Chen's face. You know, the Kyoto Conservatory of Music truly lives up to its reputation as the top music school in the country. Several of its students have excellent piano skills. I am almost done here, so I'll go over and say hello to them first. Ning Chen didn't seem to have any intention of staying here any longer. It really looked like they were just passing by and said hello. However, Gu Yan and Yi Qingyu simply did not believe that his purpose was so simple. As expected. He had only taken 2 steps when Ning Chen stumbled, his face turning deathly pale, and large beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Gu Yan was amazed by her acting skills. He should have gone to play the piano and act instead. At least Wen Chang's acting skills are definitely not as superb as his. Lin Xiaoran released her grip on Gu Yan's arm, frowned as she looked at Ning Chen, and said, Are you still feeling unwell? Then hurry back and rest. Ning Chen reached out and leaned against the wall, forcing a smile. I'm fine, you go ahead with your work. I'll be done soon. If you have time tomorrow, you can come with me to see Fang Ying. Of the few people present, only Lin Xiaoran knew that Fang Ying was Ning Chen's psychologist. But this did not stop Zhang Yutong from letting out a cold laugh. His gaze kept lingering on Ning Chen and Lin Xiaoran. The look in his eyes as he looked at Lin Xiaoran held a hint of provocation, or perhaps a declaration of war. After Lin Xiaoran let go of his hand, Gu Yan walked away immediately. When Lin Xiaoran saw him leave, she instinctively wanted to chase after him. But Ning Chen suddenly reached out and blocked her. Is there anything else? Lin Xiaoran asked, frowning. Ning Chen looked in the direction Gu Yan had left and took a deep breath. She said softly, I saw old Madame Huang here tonight, she might be on the same floor. Be careful. The old lady of the Huang family was a petty and vindictive person. Gu Yan angered her last time, and she still holds a grudge. They wished they could just skin Gu Yan alive. If we met here tonight, I might not be able to resist the anger and my heart might cause some serious trouble. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoran's already furrowed brows furrowed even more deeply. I see. Seeing that Gu Yan had left, Zhang Yutong and Yi Qingyu seemed unwilling to stay any longer and turned to walk towards the private room. When the two returned to the private room, Gu Yan was already seated. He just kept his head down, his gaze somewhat vacant, and it was unclear what he was thinking. Zhang Yutong sat next to Gu Yan. There was a long silence. Finally, she couldn't help but speak up, Brother Gu Yan, no wonder you hate Ning Chen so much. So's the third party in your relationship. Hearing this, Gu Yan felt a little sad.
He's not the kind of person who can't stand to see others doing well. If there isn't a reason, how could he possibly dislike someone for no reason? When Old Fan saw that Lin Xiaoran had not returned, he sighed softly. Turning to look at Gu Yan, she said softly, "Xiaoyan, I brought back the things you left with me, please keep them safe." As she spoke, she handed him a USB drive. Looking at the USB drive, Gu Yan paused, seemingly unable to recall what he had left with his teacher. 157, Chapter 157. You old codger, I'll definitely outlive you. Seeing Gu Yan's puzzled expression, Old Fan continued, "Go back and see for yourself. You didn't tell your teacher what it was, and your teacher didn't open it to look at it either. But in any case, this also gives Gu Yan a reason to leave. Teacher, I'll head back now, you all have fun here." Mr. Fan originally wanted to chat with him for a few more minutes. But thinking about what had just happened, she nodded. "Come back and visit your teacher more often, and don't act like you did before, otherwise, if you suffer any injustices outside, your teacher won't know." Upon hearing this, Gu Yan felt a lump in her throat, nodded heavily, and then turned to leave. As soon as I arrived at the elevator and pressed the button, a group of people walked over from around the corner of the corridor. Gu Yan stared intently, and his pupils instantly contracted. Enemies meet on a narrow road. We met Madame Huang here. The old lady of the Huang family was so angry with Gu Yan before that she would never forget his face. Everyone in the Huang family hates Gu Yan. Some people who know the Huang family's current situation hate him for undermining the Huang family's foundation and trying to destroy the Huang family's future. Those who didn't know the truth also felt that Gu Yan was provoking the Huang family and showing no regard for their reputation. Upon seeing Gu Yan, the group gritted their teeth in anger. The old lady of the Huang family looked Gu Yan up and down, her eyes filled with disgust. Just as I was about to say something, I heard Huang Xing's voice from behind me. "Let's go." If they were to cause a scene with Gu Yan in public, it would only be the Huang family who would lose face. From this perspective, Huang Xing is indeed the most clear-headed person in the Huang family at present, and the one who can best see the situation clearly. Such people are the most terrifying. Because he also harbored great hatred for Gu Yan. Because of Gu Yan's appearance, the Huang family has recently encountered a lot of trouble. I'm not afraid of being attacked in person, what I'm afraid of is being constantly targeted by someone like that. After hearing Huang Xing's words, the old lady of the Huang family glared fiercely at Gu Yan. The meaning in her eyes was very clear. Gu Yanquan pretended not to see it and waited for the elevator doors to open before walking in. That damned lowlife. The old lady of the Huang family could no longer hold back and began to curse. "You just wait, damn it, daring to provoke the Huang family in Kyoto, you'll find out how miserable your end will be." Gu Yan frowned when he heard this while standing in the elevator. He pressed the button for the first floor and snorted coldly. "Don't worry, I'll definitely outlive you, you old codger." The old lady of the Huang family was stunned when she heard this. He turned to look at the other members of the Huang family. She thought she had misheard. Even Huang Xing's face showed a hint of surprise. No one expected that Gu Yan would dare to say such a thing in front of them. Did I hear that right? Once the elevator doors closed, Madame Huang finally came to her senses and asked the person next to her a question. The faces of the Huang family members around him were now filled with anger. In front of the Huang family, he cursed the old lady of the Huang family as an old hag. They even cursed her to die soon. This is more than just a provocation against the Huang family's reputation. Instead, they were throwing the Huang family's face to the ground and stomping on it. But the elevator doors had already closed, and they no longer had the chance to yell back. The old lady of the Huang family was so angry that she trembled all over, her cheeks turned red, and she could hardly stand up. "That damned bastard, that damned little bastard, how dare he, how dare he!" The old lady of the Huang family had a vicious look in her eyes, wishing she could have someone kill Gu Yan right now. Gu Yan didn't care how the Huang family would react after he left. I walked out of the hotel lobby and arrived at the parking lot. My phone vibrated before I even got near the car. He took it out and glanced at it. it was a message from Ning Chen. Without even thinking, Gu Yan could guess what the message said. It was nothing more than provoking him, trying to make him break down emotionally. However, upon opening the chat page between the two, it was discovered that Ning Chen had sent a voice message this time. Ning Chen. Being with him is really painful for me. No one has ever made me suffer like this before. The audio only contained Lin Xiaoran's voice. Gu Yan originally thought that no matter what kind of provocative words Ning Chen sent him, they would not cause his emotions to collapse again. But this time, he still couldn't help feeling heartbroken. The pain was so intense I could hardly breathe. This is not Ning Chen provoking himself. Rather, it was Lin Xiaoran's honest words to Ning Chen in private. The more he heard such voices, the more upset he became. This means that this sentence is Lin Xiaoran's true feelings. The truth, without any concealment or embellishment. The truth is the sharpest knife that can wound. More heartbreaking than any insult or bullying. A woman, a married woman. She said these words to another man before she was even divorced. This is enough to show that the man's status in the woman's heart is far higher than that of the man she married. Lin Xiaoran already had Ning Chen in her heart. It's even possible that they're all filled with Ning Chen himself. And what about Gu Yan? They probably have long since lost all their foothold. Gu Yan couldn't understand it. Even after things have come to this point, why won't Lin Xiaoran divorce him? Why is she still clinging to me? Could it be that she thinks that by doing this, she can make herself sad and upset, and that it's a form of revenge against herself? I sat down in the car, closed my eyes, and tried to calm myself down. He stared at the USB drive the teacher had just given him, lost in thought. He couldn't remember what was stored on the USB drive. He used to write quite a few piano pieces for his teacher. However, it was never stored using a USB flash drive. They were all performed live. Later, he posted many of the piano pieces he wrote, including excerpts of his performances, on his Qingyu account for his fans to see. However, those were just fragments. Creating a complete piano piece requires a significant investment of time and effort. Back then, he devoted all his energy to the piano piece he wanted to give to Lin Xiaoran, but Ning Chen stole it. Other creative fragments, when viewed now, are far less impressive than before, appearing somewhat immature. Therefore, the USB drive definitely does not contain any of his works. After thinking about it, Gu Yan still couldn't resist. I got up, got out of the car, and walked towards an internet cafe not far away. We found a private room and went inside. I turned on the computer and plugged in the USB drive. The contents of the USB drive are very simple, it's just a video. But the moment Gu Yan saw the video's cover, his eyes welled up with tears. This video. It was a gift he once wanted to give to Lin Xiaoran. This is a photo he had his teacher take for him back then. Later on, I was unable to give this gift to Lin Xiaoran. No wonder it ended up with the teacher. Looking at the video's cover, Gu Yan's right hand trembled slightly as he moved the mouse and gently clicked the play button. 158, Chapter 158, I miss the past, but I'm not happy at all. The video cover features a photo of Gu Yan and Lin Xiaoran. Then, the screen went completely black. The lights gradually came on. In the picture, Gu Yan sits at the piano, his fingers lightly caressing the keys. The music began, captivating everyone without them even realizing it. Gu Yan, sitting at the piano, seemed to be radiating light. A moment later, the music stopped abruptly. The teacher holding the camera suddenly spoke up, "This piece isn't finished yet, is it?" Gu Yan turned around and nodded. "This is just the first draft. I've already figured out how to revise it. However, it might take a long time, so there might not be enough time." Gu Yan looked at the camera, his eyes filled with tenderness. It was as if he had already seen the person he loved so deeply. The gift might not be ready in time this time, so, Xiaoran, I want to make a promise with you. We'll release this video when we get married. At the wedding, I'll play the final version of the piano piece I wrote for you as our wedding gift, okay? The video feed ended, but the recording didn't stop. You can still hear the voices of old Fan and Gu Yan. This piano piece is quite well written, but it still has some flaws. Teacher, it's already very kind of you to give me such a good review. However, I do have a better idea. It will be quite different from this version, but I feel it would be a shame to give up on this version, so I still want to play it for her. Are you so sure that you two will definitely get married in the future? She's very successful in her career now. The future Yuri too naive when it comes to relationships. Mr. Fan has seen many men who abandon their wives and children after achieving success in their careers. Women are the same. She always felt that her student was too naive in matters of the heart and too trusting of others. Of course, teacher, I will definitely marry Sharon. I think our married life will be the happiest ever. Just wait and see. I think when I see this video in the future, I will feel nostalgic and happy. So, your only expectation for the future is Lin Xiaoran. You're my student. Don't you even think about whether you can stand on a bigger stage to play the piano in the future? Old Fan's tone sounded like he was joking, but also like he was disappointed in his son. Teacher, as long as Lin Xiaoran is in my future, that's enough. I can play the piano only for her. The video ends here. Gu Yan watched very carefully. Even when the images disappeared later on, I listened with exceptional concentration. In their final conversation, his feelings for Lin Xiaoran had reached a point of madness. They don't care about their future at all, and are even willing to give up their most beloved career. He only cares about whether he and Lin Xiaoran will be happy in the future. I do miss the past, but I'm not happy at all. Gu Yan whispered something to himself. This is an answer to the past self who was completely devoted to Lin Xiaoran and could give up everything for her. Unlike Lin Xiaoran, he couldn't so easily throw away the beautiful memories they once shared. He misses the good old days. The more he reminisces, the more pain he experiences now. If he could have another chance, he would never again leave Lin Xiaoran even the slightest place in his expectations for the future. The teacher was right back then. I was too naive when it came to relationships. So much so that they left themselves no way out at all. In a relationship, the person who is willing to give everything and doesn't care about themselves at all is bound to be the one who loses the most. At that time, he certainly couldn't imagine why, even after marrying Lin Xiaoran, he didn't experience the happiness he had always longed for, but instead felt nothing but pain and struggle. When you're young, you always feel that love is the most important part of your life. With the person you love by your side, you can endure any pain and hardship. But now, Lin Xiaoran has given him a different answer. Ning Chen. Being with him is really painful for me. No one has ever made me suffer like this before. Two people who were once so in love now seem to be torturing each other and experiencing pain. This video was like a steel needle, piercing his heart and twisting it around. I took a deep breath. The pain in my heart continued. It took me a long time to regain my strength before I finally walked out of the internet cafe and into the parking lot. As soon as I got close to the car, I heard Lin Xiaoran's voice. Where did you go? Why aren't you replying to my messages again? Gu Yan picked up his phone and glanced at it. He then realized that Lin Xiaoran had texted him 10 minutes earlier, saying that she was already next to the car and asking where he was. Lin Xiaoran looked at the message she had sent to Gu Yan, which had just changed from unread to read status, and couldn't help but snort coldly. If you don't need that phone anymore, you should donate it as soon as possible. The children in the disaster area can still attend online classes. Gu Yan pursed his lips, said nothing, put his phone in his pocket, opened the car door and got in. Lin Xiaoran then opened the passenger door and got in. I was only a few minutes late. How come you disappeared? I couldn't find you in the private room or by the car. Were you playing hide and seek with me? Gu Yan, how childish are you? Upon hearing this, Gu Yan couldn't control her emotions. Lin Xiaoran's words were still vicious. She could always make him feel uncomfortable and angry with just a few words. Get out of the car, Gu Yan said, suppressing his anger. Lin Xiaoran frowned. Should I take a taxi myself? He Qing is currently driving Ning Chen home, and Lin Xiaoran hasn't asked any other subordinates to pick her up. Go wherever you want, just don't get in my car. This car is registered in my name. Lin Xiaoran fastened her seatbelt decisively. I paid to rent it. That was rented from me, and I think your rental period has expired.
Seeing Lin Xiaoran's shameless attitude, Gu Yan felt both helpless and angry.
I simply opened the car door and prepared to get out.
If you can't afford to offend him, can't you at least avoid him?
The car can be returned to Lin Xiaoran, he can take a taxi himself, right? Where are you going? I've been drinking, come back and drive. Lin Xiaoran's slightly cold voice sounded from behind. Gu Yan took a deep breath, turned around and was about to say something when he saw Old Fan leading a group of people out of the hotel lobby. He immediately shut his mouth, not wanting to make a scene in front of others. Especially after watching that video, he didn't want his teacher to see him arguing with Lin Xiaoran. 159, Chapter 159. Our Xiaoyan has not had a third party or kept a mistress. Old Fan walked over, his gaze shifting back and forth between Gu Yan and Lin Xiaoran.
She had just heard some news from Yi Qingyu and Zhang Yutong. Xiaoyan, are you two alright? Gu Yan shook her head. It's alright, teacher, don't worry about it.
Old Fan sighed, you child, you've always kept everything to yourself since you were little. I won't say much more, but come visit me whenever you have time. With Zhang Yutong's help, Mr. Fan got into another car. At this moment, Lin Xiaoran rolled down the car window. Yi Qingyu glanced at Gu Yan, then looked at Lin Xiaoran. If you really don't love her anymore, then stop torturing Xiaoyan, leave her as soon as possible and stop holding her back. You're a rich heiress, so naturally you don't have to worry about the future, but Xiaoyan is different. I think Yutong is a good girl, at least she's not so cunning.
Lin Xiaoran's face instantly turned cold. Naive, since when has being stupid become a virtue?
Hearing this, Yi Qingyu gritted her teeth, looking displeased. What do you mean stupid? She's just naive, she hasn't experienced the sordid intrigues of wealthy families like yours. The more naive a person is, the more serious they are about relationships. Wasn't Xiaoyan tormented by you until now precisely because she was too naive?
Yi Qingyu's tone was filled with deep emotion.
People change, they may be naive today, but who knows what will happen when they enter society. To remain naive in society is foolish. Anyone who hears Lin Xiaoran speak will feel uncomfortable. This person's words always infuriate people. Yi Qingyu snorted coldly, not wanting to argue with her any further. Turning to look at Gu Yan, she gently patted his shoulder. Xiaoyan, I've seen your recent posts on social media. You're finally not as timid as you were a few years ago. From now on, think more about yourself. When things happen to love someone, you must first love yourself. Gu Yan nodded, pursed his lips, and looked somewhat downcast. Love yourself before you love others. He had heard of this principle, but even today he still couldn't fully understand its meaning. Seeing him like this, Yi Qingyu couldn't help but sigh softly. Speaking in a low voice, only she and Gu Yan could hear, she said, if it were before, I really couldn't believe that the two of you would end up like this. Whether it's Yi Qingyu, Old Fan, or Lin Zhe. Those who witnessed Gu Yan and Lin Xiaoran's beautiful past probably wouldn't have believed at first that the two of them would end up like this.
This is somewhat disheartening and upsetting. Gu Yan took a deep breath, thinking of the video he had just watched, and a self-deprecating smile appeared on his lips.
A look of heartache flashed in Yi Qingyu's eyes. No matter what, it's not too late now that you know what kind of person she is. Leave her as soon as possible, stop suffering from her torment, and start a new life. Lin Xiaoran happened to get out of the car at that moment and overheard the second half of Yi Qingyu's words. Her delicate brows furrowed as she stared coldly at Yi Qingyu.
Why do you think I'm the one torturing him? Hasn't he been torturing me too?
Whose feelings aren't feelings? Didn't she, in her most innocent years, give all her love to Gu Yan?
On what basis do you say that she is torturing Gu Yan?
In Lin Xiaoran's heart, this relationship had tormented not only Gu Yan but also others.
Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyu didn't know what to say. Lin Xiaoran was far too confident.
Yi Qingyu had no idea what had happened between the two of them. She took a deep breath and rolled her eyes at her. I can't argue with you anyway, all I know is that my Xiaoyan hasn't had a mistress or kept a lover.
Hearing this, Gu Yan pursed his lips.
He didn't want to argue with Lin Xiaoran anymore, he was already tired of arguing. But what Yi Qingyu said was also what he wanted to say. He never sought out a third party, nor did he keep a mistress. What gives Lin Xiaoran the right to say that she is also tormenting her?
Did it interfere with her keeping her lover? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoran gave her a cold glance and said nothing more.
Aren't you leaving yet?
He opened the car door, got in, and spoke to Gu Yan in a voice that sounded like both a question and a command.
If you're in a hurry, just go by yourself. You rented the car, shouldn't you return it yourself? Gu Yan gritted his teeth.
Lin Xiaoran could always find an excuse to order herself to do something. He had no choice but to turn to Yiqingyu and say, Senior, I'll head back now, you should head back early too. After saying goodbye to Yiqingyu, Gu Yan got into the car. The car drove towards the villa. Gu Yan stopped at a traffic light intersection, staring at the red light that was counting down without saying a word.
Two elderly people with gray hair walked towards us on the sidewalk.
Even though their steps were a little unsteady, they still leaned on each other. The old lady linked arms with the old man, rested her head on his shoulder, and walked forward step by step, still with a smile on her face.
Both Gu Yan and Lin Xiaoran were unconsciously drawn to it. Gu Yan pursed her lips. Isn't this the scene he once fantasized about, growing old together with Lin Xiaoran?
A hint of melancholy spread across Gu Yan's brows, and she found it amusing.
Even at this point, I'm still worrying about such unrealistic fantasies.
Lin Xiaoran crossed her arms and quietly watched the elderly couple walk past the car.
This is what constitutes a healthy marital relationship.
Even in old age, this is nothing like the relationship between her and Gu Yan. They tormented each other, even to the point of being somewhat morbid. The light turned green, and Gu Yan stepped on the gas, the car speeding away. It's like hiding. Avoiding this enviable love is also like escaping the future he once fantasized about. The next morning, Zhang Yutong returned to school for class and was suddenly surrounded by a group of classmates.
Zhang, do you know the great Qinyu?
Yes, wasn't that the person who accompanied you at the beginning yesterday? I've been a fan of his since junior high. One of the piano pieces he wrote is still my phone ringtone. It must be him, I can't be wrong. That profile is exactly the same as in his videos.
Zhang Yutong was a little confused. She didn't know who Qinyu was. She didn't pay much attention to these things when she was studying abroad.
It was only recently, when the online discussions about Qinyu and Huang Wanqing were making headlines, that she heard about it.
Surrounded by so many people, she was a little overwhelmed. Wasn't it Brother Gu Yan who accompanied her at the beginning yesterday? Zhang Yutong didn't know what to say for a moment.
She had witnessed the fighting spirit of Qinyu's fans. She was worried that saying the wrong thing would cause trouble for Gu Yan. The more silent she became, the more anxious her fans grew, with some even resorting to questioning tones.
Hurry up and tell me, do you know the great Qinyu? 160, Chapter 160. Ningchen is Qinyu?
Zhang Yutong opened her mouth, but still said, the person who accompanied me yesterday, I don't know if he is Qinyu. A clear look of disappointment appeared on the faces of the people present.
However, he is indeed one of the most skilled pianists I have ever seen.
Just that one sentence instantly brought a look of excitement to everyone present. Among the younger generation in the domestic piano field, Qinyu's piano skills are highly praised by many. The reason why the account Qinyu was so popular back then was because many renowned pianists sought his works and some of the original piano pieces he posted, and gave them very high praise. Now that Zhang Yutong is saying this, it's as if they're admitting that the person who accompanied her yesterday was Qinyu.
Unfortunately, Qinyu was wearing a mask when she went on stage to accompany the performance yesterday.
So no one really saw what he looked like. It must be him, it's definitely him. I never expected to see him at the school's anniversary celebration and even hear him play the piano. I'm so envious I can get Qinyu to accompany me. He hasn't released any new works in a long time. Yutong has been studying abroad all this time, so she probably doesn't know Qinyu, right Tsai? I'm a die-hard fan of Qinyu, why don't I have that kind of luck?
Look at Yutong's expression, I bet she's become a fan of Qinyu now, right?
Hearing the chattering, Zhang Yutong felt a little embarrassed. She wasn't sure if Gu Yan was actually Qinyu, but she had definitely become a fan of Gu Yan. It wasn't just the students at Peking University who wanted to confirm Qinyu's identity.
Many fans even traveled overnight from other places to Kyoto, hoping to find Qinyu. Many people have been asking Kyoto University questions online, putting a lot of pressure on the university's publicity department. Left with no other option, they had to announce that Chin-yu is not currently on the student roster of Peking University, and that she might be a graduate or a friend brought by an alumnus. While such a statement did not satisfy the fans, it did help them narrow down the scope as much as possible. It was at this very moment that someone released a photo of Ning Chen appearing backstage at the auditorium of Peking University. In an instant, it caused a huge sensation on the internet. Could it be Ning Chen? He's incredibly popular overseas, his piano piece has won countless awards abroad. You guys know what? Chin-yu and Ning Chen look quite similar in build, and their ages should be around the same. It's very likely that they're alike. I just returned from abroad. I listened to the piano piece that Ning Chen won the award for. To be honest, it has a very similar writing style to some original piano pieces that Chin-yu has released before. Compared to two equally talented people, I am more willing to believe that these two people are the same person. Really, I don't think their hands look that alike. Besides, Ning Chen had her own piano recital at Peking University last night. Why would she go through the trouble of wearing a mask and changing her clothes? Hasn't Chin-yu always been like this? He keeps his identity a closely guarded secret. Besides, he hasn't released any new works in years, so it's normal for his hands to look different now. No, I'm increasingly convinced that this Ning Chen is the real Chin-yu. Think about it, when was the time when Ning Chen became a sensation overseas with an original piano piece? Wasn't it during the period a few years ago when Chin-yu disappeared from the internet? As netizens delved deeper into the matter, the news that Ning Chen is Chin-yu became increasingly popular. Many people prefer to believe that Ning Chen is Chin-yu. After all, Ning Chen comes from a wealthy family and has won many awards abroad. For many fans of Chin-yu, they are more willing to believe that the status and achievements of the person they admire are extraordinary. Even Ning Chen received a call from Fong Ying. Brother Chen, are you really the Chin-yu that they're talking about online? Chin-yu, why would you say that? Ning Chen had naturally heard of the name Chin-yu. Huang Wanqing and Chin-yu caused quite a stir online recently. How could I not have heard of this name? Those familiar with him in the industry know that this is impossible. Huang Wanqing and he had an excellent relationship, so how could they have had such a big conflict online? However, Fong Ying was unaware of the relationship between Ning Chen and Huang Wanqing, which is why she asked him that question. He had also seen Chin Yufa's works, and his piano skills were indeed very high. But he didn't recognize who that person was. Gu Yan has changed quite a bit in recent years, and he has never played the piano in front of Ning Chen before, so it's normal that she doesn't recognize him. Just as Ning Chen was about to say something to Fong Ying, a familiar luxury car stopped in front of him. Lin Xiaoran promised him yesterday that she would accompany him to see a psychologist. I put my phone away and sat down in the back seat. Xiaoran. Ning Chen wore a gentle smile. Lin Xiaoran nodded expressionlessly. Let's go. I have a meeting later and can't stay too long. It's alright, you can go ahead and do what you need to do, don't worry about me too much. He Ching quickly drove the car downstairs. Lin Xiaoran got out of the car and accompanied Ning Chen upstairs. Fong Ying had been waiting at the door the whole time. Upon seeing the two arrive, Ning Chen was allowed to enter the house first, while Lin Xiaoran, who was about to go downstairs, was stopped. Ning Chen obediently went into the inner room. Fong Ying led Lin Xiaoran to a room next door. Miss Lin, has something happened recently? Renang's condition has been very poor lately, but he won't tell me the specifics. Has something or someone recently affected his mood? Lin Xiaoran frowned. Is the situation very bad? Fong Ying took a deep breath. Yes, I suspect someone has influenced his emotions and is refusing to cooperate with me. Think that person must be very important to him. Miss Lin, Renang's mental state has been on a tipping point for years, and he could easily have a mental breakdown. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoran rubbed her temples. The incident with Ning Meng back then probably hit him too hard recently. The Ning family has been preparing to make him the family heir. This must be putting a lot of pressure on him. Hearing this, Fong Ying's expression remained unchanged. She simply continued, Ms. Lin, Renang has always trusted you. I think if you have time, you could spend more time with him. This will help his recovery. I hope you can help him as much as possible as his attending physician. I think we all hope he can recover as soon as possible. 161, Chapter 161. It was only by refusing to use money that Gu Yan understood her feelings.
Lin Xiaoran left. Fang Ying walked into the inner room. Is that Qin Yu? A lot of people are guessing it's you now.
Ning Chen pursed her lips, a smile appearing on her face. Then let's just pretend it's me anyway, I won't admit it.
Fang Ying understood immediately upon hearing this. A hint of regret appeared on his face. Brother Chen, I believe that if you want to, you can definitely do better than Qin Yui. Heard that the Ning family is preparing to make you their heir. Are you under a lot of pressure lately? Ning Chen sighed deeply. The pressure is immense. My sister used to handle all these things, but now that she's in such a bad state, everything has fallen on my shoulders. As you know, I haven't really cared much about the family business before. I am afraid even playing the piano will only be a hobby from now on. Upon hearing this, a flash of hatred crossed Fang Ying's face. That Gu Yan really deserves to die. If it weren't for him, you could still be focusing on doing what you love. You've achieved so many honors abroad, and now you can only occasionally work as a piano teacher. Ning Chen smiled and stretched lightly. It's okay this way, Xiaoran and I can be on the same level. It's not entirely a bad thing. One is the heir to the Ning family, and the other is a rising star in the field of piano. Compared to Lin Xiaoran's status and position, the former is naturally a better match. But, isn't that damned Gu Yan still clinging to Lin Xiaoran? Fang Ying made no attempt to hide her hatred. Ning Chen sighed. After all, it's been more than 10 years of relationship, so Xiaoran can't just let go on her own. Honestly, can't he have any self-awareness? Why doesn't he just die? Fang Ying complained for a moment, then turned to Ning Chen with a comforting expression. Brother Chen, don't worry, you can't rush someone like Lin Xiaoran. Let's take it slow. She'll make the right decision sooner or later. Ning Chen's face showed a confident look. Don't worry, I won't rush. I've already found a way to deal with him. If I can't handle him, someone else can. I'll tell you when the time is right. On the other side, Lin Xiaoran sat downstairs for less than half an hour before receiving a phone call and leaving. Mr. Lin, we've caught the nanny from before, and she's already in Kyoto, but she's very stubborn and won't say anything. Lin Xiaoran's expression was very calm, as if she had expected this outcome. First, we need to investigate the welfare home she's been running all these years. It's human trafficking, and it involves the Lin family. She wouldn't have the guts to do it herself. There must be someone else behind her giving instructions. Understood, Mr. Lin. Are you going back to the company later? The company in question refers to Lin Xiaoran's own company. She has been working at the Lin Group office recently. 20 minutes. Send the message to prepare for a meeting. Mr. Lin, today's meeting involves shareholder voting. Will you be voting on Mergu's behalf? After hanging up the phone, He Cheng, who was driving, couldn't help but ask, President Lin, aren't you going to tell Mr. Lin about the Zhuguan Group matter? What if he finds out about the shares? What good will knowing do? He Cheng gritted her teeth. Perhaps, once the master knows, he won't misunderstand you anymore. Lin Xiaoran sneered. Misunderstanding? I have no misunderstanding with him. He Cheng couldn't help but swallow hard. You don't mean Mr. Gu isn't the kind of person who's only after money? Lin Xiaoran glared at her, and He Cheng didn't dare to say anything more. But she knows her boss very well. She's too arrogant. It was only when she was so proud that she refused to spend money that Gu Yan understood her true feelings. That would be humiliating for her. During his lunch break, Gu Yan suddenly received a call from Lin Zhe. Xiaoyan, your sister-in-law and I are moving. I'll give you the address in a bit, so you don't get lost next time you come. Gu Yan was stunned for a moment upon hearing this. If he remembers correctly, Lin Zhe's current apartment still has a mortgage. My sister-in-law isn't pregnant either. The house is a bit small, but it's enough for us. Why the sudden move? Brother, why are we suddenly moving? Lin Zhe on the other end of the phone seemed hesitant to speak. Brother, what happened? Tell me. Suddenly, a sound came from the other end of the phone. It seemed as if someone had snatched the phone. After a while, Gu Yan heard his sister-in-law Su Ting's voice. Xiaoyan, your brother is embarrassed to tell you, but your sister-in-law is in some trouble and wants to ask for your help. Upon hearing this, Gu Yan unconsciously frowned. Sister-in-law, please speak. My mom's in the hospital. They say she needs surgery, and the surgery will cost 500,000 yuan. Your brother and I only have less than 200,000 yuan in savings. The only way to raise the money is by selling the house, but you know the housing market is unstable right now,
and our house is old and in a mediocre location, so it won't be easy to sell in the short term. Upon hearing this, Gu Yan roughly understood what Su Ting meant. You know, I just got a promotion and a raise, right? If it's convenient for you, your wife can pay it back in 2 years at most. How much difference? Gu Yan interrupted Su Ting directly. Upon hearing this, Su Ting immediately became excited. I'm still short over 300,000. I should be able to pay you back around 350,000. I can pay you back with 2 years worth of bonuses. Give the phone to my brother. Hey, wait a minute, Xiaoyan, I'll get your brother to answer the phone right away. Gu Yan could hear what sounded like a complaint coming from the other end of the phone. A short while later, Lin Zhe's voice came through the phone. Small, don't listen to your sister-in-law, we can raise the money. Gu Yan took a deep breath. Lin Zhe has always been like this, he never tells him about his pain and always bears it all alone. That's how it was during the time when the two of them depended on each other for survival. Even if she goes out to work and gets scolded and insulted, or has her wages withheld, and comes back to see him exhausted after a long day, she always manages to bring him his favorite snacks. How will you raise the money? By selling your house. Where will you live after that? Gu Yan couldn't help but voice a question. There was silence on the other end of the phone. After a long pause, Lin Zhe finally spoke. At most, it's just moving to a place further away. The rent is cheaper then. It's no big deal. Hearing this, Gu Yan suddenly felt a little angry. He didn't like Lin Zhe always putting on such a strong act. When he was little, he didn't understand, so he could curl up behind him and rely on him for protection. Now, he doesn't want to think about it anymore. Brother, I'm not that little guy who used to hide behind you anymore. Trust me, I can help you. After hanging up the phone, he went straight to Lin Zhe's account and transferred 500,000 yuan to him. Less than 10 seconds after the operation was completed, Lin Zhe called back. Xiaoyan, where did you get so much money? 162, Chapter 162. The Lin family's son-in-law, would he really care about 3 or 500,000? Xiaoyan, where did you get this money? Lin Xiaoran wasn't going to give you any, was she? I'll transfer this money back to you in a bit. Lin Zhe sounded very anxious. Before Gu Yan could speak, he heard Su Ting's shouts from the other end of the phone. Lin Zhe, what are you pretending for? They've already transferred the money to you. Do you really want to give it back? Do you only feel happy when we sell the house and live in a cramped urban village? They're the Lin family's son-in-law. They don't need this little bit of money at all. What are you acting like, acting all high and mighty? Wife Lin Zhe seemed to have covered the microphone on his phone, so Gu Yan couldn't hear the voice on the other end very clearly. Su Ting seemed to be in a fit of anger and couldn't help but start cursing. Lin Zhe, all these years, you've been like a good-for-nothing, only able to do odd jobs and earn a pittance. Now that the family is in trouble, you can't even borrow a little money. If I had known you were this useless, I shouldn't have. Gu Yan took a deep breath and interrupted Su Ting's shouts. Brother, don't worry, I have money. You can use it without worry. You don't need to pay me back. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe's expression became even more anxious. No. But Su Ting's expression seemed to change, and she hurriedly said with a smile, Oh, Xiaoyan, thank you so much, this has really been a great help. The sound suddenly disappeared for a moment, then Lin Zhe's voice rang out again. This money, your sister-in-law and I will pay you back, Xiaoyan. No matter how much money you have, it's still your money if we don't pay it back. I won't be able to live with myself. Hearing this, Gu Yan understood Lin Zhe's thoughts. He always treated himself like a younger brother and didn't want to add any burden to himself. Gu Yan could only say softly, Okay, then let's wait until you and your sister-in-law have taken good care of the elderly, and we'll talk about it later when we have more money. The call ended. Lin Zhe turned to Su Ting. Wife, how could you say that in front of Xiaoyan? Seeing that the call had ended, Su Ting couldn't help but roll her eyes and say, What's the rush? Didn't they say you don't need to pay it back? Why do you still insist on paying it back? Did you earn this money? Gu Yan is a son-in-law of the Lin family. Do you think he cares about 3 or 500,000? Let me tell you, if anything happens to Mom, we might as well divorce now. You can't even take care of an elderly person properly. If it weren't for you, would Mom have suddenly been hospitalized? Lin Zhe's eyes widened instantly upon hearing this. He never expected to hear such a sentence from his wife. The light in his eyes vanished instantly. Lindsay lowered his eyebrows, bowed his head, and remained silent. All right, hurry up and transfer the money to May. Need to go to the hospital to pay for Mom's medical bills. After Su Ting finished speaking, she turned and walked towards the door. But as soon as she opened the door, she saw Gu Yan standing there. After receiving Lindsay's call, Gu Yan couldn't put her mind at ease. After making some inquiries and learning that Su Ting had taken the day off and hadn't come to work, Gu Yan simply drove directly to Lindsay's house. The houses here are all old, and the soundproofing isn't very good. Gu Yan had overheard the conversation between the two of them. When Su Ting saw Gu Yan, an awkward expression appeared on her face. She hurriedly turned to Lindsay and said, "Oh, honey, I was just so anxious about Mom's situation that I said some things in anger. Please don't take it seriously, or Xiaoyan will laugh at me." "Xiaoyan, please sit down. What do you want to eat? Ask your brother to make it for you. I am going to the hospital first, honey. Remember to cook and send the food to Mom." After saying that, Su Ting left in a hurry. Gu Yan turned around and frowned as he watched Lindsay gesturing for him to hurry up and send the money. "Xiaoyan, what brings you here?" Lindsay asked, his head down, seemingly feeling a little embarrassed and not daring to look up at Gu Yan. Gu Yan took a deep breath and looked at Lindsay, who was still wearing an apron, feeling an indescribable sadness in her heart. His brother has devoted all his energy to this family. He does all the washing, cooking, and caring for the elderly every day. In addition, he wants to do dirty and tiring part-time jobs to supplement his family income. Over the years, he has not even dared to get sick. Lindsay's mother-in-law was not an easy person to get along with. Every day she would complain that the dishes were not cooked well or that the meat was not fresh. In reality, she ate quite a bit of every dish. She just couldn't stand the sight of Lindsay. Gu Yan had inquired and heard that Lindsay's mother-in-law had been bullied by her mother-in-law for most of her life because she couldn't give birth to a boy. However, she also loves her daughter very much. She desperately wanted her daughter to give her a grandson who would take her surname. That way, she can hold her head high when she goes back to her hometown. So as long as Lindsay failed to get Su Ting pregnant, she continued to dislike him. But it wasn't easy to find a man willing to marry into their family. She didn't dare to kick Lindsay out directly, so she could only torment him even more. But what about Su Ting? Not only did they watch without speaking up for Lindsay, but they also took it all for granted. Other men who marry into the family at least enjoy a life of luxury. But when it came to her, things were different. Not only did she become a son-in-law, but she also had to be treated like a servant and ordered around. "Brother, aren't you tired?" Gu Yan couldn't help but ask. Lindsay shook his head upon hearing this. "Your sister-in-law was just saying that out of anger. Her mother is sick, and she's just too worried. She's still very good to me." "Xiaoyan, you start cooking. Is there anything you'd like to eat? I'll go buy the groceries now," Lindsay said, gesturing for Gu Yan to sit down. Then he transferred all the money he had just received to Su Ting, leaving not a single penny for himself. Seeing Lindsay transfer all the money away, Gu Yan he frowned, but still didn't say anything. "Brother, let's just go out and grab something to eat. It's on me." Hearing this, Lindsay looked troubled. "I can't. Xiaoyan, still have to cook for Mom. She's a picky eater. Wait here for me for a bit. I'll go buy the groceries and come back to cook soon. By the way, did you finish the dumplings I made for you earlier? I'll make some more for you to take back." Gu Yan sighed inwardly. "Brother, don't bother anymore. I have to go back to work. If you need anything in the future, don't hesitate to tell me any time." Upon hearing this, a hint of guilt flashed across Lindsay's eyes. "Xiaoyan, don't worry. No matter how hard things get, can it be worse than the days you spent in the orphanage?" Hearing this, Gu Yan couldn't help but recall the time when the two of them depended on each other for survival in the orphanage. When faced with bullying from older children, Lindsay always stood in front of them. Even when he's beaten black and blue, he'll turn around and comfort you, who's been crying from fright. He was only 3 or 4 years old at that time. It's okay, Xiaoyan will escape someday, the outside world won't be any worse than being in the orphanage. 163, Chapter 163. He doesn't even know how to enjoy good fortune, he deserves to suffer. Lindsay jogged all the way to the vegetable market. After buying groceries and cooking, I took the bus to the hospital. When Su Ting arrived at the ward, she smiled upon seeing him, clearly in a good mood. You're here, is dinner ready? Mom's starving. Lindsay walked over carrying a thermos. Everything's ready, all of them are Mom's favorites. Lindsay's mother-in-law, who was lying in the hospital bed, suddenly spoke up, alright, let's go back now that the food is here. The house hasn't been cleaned yet, has it? Lindsay nodded upon hearing this, then I'll head back now, Mom. He brought a lot of food, enough for 3 people. To save time, he didn't eat either. But his mother-in-law is currently ill, so he dared not say too much, for fear of upsetting her and affecting her recovery. Even so, Su Ting has never told him what illness her mother-in-law has. Mom, I'll go see him off. Su Ting pulled Lindsay and walked out. Upon arriving at the hospital gate, Su Ting said softly, don't be upset. Gu Yan probably lied to you when he said he'd leave with nothing. You sometimes trust your brother too much. He can't just come up with 500,000 yuan. Lin Xiaoran must have given him the money. Hearing this, Lindsay became even angrier. Xiaoyan wouldn't lie to me. I'm not lying to you. You have no idea what life is like in a wealthy family, do you? The tiles in their bathroom alone can cost hundreds of thousands. A casually bought haute couture suit is more expensive than our car. Even a piece of fruit costs several thousand yuan, enough to buy a cell phone. Not to mention, the watch Gu Yan wore today is worth over 10,000 yuan. The pocket money Lin Xiaoran gives Gu Yan is probably enough to buy our house. Hearing these words, Lindsay took a deep breath. He really didn't want to argue. He also disagreed with what his wife said. He knew Gu Yan well and firmly believed that Gu Yan would not lie to him. Alright, I won't argue with you anymore anyway. Your younger brother is lucky to have married into the Lin family. You're the older brother, so what's wrong with giving you some help? Don't be so stubborn. You should go back now. I need to go upstairs to take care of Mom. After saying that, Su Ting turned and left, ignoring Lindsay. Back in the ward, Su Ting heard a complaint. Look at your husband, what a waste, he made so many ribs. Hearing this, Su Ting smiled and said, wasn't that to help you recover? Humph, you should eat some too. There's so much I can't finish it all by myself, what a waste. Alright, Mom, I'll stop eating for now. I'll go downstairs and pay the bill for you. As soon as Su Ting turned around, her wrist was grabbed. When you go to pay, keep this in mind, a few thousand yuan should be enough. Upon hearing this, Su Ting was taken aback. Several thousand yuan? Mom, what kind of surgery do you need? Didn't you tell me it would cost 300,000 yuan? How come it's only a few thousand yuan now? The old lady rolled her eyes and said irritably, it's just hemorrhoid surgery. How much could it cost? If I didn't exaggerate, would your stubborn husband ever agree to borrow money? Mom, this money has to be paid back. Pay it back? What a load of rubbish. Didn't you already tell Mom that Gu Yan has tons of money? A few 100,000 is nothing to him. I could tell from the time you asked him to help you with your promotion that he really cares about your husband. It won't matter if you don't pay it back. Your good for nothing husband can't earn money, can't even have a child. That's his only value now. Su Ting was shocked when she heard this. Mom, this. Don't say anything like that. Just keep this money safe and don't tell anyone. If anyone asks, just say Mom had a tumor removed. Su Ting opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. Seeing her daughter like this, the old lady felt both proud and disappointed. You're so stupid. Isn't everything I'm doing for you? Isn't Lin Xiaoran your big boss? You're practically her sister-in-law. You should make the most of that relationship. The more you use a relationship, the closer you become. Lend her some money today, treat her to a meal tomorrow, and you'll get to know her better in no time. That Lindsay is incredibly stupid. He doesn't know how to use such a good relationship. We can't waste it. Is this a good idea? Su Ting was also doing something like this for the first time and was a little unsure of herself. What's wrong with that? To put it bluntly, isn't it normal for a sister-in-law to give her brother-in-law some money to spend? You need to be smart. Women, once they have money, can be just like men. They can find whoever they want. When you become a high-level executive and earn even more, just dump that good-for-nothing Lindsay, find someone more handsome, and give mom a grandson as soon as possible. The old lady became more and more excited as she spoke. Lindsay is such a good-for-nothing. He was bullied so badly back then, and he still doesn't act like a man is not good enough for you at all. We'll replace him sooner or later. The more Su Ting listened, the more moved she became. Over the years, the family had already faced considerable financial difficulties due to the mortgage payments for the house. Now she suddenly has hundreds of thousands in savings, enough to satisfy many of her desires and needs. Moreover, Su Ting has never said it until now. It wasn't that she didn't dislike Lindsay, she just thought he was obedient enough. She is a strong-willed woman, and naturally, she admires strength. In her view, a woman should either find a man who is strong enough or a boy who is handsome and obedient enough. She's been obedient enough. Mom, don't worry, I know what to do. I'll pay the hospital fees first, and then I'll go give Lynn. Always pick a gift to bring. Hearing this, and knowing that her daughter understood her good intentions, the old lady smiled and said, no rush, let's eat first. We'll go after we eat, and I'll buy myself some clothes and jewelry while I'm at it. Now that I'm a high-level executive, I'll have to dress nicely. Don't worry, Mom, I'll go buy you some more gold necklaces and bracelets. Didn't you say last time that Aunt Yu made fun of you for not having any gold jewelry during the new year? This time we'll buy bigger pieces than hers, just to make her jealous. You're so filial. That old Yu was so smug last time we met. I'll definitely get my revenge this time, but whatever you do, don't let Lindsay know about this. I don't want him to go and complain to Gu Yan before I've even gotten close to Lin Xiaoran. Su Ting's eyes were now shining. Don't worry, I promise I won't let him know. So stupid, ignoring such a good relationship and acting all high and mighty. Let him continue to suffer. He doesn't even know how to enjoy life. He deserves to suffer. 164, Chapter 164. Xiaoran is taking a shower right now, so it's not convenient for her. After paying 10,000 yuan to the hospital, Su Ting drove directly to a nearby shopping mall. It was somewhat inappropriate to use this money to buy luxury goods. Su Ting didn't know if Gu Yan could recognize the brands of luxury goods, and she didn't dare to go too far. I bought over 50,000 yuan worth of gold jewelry, and spent over 30,000 yuan on cosmetics, beauty devices, and other items. The remaining 400,000 yuan was deposited into a newly opened bank account. With money in her hands, Su Ting felt that even the air outside had become much fresher. Back at the hospital, he handed the gold jewelry and bank card to the old lady. Okay, here's the money for you. I'll go back to my hometown after the surgery. Just tell them I'm afraid of being a burden to you after the surgery. All that's left is to rest. Going back to my hometown is the same. Okay, Mom. Back home from the hospital, Lindsay was still busy in the kitchen. He bought some pork bones to make soup, intending to give it to his mother-in-law to help her recover. This was the first time Su Ting had bought such expensive cosmetics, and she was very excited. She usually couldn't join in the conversation when her colleagues talked about high-end cosmetics. When they saw Lindsay, their expressions softened considerably. Honey, what I said earlier was just said in anger. Please don't take it to heart. I was just so worried when I found out that Mom was sick. Su Ting slowly walked to Lindsay's side, reached out and hooked her arm around his, and smelled the soup that was squatting in the pot. Honey, this soup smells so good. I bought some pigeons to help Mom recover. I heard that pigeon soup is very nourishing, but I didn't have time for it today, so I made bone broth first. Honey, you're amazing. I even bought you a gift. As she spoke, Su Ting took out a suit from behind her and placed it in front of Lindsay. Don't be angry. Mom still has some money left over from her surgery. I used it to buy you a suit. A man can't be without a suit. Upon seeing the suit, Lindsay's expression suddenly changed. How much did this cost? Not much, just over 3,000. A hint of guilt flashed in Su Ting's eyes. This suit was just a misprinted item that she bought at a discount sale at a small shop she passed by on the street. It only cost less than 200 yuan in total. Suits costing only 1 or 200 yuan are made of extremely poor quality fabric. The messy threads above were all cleaned up by her just before she entered the house. But Lindsay's face turned deathly pale upon hearing the number. Over 3,000, that's too expensive. Where did you buy it? We're going to return it. What's there to be afraid of? It's just a suit. You've worked so hard all these years. Do you think I can't even afford to give you a suit? But this is too expensive right now. We need money. Mom will definitely need to recover after the surgery, and there are so many places where we need to spend money. It's okay, I still have my year-end bonus, right? I just got promoted, so my year-end bonus is much more than before. Don't worry about Mom either. I asked around, and she just needs to rest after the surgery. We can send her back to her hometown later. Isn't that a bad idea? Let Mom stay here to recover. I can take care of her. Alright, stop dawdling. She might not be as happy here as she is back home. I'd settled. Then I am a little tired. I'm going to lie down for a bit. Let me know when you've made dinner. Lindsay watched Su Ting's retreating figure as she returned to her room, then glanced at the suit beside him, and his eyes couldn't help but well up with tears. He doesn't actually care much about suits. Despite being married for so many years, Su Ting has never given him any gifts. But he didn't care about any of that. This house cost Su Ting and her mother all their savings. He had always wanted to work hard to earn money to support his family and make Su Ting less burdened by her work. He knew he couldn't earn much money, so he always tried his best to do all the housework and take good care of the elderly so that Su Ting wouldn't have to worry about things at home. What Su Ting just said was what made his eyes well up with tears. His efforts over the years have been recognized. Su Ting returned to her room, took out the cosmetics she had just bought, and applied some to her face. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up. So this is what high-end cosmetics look like. They make you look so radiant and beautiful when applied to your face. The slight guilt she felt towards Lindsay vanished instantly. When she has more money in the future, she will buy Lindsay some high-end things. As for now, he's just a day laborer. Why would he buy such nice things? It's okay to suffer a little. Gu Yan returned to the company and saw a message from Yiqingyu as soon as he got out of the car. Xian, I don't know who said on the internet that Ning Chen is Qingyu. It's all over the trending topics right now. You should go and take a look. Gu Yan picked up his phone and glanced at Weibo. As expected, the trending topics were all about Ning Chen being Qingyu. The contents are all very similar. Everyone was praising Ning Chen. It is said that he is the heir of the Ning family, yet he still has such profound attainments in the piano. He's handsome and has a gentle personality. The most important thing is to keep a low profile. After winning so many awards abroad, he didn't flaunt them when he returned to China. She also did not reveal that she was Qingyu, who had once become a viral sensation online. Many of Qingyu's fans even believe that Ning Chen is Qingyu. After all, Ning Chen has won many awards abroad. In addition, he is the heir to a wealthy family. This is his advantage. Many people who like Qingyu actually yearn for their idol to become even more outstanding. Upon seeing these news reports, Gu Yan sighed inwardly. He originally thought he would be very sad and upset when he saw these news reports. His fans' love for him was once his only support and reliance. But now, even these feelings of affection have been taken away by Ning Chen. But when he saw these news reports, he felt surprisingly calm. I wonder if it's because I've gotten used to everyone around me showing Ning Chen such special affection over the years. Everyone only cares about Ning Chen. Especially Lin Xiaoran. In the first few years of their marriage, he really wanted to know who was more important to Lin Xiaoran, him or Ning Chen. But now he understands the truth. When he realized in his heart that Ning Chen had a place in Lin Xiaoran's heart, he has already lost. He picked up his phone and made a call to Lin Xiaoran. But Ning Chen answered the phone. Guyan, Xiaoran is busy right now. Is there anything I can help you with? Let her answer the phone. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, as if there was some hesitation. Ning Chen sighed softly. Xiaoran is taking a shower right now, so it's not convenient for her. If you need anything, just let me know first. 165, Chapter 165 is just like when the two of them first got together. Is she at the company? Gu Yan remembered that Lin Xiaoran came to work this morning. During the short lunch break, most people take a shower in their own restroom. Ning Chen was somewhat surprised. In the past, if he said something like that,
Gu Yan would definitely hang up the phone immediately. Every time, he could imagine in his mind how pathetic Gu Yan would look when he broke down. But this time, Gu Yan's reaction was completely different from before. Right. Gu Yan hung up the phone after only answering one word and before he could say the next sentence. Gu Yan sent a message to Lin Xiaoran. I want to have a serious talk with you. At this moment, Lin Xiaoran had not yet come out of the lounge. When Ning Chen saw this message while sitting in his office, his face darkened, and he immediately deleted it. Just as she put down her phone, the sound of a lock opening rang out, and Lin Xiaoran, having changed her clothes, walked out of the lounge. I have something to do later, so I'll have He Qing take you home. Hearing this, Ning Chen opened his mouth as if to say something, but Lin Xiaoran had already taken her car keys and walked out of the office. Ning Chen came to have dinner with her today. But Lin Xiaoran was indeed very busy and declined his invitation. Seeing Lin Xiaoran walk out of the office, Ning Chen gritted his teeth, a look of resentment appearing on his face. I took out my phone and made a call. Have you found the person we asked you to find? It's been found, and it's on its way to Kyoto. Upon receiving this news, a smile finally appeared on Ning Chen's face. He snorted coldly and muttered under his breath, Gu Yan, if I can't deal with you, someone else will. Lin Xiaoran arrived at the parking lot, got into the car, and prepared to drive towards the outskirts of Kyoto. But just as the car drove out of the parking lot, her phone vibrated. It was an address that Gu Yan sent her. If she remembered correctly, it seemed to be a restaurant. Lin Xiaoran's eyes were filled with surprise. He slammed on the brakes. I parked the car on the side of the road and took out my phone to look at it carefully. After confirming that she hadn't misread it, a different look appeared in her eyes. She herself had almost forgotten how long it had been since Gu Yan had proactively invited her to dinner. Back when she had just started her business, even if she worked overtime until late at night, Gu Yan would always prepare her favorite foods when she got home. She would also buy some of Gu Yan's favorite foods to take back with her. But later on, it became very difficult for the two of them to sit down and have a proper meal together. Either the two of them remain silent, or they argue incessantly. Not to mention, Gu Yan would take the initiative to invite her to dinner. He took a deep breath and sent a message postponing what he had originally planned. Filled with doubt and anticipation, she drove toward the address Gu Yan had sent her. It wasn't until she pushed open the door to the private room and saw Gu Yan's figure that she finally believed she hadn't misjudged him. Lin Xiaoran's slightly furrowed brows relaxed, and her eyes shone brightly, clearly indicating that she was in a good mood. She had been to this restaurant before, reservations are required in advance. Clearly, Gu Yan had booked the restaurant well in advance, and his invitation to dine with her was not a last-minute decision. He sat down opposite Gu Yan and asked, So, you've decided to treat me to dinner? This time, even Gu Yan could hear the joy in her tone. I heard from Assistant He that the new project of Zhuguang is going very smoothly. Consider this a celebration for you. Upon hearing these words, even Lin Xiaoran, who was used to hiding her emotions, couldn't hide the astonishment on her face for a moment. For the past year or so, Gu Yan has stopped caring about anything related to her. It wouldn't be to say that he completely ignored her, but at least he had absolutely no curiosity about work-related matters. Moreover, Gu Yan today was not as unfriendly to me as before, nor did he speak with a sharp tongue. On the contrary, it made her feel somewhat flattered. Just like when the two of them first got together. Lin Xiaoran was somewhat at a loss. Gu Yan called the waiter over and served the dishes. One dish after another was served. Lin Xiaoran then noticed that Gu Yan had ordered all of her favorite dishes. Moreover, they are all light and easy on the stomach. These were all dishes that Gu Yan had taken her to try one after another after discovering she had a stomach ailment. They were dishes that she liked to eat but wouldn't upset her stomach. Lin Xiaoran was now completely convinced that Gu Yan had truly wanted to have this meal with her for a long time. Lin Xiaoran's heart raced, and a barely perceptible blush appeared on her cheeks. My hands trembled, and I couldn't help but clench them together. Gu Yan. Before she could finish speaking, Gu Yan interrupted her.
Let's eat first. If you can eat properly on time and drink less alcohol, your stomach problems won't flare up again.
Gu Yan's tone was very gentle, a gentleness that Lin Xiaoran hadn't experienced in a long time.
They even served her a bowl of soup, which used to be Lin Xiaoran's favorite soup. Lin Xiaoran took a deep breath, said nothing more, and focused on eating her meal. But her gaze kept drifting towards Gu Yan, who was constantly putting food on her plate and peeling shrimp for her. She really couldn't remember the last time the two of them had a meal together in such a warm and cozy way. The meal took a long time, but Lin Xiaoran felt that time passed too quickly.
Gu Yan was full after eating very little. He hasn't been able to eat much over the years.
He spent most of his time serving food to Lin Xiaoran. He is allergic to seafood, but Lin Xiaoran loves to eat shrimp. So Gu Yan would always wear gloves and peel a full bowl of shrimp for her. Seeing that Lin Xiaoran had finished her meal, Gu Yan spoke gently and softly, "Xiaoran." Lin Xiaoran was stunned for a moment. She felt today feels so unreal.
When was the last time Gu Yan didn't call her by her full name? A year? 2 years? Was it 3 years ago?
Lin Xiaoran took a deep breath and said, "Honey, actually I." But Gu Yan's gaze wasn't on her at all.
I just quietly looked out the window.
The light rain was falling softly, making a slightly noisy sound. "Xiaoran, I've thought about this for a long time. We cannot tell Grandma yet. After the divorce is finalized, I can cooperate with you and pretend that we are not divorced yet. He will also go back to the old house to visit her often." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoran's expression froze.
Gu Yan turned his head and looked at her seriously.
"I think the reason you haven't agreed to the divorce is because Grandma's health isn't good right now. That's something I didn't consider, and it's my fault, so we can keep it from Grandma for now and not tell her the truth. Don't worry, I won't take the shares that Grandma mentioned before. I'm willing to leave with nothing." Lin Xiaoran's face grew colder and colder.
But Gu Yan hadn't finished speaking.
"I can give up everything, and I will absolutely not let anyone know that I was married to you, and I will not allow anyone to use this information to threaten your career. Whatever other requests you have, you can make them. We really need to have a serious talk." 166, Chapter 166. I was never good enough for you from the start. It was all my wishful thinking. Lin Xiaoran's face grew increasingly cold, and she gradually loosened her grip. Even she herself didn't realize that her 10 fingers were trembling slightly. "I know you're now the president of Chasing Light, and the strongest contender for the future heir to the Lin Group. Everyone admires you and dreams of your future in me." A hint of regret flashed across Gu Yan's face. "I'm just an orphan from an orphanage. I have no ability, resources, or connections apart from those painful memories that you might find unbearable. I have nothing to rely on. In fact, I've long been unworthy of you, or rather, I was unworthy of you from the very beginning." Gu Yan slowly raised his head, his eyes serious as he looked at Lin Xiaoran. "I never understood before. I thought love could help people overcome all difficulties, but now I know that love requires two people to stand on the same level, have the same vision and perspective, and support each other. Only then can it last longer." As he spoke, a self-deprecating smile flashed across Gu Yan's face. "We've been from different worlds for a long time. You could even say I was never good enough for you from the start. It was all just wishful thinking on my part."
"Gu Yan." Lin Xiaoran's icy voice suddenly rang out.
Gu Yan was stunned for a moment. He could hear the tremor in the voice. Even though Lin Xiaoran was trying her best to restrain herself, he still noticed. Lin Xiaoran suddenly stood up and called over the waiter who had been waiting at the door. "Check, please."
Gu Yan frowned. "I'll treat you."
Lin Xiaoran turned around abruptly, her eyes filled with an indescribable emotion that sent a chill down Gu Yan's spine.
"This is 6,009, may I ask who is paying?"
The waiter said softly from the side. "I'll do it." Gu Yan waved his hand at the waiter. The waiter walked towards Gu Yan, but was stopped by Lin Xiaoran as he passed by. He snatched the QR code from the waiter and paid 6,000 yuan. The waiter paused for a moment, then quickly said, "Miss, the total is 6,009. Lin Xiaoran didn't even glance at the waiter, she simply turned to look at Gu Yan. "If I had known you were going to say all this, I shouldn't have come to this meal. You wanted to be clear about the details, right? Fine, let's split the bill. You didn't eat much, so just pay the difference." The waiter seemed a little bewildered. She had no idea what had happened between the two of them. "I've Never seen a way of splitting the bill like this before. After saying that, Lin Xiaoran turned around and left. Lin Xiaoran, wait a minute, Guyan wanted to catch up. He didn't understand why Lin Xiaoran would suddenly turn on him. He felt that he had considered all of Lin Xiaoran's concerns. The two of them were having a meal just now, which was a rare and heartwarming moment in recent years. Guyan felt that this was the best time to discuss divorce. It's really not easy to have such a peaceful and calm conversation opportunity. But Lin Xiaoran still inexplicably turned hostile. Guyan wanted to chase after him, but was stopped by the waiter. He hurriedly paid the remaining 900 yuan and then chased after her from the private room. Seeing that Lin Xiaoran had almost reached the end of the corridor, he hurriedly called out. Lin Xiaoran. Upon hearing Guyan's voice, Lin Xiaoran quickened her pace. Guyan had no choice but to run after him. Just as I turned the corner in the corridor, I saw several people walking towards me. Lin Xiaoye was walking over with several high-ranking executives from the Lin group who were close to her. Guyan guessed that they hadn't finished their work in the morning, so they came out together for lunch to chat about work. When Lin Xiaoye saw Lin Xiaoran and Guyan, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Stepping forward, Xiaoyan? Sister Xiaoye. Guyan never expected to run into Lin Xiaoye here. You just asked me for half a day off, was it to have dinner with Xiaoran? Lin Xiaoye's voice was devoid of emotion. But Guyan felt that she seemed to want to say something. He lowered his hand, which had been reaching out to grab Lin Xiaoran's arm. There are some things I'd like to talk to her about. Lin Xiaoye nodded, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. Did you need something from me last time? I've been so busy these days. If it's something urgent, just text me next time, and I'll call you back as soon as I'm done. Guyan was about to say something when he saw the figure in front of him flash back to his side. Immediately afterwards, someone grabbed my arm. What, should we clear the area so you two can talk alone? Lin Xiaoye just smiled when she heard this and said a few words to the people behind her. These people were allowed to enter the adjacent private room first. Only the three of them remained in the corridor. Even the waiter sensed something was off and moved away. Lin Xiaoye's tone seemed somewhat helpless. There are outsiders here, so it's best not to be too willful with your words, or it won't sound good to others. Lin Xiaoye, you're really addicted to pretending, aren't you? Upon hearing this, Guyan immediately pulled his arm away, slightly annoyed. Lin Xiaoran. Guyan's face showed a hint of helplessness and powerlessness. Is there anything wrong with what Sister Xiaoye said? You two are both senior executives of the Lin Group and future heirs. What will others think of me if they hear what you said? Guyan's eyes seemed to hold a deep sense of disappointment as he looked at Lin Xiaoran. Do you know what kind of reputation I have in your circle all these years? A gigolo, trash who would do anything to marry into a wealthy family. Do you really want people to think that I not only went to any lengths to marry into the Lin family, but I also slept with Sister Xiaoye? Guyan was well aware of how people in the Kyoto elite circles were criticizing him. He is now. You can indeed pretend you know nothing and hear nothing. But that doesn't mean he enjoys being constantly criticized. Guyan took a deep breath and looked at Lin Xiaoye with a hint of apology in his eyes. Sister Xiaoye, I'm sorry, I just had a little argument with her, and she said some things in anger. Please don't mind. You don't need to apologize for her, Xiaoyan. You really should think more about yourself. IDE heard some of those comments too. Lin Xiaoye, I've warned you before, don't push your luck. Lin Xiaoran stepped forward, raised her arm, and her face was gloomy. Guyan had guessed what she wanted to do the moment she opened her mouth. He stepped forward and turned to block Lin Xiaoye's path. Lin Xiaoran, what exactly do you want to do? Do you really want me to be cursed to the point of no return? Seeing Guyan standing in front of Lin Xiaoye to protect her, Lin Xiaoran almost lost her composure and couldn't maintain her icy expression. He took a deep breath, a hint of hatred flashing in his eyes. He lowered his arm, grabbed Guyan's collar, and with a strength he didn't know he had, pulled him forward and then shoved him into the elevator next to him. 167, Chapter 167. To him, this place was more like a spinning blade. The two entered the elevator, and Lin Xiaoran pressed the elevator button. Guyan did not struggle. Leaving now is actually the best choice.
Otherwise, Lin Xiaoran might have caused some trouble. Arriving at the parking lot downstairs, Gu Yan walked towards his parking space. Lin Xiaoran parked her car on the other side. Seeing Gu Yan preparing to leave, Lin Xiaoran frowned, this way. Upon hearing this, Gu Yan turned around and glanced at her. Let's talk again when you've calmed down. Given Lin Xiaoran's current state, he didn't think any results could be achieved through negotiations. Lin Xiaoran watched Gu Yan's departing figure, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Anger, mixed feelings of love and hate, disappointment. But soon, all these emotions subsided. Get in my car. Gu Yan stopped and took a deep breath. Lin Xiaoran, aren't you tired? Why am I tired? I really don't want to argue with you anymore. You're not tired, but I am. Lin Xiaoran stepped forward, her face expressionless. Weren't you full just now? We can go eat at that hot pot place. Upon hearing this, Gu Yan finally lost control of his emotions. That hot pot restaurant. Memories that he once cherished. Didn't Lin Xiaoran already take Ningchen there? Why is she still bringing up that place? Do you want to see how devastated you'll be when you get there, how pathetic you'll look when you break down? Lin Xiaoran, is this funny? Is this really fun? Can we stop acting? I really don't want to act with you anymore. This is so much fun, it's so interesting. Are you not in the mood to keep me company? Or are you just focused on finding someone else? Lin Xiaoran's arms hung down at her sides, her hands clenched into fists so tightly that her fingertips turned white. Gu Yan didn't say anything more, and turned to leave. But Lin Xiaoran stepped forward and grabbed his wrist. Come with me. Let go. Gu Yan directly swung his wrist out. Upon seeing this, Lin Xiaoran's face turned ashen, and she quickly walked to Gu Yan's car. He picked up a brick from the ground and stood between Gu Yan and the car. She looked at him coldly. It's just a beat-up car like this, I don't even know how loud it would be if you smashed it. Gu Yan's eyes darkened. He knew very well that Lin Xiaoran was capable of doing such a thing. She has always acted in such a crazy way. He could even imagine what she would do after smashing the car. Write yourself a check and consider it a loss. Then no matter how many cars she buys, she'll have them smashed to pieces. Anyway, she deserves it. But Gu Yan couldn't afford to waste time with her. Holding his breath, he took a deep look at her, then turned and walked to Lin Xiaoran's car. Seeing Gu Yan's actions, Lin Xiaoran casually tossed the brick aside and got into the car expressionlessly. I stepped on the gas, and the car sped off toward the old pedestrian street. I'll have someone tow your beat-up car back to you. The two only exchanged these two sentences the entire way. The car soon arrived at the old pedestrian street. A luxury car parked here looked somewhat out of place. Lin Xiaoran got out of the car, stood in front of the hot pot restaurant, opened the passenger door, and then quietly looked at Gu Yan. Gu Yan sighed, got out of the car, and walked into the hot pot restaurant. The boss is still the same boss, only now he has some gray hairs on his head. Upon seeing the two of them, they immediately greeted them warmly. Only when they got closer did they recognize the two people. Hey, it's you two, it's been years since you last came, hasn't it? The owner very enthusiastically wiped the already clean table and placed two small plates covered with plastic bags on the table in front of the two people. I saw Xiaoran on the news a few days ago. Your business is growing bigger and bigger now. When I tell people I've met you, no one believes me. The proprietress's eyes were full of smiles. Xiaoyan hasn't been here for a long time. I haven't seen any news about you on the news. Have you two not announced your marriage? I haven't heard anyone mention it, so I don't dare to tell anyone, for fear of affecting the two of you. Upon hearing this, Gu Yan slowly lowered his head and remained silent. You've come at the perfect time. We just put in a lot of Xiaoyan's favorite tripe, so she can eat it in a little while. Lin Xiaoran suddenly spoke up, the usual, extra tripe. Okay. Please sit down, I'll go get you some drinks. How about Coke? The proprietress seemed to be quite talkative, perhaps because she had met someone she knew. It was past lunchtime and the restaurant was nearly empty, so she simply sat down opposite the two men and started chatting. Speaking of which, I almost didn't see you again these past few years. A few years ago, they said the old pedestrian street was going to be demolished, and I was even planning to close my shop and go back to my hometown, but I didn't expect the developer to change his mind. Instead of demolition, it was changed to renovation. They renovated all the storefronts and even gave us subsidies. In a while, the whole street will be renovated, and there will be another subsidy. Then several shops around here have received subsidies.
Gu Yan couldn't help but frown. Demolition to renovation? What developer would do that? With renovations and subsidies, how can developers profit? Did they even give up on demolition and reconstruction because of this? However, despite his doubts, he didn't ask any further questions. This place used to hold many fond memories for him. But now, this place is more of a spinning blade to him. Arriving here, I didn't feel particularly warm. Instead, I felt more awkward. The awkwardness of being forced to recall the past. Hey, the tripe is ready, let's eat first, this meal is on me. As she spoke, the proprietress picked up a few skewers of tripe and placed them on the small plate in front of Gu Yan. Cheyenne, you seem to have changed a lot. You don't smile as much as before, and you don't talk as much. Are you hungry? Eat more, and don't eat with anti-gas. It's alright, boss lady, don't worry about him. He doesn't eat every day and just starves himself to the point of being weak. Upon hearing this, the proprietress immediately looked worried. Oh dear, how can you not eat? I was wondering why you look so much thinner than before. Is something bothering you? You used to be so cheerful, always smiling. A hint of hesitation flashed across the proprietress's face, but she still said, don't think I'm being long-winded. Whatever your worries are, you have to fill your stomachs first. I am getting old and won't be able to work for many more years. You two are about the same age as my children, and I look at you two like my own children. As he spoke, he brought over 20,000 wontons. Come on, eat more. My son loves my wontons the most. Try them and see how they are. I've watched you two get together, and I'm really happy to see you two aunties again today. Don't be shy, eat more. Hearing these words, Gu Yan's eyes reddened, and her nose tingled with emotion. He lowered his head even further, picked up the tripe from the signature with his chopsticks, and slowly put it into his mouth. 168, Chapter 168. Gu Yan, when will you be more cunning? When the proprietress saw Gu Yan pick up his chopsticks, a look of relief flashed across her face. Take whatever you want to eat. Auntie won't disturb you two while you eat. After saying that, he got up and left to clear the dishes from the other tables. Lin Xiaoran stared intently at Gu Yan, a cold smile playing on her lips. What, you're moved by just a few words from someone? Gu Yan, when will you ever be more careful? You'll end up getting scammed without even realizing it. Lin Xiaoran, I really don't want to argue with you anymore. Gu Yan didn't even look up, just kept eating slowly. It tastes just like it always has. It's delicious. The people around me are still the same people I used to know. But his mood was completely different from before. I just don't understand. Lin Xiaoran withdrew her gaze and picked up a spoon to stir the chopped scallions in the wonton soup. Others can move you so much and gain your trust with just a few words, so why do you get angry no matter what I do? Am I really that untrustworthy in your heart? Even when Grandma said she would give you shares, you couldn't even endure these few years. Haven't I been good enough to you? Gu Yan paused in his movements. Is Lin Xiaoran good to him? From some perspectives, it's pretty good. Lin Xiaoran was going to get engaged to Ning Chen. He took it upon himself to confess to drugging the woman. The engagement banquet between the Lin and Ning families was ruined. It became a laughingstock in the entire elite circles of Kyoto. Both the Lin and Ning families have suffered a loss of face. Later, Ning Mang was injured, and countless people wanted to kill him to avenge her. But it was because Lin Xiaoran was there that he was spared from being murdered. From this perspective, Lin Xiaoran is quite good to him. He once thought that Lin Xiaoran still had feelings for him, which was why she protected him like this. But actually, Lin Xiaoran stopped loving him a long time ago. Her heart had already changed. He was just stubbornly clinging to his own beliefs, deceiving himself and telling himself that his past relationship with Lin Xiaoran had not changed. They will have a happy future together. So even though every time he heard or saw the facts, it told him that he was just being delusional. he still refused to believe it. Every time, he wanted to hear the so-called answer from Lin Xiaoran, the one he had been deceiving himself about. That's why things have turned out so awkwardly. If the marriage between the Lin and Ning families went smoothly back then, and now Lin Xiaoran and Ning Chen probably already have a child. From this perspective, he was wrong. That's completely wrong. Lin Xiaoran seems to have never hidden her changes. I've just been deceiving my own eyes and my own heart. With that utterly ridiculous persistence, he faced the ridicule and abuse of the whole world. He's really tired these past few years. I've long since lost the energy to lie to myself. I was wrong back then. Gu Yan took a deep breath. I didn't think I was wrong before. I was too naive back then. Now, I've come to terms with the fact, so it's time for me to make amends for my mistakes. Lin Xiaoran's face was icy as she threw the spoon in her hand into the bowl. I really wish I had never met you in the first place. Gu Yan paused for a moment. Deep down, he still hoped that, at least for a moment, when Lin Xiaoran recalled their past memories, she would feel something beautiful. But now, she probably views their entire past as something disgusting and shameful. He now understands that there is no future for the two of them. But he was certain that both of them had given their hearts and genuinely liked each other. It turns out that Lin Xiaoran's heart, having once liked herself, or rather, having been liked by herself, was something that made her feel so ashamed. Gu Yan pursed his lips, lowered his head even further, and his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Lin Xiaoran could always pierce his heart with a single sentence. Lin Xiaoran stood up, her eyes filled with frustration. I won't end things with you until I agree. After you finish eating, take a taxi back to the villa. She turned and walked to the store entrance, then stopped and looked at Gu Yan. She coldly tossed out a sentence. Back then, it wasn't just you who was wrong. I was wrong too. I was terribly wrong. I shouldn't have tied these chains to myself. With trembling hands, Gu Yan scooped up a wonton with a spoon and put it in her mouth. He chewed it with some difficulty and swallowed it. He couldn't quite understand it. Just one tear, and it made this wonton so salty. Why did Xiaoran leave without eating? The proprietress had already cleared away the dishes and sat down again opposite Gu Yan. He picked up a skewer of tripe from Lin Xiaoran's small plate, tasted it, and looked somewhat confused. The taste hasn't changed. Could it be that her taste has changed? Gu Yan didn't say anything and continued eating slowly by himself. He never wants to come to this place again. What were once beautiful memories are now turning into his nightmares. Seemingly oblivious to Gu Yan's state, the proprietress continued, when I saw Xiaoran bring another boy over earlier, I thought you two had gotten divorced. Gu Yan pursed her lips. The boy the landlady was talking about must be Ning Chen. I was wondering why, because Xiaoran brought her wedding ring that time. Come to think of it, she didn't seem to be wearing it this time. Are you two alright? Gu Yan didn't speak. Lin Xiaoran doesn't seem to wear her wedding ring much. Seeing that Gu Yan remained silent, the proprietress seemed to realize that she had said something wrong. She slowly stood up and gently patted his shoulder. Eat slowly, eat more, don't be shy with your aunt. After saying that, he turned and went into the back room. Seeing his daughter, he couldn't help but sigh. These two kids, they used to be so good, how did they become like this? The proprietress's daughter glanced at Gu Yan sitting outside and whispered, that's right. Gu Yan was so handsome back then, always had a smile on his face, and spoke so gently. I was even thinking of asking him for his contact information, but Lin Xiaoran got really anxious and shielded him behind her like a chick protecting its chicks. As they were talking, the proprietress's daughter pouted. Back then, the two seemed like a good match, but I always felt that Lin Xiaoran was petty. 3 years ago, when they got married, she even came all the way over to give me wedding candy. She insisted on handing it to me personally, and those wedding candies weren't cheap. I ate them all in one night. Upon hearing this, the proprietress couldn't help but smile. You have the nerve to say that. You went up to Gu Yan and asked for his contact information just because he's handsome. I was only in the store that day, otherwise I would have said something to you too. Everyone thought the two of them were a perfect match. Why did you have to interfere? TCH, what's the use? These two people are still in trouble now, aren't they? 169. Chapter 169. Did he really think he could do whatever he wanted just because he got close to President Lin?
Upon hearing this, the proprietress's expression gradually turned disappointed. It's been over 3 years. Who knows what has happened in those years? People change. Besides, Lin Xiaoran is so rich and beautiful now. Didn't you say she's the heiress of the Lin Group and was only brought back a few years ago? Men become bad when they get rich. Women also change their minds when they have money and power and their standards rise. As she spoke, the proprietress peeked through the crack in the door at Gu Yan outside, her voice filled with heartache. Poor Gu Yan, he was already an orphan and now even the people who once depended on him and went through thick and thin with him are leaving. He used to be so cheerful, always smiling at everyone, as if no matter how hard or tiring things got, he was convinced there was hope for the future. How did he become like this? Alright, Mom, stop complaining. Even if they're divorced, Lin Xiaoran is so rich, Gu Yan will get a lot of money, and he'll at least be set for life.
Gu Yan ate for a long time, a full hour before taking a taxi back to the villa.
I didn't eat much, it felt more like I was saying goodbye to this place over time. As soon as I entered the villa, my cell phone rang.
It's an unfamiliar number.
Just as I was about to answer the phone, it ran out of battery and shut down. He didn't want to think about it anymore, so he tossed his phone aside, lay down on the bed, and went to sleep. The next morning, after washing up, he went outside the villa and there his car was indeed waiting. They drove to the Lin Group. Before he could even sit down, Zhao Yongqi came to him carrying several boxes of documents. Organize these documents before you leave work and hand them to me directly. Ever since the documents Zhao Yongqi had him organize were delivered to Lin Xiaoran's office, Zhao Yongqi's gaze towards him has become even more disgusted. I'm warning you, the Lin Group isn't some small workshop company. Everything here is governed by rules and regulations. I don't know what methods you used before, and I don't care what tricks you employed. I don't want this kind of bypassing of your superiors to happen again, otherwise, you'll know what I'm capable of. Zhao Yongqi's sharp gaze was undisguised, heading straight for Gu Yan's face.
Gu Yan glanced at him but said nothing. But this disregard only made Zhao Yongqi even angrier.
To him, ignoring it is a provocation. However, since this was in the office, he didn't say anything more, just put the file box on the ground, turned around and left. As soon as Zhao Yongqi left, Zhang Pang, who was sitting not far away, started to mock him. Some people are really shameless. Who doesn't know about the relationship between Assistant Zhao and President Lin? If it weren't for the fact that they were in the company, they probably would have made it clear long ago. But some people are just shameless and go out of their way to seduce him. Zhang Pang looked at Gu Yan without any attempt to hide his feelings. Hey kid, why don't you open a class and teach me? Your skills in finding a rich woman are truly unparalleled. If you open a class, I'll get all my friends to come and learn. I'll definitely support you. No sooner had he finished speaking than a box of documents flew toward him. Zhang Pang, along with his documents, was knocked to the ground.
It doesn't cause much harm, but it's extremely insulting.
Zhang Pang stood up abruptly, his face flushed red. Gu Yan, I've been putting up with you for so long. Since the last gathering, you still dare to lay a hand on me. Do you think you're the only one with connections? My uncle is a high-ranking executive at Lin's Group. You really think I can't handle you? Zhang Peng's eyes were bloodshot as he pointed at Gu Yan, unable to hold back his curses. You just wait. If I don't teach you a lesson, you bastard, I'll change my surname to yours. After saying that, he turned around and stormed out of the office. As soon as Zhang Peng left, the few people remaining in the office couldn't help but start discussing it amongst themselves. However, the discussions were filled with sarcasm and irony. Among them were colleagues who had a good relationship with Zhang Peng. TSK, how many people who get into this department don't have connections? Do some people really think they can do whatever they want just because they've got connections with President Lin? Who says otherwise? She got this easy job from President Lin just by her looks. I wonder what trick she used. Zhang Peng's uncle is a real high-ranking executive at Lin S. Do you think President Lin will give face to a high-ranking executive, or will he protect such a lowly mistress? In these people's eyes, Gu Yan was nothing more than a mistress. It's possible that Lin Xiaoya just had a sudden whim and wanted to play around. Once you've had your fill, kick them out. But Zhang Peng is different. His uncle is a high-ranking executive at the Lin Group. The power they wield is considerable. Even Lin Xiaoya had to give them face.
Having offended Zhang Peng like this, Gu Yan is definitely not going to have a good time. Gu Yan ignored these people and continued organizing the materials on his own. There was so much information that he barely ate lunch. It wasn't until almost the end of the workday that I finally managed to get everything sorted out. As I walked toward the elevator, I heard Zhang Peng's voice as I passed the stairwell. He seemed to be making a phone call inside. "Uncle, when are you coming back from your business trip? I'm telling you, you have to help me this time." The sound reached Gu Yan's ears intermittently. "It's not that I slept with another colleague, someone hit me. If you don't help me, I'll tell my aunt that you've hooked up with another college student." Not long after, the sounds in the stairwell disappeared. Zhang Peng came out. She bumped into Gu Yan and her expression changed slightly. But it was quickly covered up by a sinister smile. "Oof, Gu Yan, you're finished, just wait and see how you get treated. Don't think you're the only one with connections. A connection made by a mistress, does that even deserve to be called a connection? You really have no self-awareness. You dare mess with me, you're in trouble." After saying that, Zhang Peng directly stepped into the elevator next to me. Gu Yan ignored him and stepped into another elevator. The elevator stopped briefly when it reached the 5th floor. Su Ting happened to walk in. Upon seeing Gu Yan, she looked pleasantly surprised and said warmly, "Xiao Yan, what a coincidence." Gu Yan wondered if it was just his imagination, but Su Ting seemed to look much more refined than usual today. "At least, my face doesn't cake up like it used to." However, he didn't like the sister-in-law, and simply nodded in response without expression. Sister-in-law. After exchanging a polite greeting, he didn't say anything more. When the elevator doors opened again, he stepped out first. They simply drove to the restaurant where Lin Zhe worked. Lin Zhe doesn't have a high level of education, so no one wants to hire him for an office job. In addition, they also have to clean, do laundry, and cook. Therefore, I can only find part-time jobs or waiter/waitress work. The car stopped in front of a fairly decent-sized noodle shop. Gu Yan got out of the car and saw Lin Zhe cleaning up the dishes. Although his face was a little pale and his body was a little thin, Lin Zhe still looked quite handsome. However, his perpetually slightly hunched back and the faint hint of inferiority and timidity in his eyes could not be concealed. 170, Chapter 170 Romance. Am I being too embarrassing? Elder brother. Upon hearing the sound, Lin Zhe quickly turned around, his face filled with surprise. Shouyan? Lin Zhe is a very diligent worker. They volunteer to do any dirty or tiring work. So his colleagues at the store had a pretty good impression of him. They have someone to help them with the dirty and tiring work, so they don't have to go to the boss to claim credit. No one would dislike a colleague like that. Now that his friends have come to visit, the group of friends have taken over his work. Alright, Xiaolin, your friend came to see you, so go and rest for a while. We'll do this work for you. Hearing this, Gu Yan frowned. Before he arrived, Lin Zhe was the only one working here. Everyone else was watching from the sidelines. Saying this at this time sounds like you're trying to help. But in reality, they were just doing the work they were supposed to do. However, Lin Zhe was very grateful and said to the group, "Thank you, I'll be back in a bit, it won't trouble you for too long." Lin Zhe pulled Gu Yan to a corner. "Xiao Yan, what brings you here?" "I came to see you." Gu Yan sighed softly. "Brother, have you ever thought about changing jobs?" In Gu Yan's opinion, Lin Zhe is now working here, doing the work of 2 or 3 people, and his salary is pitifully low. Although those colleagues did not openly bully Lin Zhe. But in reality, they all treated him like a sucker, always dumping their work on Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe shook his head upon hearing this. "My boss said he'd give me a raise yesterday. Once I get the raise, I'll have 4,000 yuan a month, and my sister-in-law gave me a suit yesterday that cost over 3,000. I can go for some high-paying part-time job interviews after work today. If I get the job, I can earn 7 or 8,000 yuan a month." Hearing this, Gu Yan was stunned for a moment. He hadn't expected Su Ting to give Lin Zhe a gift. He and Lin Zhe used to work together. He naturally knew what the high-paying part-time job he was referring to was. Some hotels, when hosting large banquets, will hire temporary staff from outside to fill in the gaps in their staff. Those that come with a well-fitting suit will be significantly more expensive. Otherwise, the hotel would have to spend money to rent them a suit, which is not cost-effective. It's a good time to spend this money on gifts for Lin Zhe. Gu Yan suddenly realized that he might have a lot of prejudice against Su Ting. Gu Yan pursed her lips, still somewhat uneasy. But you still have to do housework at home. Can your body handle doing so many jobs? What's there to be afraid of? We've made it through even the toughest times, haven't we? When you first got together with Lin Xiaoran, weren't you working several jobs every day? I'm much better off now. At least I have a home to live in and I don't have to worry about where to stay or what to eat at night. Upon hearing this, Gu Yan lowered his head slightly. He didn't want to recall those past events. He used to think that those days of hardship were also precious memories. He doesn't think that way anymore. Suffering is just suffering, it's neither worth remembering nor praising. Waiter! The two were interrupted by a shout halfway through their conversation. Lin Zhe hurriedly got up and went over. But as soon as he reached the table of guests who were drinking, a man suddenly stood up, swayed, turned around, and bumped into Lin Zhe. You damn blind man, can't you watch where you're going? The man grabbed Lin Zhe by the collar and started cursing loudly. Seeing this, Gu Yan frowned and prepared to step forward. But the boss reacted faster and stepped forward to persuade them. Oh, don't be angry, here's what we'll do. I'll waive this order for you and deduct it from the waiter's salary. Hearing this, Gu Yan felt a surge of anger. He could actually understand why the boss would do that. It's just to avoid offending the customers. But he cannot accept it. To avoid offending the client, they deducted Lin Zhe's salary? What kind of utter nonsense is this? Hearing this, the man became even angrier. What do you mean, you think I can't afford to pay the bill, yug? He had barely finished speaking when he suddenly vomited all over Lin Zhe. He vomited all over himself. Disdain appeared on the faces of those around him. Even the boss took several steps back. Shaolin, hurry up and help the customer sit down, and clean up the floor. You're all dirty anyway, so you can do it yourself. Hurry up, don't delay our business. Gu Yan nodded hurriedly and helped the guest to sit down. The other guests at the table couldn't help but start cursing at this point. Hurry up, and clean it up, isn't it disgusting? Old Wang can't hold his liquor well either, he threw up after only a little? I reckon it'll be easier to explain once he sobers up. It was the waiter who bumped into him and made him vomit. Shut up, don't you feel the stench? And waiter, hurry up. What are you dawdling for? Don't you have any manners? Lin Zhe didn't dare to speak and hurriedly took a rag and knelt on the ground to wipe it. After cleaning up all the vomit on the floor, he went to the bathroom alone and took off his apron. It was covered in vomit. Not only the apron, but also the clothes and pants behind the apron were stained with a lot of it. He could only try his best to wash it with water. But no matter how I wash it, I can't get rid of the smell. When his colleague came to the bathroom to get a mop, he took 2 steps back in disgust when he saw Lin Zhe. Then, feigning concern, she said, Shaolin, you've really worked hard. Lin Zhe forced a smile, suppressing the urge to vomit. It's okay, it's all work. Lin Zhe washed his hands countless times, but they still had an unpleasant smell. Her eyes reddened, and when she looked up, she saw Gu in the mirror Yan's figure. Gu Yan reached out and handed over a bag. There was a set of clothes inside. Brother, put these on first. Lin Zhe pursed his lips. It's okay, the boss just told me to go home and rest today. I'll change my clothes when I get home. This kind of thing is common when working in a restaurant, I'm used to it. Gu Yan didn't say anything. The boss told him to go home and rest. But my wages for today were also deducted. Besides, if Lin Zhe hadn't been vomited on and smelled bad, why would the boss have let him go home to rest? He probably would have made him work another day without paying him a single penny. Brother, you don't need to put on such a brave face with me.
Lindsay always manages to hold on all by himself. It's been like this since I was a child. No matter what happens outside, I'll turn around and tell him it's okay. Upon hearing this, Lindsay seemed to lose his composure. He couldn't help but clench his fists and lower his head. Xiao Yan, am I being embarrassing? Lindsay's voice was very soft, so soft that Gu Yan could barely hear it. 171, Chapter 171. How dare a piece of trash from the bottom of society covet Lin Xiaoran? How could this be? Gu Yan exclaimed anxiously. Lindsay squeezed out some more hand sanitizer and vigorously rubbed his hands. Xiaoyan, I'm not the same as you. You went to university, a good one like Peking University. I didn't even graduate from high school when your sister-in-law was in school. I was working as a waitress next to her school and I'm still just a waitress now. This is how my life is going to be no matter whose fault it is, as long as they're customers. They can insult me at will. He can only smile and apologize. As he spoke, Lindsay looked up and gazed at Gu Yan through the mirror. But you're different. We may be orphans with no background, but I protected you when you were little, and Lin Xiaoran protects you now. You should enjoy a bright future and stand in a world full of hope. I don't want you to keep coming to me. You shouldn't hang out with people like me from the bottom of society. You shouldn't stay in the filthiest place in Kyoto. Lindsay turned off the tap and turned to look at Gu Yan. I never imagined Kyoto would be so big, nor did I realize how insignificant my power was. Fortunately, Lin Xiaoran was there, and she was able to protect you as I hope so. I really hope you can live well on your own. I didn't want to be a burden to you, but I never expected that I would still be a burden to you this time. The 500,000 yuan he received from Gu Yan has always felt like a thorn in his side. For Lindsay, Gu Yan sometimes resembled the person he had always longed for. The better Gu Yan is doing, the happier he will be. Because that's what he longed for deep down. He would rather work harder and take on multiple jobs, even if it meant not sleeping or eating every day, than drag Gu Yan down with him. Lindsay had already seen Gu Yan's reddened eyes. She quickly reached out her hand and whispered, I'm really fine now, there's no smell anymore. Gu Yan stood there, feeling an indescribable sadness in his heart. Gu Yan slowly closed his eyes and wiped the corners of his eyes with his hand. Brother, when I said I'd leave with nothing, I was just saying it in anger. I have money in my account. Lin Xiaoran transferred several million to me recently. Gu Yan slowly opened his eyes halfway through his sentence, his eyes bloodshot. Lin Xiaoran and I are doing great. We've been together for so many years. I know her very well, brother. Don't worry, I just go to work. I don't have many expenses. Don't keep thinking about that 500,000 yuan. Consider it my wedding gift to you. My sister-in-law is right. I'm a married man into a wealthy family now. I'm really not short of money. Lindsay was stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect that Gu Yan had heard everything Su Ting said. She sighed softly, I'm glad you're doing well. Gu Yan pursed her lips, thought for a moment, and suddenly said, Brother, don't go for those part-time job interviews. Didn't you say I've lost weight lately? I can't stand eating anything else. I just love your dumplings. I still haven't had enough of the ones you made last time. If you take on so many part-time jobs, when will you have time to make dumplings for me? Upon hearing this, Lindsay hesitated slightly. She then carefully examined Gu Yan. He smiled and said, I can tell you love to eat. Your face has gotten a little chubby. Okay, I'll listen to you. I won't go to those part-time jobs anymore. I'll go buy groceries tonight and make you some 3-ingredient dumplings. Gu Yan nodded heavily and pulled Lindsay outside. Come on. I'll take you home now. We won't cook dinner tonight. Let's go out to eat. Refuse. You know I have money now. I won't miss this meal. Lindsay packed the apron into a bag. He still has to take the apron back and wash it himself. As the two reached the door, Gu Yan remembered something and asked, How is your mother-in-law's health? Lindsay frowned. Your sister-in-law said the surgery was quite successful. She just needs to rest. Originally, I was thinking of letting the old lady stay at home so it would be convenient for me to take care of her, but the old lady insisted on going back to her hometown, saying that it doesn't matter where she rests. Lindsay paused for a moment at this point. After letting out a long sigh, she continued, Maybe she doesn't want to see me, afraid it will affect her mood. Gu Yan frowned upon hearing this. Based on his understanding of Lindsay's mother-in-law, when she needed to recuperate after major surgery, she would choose to go back to her hometown alone to rest. How is that possible? How could she not take this opportunity to boss Lindsay around at home and treat him like a servant? When you go back to your hometown alone, it's never as comfortable as being waited on hand and foot.
No matter how Guyen thought about it, something felt off. However, he was too lazy to think about it further. It would be better to go back to her hometown. Lindsay wouldn't need to serve her like a servant anymore. At this moment, Ning Chen was drinking with a smile on his face. Reneng, the person has already arrived in Kyoto. They will try to contact Guyen in the next few days. We have made all the arrangements and will definitely not let Guyen have an easy time. Ning Chen smiled when she heard this. He picked up his wineglass, took a sip, and a deep look flashed in his eyes. Remember to tell people that Guyen has now married into a wealthy family and has plenty of money. As long as you're shameless and go all out, you can enjoy any kind of luxurious life you want in the future. Don't be soft-hearted. Reneng, don't worry, I've met this family. They're not the kind of people who are shy. They'll definitely make Guyen suffer. Okay, starting today, don't contact me anymore. Clear all records. Don't let anyone know you've ever had any contact with me, and don't let anyone have a chance to find any trace of you. The person on the other end of the phone hung up. Besides this phone call, Ningchen had only spoken to the person on the other end of the phone 3 times. All payments were made in cash. Aside from those 3 phone calls, there has been no other contact. It's not difficult to remove these traces. No matter who tries to investigate, they won't find anything wrong. Ningchen put down the wine glass in his hand, clasped his hands behind his head, and lay back on the recliner looking at the sky. The gradually reddening sunset reflected on his face. Ning Chen couldn't help but grin. Soon, Guyen will come to terms with reality. He will know what social class he belongs to. Kyoto is not a place he should be. The thing he should do most is to get out of Kyoto as soon as possible. He is not good enough for Lin Xiaoran at all, and should have some self-awareness. He should go back to the dark, dirty corner where he belongs, and watch the person who is truly worthy of a woman as beautiful as Lin Xiaoran stand under the spotlight, enjoying the envious and admiring gazes of countless people. How dare a piece of trash from the bottom of society covet Lin Xiaoran? 172, Chapter 172. I am your father. Guyen's phone rang again. Guyen frowned as he looked at the unfamiliar phone number displayed on his phone. I called him from this number last night. But over the years, very few people have called him. He keeps a note of everyone who is willing to contact him. Most calls without a note are spam calls. In addition, his phone ran out of battery last night, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Now, that phone number is calling again. For some reason, Guyen had a bad feeling. I hesitated for a long time. I finally answered the phone just as it was about to stop ringing. Hey, is that Gangzi? You finally answered the phone. It's your dad. Upon hearing this voice, Guyen frowned even more deeply. Who? Gangzi, I'm your father, your real father. Back then, our family was too poor to raise 2 children, so I sent you to an orphanage. Do you remember the Sunshine Orphanage? Upon hearing the name of the welfare home, Guyen slammed on the brakes and pulled the car over to the side of the road. In an instant, his face turned pale and his heart raced. He hadn't heard that name in a long time. They would not actively recall their days in the welfare home. That period was a nightmare for him. But the man on the other end of the phone became anxious after not hearing Guyen's voice. Gangzi, I really am your father. I heard you're living a good life in Kyoto now. I brought your younger brother to find you. Do you work at the Lin Group? I'll come see you tomorrow. Hearing the man's voice on the other end of the phone, which sounded friendly but lacked any emotion, Guyen suddenly realized that his back was soaked with cold sweat. His hands trembled as he hung up the phone, his eyes filled with pain. He was completely confused about what was going on. A strange man suddenly appeared and claimed to be her biological father. He even admitted that he was the one who abandoned him at the orphanage. Now that he's heard that I'm doing well, he's come looking for me? Moreover, he even knows where he works now? The pain in his eyes was mixed with a hint of bewilderment. He had no idea how he drove back to the villa. Entering the villa, I went upstairs like a walking corpse, sat on a chair on the balcony, and stared at the sky without saying a word, lost in thought. He didn't even hear the servants calling him to dinner. It wasn't until evening that Lin Xiaoran got off work and went home. As soon as she entered the villa, a maid rushed forward and said, "Miss, the master didn't eat dinner again today. He came back and went upstairs without even changing his shoes. He looks like he's in a very bad mood." Lin Xiaoran tossed her shoes aside, put them on, gave a nod, and walked into the living room. When the maid saw her like this, she knew that the two must have had a fight. This time the argument was probably more intense, so Gu Yan seemed more upset than usual. Upon reaching the second floor, just as I was about to enter the room, I saw a maid come out of the room. Lin Xiaoran frowned. She has never liked anyone entering her room. Even if the maid needs to go in to clean, she can only do so when she's not home and can't see her. The maid's heart skipped a beat when she saw Lin Xiaoran standing at the bedroom door. She hurriedly explained, "Miss, I just called my husband to dinner, but he didn't answer the door no matter how much I knocked. I was really worried, so I pushed the door open and went in to check. He was sitting on the balcony, asleep. It's so cold outside, I was afraid he would catch a cold, so I tried to carry him to bed." Hearing this, Lin Xiaoran didn't say anything more, but simply waved her hand to let her leave. Gu Yan has always been a man of few words. Especially after moving into this villa. It's like living in your own world, not wanting to say a word to anyone else. He opened the bedroom door and walked in, and sure enough, he saw Gu Yan lying on the bed. As he approached, he was about to reach out and nudge Gu Yan to wake him up for dinner. But they saw Gu Yan panting heavily, his eyes tightly closed, his brows furrowed, as if he were having a nightmare. His face was deathly pale, with an unnatural flush mixed in. He looks like he's sick. Lin Xiaoran reached out to touch it, and sure enough, she had a fever. He had a servant bring him warm water to drink the medicine, helped him sit up, and forced it down his throat. Gu Yan's body was very hot, but his face was extremely pale. He swallowed the medicine subconsciously and opened his eyes groggily. He murmured as he saw Lin Xiaoran's silhouette. "Xiaoran." Hearing this somewhat long unheard address, the coldness on Lin Xiaoran's face instantly melted away. Once upon a time, when she had just started her business, she had to work overtime until very late every day. Sometimes, when Gu Yan had fallen asleep and waited for her to return, he would softly call her name with hazy eyes, then reach out and hug her, holding her in his arms. Every time, Lin Xiaoran would either wake him up to eat together, or try her best to carry him to bed, then go and wash herself before returning to bed and snuggling back into his arms. "Drink more water." Gu Yan didn't say anything, but instinctively drank the water in large gulps, finishing the entire glass of warm water. Seeing Gu Yan like this, Lin Xiaoran smiled. He's only this obedient when he's sick. Lin Xiaoran quietly looked at Gu Yan and noticed that he was still frowning, which made her feel a little uneasy. He picked up his phone and called the old house. The old Chinese medicine doctor should still be at the old house. The phone was answered by the Lin family patriarch. Upon hearing that Gu Yan was ill, the Lin family patriarch did not say anything unpleasant. "Fever, is it serious? Have you taken any medicine?" He was hot, but his body was still burning up, and his complexion was not good. "How long have you been eating?" "It's been about 2 minutes. Upon hearing this, the old man of the Lin family caught his breath. After a moment of silence, he took a deep breath. With a smirk, he said, 2 minutes have passed, the medicine hasn't even reached my stomach yet, what's the rush? If grandma gets sick, aren't you worried? Don't say so much, let that old Chinese medicine doctor take a look." Lin Xiaoran never lets herself be at a disadvantage in a verbal exchange. The old man snorted coldly. "Do you think they're your employees, someone you can summon and dismiss at will? I'll just have my family doctor come and take a look. It's just a fever, it's not like they'll die from it." The call was disconnected, and Lin Xiaoran pursed her lips. The doctor at the old house was actually very skilled, he was a retired doctor who had been rehired by the hospital. So she didn't insist that the old Chinese medicine doctor come over. He turned to look at Gu Yan, whose forehead was now covered in cold sweat. As I carefully wiped myself with the towel, I suddenly felt a slight warmth. Lin Xiaoran raised the back of her hand and looked at it. The temperature of this drop of water didn't seem like cold sweat, it felt more like tears. "Gu Yan, did you cry because of a nightmare?" 173, Chapter 173. Stop hitting me, to give up. Gu Yan was trapped in that nightmarish memory from the past. He grew up in an orphanage. The conditions in the welfare home are very poor. It is always in a deficit and has very little money. It is impossible to even provide enough food for the children. There are too many wolves and not enough meat. You have to fight for it to get a full meal. Only infants who still need to drink milk have some special privileges. He has never been full after being weaned. Even walking and talking are slower than others. The first director of the welfare home was an old woman who treated him very well. He was named when he was 3 years old. From now on, your name will be Guyen Yuri. Slow to learn to speak and don't talk much these days. I hope you can be more cheerful and lively in the future and have a happier life. Later, the old dean passed away. He could only follow behind Lindsay, the two of them relying on each other for survival, trying every possible way to avoid being bullied by others. Guyen gritted her teeth, her body trembling slightly, her face growing increasingly pale. He couldn't help but recall how, in winter, their only thin blanket was stolen, and they couldn't get the warmest bed in the room. They had to sleep on the floor near the door and huddle together for warmth. Every mealtime, after the adults left, the two of them could only crawl and squeeze into the crowd to grab 1 or 2 steamed buns from the remaining ones to fill their stomachs. Later, Lindsay led him to escape from the orphanage, and they traveled all the way to the towns and then to the city. Lindsay told him, "Don't be afraid, I can go to work now. When I earn money, I'll buy you meat to eat." But in this dream, Guyen was still swallowing his saliva, imagining what meat would taste like. Suddenly, the conversation was broken by several voices. "Who told you to steal my steamed bun? You're asking for trouble. I haven't even finished eating, and you still dare to steal it? This blanket is mine from today onwards, so get out of here. What, you two little brats don't like it? Beat them until they submit. Hey, a couple of adults who adopted a child came today, and you dare to stand in front of me. You ought to die. I think you two are itching for a beating. I didn't hit you hard last time. Hit them to death." Guyen curled up, instinctively covering his head with his hands, and muttered softly, Stop hitting me, two give up." Lin Xiaoran's face instantly turned cold upon hearing his voice. The servants who had previously taken care of him in the villa were somewhat unaware of their place and acted recklessly. Absolutely no one would dare to lay a hand on him. Lin Xiaoran gently nudged Guyen's shoulder and called out softly, "Guyen?" Guyen seemed to have been further agitated, and his body trembled even more violently. "Elder brother. Husband, wake up." Lin Xiaoran pulled Guyen up, hugged him with both hands, and gently stroked his cheek. Guyen slowly opened her eyes, her gaze still filled with terror. Upon seeing Lin Xiaoran's face, he gradually came to his senses. This is not a welfare home. The fear in my heart slowly subsided. The doctor from the old house also arrived at this time. They came forward and examined Guyen. Then he said to Lin Xiaoran, "Sir must have been frightened, and may have been worried about something, which triggered his fever after taking his medicine tonight. He should rest well for the night. If the fever goes down by tomorrow morning, he can rest well. If the fever doesn't go down, I will come over and give him an 4 drip. At this point, the doctor thought for a moment and added, "Don't overthink things, and don't put too much pressure on yourself." Lin Xiaoran frowned and glared at Guyen with annoyance. "What, not being able to get a divorce is putting so much pressure on you? Are you going to drive yourself crazy if you don't get a divorce?" The doctor sighed softly upon seeing this. "How about we get an 4 drip now, that way the fever will be down by tomorrow morning." The doctor spoke as he hung up the 4 drip. He took out the needle, grabbed Guyen's hand, and was just about to insert the needle. Guyen suddenly trembled and subconsciously pulled his hand back. The needle made a small cut on the back of his hand. Lin Xiaoran reacted almost instantly, grabbing Guyen's wrist and taking a close look. "I found a band-aid in the first aid kit and put it on. His hand is injured. Couldn't you have been a little gentler and more careful?" The doctor didn't say anything, but he became more careful with his movements. "I changed the needle and adjusted the 4 drip rate. Is this speed acceptable?" Guyen nodded gently with his eyes closed, but his expression still looked somewhat pained. "I don't know if it's because of the wound on the back of my hand or the nightmare I had earlier." After adjusting the 4 drip, the doctor said to Lin Xiaoran, The medication in the 4-drip will be finished in about an hour. When that time comes, remove the needle promptly and press firmly on the wound with a cotton swab for 5 minutes.
Lin Xiaoran felt a little annoyed. If I take this medicine, will my fever break by tomorrow morning?
Yes. The doctor responded, a hint of hesitation flashing across his face, but he couldn't help but say, the main thing is to pay attention to your emotions. An unstable mood can have a significant impact on your health. You need to be even more careful. Lin Xiaoran pursed her lips, waved her hand impatiently, and sent the doctor out.
What do you mean she needs to be more careful? So, the responsibility for Gu Yan's illness lies entirely with her? Oh. This is a well-known retired doctor from the hospital?
Hearing the bedroom door close, Lin Xiaoran sat down on the edge of the bed and touched his forehead with her own.
It's still very hot. He asked softly, did you just have a nightmare? Gu Yan pursed her lips and remained silent.
Lin Xiaoran frowned, took a deep breath, and then she asked softly, would you like some water?
Gu Yan nodded slightly.
Lin Xiaoran found some warm water and fed it to him by hand. Her expression softened considerably, and she seemed to be in a better mood.
Would you like something to eat? Gu Yan finally answered, I have no appetite.
Have some fruit, Lin Xiaoran said, as she asked a maid to bring some sliced watermelon and fed it to Gu Yan with a stick.
Gu Yan only ate a few pieces before stopping.
How are you? Are you still feeling unwell?
Lin Xiaoran's tone was clearly concerned. But Gu Yan was too dizzy to hear it. Lin Xiaoran. I want to see my brother. Lin Xiaoran's expression, which had eased considerably, instantly darkened.
It was even colder than it had appeared before. In the past, when Gu Yan was sick and not feeling well, he would always subconsciously call out her name.
I feel very happy every time I see her.
Even if you feel unwell, you should try to hold her and tell her that as long as you can hold her, you will get better no matter how sick or uncomfortable you are. She was his magic cure.
And now, right in front of him, he wants to see other people?
174, Chapter 174. Xiaoran, that Porsche is so beautiful, I really want it. Lin Xiaoran snorted coldly. They have families too, so please be aware of that and don't bother their lives for no reason.
Gu Yan didn't say anything more, lying there with his eyes tightly closed. Seeing his pale face, Lin Xiaoran's tone softened considerably. Gu Yan, if you need anything, you can tell me. You don't need to bother others.
Gu Yan slowly opened his eyes and stretched out his arm to reach for his phone. Lin Xiaoran picked up the phone and handed it over. Although she didn't know what Gu Yan wanted to do, she still helped him.
Gu Yan opened his phone, found Lin Xiaoye's number, and dialed it.
Upon seeing Gu Yan call Lin Xiaoye, Lin Xiaoran's face instantly turned cold. The coldness in his eyes seemed to see right through Gu Yan. He reached out and snatched the phone, hung up the call, and held it in his hand. It was clear from that gesture that they didn't intend to give it to Gu Yan anymore. He said coldly, if you're going to rest, then rest properly. Gu Yan glanced at her, then slowly closed his eyes again. His voice was a little hoarse, please ask Sister Xiaoye for leave for me. His current physical condition makes it impossible for him to continue going to work.
Good.
Lin Xiaoran nodded, turned around and walked out of the bedroom. She had been up for a long time tonight and, like Gu Yan, hadn't eaten, so she was feeling a bit unwell. I went to the kitchen to find something to eat, and the pain in my stomach eased up a bit.
When they returned to the bedroom, Gu Yan was already asleep.
Lin Xiaoran did not sleep. Before the 4-drip was finished, she simply sat down on the sofa next to her, opened her tablet, and started working. He would occasionally look up at the 4-drip.
An hour and a half later, he got up, pulled out the needle, and pressed the wound with his hand.
10 minutes later, the cotton swabs and 4-drip were thrown into the trash can. Standing there watching Gu Yan sleep, she reached out and touched his forehead.
It's still a little hot.
However, her complexion improved significantly over the past few years.
I glanced down at the time, it was already 3:30 a.m.
Lin Xiaoran is very busy with work every day, and often has to attend international conferences at 5 or 6 in the morning.
Today is no exception.
There are still more than 2 hours left, and I can't feel at ease even when I'm lying in bed trying to sleep. I simply lay down on the sofa, ready to take a short nap. I had just laid down and closed my eyes when I heard a sound coming from the bed in front of me. Lin Xiaoran opened her eyes and looked over. Gu Yan was muttering something softly with his eyes tightly closed. What? Lin Xiaoran asked. Xiaoran. Hearing this address, Lin Xiaoran's face warmed. What's wrong? After waiting for a while, Gu Yan didn't say anything more. Lin Xiaoran almost thought she was hallucinating. Just as I was about to close my eyes and take another nap, the sound rang out again. Xayaranthid Portia is so beautiful, Lin Xiaoran found it amusing. What's wrong with you? Portia, I guess he was referring to the one he rented from himself a while ago. There are many luxury cars parked in the garage of the villa. The Porsche was the least noticeable one among them. If it weren't for the fact that the two of them had once seen a car on the side of the road when they were destitute. Both of them longed for that car at the time, hoping that they could drive a sports car in the future through their own efforts. Otherwise, Lin Xiaoran wouldn't have bought that car. I want to if only I could have won too, Gu Yan muttered to himself. Lin Xiaoran's smile widened. Now you know your beat-up car isn't any good? Lin Xiaoran thought that Gu Yan had fallen in love with the Porsche after driving it last time. A Porsche, right? You can have the one from home? Gu Yan didn't speak again, and Lin Xiaoran closed her eyes as well. After waiting for a while without a reply, I slowly opened my eyes. She glanced at Gu Yan and sighed softly. Fine, I'll just buy you a new one. She stood up and walked out of the bedroom. For some reason, she couldn't fall asleep. Gu Yan's voice continued only after Lin Xiaoran left the bedroom. If I had one, Xiaoran would like it back, then her eyes told me she liked it. Unfortunately, Lin Xiaoran heard nothing and had already gone to the study by herself. He picked up his phone and sent a message to He Qing. Go and contact the Porsche 4S store. He Qing got up very early and replied very quickly because there was a meeting in the morning. What do you need, Mr. Lin? Lin Xiaoran thought about the car parked in the garage. Panamera, that's what he wants the car right now. The car parked in the villa's garage is a Panamera. Okay, Mr. Lin. Lin Xiaoran put down her phone and glanced in the direction of the bedroom. It was rare for him to ask me for a gift. Although it's not anything very expensive, it's good to satisfy him as soon as possible. I sat in the chair in the study, closed my eyes and waited for a while, then turned on the computer again to prepare for the online meeting. Several hours later, it was fully light. The transnational conference has also come to an end. Lin Xiaoran changed her clothes again and went to the bedroom, only to find that Gu Yan was still asleep. As He Qing stepped out of the villa, she was already downstairs. After getting on the bus, Lin Xiaoran felt a little tired. Close your eyes and rest. But the things Gu Yan said in his sleep last night kept replaying in his mind. He opened his eyes, a hint of coldness in them. Go and check if any of the servants who were previously dismissed laid a hand on Gu Yan. He Qing was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but swallow. She wanted to say that it was impossible. No matter how unreasonable those servants were, they wouldn't dare to lay a hand on Gu Yan. But seeing the cold look on Lin Xiaoran's face, she hesitated to speak. He could only nod in agreement. When Gu Yan woke up, he was covered in sweat. The fever has subsided, but I feel very weak. I got out of bed and went to the bathroom for a quick wash. Stepping out of the bedroom, the new maid was already waiting at the door. Sir, are you awake? Gu Yan nodded, his face pale. Breakfast has been prepared. Miss specially instructed the kitchen this morning to brew some nourishing ginseng soup for you. It's keeping warm on the stove and you can eat it any time. Gu Yan was indeed hungry. I didn't eat anything last night and had nightmares all night. Now I have absolutely no energy. After arriving at the restaurant and slowly finishing the breakfast prepared by the chef, I finally felt a little bit of energy back. I just feel a bit tired. Thinking that Lin Xiaoran must have already asked for leave for him last night, he decided to go back to his bedroom to rest for a while longer.
Just as I stepped into the bedroom, my phone, which was on the bedside table, suddenly rang. I picked it up and took a look. It's the same phone number as yesterday. Gu Yan's body stiffened. He didn't answer the phone. He couldn't quite describe how he felt about that phone call. A man who inexplicably claimed to be her biological father even told her that he was the one who threw her into that nightmare-like orphanage. 175, Chapter 175 The culprit who threw himself into the abyss. Gu Yan felt fear towards that welfare home. But at this moment, facing this phone number, he felt the same fear. He himself couldn't quite explain it, whether he was terrified of this biological father who had suddenly appeared and whom he had never heard of since childhood. They were still afraid of the culprit who had thrown them into the abyss. The call went unanswered, but the person persisted, calling again and again. The maid came to the bedroom door and asked softly, "Sir, are you all right?" Gu Yan hadn't closed the bedroom door properly. So the cell phone ringing was heard by the maids who were cleaning outside. The phone rang for a long time without being answered, and the maid was worried that something had happened to Gu Yan, so she came over to ask. Gu Yan's voice was hoarse, "It's nothing." The maid was relieved after receiving a reply confirming that Gu Yan had not fainted. "Sir, please let me know if you need anything." "Good." Gu Yan immediately blocked the phone number. He didn't know how to face this person, nor did he want to. Lock the bedroom door from the inside, lie down on the bed, and wrap yourself tightly in the blanket. Try to create some sense of security for yourself. He suddenly remembered that the man on the phone yesterday had said he was going to the Lin Group. But given his current health condition, he definitely can't go to work. For a moment, Gu Yan felt uneasy again. He was afraid that the man might cause some trouble. This person was someone he had never met before, he had only heard his voice and didn't even know what he looked like. Gu Yan felt an unusual sense of panic. Suddenly, the phone rang again. Gu Yan was startled, and looked at the phone screen with a somewhat panicked expression. Only then did he realize that it was Lin Xiaoye calling. I breathed a sigh of relief and answered the phone. Lin Xiaoye's caring voice rang out. "Xiaoyan, why didn't you come to work today?" Gu Yan frowned slightly upon hearing this. He clearly asked Lin Xiaoran to help him ask for leave last night. "Sister Xiaoye, I had a fever last night and I'm not feeling well." "Fever, is it high? Should I call a doctor to take a look at you?" "It's alright, Sister Xiaoye, she had an 4 drip last night, and her fever has subsided for now." Lin Xiaoye held her phone, gazing at the clouds outside the window, a strange smile playing on her lips. "Then get some rest and remember to eat well." "Okay, thank you, Sister Xiaoye." At this moment, the office was filled with jubilation. Gu Yan didn't come to work, and his colleagues in the department all had gloating expressions on their faces. TSK, I heard it was General Manager Lin who made the call personally. That guy is really capable. Who can argue with that? It takes skill to hook up with a rich woman. I really admire him for that. First of all, you have to be shameless and willing to go all out, but in terms of shamelessness alone, all of us combined are no match for him. I'd call this pretty boy's talent the strongest. Zhang Peng, has your uncle said when he's going to help you get revenge? Remember to tell us in advance so we can come and watch the show with you. Hey, speaking of which, Zhang Peng, who prepared your breakfast, and it's a lovingly prepared breakfast, are you entangled with some girl again? Zhang Peng's face showed smugness when he heard this. What are you saying? This is just friendship between colleagues. Colleagues don't go spreading rumors. I assented. Normal for friends to bring each other breakfast. The smiles on the faces of several male colleagues who were on good terms with him gradually turned lewd. He moved closer to Zhang Peng and lowered his voice. Is this a complete victory? That's impressive. Peng, did you cheat on someone again this time? Sigh, I really envy you, Brother Peng. You have a powerful uncle who can help you. All the women in the company, whether they're married or not, don't want to get on Brother Peng's good side. They're all eager to get close to him. Who says otherwise? This is a real, genuine relationship, unlike some people who rely solely on their looks and sweet talk, or on physical relationships built through flattery. That's nothing. Zhang Peng's face grew increasingly smug. It's a pity Gu Yan didn't come today. otherwise he would definitely have mocked him properly and made him understand how big the gap was between them. He crossed his arms and said softly, alright, don't spread this around if others hear it, there are quite a few female colleagues in our office. What's there to be afraid of, Peng? Just look at our female colleagues in the office, most of them have connections in their families, some of them are even more promiscuous than you, we're all in the same boat, and we all dislike that trash who can't even tell the difference between a mistress and a gigolo, she's just a stinking mistress, and she has the nerve to be so arrogant. Zhang Peng raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. She had already made up her mind that she would give Gu Yan a good dressing down the next time he came to work. There were many people with connections in the office, but almost everyone respected Zhao Yongqi. No one is as high profile as Gu Yan. Therefore, everyone looked down on Gu Yan. When the time comes, he'll start, and everyone else will chime in. On the other side, Lin Xiaoran had just sat down in the office and picked up her coffee to take a sip when Yi Qing walked in from outside. President Lin, Team Leader Su from the Finance Department would like to see you. Who? Lin Xiaoran frowned. There's a significant difference in rank between her and a team leader. Logically speaking, there should be no chance of ever seeing her. If anyone could just see her whenever they wanted, the Lin group would have been in chaos long ago. Yi Qing shouldn't be unaware of these rules, so how could she tell me something like this? Yi Qing lowered her head and said softly, President Lin, she said she is Mr. Lin's sister-in-law, and her name is Su Ting. Lin Xiaoran frowned. It's even tighter now. This time she knew who it was. This person was recently promoted because it was an order she gave him. Her delicate brows furrowed, and after thinking for a moment, she said in a deep voice, let her come over. Su Ting was sitting at her workstation, feeling a little uneasy. A while ago, the new leader who was parachuted into the finance department disliked her and would make things difficult for her for no reason. But ever since I got promoted recently, the team leader who had previously given her trouble was demoted, and the new leader who was brought in from outside stopped making sarcastic remarks about her. Moreover, she was no longer assigned many of the more tedious tasks. Work has become simple, easy, and enjoyable. That leader would try to find out from him, whether there was a reason or not, what kind of relationship he had with General Manager Lin. My first promotion brought me some power, and I was showered with praise by the boss who had previously been causing me trouble. Su Ting was already feeling quite smug, and before she knew it, she had become the center of attention in the office. A moment later, Deng Kong, the leader who had been parachuted in, came over and asked in a low voice, what did President Lin say, does he want to see you? The surrounding colleagues all turned their attention to them. Su Ting immediately straightened her back, a confident smile on